Many people open their mouths, then close them again, then open them once more, but no words came out. Because She was not speaking recklessly. On the contrary, she understood everything clearly. So much so that she directly exposed the researchers' dream of creating a new pistol that combines the advantages of a handgun and a submachine gun. A cold splash of water woke everyone up. Does that mean our design is completely useless? The researcher's lips trembled as he spoke, and his eyes were red. He couldn't accept this result, and he looked a little pitiful. It's understandable that he reacted this way. Others weren't much better. From concept to design to mass production, making a pistol takes a lot of effort and time. Most importantly, it costs a lot of money. Now, with the country rebuilding, the foreign exchange earned through hard work is being wasted on something meaningless.
Who can understand that?
When She saw this, she had more to say, but she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Zhuang Tao watched this, and his smile gradually disappeared. He originally came hoping she could communicate with others, like a catfish effect, hoping her presence would spark some competitiveness in others. But he had no idea that She was not a catfish, but a big troublemaker who could turn the table at any moment. He frowned and carefully examined the gun. The whole process took at least 20 minutes. Finally, he threw out a command. "Let's have a meeting." He paused, deliberately slowed his voice, and said to She, "Xiao Teng, you should come too." This scene happened to be seen by Lu Hao, who had rushed over after hearing the news. He didn't know how angry and serious Zhuang Tao had been just a second ago. He only saw Zhuang Tao with a stern face, with residual anger on his face, as if it was all directed at She. I knew it. She really messed up. Lu Hao almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he forced himself to suppress the smile. He pretended not to know anything and asked his colleague with a fake smile what happened. The atmosphere seems tense. The colleague, lost in thought about the group that just left, didn't notice Lu Hao's malicious intent. He sighed and said they wanted to show off their latest achievement, but it was completely rejected. Lu Hao held back his delight and asked in surprise, "Could it be that Comrade She said something? Is she so clueless?" A colleague was still immersed in the sadness of losing something dear, constantly checking their work. "Hey, I used to admire what Lao Qin and the others did. I regret not joining in." Who knew things would change so quickly? If our work gets rejected too. What did you say? Clueless? Lu Hao became more excited, not noticing the strange looks from his colleague. Yeah. Today is her first day, right? Yet she's already criticizing Qin and the others' work and making everyone unhappy. TSK, it must be because she comes from a wealthy family, so she doesn't understand how to get along with others. Nearby researchers listening to Lu Hao's comments looked a bit strange. Someone couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Do you know about Sister Tang's family background?" Lu Hao finally saw an opportunity and eagerly said, "I only see her husband come to pick her up sometimes. He drives a military vehicle and is a high-ranking leader. They seem to have a big age gap." Hearing this, everyone automatically imagined a serious, middle-aged man. Next to him was the beautiful, delicate Sister She. Not easy to say. Lu Hao thought someone would join in the discussion naturally. That would give him a chance to say some vague things and stir up more gossip behind their backs. He had used similar tricks many times before. But he didn't expect. No one responded. Even if others were surprised about She's husband's age or status, they didn't want to delve into the topic. Because what Sister She had just shown them was far more shocking. Especially after witnessing how she completely dominated the scene, silencing researchers who were 10 or 20 years older with just a few words, making them doubt their professionalism. They subconsciously felt fear towards Sister She. Since they were afraid, they spoke cautiously. This was the pressure brought by true strength. Lu Hao, unaware of the reason, jumped around for a long time but couldn't get the response he wanted, feeling frustrated and miserable. In the meeting room, all the researchers looked like they had made a mistake, heads bowed, sitting stiffly. Zhuang Tao, sitting at the top, was a bit annoyed. I brought you here to review this mistake, not just to sit here quietly. As the team leader, Qin had to speak under pressure. Director, this was our fault. We didn't think things through carefully. Whatever punishment you decide, whether a salary deduction or something else, it's fine. Zhuang Tao looked serious and asked, So, do you agree with Comrade Xiaotang's opinion? Researcher Qin pursed his lips and replied, Yes. Good. Zhuang Tao decisively turned to Tang Shi, who was sitting at the end, and said, Comrade Xiaotang, you had some things you wanted to say, but didn't get the chance. Now is a good time. Please share all your opinions. Don't be afraid of offending anyone. I just hope everyone in the department stays alert after this incident. Tang Shi hesitated for a moment, but then nodded slowly. Actually, I've thought about it. The main problem is that our researchers lack technical exchanges with foreign colleagues. For example, with large-capacity magazines, they probably sensed that foreign firearm designs were moving in that direction and decided to follow. But the manufacturing of parts and the use of new materials are all based on their own experiments, right? Researcher Qin looked at Tang Shi with mixed feelings. He was a bit annoyed because she had exposed their dreams and ruined their long efforts. But he also admired her sharp insight and precise judgment, genuinely recognizing her as a true genius. With these complicated feelings, Qin nodded humbly, lowering his posture. Exactly. Our initial idea was to borrow the design of the revolver structure. For the gun body, we first chose engineering plastic, added glow-in-the-dark dots on the sights, and included features for night aiming. There was also a design where the holster could serve as a stock, or you could directly use the revolver's holster, or even design a dagger to attach to the grip. Qin spoke enthusiastically. Just from these words, it's clear. Including Qin himself, the entire research team put a lot of effort into designing this submachine gun and held many hopeful visions. But because they had so many hopes, they overlooked the practicality of the firearm itself. Who would normally carry a 30-centimeter-long, recoil-heavy gun for self-defense? If used by special forces, why not just carry a micro-submachine gun instead of the submachine gun? However, this idea is worth acknowledging. Tang Shi suddenly changed the topic, seeing that all the researchers' heads were almost buried in their desks. When they heard Tang Shi say this, they felt surprisingly honored. Really, truly? Researcher Qin asked, stammering.
Tang Shi, not that.
Then he said to Zhuang Tao, Director Zhuang, I think we can't blame all the mistakes on these few people. Honestly, it's because we lack experience in design and communication. Tang Shi had seen this pistol before in the virtual classroom as a failed example. At that time, Teacher Tang asked her to analyze its flaws, and she answered almost without thinking. Is it really because Tang Shi is especially talented?
No.
It's because she has seen too many firearms in the virtual classroom. Having seen many good things, she naturally knows where they fall short. Not to mention, compared to the Glock pistol designed at the same time, many problems become clear. So, in Tang Shi's view, it's because domestic designers have too little contact with international standards. Designing behind closed doors won't produce good results. Tang Shi's frank words surprised Zhuang Tao and made him feel very appreciative. Maybe many years later, he will be very grateful that he found a way to keep Tang Shi at the Research Institute. Comrade Xiaotang, feel free to share your ideas. Learning has no order. The best are teachers. I sincerely want to hear your opinions today. Tang Shi looked at Zhuang Tao. Honestly, if the head of the Small Arms Research Institute weren't Zhuang Tao, she probably wouldn't be sitting here speaking so freely. Since Zhuang Tao gave her the greatest respect and courtesy, she didn't care about seniority or status. So, she had nothing to hide. Based on the current approach, has everyone considered modular firearms? When she said this, everyone's minds filled with questions. Only researcher Qin had a vague idea. I think I've heard of it. It's a type of firearm developed in Country M, right? You can change its purpose just by swapping parts. Everyone else was surprised and started discussing. Changing purpose? Like switching from a rifle to a machine gun? That sounds interesting. Such a design would require high craftsmanship. Can our technology handle it? Not just craftsmanship, the basic material requirements must also be very high. Researcher Chin explained at the right moment. The rifle I know of uses different modules, barrels, feeding devices, stocks, and so on, so it can switch between different types. For example, in urban combat, it uses a 10-inch short barrel. In mountain warfare, an 18-inch long barrel. Others hadn't thought firearms could be made like this. Isn't it just building with blocks? Tang Shi, who introduced this idea, calmly explained. Not just that. One of the real benefits of modular design is solving the problem of using the same weapon for multiple purposes. For example, a team of 10 people would normally need 10 standard rifles, but to handle different situations, they also need a precision rifle, a light machine gun, and 2 short rifles. With modular rifles, you only need to prepare a few extra barrels. Tang Shi casually gave a few examples. This sparked a big wave of excitement. Everyone's thinking became more active. They were all inspired, and their ideas flowed continuously. The disappointment on everyone's faces was replaced with excitement. The whole meeting room felt completely refreshed. Zhuang Tao watched the scene with some surprise. Tang Shi seemed to adapt to her new role faster than he expected. Almost an hour passed, and no one seemed ready to end the discussion. So Zhuang Tao suggested, Xiao Qin, how about having Xiao Tang join your team? Researcher Qin immediately sat up straight. Join us? Zhuang Tao thought he was reluctant and explained kindly. You see, Xiao Tang just joined our institute and is looking for a better position. Since you've known her the longest and understand each other well, why not start by having her learn from your team? You can teach her. Researcher Qin hesitated and instinctively said, How can I teach her? Realizing this might cause misunderstandings, he quickly changed his words. No, I mean, Tang is very capable. She could teach me. I should call her Teacher Tang. A team member nearby seriously agreed. Yes, she should be called Teacher. Today, her words gave me a lot of inspiration. Oh, wait, maybe Teacher Tang sounds a bit old. How about Little Tang Teacher? The others nodded in agreement. Tang, she was confused. She only taught at school as Little Tang, and now she was supposed to be Little Tang Teacher at the Research Institute. But she could also feel that when everyone said these things, it wasn't teasing but genuine respect. Just call me Little Tang. We're all colleagues. Tang, she wanted to stay low-key. However, Researcher Qin and the others didn't give her that chance. They kept calling her Little Tang Teacher. Then they accepted Zhuang Tao's suggestion and included Tang Shi in their team. For the next period, the team would focus on researching modular firearms based on Tang Shi's ideas. Seeing the happy and harmonious atmosphere, Zhuang Tao felt quite pleased. Out of playful teasing, his elder called her Little Tang Teacher. Tang Si. It seems he won't let go of calling her that. The meeting lasted the entire afternoon. When Tang Shi and the others left the conference room, many people were secretly watching nearby. Especially Lu Hao, who was already prepared to see Tang Shi fail.
But then,
Little Tang Teacher? Who was she calling? After learning about the arrangement, Lu Hao's face changed completely. She just joined the Research Institute. Why should she be in Brother Qin's group? His voice was loud. Jealousy and resentment were clear for everyone in the corridor to hear, including Tang Shi. And also Zhuang Tao. Tang Shi smiled faintly, crossing her arms, seeming to enjoy the spectacle. Zhuang Tao's face darkened even more. Lu Hao. Come to my office. Lu Hao trembled all over. In his mind, only 3 words. Done for sure. Lu Hao entered Zhuang Tao's office and immediately began to apologize. He said he was momentarily confused, jealous of Tang Shi, because she was so talented, which made him feel pressured and worried he wasn't worthy of being Zhuang Tao's student. Lu Hao often used this kind of self-criticism skill. And Zhuang Tao was a kind but strict person. Every time Lu Hao said so much, Zhuang Tao couldn't say much and would instead comfort him a little. This trick worked every time. But somehow, today, Zhuang Tao didn't seem moved by Lu Hao's words. Teacher? Lu Hao sensed a different tone from usual. Zhuang Tao looked at him with a serious face. Lu Hao. You really disappoint me. Lu Hao received an unprecedented scolding. To Zhuang Tao, doing scientific research requires not only strong ability, but also good character. If someone has bad intentions, even if they're trained, they will be a disaster for the country and the people. So he scolded Lu Hao harshly, hoping he would pay attention. But he didn't know that Lu Hao only felt regret for not being careful enough. And it wasn't over yet. Before leaving work, Lu Hao was called to the director's office again. It turned out someone had secretly told Zhuang Tao about his gossip behind Tang Xi's back. Lu Hao knew Zhuang Tao was honest and hated backstabbing and spreading rumors. He was immediately panicked and tried to explain. This time, Zhuang Tao only gave him a cold glance and said, "Lu Hao, I canceled the plan for you to lead your own team. Since you haven't had much research work lately, go home and rest for a week before coming back." A bolt of lightning struck Lu Hao's mind. He couldn't understand why, after just saying a few casual words behind his back, he was being deprived of something he had worked so hard to earn for many years. Lu Hao didn't dare question Zhuang Tao's decision, but he deeply resented Tang Xi, feeling full of anger and frustration inside. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. Tang Xi and researcher Qin held a small private meeting to discuss their next steps. When they had finished talking and it was almost time to leave work, researcher Qin and the others didn't want to leave. They offered to stay and work overtime. However, Tang Xi apologized, saying, "I have dinner plans with my elders tonight. Let's discuss the rest tomorrow." Researcher Qin and the others didn't insist on keeping her. But after she left, none of them left either. Instead, they wanted to look for more information and improve their knowledge. After all, Tang Xi, who was much younger than them, seemed to handle knowledge about various firearms and data effortlessly. In contrast, they struggled to find answers to many key questions. The gap was simply too big. If they didn't catch up quickly, these older generations would really be left behind. Tang Xi didn't realize the learning effect she was having on the research institute for now. She took the nearby bus straight to her uncle Yu Jingming's house. Yu Jingming was a worker at a machine tool factory, and his family all lived in the factory's residential area. This state-owned machine tool factory was very successful in earlier years, having successfully developed the country's first high-precision semi-automatic universal external grinder. At one point, the factory employed over 1,000 workers and was a major company in Beijing. Everyone envied the stable jobs here. However, in recent years, the factory's development slowed down. It was overtaken by another factory in Beijing, slipping from the top spot to second place, and even moved from the city center to a remote suburb. The bus ride to the factory's residential area took over an hour, and as night fell, Tang Xi arrived carrying a bag of fresh fruit she bought outside the research institute. The residential area was made up of closely packed single-story houses, with narrow, tangled alleys. It was much more desolate than the city, with few streetlights, making it hard to see clearly. Tang Xi saw an elderly woman approaching and asked for directions. "Hello, ma'am. Do you know where you?"
Miss.
As the flashlight flickered, Yu Yan's tall figure appeared at the alley entrance. His young, handsome face was full of a warm smile, like a dog waiting eagerly for its owner. Tang Xi waved at him. "Xiao Yan." Just as she finished speaking, Yu Yan ran over quickly. He excitedly circled around Tang Xi. "Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Maybe you're not familiar with this place and got delayed? Oh, if only you told me. I could have come to pick you up. Hey, are these fruits bought for us? No way. Did you buy them? TSK, Dad wouldn't be happy if he knew." Yu Yan chattered on, sounding like he was complaining, but really he was just being cute. The older woman who called out to him suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. "Yu Yan? Are you Yu Yan from the Yu family?" Yu Yan's smile froze for a moment. He then noticed someone else beside Tang Xi. "Oh, Aunt Wu." His mood seemed to settle down, and he became much calmer. But Aunt Wu squinted her eyes, looked at Yu Yan, then examined Tang Xi. "Who is this?" "Oh, I see. Judging by your reaction, could she be your girlfriend?" Yu Yan's face immediately stiffened, and he shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. She's my sister. My real cousin." Aunt Wu, still a little scared, patted her chest. Oh, what are you shouting about? I can still hear you. TSK, look at your attitude. It's just a joke, isn't it? Why get so worked up? I wonder how old you raised you. Madam, Tang Shi interrupted her with a gentle smile. Aunt Wu looked at her sideways, proud and haughty. What? Want me to apologize to your brother? I tell you, I won't accept that. Tang Shi slightly squinted her eyes. I won't comment on how my uncle raised me, but I am sure your parents never taught you properly. That's why, at your age, you still lack basic manners. Her lips curled into a smile, but her eyes were cold and emotionless. Aunt Wu was momentarily stunned by her commanding presence, standing there in silence for a few seconds.
You.
Aunt Wu's chest heaved with anger. She immediately raised her voice and cursed. What are you saying, you little brat? She spat out a string of rude words. While cursing, she rolled up her sleeves. Tang Shi quickly pulled the confused Yu Yan to her side. Are we going to fight? His tall, strong, and powerful build was more convincing than any words. Aunt Wu was stunned on the spot, then her whole body trembled with anger. Why you? You all wait and see. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Aunt Wu hurriedly ran away in a panic. Yu Yan slowly realized what had happened. After exchanging a look with Tang Shi, the brother and sister smiled at each other in understanding. On the way home, Yu Yan casually told Tang Shi about the past conflicts between their family and Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu's husband was also a worker at the machine tool factory and had died in an accident many years ago. Their son, Gao Bei, was only 15 at the time, and he took over his father's job as a factory worker, being assigned to Yu Jingming's team as an apprentice. Yu Jingming, though quiet and not good with words, was honest and sincere. He felt sorry for Gao Bei, who lost his father at such a young age, and he personally taught him skills, sharing all his experience. During holidays, he also gave Gao Bei red envelopes and some flour. That was a time when people were very poor. Every family tightened their belts to get by. Even a small amount of rice and flour was very precious, like life itself. Yu Jingming gave these supplies to Gao Bei and his mother. Because of this, his wife, Yang Bixia, complained that he was being kinder to Gao Bei than to his own son. Gao Bei overheard this and promised with his hand on his chest that he would treat his master like a father, be filial to him, and take care of him in old age. Yu Jingming couldn't stop smiling. However, in just 3 or 5 years, the relationship between the master and apprentice changed completely. It all happened because Yu Jingming offended the factory leaders. From being a highly respected master, he was pushed aside and left to sit on the sidelines. Gao Bei, on the other hand, replaced Yu Jingming's position, starting as a regular worker and steadily rising to become a middle-level manager in the factory. From then on, whenever Gao Bei saw Yu Jingming, he no longer called him master, but old Yu. Yu Jingming never mentioned his relationship with Gao Bei as master and apprentice. Gao Bei's mother learned everything from him and tried every way to cut ties with our family, afraid we would rely on that little bit of friendship to curry favor. She never thought. Does Gao Bei even know how to be grateful? Yu Yan said bluntly, mocking. The boy's face was full of contempt and dissatisfaction with the Gao family. Tang Shi, however, sensed something was off, so, Uncle, it seems your situation at the machine tool factory hasn't been good all these years? Yu Yan was stunned first, then very annoyed at himself for speaking out. Sister, please don't tell Dad it was me who said that. He's always told us not to tell you, and Auntie. Tang Shi hesitated, guessing that her uncle's situation was probably worse than she imagined, or he wouldn't have given such instructions to the family. Why didn't he tell her, and her mother, what was going on? Of course, he didn't want them to seek help from the Wen family, because of his matters. Yu Jingming has always been a stubborn and even somewhat old-fashioned person. When they arrived at the Yu family, Tang Shi became more certain of her suspicions. Yu Jingming had been a worker since he was a teenager, with over 25 years of experience. Given his seniority, he shouldn't have been assigned such a poor house, The Yu family's house was at the very end of a dark, remote alley, right across from a public toilet. Everyone in the alley used that toilet, and because it wasn't cleaned often enough, a foul smell constantly filled the air. It was okay outside, but once inside the house, the smell was hardly noticeable. However, if it was windy or rainy, the odor would seep through the cracks in the door, making the whole house smell terrible. She frowned tightly, noticing this. This was definitely intentional, and it was probably connected to her uncle's so-called apprentice. Next to her, Yu Yan skillfully handed her a handkerchief. It was scented with a light fragrance of white magnolia, clearly prepared in advance. Here, use this to block the smell.
Once inside, it'll be fine.
She paused for a moment before taking the handkerchief and following Yu Yan into the yard. The yard was a traditional courtyard with 4 sides, housing 3 families. The Yu family had 4 members, but lived in the smallest corner house, which only had 2 rooms. One of the rooms included the living room, and the kitchen was built under the eaves of the yard. However, her Aunt Yang Bixia kept the house very tidy. Although the kitchen and stove were outside, everything was neatly arranged, pots and pans were polished, charcoal briquettes stacked neatly in the corner, and the countertops were spotless and white, with hardly any grease or dirt. Near the door, she had even made a small vegetable patch, planting scallions and cabbage, which looked recently planted. The seedlings were tiny but healthy, bright green and lush. A cloth curtain she had sewn hung on the door, now pushed aside halfway, with warm, bright light shining through. They could faintly hear voices inside. Still not here? Old Yu, go check outside. Okay, I'll go now. As soon as the conversation ended, her uncle Yu Jingming bent down and stepped out. He looked up and saw Shi in the yard, his face lighting up with joy. Cici, you're here. Shi smiled and walked over. Yuyan followed closely behind her, saying, Big sister bought some fruit too. I was about to tell Dad you would. All family, why buy these things? Yu Jingming blurted out. Dad might get upset.
See, sis.
Yuyan teased on purpose and got a playful slap from Yu Jingming. When she turned to Shi, Yu Jingming's face lit up again with a warm, loving smile. It's cold outside. Come inside quickly. When Shi entered the house, she clearly felt the quiet glances and looks from the other 2 families. She didn't mind and simply followed inside. Aunt Yang Bixia smiled kindly and said, almost like Yu Jingming, we're family. Why bring things when visiting? You're too formal, kid. Shi smiled and replied, it's necessary. I haven't been here in many years. If my mom knew I came empty-handed, she'd scold me. Yu Jingming quickly comforted her. If your mom scolds you, just tell me. I'll talk to her. Yang Bixia couldn't resist joking. At your age, how many times have you been called Lil Moon? Yu Jingming froze for a moment. The answer was obvious. None at all. Everyone started laughing. Yu Jia, who had been standing on the sidelines, quietly moved closer to Shi and slipped something into her palm. Here for you. Shi looked down and saw colorful hard candies wrapped in plastic, fruit-flavored. When she was a child, she loved these the most. Yu Jia seemed impatient on the surface, but every time Shi visited, she would prepare candies and shyly push them to her, claiming she didn't like them. Shi unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, her eyes instantly squinting happily. Tastes just like before. Yu Jia immediately looked proud. Of course. This is my favorite. She accidentally spoke a little loudly and Yang Bixia overheard. Dinner is about to start. Why are you 2 still eating candy? Clearly, she kept nagging. Shi hurriedly asked, Auntie, what did you cook today? Yang Bixia smoothly shifted her attention and proudly introduced, don't worry. It's all your favorite dishes. Shi hadn't been to Yu's house for many years. After a lively dinner, she didn't rush to leave, but sat in the living room chatting with her uncle and aunt. Yu Jia and Yu Yan, the siblings, also stayed. Although they didn't talk much, they took turns passing her fruit and snacks, keeping busy. But the busiest was Shi's mouth. She had to chat and eat at the same time, with hardly a moment to rest. talking about Tangxi's new job. Her uncle and aunt felt very pleased and didn't think that Tangxi marrying into the Wen family meant she could do nothing but be a housewife. When they mentioned Tang Ryue moving to the capital city, her uncle and aunt supported it wholeheartedly and eagerly discussed the best place to set up her new home. While they were chatting, suddenly there was a knock on the Yu family's door. Yu Jia loudly went to open the door. "Little flower? Why are you here?" Tangxi curiously looked toward the door. Yu Yan leaned in and explained, "She's a girl from the neighbor's family. She really admires Yu Jia and follows her around every day like a little shadow." Tangxi imagined Yu Jia with a grumpy face, followed by a small girl, and couldn't help but laugh softly. It seemed like Yu Jia had ears behind her, and without turning around, she scolded Yu Yan. "I heard you. Stop talking nonsense." Yu Yan gave Tangxi a look that said, "See?" Tangxi tried hard to hold back her laughter. The girl called Little Flower, who looked to be about 10 years old, shyly scratched her face and whispered something to Yu Jia. Yu Jia suddenly raised her voice. "What? That old woman dares to do that?" Then, like an arrow shot from a bow, Yu Jia rushed out quickly. Everyone's faces changed immediately. "Oh no, oh no." Yang Bixia hurriedly stood up, making a move to chase after her. Yu Jingming and Yu Yan also looked worried and rushed out to stop her. At first, Tangxi was a bit stunned, but she quickly remembered Yu Jia's quick temper. "Oh no, something bad is going to happen." Tangxi was the last to run out. Outside in the dark yard, Yu Jia's loud voice could be heard. "Wu, what are you doing?" Tangxi immediately thought of the woman they met earlier, Aunt Wu. She moved closer and saw it was indeed her. The thin, elderly woman was being held by Yu Jia like a little chick, crying out ouch,
Ouch.
and looking quite pitiful. Hearing the noise, nearby neighbors came out and started criticizing Yu Jia. What is she doing? Bullying the elderly? Yu family's eldest daughter has a bad temper. No matter what she does, she shouldn't hit people. Exactly. And Wu is in her 60s or 70s. How can she stand this? Even if Aunt Wu is mean, how many punches can she take? I saw Yu Jia beat up a group of troublemakers nearby a few days ago. Yu Jia scratched her ear in annoyance and turned to shout, "You all don't know anything. That old woman threw water on my dad's bicycle." The neighbors nearby looked a bit surprised. They also saw the smelly, dirty water bucket left in the corner of the wall, and they were so disgusted they couldn't speak. However, the most shocked person was Yu Jingming. Usually calm and quiet, he was so surprised that his voice even changed. "What? Really?" He hurried back to the yard and saw his shiny bicycle parked at the wall's edge, with a strange-colored, foul-smelling water hanging on it. He almost fainted on the spot. "Old Yu! Old Yu!" Yang Bixia quickly helped Yu Jingming. Yu Yan also reached out to help. Both their faces looked terrible. They all knew this bicycle was Yu Jingming's precious thing, bought after saving 2 years' worth of salary. It wasn't just important to Yu Jingming, but also a vital family asset for the Yu family. Now, it had been secretly poured on with manure water by Aunt Wu. No matter how much they washed, the smell probably wouldn't go away, and the bicycle was ruined. "I tell you, Wu, since I caught you in the act, don't even think about running.
Pay up."
Aunt Wu's eyes crooked, and she yelled in pain, pretending to be hurt. In reality, she was sneaky and refused to admit she poured the manure water. She wouldn't say a word. "I just arrived and saw this. I even wanted to kindly inform your family, but you little brat, turned around and bit your own mother. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness." While shouting loudly, Aunt Wu looked like she was fine, as if she could cause trouble for another 500 years. The neighbors watching nearby also found it exhausting. Yu Jia had a hot temper. Seeing Aunt Wu slip away without admitting guilt and not knowing how to reply, she was so angry she clenched her fists, about to hit Aunt Wu and make her shut up. Older sister, Tangxi appeared just in time beside Yu Jia. She raised her delicate, fragile hand and tightly held Yu Jia's arm. To others, it looked frightening, like Yu Jia's strength could break her hand. But in reality, Yu Jia followed Tangxi's restraining force and stopped her action. Tang Shi let go, and Yu Jia reluctantly loosened her grip on Aunt Wu. Everyone else was stunned to see this. In the whole family compound, no one knew Yu Jia had such a bad temper that even her own parents couldn't control her. Who was this girl that could make Yu Jia obedient? Just as everyone was curious, someone outside the crowd shouted, "Director Gao is here." Director Gao Bei is actually Aunt Wu's son. The crowd parted, and Gao Bei appeared with a few workers. He looks young, about 30 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and seems quite upright. Just by his appearance, it's hard to imagine how cold and ruthless he was to his former master, Yu Jingming. Seeing the chaotic scene, he frowned and asked, "What is going on here?" Aunt Wu's eyes lit up immediately, and she rushed forward as if she had found a savior. "Son, you finally came. Your mom is about to be bullied to death by the Yu family." Aunt Wu was clearly complaining first, blaming others unfairly. Yu Jia was unhappy and stepped forward to argue. "Nonsense. Who is bullying whom? Gao, your mother came in the middle of the night with a bucket of water to splash on my dad's bicycle. You have to explain this to me." Aunt Wu looked a little panicked and hurriedly explained to her son, "Xiao Bei, I didn't do anything. You have to believe me." Gao Bei didn't answer but sighed. "Xiao Jia, you're a young lady now, old enough to get married. Why are you still so temperamental?" Yu Jia was furious. "I'm telling you about serious matters. Why are you talking so much? Whether I get married or not is none of your business."
Gao Bei acted like an elder.
"Since I've watched you grow up, I'm just speaking out of kindness."
You.
Xiao Jia. Girls should learn to accept others' opinions." He kept talking at length. Yu Jia's anger kept rising, and she looked like she was about to explode like a powder keg. Tang Shi, who clearly saw Gao Bei's little tricks, interrupted bluntly, "Director Gao, I understand you want to protect your family, but there's no need to use such childish tactics, like deliberately provoking my sister to change the subject and make everyone ignore your mother's mistakes." Gao Bei's gaze shifted to Tang Shi.
Who are you?
Tang Shi introduced herself. "Yu Jingming is my uncle." In the dim, dark alley, Tang Shi's presence was still strikingly bright, like the silver moon falling from the sky, turning into a hazy mist everywhere. Gao Bei was momentarily stunned, almost unable to control the surprise in his heart. But soon, other details caught his attention. That was Tang Shi's outfit, a white shirt with ruffles, paired with casual long pants, topped with a pink cashmere cardigan, and wearing light-colored small lambskin shoes. Her wrist showed a Rolex watch, delicate and refined. This outfit doesn't match the poor and simple Yu family at all. When did the Yu family have such relatives?
Gao Bei's eyes slowly darkened.
He looked toward the corner of the wall, then thought of his own mother's personality. Then he decisively lowered his head. "If it's really my mom who did this, I apologize on her behalf." Aunt Wu couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Sun Yu." "Mom." Gao Bei interrupted her firmly, giving a subtle signal, then said, "My mom is old and has poor eyesight, so she accidentally dirted Master Yu's car while pouring manure water. We are willing to apologize and pay for any damage." He blamed the accident on being accidental in one sentence. Aunt Wu also realized this and nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Yes. I was just careless. I didn't do it on purpose." Tang Shi sneered and coldly laughed. "Carelessly pouring manure water over the wall into someone else's house? If it's really that careless, I suggest Director Gao take your mom to the hospital for a checkup so she doesn't accidentally pour manure water into your mouth at midnight." Laughter burst out around them. Originally angry Yu Jia also smiled, crossing his arms and joking, "Exactly. Go get checked quickly. Don't let it be manure water today, and something else tomorrow." Everyone laughed even more loudly. Aunt Wu's face turned red with embarrassment, and she opened her mouth to cause trouble. Gao Bei shot her a look to stop her and calmly nodded. "Yeah, I'll take her for a checkup later. He's a tough guy, no wonder Uncle can't beat him." Tang Shi remained calm and judged the situation. Gao Bei continued, "Also, I'm not here because of my mom. There's a problem with the factory's machinery. Tomorrow, we'll probably have to shut down production. Master Yu, please come with me to check the factory." Before Yu Jingming could respond, the neighbors who had been watching got nervous. What? The machine has a problem? Master Yu, hurry and check it. If we shut down tomorrow, what about this month's production targets? Isn't there a leader coming to inspect the day after tomorrow? What if the machine can't be fixed? Oh, don't fuss over the manure water thing. Just go to the factory. Master Yu. That's in old Zhou's workshop. It's over. We'll get fined now. Amidst the noisy chatter, Gao Bei looked directly at Yu Jingming, as if saying, "Are you going to argue over this small manure water incident, or come with me to handle the big factory issue?" Yu Jingming understood the meaning of that look and kept a serious face, without speaking. Gao Bei timely reminded, or perhaps threatened, "Master Yu, this batch of machines is your last responsibility for debugging." Everyone suddenly got very excited. Watching the scene is one thing, but involving oneself is another. Everyone anxiously urged Yu Jingming to handle it quickly. His gaze wavered, and he finally couldn't hold back, saying, "I checked before I left today, and there are no problems with the machine." Gao Bei shrugged and said, "Then I don't know." Yu Jingming had no choice but to say, "I'll go with you." Yu Jia was eager to stop him. "Dad, what about our bicycle?" Aunt Wu proudly said, "Just wash it with water later. It's no big deal." Yu Jia glared at her sharply. Tang she glanced over and said, "Uncle, we'll go with you." After a pause, she looked at Gao Bei, who wanted to refuse, and said, "The factory's work is very important, but your mom Wu auntie's matter isn't finished yet. We'll go together, fix the machine first, then continue with the bicycle. Is that okay?" Gao Bei couldn't find a reason to argue. In the end, he had no choice but to agree for Tang Shi and the others to go along. The machine tool factory was near the family courtyard, just a few minutes' walk away. Not only did Tang Shi, Yang Bixia, Yu Jia, and Yu Yan follow, but even the neighbors who had been watching the scene earlier also came along. Everyone was very concerned about whether the factory could operate normally tomorrow. Aunt Wu wanted to slip away at this opportunity, but Yu Jia and Yu Yan grabbed her and forced her into the factory building. Yu Jingming was initially a bit unhappy, but as soon as he saw the malfunctioning machine, he forgot about the bicycle problem and felt heartbroken. How could this happen? It was working fine before I left. He was anxious, pacing around the machine but dared not touch it. Gao Bei, standing nearby, continued to mock coldly. "Master Yu, this machine is imported. The factory spent a lot of foreign currency to buy it. Everyone in the factory relies on this machine to surpass factory number 1. If it breaks..." Without saying more, several tense and dissatisfied gazes looked at Yu Jingming. He frowned and didn't reply. He went into the room and soon came out holding a thick stack of manuals.
"I remember it said something about this."
"Where is it?" He was flustered and slipped, dropping the thick manuals all at once. One of them just happened to land at Tang Shi's feet. She looked down casually and glanced around. Just then, she overheard Gao Bei nearby saying, "Isn't this book all in English? Master Yu, can you understand it?" Yu Jingming looked a bit embarrassed. Tang Shi timely reminded him, "No, it's not English, it's German." Gao Bei's expression stiffened slightly, and he looked displeased. Tang Shi calmly read a section of the instruction manual. The awkward, complex German in her mouth sounded smooth and natural. Yu Jingming was both surprised and happy. Shi, when did you learn German?" Tang Shi casually replied, "I learned it recently, just for fun. While taking the virtual course Encyclopedia of Firearms, because the guns came from different countries, Tang Shi learned several languages to understand more deeply. English, French, German, Russian. Each language is linked to a famous military company, and as she learned technical terms, her language skills improved quickly. So, although the instruction manual had many unfamiliar words, Tang Shi didn't find it hard. Her calm face made Gao Bei, the director, feel like she was silently mocking him. He suppressed his anger and said sarcastically, "You're so knowledgeable? Master Yu, it seems your niece can help you fix the machine." Yu Jingming frowned. She doesn't really know. "I can help." Tang Shi interrupted her uncle, raised an eyebrow at Gao Bei. "Thanks for your trust, Director Gao." She wanted to help but couldn't find an excuse. Director Gao was truly a good person in times of need. Tang Shi smiled slightly. Gao Bei was not happy at all and sneered angrily. All right, let's see how you and your uncle fix this. Tang Shi grabbed Yu Jingming, who wanted to refuse, and quickly picked up the scattered instruction manuals. Yu Jingming's brow furrowed tightly. Shi, you really don't have to. Tang Shi ignored him, pointing to a page. Uncle, look, isn't the situation in front of us the same as on this page? Yu Jingming's attention was quickly diverted. Really?
Let me see.
Read it to me. Tang Shi translated the passage. Yu Jingming nodded repeatedly, then followed the instructions to open a part of the machine and check inside. Sure enough, it's burnout here, just like the manual says. Yu Jingming exclaimed in surprise, and his tense mood quickly relaxed a lot. As long as we replace this part, the machine should be able to run again. Why can't I find the same spare part? Tang Shi heard this, and placed the new part Yu Jingming found next to the damaged old part for comparison.
She was about to speak.
Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. Why are you all crowded here? A stern male voice asked. Everyone except Tang Shi became tense. Director Tsin. Tang Shi, kneeling on the ground, lifted her eyelids slightly. She saw Gao Bei nervously clenched fists, with a face showing obvious panic and guilt. But he was good at acting. He quickly regained his composure, parted the crowd, and stepped forward. Director Tsin, I am Gao Bei from Workshop 4. The imported machine assigned to our workshop recently broke down, and Master Yu Jingming is repairing it now. The director named Tsin looked to be in his 40s, with a square face, commanding eyes, and clear gaze, someone who didn't tolerate nonsense and had a somewhat bad temper. Sure enough, upon hearing this, he scowled and scolded. The machine was bought only 2 months ago, spent so much foreign currency, and now it's broken? Gao Bei slightly bowed. Yes. This was a mistake by our workshop workers. It was working fine before, and even before leaving today, Master Yu checked it again. We don't know how it suddenly broke. We're trying to find out now. This was the second time Yu Jingming's name was mentioned. Yu Jingming knew he couldn't stay out of it any longer, and was about to stand up and explain. But Director Tsin looked at Gao Bei with displeasure. Stop mentioning Master Yu. How does your workshop manager manage the machines? That's your responsibility. Gao Bei's face stiffened, and he kept apologizing with a strained neck. Director Tsin still felt it wasn't enough and scolded Gao Bei harshly. Tang Shi listened from the side, almost laughing out loud. Gao Bei even tried to shift the blame onto his uncle, but when he faced a clear-minded leader, he was completely fooled and ended up being scolded himself. Maybe he was trying to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice? Seeing that Director Tsin's scolding was almost over, Gao Bei's face was completely lost. The focus finally returned to the broken machine. Director Tsin stepped forward himself to inspect it. He immediately noticed Tang Shi, who didn't quite fit the workshop environment. Who is this lady? Yu Jingming responded. She's my niece. Director Tsin looked displeased. Why bring a relative into the workshop? What about the factory's rules and regulations? Yu Jingming hurriedly explained. My niece understands German. She's helping us read the instructions. Director Tsin looked a bit surprised and examined Tang Shi several times. Tang Shi calmly picked up 2 parts. The parts inside the machine were damaged due to the workers' mistakes, but the spare parts are 0.1 millimeter smaller than the original ones, so the sizes don't match. Gao Bei couldn't help but sneer. Do you think you're a top worker? Can you tell the difference of 0.1 millimeters at a glance? Tang Shi slowly replied. Just give me a file to sharpen, and it'll be fine. Gao Bei wanted to continue mocking. Director Tsin shot him a look to stop him. Then, he signaled others to bring a file over. While waiting, Yu Jingming quietly moved closer to Tang Shi. Let me do it. This has nothing to do with you. He thought Tang Shi was trying to show off to him and Gao Bei. Tang Shi smiled calmly and said, Don't worry, uncle. This is not difficult. Her voice was loud enough for many people to hear. Gao Bei scoffed openly, eager to criticize Tang Shi for overestimating herself. Tang Shi didn't bother wasting time with him and decided to prove herself with her skills. When the file was handed to her, her delicate, fair hands, seemingly untouched by sunlight, skillfully held the file and polished the parts twice. Metal shavings flew like snowflakes. In just a few minutes, Tangxi felt it was enough and handed the part back to Yu Jingming. Here, try putting it on again. Yu Jingming nervously followed her instructions. This time, the machine started smoothly. A chorus of surprised exclamations erupted from the crowd. Yu Jia even shouted loudly, "My sister is amazing!" Everyone started laughing. Many also mocked Gao Bei, who kept jumping around during the process. Gao Bei's face turned almost purple, and he couldn't say a word after opening his mouth. Director Tsin looked at Tangxi as if she were a treasure, eyes shining, but he was actually speaking to Yu Jingming. "Master Yu, where does your niece work? Would she be interested in coming to our factory?" She knew foreign languages and could repair machines. These are talents that all major factories are eager to recruit. Before Yu Jingming could speak, Tangxi politely declined Director Tsin, saying she already had a job. Director Tsin still looked unwilling to give up. "Which company? How are the benefits?" "Good birds choose good trees. You should compare options." Tangxi felt a bit helpless. Today, she received her work ID from the Light Weapons Research Institute and handed it over. "This is my official ID." The cover of the ID is simple and black, not showing anything special at first glance. But Director Tsin, who was experienced, knew this ID was not ordinary. He opened it to look. The words Light Weapons Research Institute and Specially Appointed Deputy Researcher caught Director Tsin's eyes and made him blink in surprise. He slowly opened his mouth and looked at Tangxi, who was young, only about 20 years old. In the end, he could only say with admiration, "Young people are impressive." Director Tsin didn't reveal Tangxi's identity loudly. Instead, he carefully closed the ID and returned it to her. He even used both hands to give it back, showing respect and politeness. Someone noticed this and secretly guessed what kind of person Tangxi was. This also affected how they viewed Yu Jingming's family. Tangxi saw all this happen, and this was exactly what she wanted. "Director Tsin, I have a question, but I don't know if I should say it." Director Tsin always values talent, so he nodded quickly. "Go ahead and say it." Tangxi pointed at the machine behind her. "This is a second-hand machine, right?" Director Tsin nodded and admitted, "Yes, we bought it from a trader named R. It's said to have been used for 5 years until it was replaced with newer, more advanced equipment. This machine was discarded, but in our country, it's still considered the best, at least 3 to 5 years ahead of others. Is there a problem? Nowadays, buying used equipment from abroad is common. Compared to foreign advanced manufacturers, domestic industry is still in the early stages. Even discarded equipment from other countries can last several more years domestically." Tangxi continued, "When the trader R sold it to the factory, what did they say about its condition?" Director Tsin, who was sharp, immediately sensed there might be an issue. He answered cautiously. They said the machine had been repaired and maintained, and was at least 50% new. They claimed it could last another 10 years without problems. Are we being deceived? His voice trembled as he spoke. He had just transferred here and was determined to save this once glorious leading factory. Several imported machines, including this one, were bought on his watch, almost draining the factory's funds. If they had been tricked and the machines were useless, it would be a disaster. Director Tsin couldn't even imagine it. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he hoped. Tangxi nodded heavily. "Yes, you have been fooled. At least this machine is in very poor condition. Don't expect it to last 10 years. Even 2 years is a good result." No one spoke. Even if some thought Tangxi was exaggerating, they didn't believe her deep down. But clearly, Director Tsin trusted Tangxi's skills and believed her words completely. Director Tsin suddenly felt like he was burning in a fierce fire, suffering and hopeless. Then he thought, Comrade Tangxi brought this up on purpose. Is there a way to fix this problem? He seemed to grasp a lifeline and looked at Tangxi with almost pleading eyes. Fortunately, this time, Tangxi did not let him down. "Yes, I have a set of improvement plans. We can try them on this machine now." "That's great," Director Tsin responded without hesitation.
Of course, someone opposed.
The most vocal was Gao Bei. Director Tsin looked at him coldly. Earlier, Comrade Tangxi said the machine failure was due to a worker's mistake. If Master Yu checked the machine after work today and found no problems, then why did it break down later? Don't think I'm stupid, Gao Jianming. This comment was clearly directed at Gao Bei. Gao Bei immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his lips turning pale. Director Tsin wasn't in a hurry. He planned to handle it later. The most urgent thing now was to follow Tangxi's plan and modify these machines. Do we know what to do next? Director Tsin looked eager for advice. Tangxi didn't hesitate. Modifying will take some time. Since my uncle is responsible for these machines, I will discuss the plan with him. He will oversee it personally, so I can rest assured. Suddenly, Yu Jingming, who was called out, looked a bit confused. Huh?
Me?
But Director Tsin paid no attention and asked directly, how long do you think it will take? Tangxi didn't look at Yu Jingming's panic and replied, a week. No, 5 days. Director Tsin nodded without hesitation. Good. Just 5 days. I look forward to the results, Comrade Tangxi. Tangxi smiled slightly. Don't worry, Director Tsin. Her plan for improvement wasn't baseless. It all came down to her crazy efforts to exploit the system. In the days before the wedding, she immersed herself almost every day in the system's virtual classroom. To fully understand the function of the mechanical encyclopedia class, she not only thoroughly studied the principles and structures of each firearm but also systematically simulated a weapons factory. Her goal was to see the actual production environment firsthand. Her teacher, Mr. Tang, not only agreed but also satisfied her curiosity about every piece of equipment, even taking apart machines for her to handle. It was a vivid and lively on-site lesson. Such hands-on activities are only possible in virtual classes. In real life, machines costing millions or even tens of millions of dollars would never be left for her to play with so freely. Tangxi was studying while secretly planning to copy this knowledge to give to her uncle and apply it in real life. She didn't expect it would be useful so soon. Everything was settled. It was getting late, and Director Tsin couldn't keep Tangxi any longer, so he offered to take them back and chat another day when they had more time. Tangxi politely declined, saying she didn't need a ride, but in the end, she couldn't resist Director Tsin's enthusiasm and led her to the factory gate. Behind them, a large group of over a dozen workers from the factory was talking about tonight's events. Yu Jingming glanced at Gao Bei, who looked anxious, and said to Tangxi, Cici, I understand you want to help your uncle, but this time, it's a bit too. He was uneasy and unsure how to express himself. Tangxi patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Yu Jingming wanted to say more. Suddenly, Yu Jia, walking at the front, exclaimed, Tangxi, isn't that Wen Ji Yuan from your family? Tangxi thought she had heard wrong and looked up in a daze. It really was Wen Ji Yuan. The wilderness was silent, and the night was dark. A figure, darker than ink, leaned against a military jeep. His tall, sharp profile looked cold and stern, with a flickering red glow at his lips and teeth. He seemed to hear something and turned his head. His deep, abyss-like eyes, like the night, pressed down heavily. Cici. He extinguished his cigarette on the car and waved away the drifting smoke. Tangxi's pupils widened slightly. How could you? Just as she remembered someone nearby, she awkwardly explained, That's my husband, probably here to pick me up. While she was speaking, Wen Ji Yuan had already walked quickly to them. He had just finished a business trip and hadn't even gone home, so he came straight here. He was still in his military uniform, with only his shoulder insignia visible, making his rank hard to tell. However, anyone who sees his stern and commanding manner would not dare to ignore his presence. For a moment, with Wen Ji Yuan's arrival, everyone around Tangxi became nervous and tense. Only Yu Jia muttered quietly in dissatisfaction, He's so clingy, coming after us so late. Her voice was already very soft. But since the night was so quiet, the few nearby could hear her. Aunt Yang Bixia, who was standing next to her, angrily poked Yu Jia's arm and signaled her to shut up quickly. Tangxi's face quickly turned red, like a sunset glow on the horizon. Only Wen Ji Yuan remained calm, nodding at Yu Jia and explaining, Yes, it's too late, I was worried. He looked very gentle and kind. This made Yu Jia find it hard to say anything. At this moment, Director Tsin suddenly raised his voice. Chief Wen? Wen Jiyuan looked up in that direction.
Who was it?
Director Tsin immediately enthusiastically extended his hand and started talking about old times. 3 years ago, I was at factory. There was continuous heavy rain locally, and the mountains behind our factory experienced a landslide. Everyone was trapped. You happened to be nearby directing rescue efforts, and because there weren't enough people, you personally led the team to save us. Do you remember? No wonder Director Tsin was so excited. From what he said, Wen Jiyuan was his lifesaver. But Wen Jiyuan looked very calm. I remember. Long time no see, Deputy Director Tsin. Director Tsin nodded repeatedly. Yes. I was still deputy director back then. But now I've been transferred to this machine tool factory and have become the main director. Wen Jiyuan was pleased to see someone he had saved doing better in life, so he nodded and said, Congratulations on your promotion. Director Tsin was so happy he looked like a child. Suddenly, he thought of something. So, you are Comrade Tang Shi's partner? No wonder. I was wondering what kind of man could match such an outstanding woman like Comrade Tang Shi. I even wanted to be shameless and introduce my son to her. I didn't expect that Comrade Tang Shi's partner is you, Chief Wen. The two of you are truly a perfect match, made in heaven. Tang Shi was surprised to hear this. She didn't know that Director Tsin had this idea in mind. No wonder he insisted on sending her to the door, probably to avoid too many people overhearing. Nowadays, elders are always eager to matchmake others. Since Tang Shi just arrived at her unit, more than 5 people came to propose marriage to her. If she hadn't revealed her married status in time, there would probably have been even more suitors. But Tang Shi didn't take this matter seriously. As time was getting late, Director Tsin didn't stay long with Tang Shi and the others, only arranging to meet for dinner when they were free later. Then, Director Tsin called Gao Bei away, probably to handle some machine operation mistakes. The others, neighbors included, gradually left. Yu Jingming initially wanted to invite Wen Jiyuan to come over to his house. Yang Bixia patted him on the shoulder and said, It's so late now. Jiyuan just returned from a business trip. Let's let them go home early to rest. When Jiyuan politely replied, Actually, I also. Then we'll head back first, Tang Shi interrupted, stepping past him. Wen Jiyuan looked at her, but said nothing more. Yang Bixia looked at Tang Shi, who seemed so natural, and then at Wen Jiyuan, who remained silent. Suddenly, she smiled and said, All right, you two go back first. We'll come together another day. She watched as Tang Shi and Wen Jiyuan got into their car and left. Then, Yang Bixia chuckled again. Yu Jingming looked confused and asked, What are you laughing at? Yang Bixia teased, I didn't expect this. I thought their marriage was arranged in a hurry and that their feelings weren't strong enough. But it turns out Jiyuan really likes our Shishi. Yu Jingming was a bit puzzled and asked, How can you tell? Yang Bixia rolled her eyes and said, Their big boss was interrupted by Shishi and didn't lose his temper at all. Most importantly, look at Shishi, she looks so natural, like they usually get along this way.
No mistake.
Yu Jingming trusted his wife on this point and said, Jiyuan is really a good kid. The couple lowered their heads to talk, unaware that Yu Jia and Yu Yan, the brother and sister, were secretly listening behind them. Yu Jia pouted and said, Mom's standards are too low. As long as Jiyuan has a good temper, he's considered a good man. Yu Yan's handsome face tightened, and he said nothing. Since when Jiyuan appeared, he hadn't been happy and just stood silently in the corner. Yu Jia glanced at him and asked, Are you mute now? Yu Yan reluctantly replied, Marriage isn't good. Yu Jia was confused and said, Huh? Yu Yan looked at the now empty street and said, In the past, Sister Shi would definitely stay at our house to sleep, and we could go to school together in the morning.
But now.
Yu Jia also felt a bit down and said, That makes sense. Men are just trouble. Yu Yan rarely agreed with Yu Jia. He suddenly perked up, full of energy, thinking, So what if we get married? Who knows what the future holds? As the family talked, they finally returned to their yard. When they opened the door, they suddenly felt something was strange. Yu Yan was the first to react. There's no smell anymore. They immediately looked toward the public restroom on the other side. Inside, a group of neighbors came out, carrying buckets, mops, and similar cleaning tools. It seemed they had just cleaned the bathroom and still carried a faint smell. But they didn't notice and cheerfully waved at Yu's family. "Old Yu, you're back?" Yu Jingming and Yang Bixia looked at each other in surprise. Yu Jia and Yu Yan frowned tightly. Yang Bixia spoke first. "What are you all doing?" The neighbors answered casually. "Cleaning the bathroom, of course." Yang Bixia was even more confused. "Why are you cleaning the bathroom so late at night?" Usually, these neighbors are sharp-tongued and petty, but now they willingly cleaned the public restroom? Have they finally gone crazy after all these years? The Yu family members faintly guessed the answer. Talking about the public restroom, it's a long-standing issue in the machine factory's residential area. Initially, everyone shared the bathroom, and it was agreed that each family would take turns cleaning it. This kept it reasonably clean, and nearby residents weren't affected. In the past 2 years, some families improved their living conditions and built their own bathrooms, refusing to continue cleaning the public restroom. Most people didn't mind. However, a few families known for being petty and quarrelsome insisted that either everyone cleaned together or no one did, causing conflicts. After several disputes, most people chose to stop, leaving the bathroom problem unresolved. For others, it was manageable, they could endure it. But for families like Yu's, living near the bathroom made life hard. Finally, Yu Jingming saw that his wife and daughter were suffering and decided to clean the bathroom during his free time. He thought it was convenient for his family and didn't see it as a loss. However, others saw him as a fool and started to expect him to clean the bathroom regularly. One day, a neighbor came to complain that Yu Jingming hadn't cleaned the bathroom that day, and it was terribly smelly inside. Yang Bixia lost her temper, grabbed the neighbor, and beat him up. She also told Yu Jingming not to clean the bathroom anymore, and if anyone dared to ask him, she would fight them. After this incident, other families and the Yu family argued badly, and the neighborhood relations quickly worsened. Doing good deeds without success only causes trouble. This serves as a clear lesson for the Yu family. Oh, by the way, the neighbor who was beaten up by Yang Bixia is none other than Aunt Wu. The feud between the two families is long and complicated, almost impossible to count. And this is just a small part of it. Yang Bixia pulls back from her memories and looks at the scene before her, feeling more puzzled. Several neighbors are standing here, all involved in past conflicts with their family. At that time, they barely spoke to each other, but now, what are they doing? Soon, they find out the answer. First, these neighbors start making a lot of polite excuses. When Yu Jingming doesn't respond for a long time, they run out of words and awkwardly say, "Old Yu, about the past, let's not argue about it anymore. Look, we've come to apologize. Yes, Old Yu, you're a big person. Please don't hold this against us. Old Yu, your niece's husband is a high-ranking official, so your outlook must be different from ours." Big difference. By the way, Old Yu, if Director Tsun promotes you in the future, don't forget us old neighbors. They've figured it out. In the end, it's all about interests. Was the previous conflict between the Yu family and others really just about a small bathroom cleaning issue? Of course not. These people only knew that Yu Jingming was not favored by the higher-ups and had conflicts with the current direct supervisor Gao Bei, so they deliberately distanced themselves from him in this way. But now, seeing that the new factory director Tsun Jiaming values Yu Jingming, Gao Bei's position is in danger. Additionally, they once thought Yu Jingming's family was just helpless outsiders, but now a prominent expert's niece and a high-ranking official's son-in-law have appeared. All these factors combined make these neighbors nervous and eager to flatter Yu Jingming. Yu Jingming is an honest man, but he's not stupid. He quickly realizes that Tang Shi's elaborate plans tonight are all for his family. In an instant, Yu Jingming feels both touched and bitter. He doesn't know whether to be proud that Tang Shi has grown up or to regret that he, as her uncle, is so useless. Old Yu, Old Yu? One neighbor after another looks at Yu Jingming eagerly. Yu Jingming remains unmoved. Of course, this is the face his family worked hard to earn, and he can't forgive easily. Let's talk about it later. With that, Yu Jingming leads his family away. The neighbors are left stunned. That's not right. Yu Jingming isn't naturally easygoing. Is he a kind-hearted person? In the past, many people caused him trouble, but he always smiled and said it was okay, not holding grudges. Why is he different this time? Uncle just has a very good temper. Tang Shi, sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help puffing out her cheeks. Xian Jiyuan happened to turn his head and saw the scene. His right hand, holding the steering wheel, twitched slightly, seeming a bit itchy. After a moment, he pressed his thumb down heavily, barely suppressing the sudden itch. Seeing that he didn't respond for a while, Tang Shi turned her head. "Did you hear what I said?" Xian Jiyuan replied. "Yes, I heard." He paused, then added, "I understand your idea, using the machine to make improvements so that the machine tool factory and Director Tsin will pay more attention to Uncle long-term and also improve their situation at the factory. It's not just about the house, but also neighbors and leadership pressure." Tang, she wasn't surprised that Xian Jiyuan could infer the whole situation from her brief words. She even thought that Director Tsin might have guessed her intentions. But everyone is smart. Some things don't need to be said outright. Some things are just right to trade. Basically, it's all voluntary. She didn't expect Xian Jiyuan to suddenly appear and somehow become Director Tsin's former savior. Tang, she could tell that Director Tsin was truly grateful from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, given his upright character, he wouldn't change his attitude just because of Xian Jiyuan's identity. Of course, that was the best outcome. Thinking this, Tang Shi looked around and asked, "Aren't you curious?" Xian Jiyuan seemed a bit distracted. "Curious about what?" Tang Shi raised an eyebrow. "Why do I understand machine design? I thought you'd ask me more about it." After thinking for a moment, she replaced the word interrogate with a softer one. Xian Jiyuan's brow furrowed slightly. He gently turned the steering wheel and parked the car by the roadside. There were no vehicles or pedestrians on the road, and the dark night pressed down on the car. Tang Shi instinctively grabbed the door handle and looked around. Why did we suddenly stop here? Just as she turned her head, she saw Xian Jiyuan unbuckle his seatbelt and lean toward her aggressively. He grabbed the back of her head with his big hand and kissed her fiercely and passionately, making Tang Shi feel like she was about to run out of breath. Finally, Tang Shi pushed him away, pressing her palms against his chest and loudly questioning, "What are you doing? We're outside." Wan Jiyuan didn't care about that. Relying on the spacious car interior, he easily pulled Tang Shi onto his lap. His voice was deep and slow. "You're not an enemy. You're my loved one." A few days later, they met again. Tang Shi always felt that the distance they had previously closed seemed to have opened up again. She smiled and asked that question, not without a hint of playful teasing. When Wan Jiyuan leaned down and pressed closer, she instinctively shrank back. Wan Jiyuan saw this clearly. "You're not an enemy. You're my loved one." That was his reply. Tang Shi even felt that he was upset. Upset? Just because she was deliberately testing him? Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her amber eyes showed a faint confusion, as if she didn't quite understand. Wen Jiyuan lowered his gaze, taking in the smooth, full curve from her forehead to her nose and chin. He raised his hand and pulled Tang Shi closer, his large palm firmly gripping her waist. Then he let out a sneering sound in his throat. "So, what about you? Am I your loved one or your enemy?" He threw the question back at her. Tang Shi always felt that there was a biting tone in his voice, but she seemed to understand his mood a little better now. "I'm not doubting you." Tang Shi felt a bit annoyed. Wen Jiyuan calmly said, "Just a stress to me. Actually."
Sigh.
Tang Shi couldn't find words to argue. After all, she wasn't the type to easily trust others. But as Wen Jiyuan just said, he was her husband, her loved one. Should her view of him change accordingly? Tang Shi hesitated and blinked. Fortunately, Wen Jiyuan wasn't asking her to change immediately. Instead, he softened first. "It's okay, take your time." Through her soft hair, Tang Shi could feel him lowering his head to kiss her. It wasn't the domineering, fierce kiss from before, but rather one filled with gentle affection. Tangxi was moved and responded. Take your time. Wen Jiyuan suddenly cupped her face. Since that's the case, why not try taking the first step of trust? For example, have you met Director Tsin's son? Although Tangxi was thin, her cheeks were fleshy. Now, they looked like a little pink ball, gently pinched by Wen Jiyuan's large hand. She was very annoyed and pushed his hand away. Have you wanted to ask that for a long time? Wen Jiyuan didn't deny it. Tangxi, frustrated, tore his hand away. No more questions, okay? Wen Jiyuan didn't use much force this time. Not only did he loosen his grip, but he also leaned back against the chair, following her strength. He stretched out his long legs, resting his elbows on the car window, with a faint smile on his lips. He looked like a possessive beast, only feeling at ease when his partner was within his territory, allowing her to laugh and play freely. Tangxi was unhappy and glared at him, trying to move back to the front passenger seat. The ride was not as relaxed as she had imagined. She felt dizzy and disoriented, grabbing nearby objects for support without knowing exactly what she had pressed. A muffled groan with hot breath brushed past her earlobe. Tangxi was stunned at first, then slowly lifted her stiff neck and asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Could it really be what she thought? Her strength was a much, but what if something went wrong? Maybe she should go to the hospital. No need to go to the hospital. Wen Jiyuan quickly understood her concern and firmly refused. He reached out and gently held Tangxi's slender waist. With a slight flex of his arm muscles, he lifted her and placed her back in her seat. Tangxi saw a flash of movement and sat steadily, stiff and cautious. She asked carefully, "Are you really okay?" Her eyes drifted in a certain direction, but before she could see clearly, a large hand covered her face. Her view went dark, and her other senses heightened. "If you keep looking, something might happen." His voice was deeper and more husky than usual. To Tangxi, it sounded like an irresistible temptation. She bit her dry lips and dared not move. Time seemed to pass slowly. When Tangxi started to feel sleepy, Wen Jiyuan finally withdrew his hand. She opened her tired eyes, looking around blankly. Wen Jiyuan's palm rested on her head. "Sleep a little. I'll wake you when we get home." Tangxi mumbled in response and leaned back in her seat again. Wen Jiyuan looked at her steadily for a long time before taking a coat from the back seat and covering her. His stiff, broad military coat contrasted sharply with the delicate, gentle Tangxi. Seeing her quickly fall asleep in his presence, Wen Jiyuan smiled slightly, feeling satisfied. The journey home wasn't very long, about 20 minutes. Tangxi had been sleeping deeply. When Wen Jiyuan opened the car door and reached out to lift her, she slowly woke up. "Are we there?" she asked drowsily. Wen Jiyuan supported her tilted head and said softly, "Yes, we're here. Sleep a bit more. I'll carry you inside." Tangxi was feeling too lazy to get up, so she simply leaned into his embrace. She closed her eyes and didn't pay attention to her surroundings. Her forehead accidentally bumped against his firm chest, making a dull sound. Wen Jiyuan's heart tightened as he was about to look down and ask if she was hurt. But instead, he heard Tangxi mumble a few sounds, nuzzled her head against him, and then fell back asleep. She looked like a clingy cat. Wen Jiyuan smiled silently, feeling his heart fill up completely. He carefully picked up Tangxi and carried her inside. As he walked, he recalled what happened a few hours earlier. He finished his business trip early and hurried home overnight, only to find the house empty. Without Tangxi, the small second-floor house suddenly felt cold and empty. It was his most familiar home, but now it seemed so strange. Wen Jiyuan didn't want to step inside at all. He drove straight to his old house. When he asked around, he learned Tangxi wasn't there and hadn't come over in the past 2 days. Ignoring his mother's teasing glances, Wen Jiyuan guessed she probably went to her uncle's house. He drove again to the machine tool factory's residential area. Fortunately, this time, he found her. Wen Jiyuan held Tangxi and walked through the yard, slowly heading inside. The cold, dull scenes around them suddenly became lively and warm because of her presence. The meaning of home became clear to him at this moment.
What's wrong?
Tang Shi, who was sleeping peacefully, suddenly mumbled softly. Wen Juyuan realized he had been holding her too tightly, as if he wanted to embed her into himself. Tang Shi must have felt uncomfortable, so she blinked her eyes groggily. "I'm afraid you'll fall," he said calmly and soothingly. Tang Shi believed him without suspicion. "Then you should. Hold me steady." "Of course." He stepped carefully up the stairs, one step at a time. "Of course." Since he was already holding her, there was no reason to let go. No matter who came, he wouldn't loosen his grip. "Are you sending me to school?" Tang Shi thought she must have heard wrong. When she looked across the table and saw Wen Jiyuan's calm, deep eyes, she realized he was serious. Her first reaction was to refuse. She leaned back slightly. Maybe I don't need to go after all."
"Why?"
Wen Jiyuan asked earnestly and a little nervously. Someone unfamiliar might think he was asking about a difficult world problem. Tang Shi hesitated and couldn't explain herself. You can't say family members sending children to school is too childish, too much like a kid, right? Moreover, she is a teacher. Not all students need their parents to see them off. Tang Shi tried to persuade him to give up. "I've been walking to school by myself since elementary school. Back then, there was no school in our village, and I had to walk several kilometers on mountain paths to the neighboring village." Her point was that she was very independent and didn't need this kind of care. However, to Wen Jiyuan, it seemed to mean something else.
"Sorry."
Tang Shi was momentarily stunned. She noticed that Wen Jiyuan's whole aura was heavy and gloomy, as if he was ashamed for neglecting her back then. "It's really nothing. Everyone grows up this way." She tried to comfort him. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Her hair standing on end, Tang Shi had to soften her tone. "All right, then you can take me to school today." "Just today. No repeating this." Wen Jiyuan didn't seem very happy. But seeing Tang Shi's firm attitude, he didn't insist further. After breakfast, they packed their things and headed outside. Tang Shi kept urging him along the way. But Wen Jiyuan, who was usually quick and decisive, appeared particularly relaxed. Tang Shi couldn't help but ask, "Can we go faster?" Wen Jiyuan leaned closer and listened. "You're in a hurry?" Tang Shi. She just wanted to get to school quickly, so Wen Jiyuan could leave faster and avoid being seen by other students or teachers. But as luck would have it, before she could finish her sentence, a surprised voice sounded nearby. "Xiao Teng? Jiyuan?" The two turned their heads in unison. Seeing them, Sister Liang from next door chuckled. "You two really are a good match." Their heads tilted in the same direction. What could that be, if not a kind of understanding? Tang Shi was confused. When Jiyuan politely greeted her, Sister Liang asked casually, "Are you heading out now?" Tang Shi didn't have time to stop him before she heard Wen Jiyuan nod and reply, "Yes, taking my wife to work." Tang Shi's face stiffened. "Just on the way." Sister Liang clearly knew whether it was convenient or not. She teased, "Xiao Teng, don't be shy. Having your husband see you off to work is a good thing. In a few years, you'll realize that Jiyuan is one of a kind, like our families." Never mind. I'll stop before I get angry." Tang Shi could only awkwardly smile politely and then hurriedly pulled Wen Jiyuan away. Once in the car, cut off from most curious glances, Tang Shi finally relaxed a little. Wen Jiyuan keenly glanced around. "Are you on good terms with the sisters in the courtyard?"
"How could that be?"
"I just arrived." After Tang Shi finished answering, she looked outside following Wen Jiyuan's gaze. Sure enough, she saw several familiar faces, all of whom she had met at Liang Ying's house before. Seeing her look, they enthusiastically waved and greeted her. "Little Tang, is your boss when sending you to work?" The sisters-in-law's loud voices made Tang Shi's ears tingle. Feeling a bit shy, she rolled down the window and nodded. "Yes. Yes." The sisters-in-law immediately started teasing. "So happy. Unlike our family, who are so clueless about romance. It was like this when we first got married, full of sweet talk. You two are really a perfect match. Little Tang, please invite us to dinner when you have time." Tang Shi awkwardly responded a few words and then urged Wen Jiyuan to drive. Wen Jiyuan vaguely understood Tang Shi's concerns, and this time he acted quickly. However, as they passed the checkpoint at the gate, the car slowed down just a bit. A few lively voices drifted in from outside the window. "That's Teacher Little Tang. Teacher Little Tang, are you going to school now?" "Wow, the driver is one boss." "Oh no, I mean Master. Master is sending Teacher Little Tang to work." Probably because she responded to them one after another, Tangxi remained quite calm this time. She smiled at the children bouncing outside the car. "If we don't hurry, we'll be late." The children suddenly remembered how tight the schedule was, and they all started shouting excitedly, grabbing their backpacks and rushing toward the bus stop outside the compound. Seeing their hurried figures, Tangxi's mood slightly improved. When Juyuan chuckled softly, Tangxi looked at him with a hint of resentment. "You're still laughing? Now half the neighborhood knows you sent me to work." When Juyuan remained calm, "It's not a bad thing." Tangxi slightly curled her lips. "Yeah, just gossip for others." Little did she know, her difficult journey to work was far from over. They arrived smoothly near the school. Tangxi deliberately asked Wen Jiyuan to park about 300 meters from the school gate. Before getting out, she looked around. This place was neither close to the bus stop nor had many shops, and there were few pedestrians. Hopefully she wouldn't run into anyone she knew this time. She felt relieved and was about to get out of the car. When Jiyuan called her back, "I forgot to tell you, my mother called this morning and asked us to go to the old house for dinner tonight." Tangxi made a no-problem gesture without turning around and pushed the car door open. As her feet touched the ground, a few people came out of a nearby alley, talking and laughing. "Little Tang teacher?" They immediately saw Tang, she just getting out of the jeep. Tangxi's movements stiffened slightly as she politely smiled at her colleagues. "Good morning." "Very good." Now, not only the courtyard but the entire school knew about it. Colleagues had already gathered out of curiosity, standing on tiptoe to peek into the car. Wen Jiyuan simply stepped out of the car and greeted her colleagues. "Hello, I am Tangxi's husband, Wen Jiyuan." He was dressed in casual clothes, but his commanding presence did not diminish at all. The colleagues instantly became cautious. "Hello. We've heard of you. You're a very good match. Are you dropping Teacher Tang off for work?" Though they were polite, everyone in the group was secretly excited. "Oh my, who said Teacher Tang's husband was old and ugly? He looks so handsome and charming. But he does seem very authoritative. He looks like a high-ranking leader, so their eyes didn't dare to stay on him for long." Seeing the excitement in her colleagues' eyes, Tangxi sighed slowly. When Jiyuan happened to walk over and heard this, his eyes softened with a smile. "Sorry." Tangxi snorted, too lazy to argue with him. "All right, I'll go now." Standing there longer might lead to more surprises. By then, the whole 4th Nine City would know when Jiyuan was dropping her off for work. Since she was meeting colleagues here, Tangxi had no choice but to go into the school with them. She waved goodbye to Wen Jiyuan and walked alongside the others into the school. She didn't know that Wen Jiyuan watched her for a long time from where he stood. Her colleagues were still joking around, more lively than before in front of Wen Jiyuan. There was also a married woman in her prime, speaking boldly, not to brag, but Teacher Tang's husband looks really good. Her tone was full of envy. At first, Tangxi didn't react. All soldiers tend to be in good shape. Laughter and teasing sounded around her. Tangxi paused, then realized what they meant. Her cheeks blushed instantly from ear to cheek, her white skin turning bright red, almost like it was ripe. "Why you?" Her other female colleagues laughed even more loudly. But they also comforted Tangxi, saying it was normal for a new wife to be shy, and with time, she would get used to it and joke freely like them. "Tangxi." Thanks, but she would prefer not to make such progress. "Hey, little Tang, your husband is still standing there watching you." I don't know which colleague suddenly said something. Tangxi turned her head upon hearing it. Sure enough, Wen Jiyuan was still standing in the same place. He was tall and straight, like a majestic snow pine, strong and imposing. But at the moment she turned around, the coldness melted away, and his face was filled with a gentle smile. He waved to her. Tangxi instinctively waved back. This small gesture, seen by other colleagues, made everyone look at her with envy and admiration. Little Tang, you and your partner are really in love. Your partner must like you very much too. Tangxi was a bit lost in thought. Are her feelings with Wen Jiyuan really that deep? Actually, it's only been a month since she decided to change her marriage. Did others already see their relationship as so close? Also, about Wen Jiyuan liking her. For some reason, Tangxi remembered hearing about Wen Jiyuan's first love at the wedding. At that time, she didn't think much of it. She believed that at his age, having had a previous relationship was normal. But now, thinking about it, she felt a little uncomfortable. She even couldn't help but wonder if, in her dreams, Wen Jiyuan hadn't married anyone for years after that first love. Maybe he was faithful to that first love? And was his attitude toward her now similar to how he treated his first love? As a close partner, a perfect match? Otherwise, why would others look at them with such regret and pity? Little Tang, teacher? Teacher? What's wrong? Your face suddenly looks so pale. Tangxi, facing her colleagues' worried looks, shook her head. It's nothing, just feeling a bit cold. The other colleagues nodded in understanding and started talking about the recent weather. Tangxi pushed aside her tangled thoughts and focused on her work. Teaching was easier than she had expected. After a few classes, she gradually got the hang of it and showed some confidence. Besides teaching, she also took time to review textbooks for other subjects, preparing for the college entrance exam in a few months. After lunch at the school cafeteria, Tangxi usually headed to the research institute. On the way, the bus passed by a state-run shopping mall. Tangxi remembered she needed to go to her old house tonight, so she decided to get her parents a gift and got off the bus midway. She chose a pinkish wool scarf and a box of aged pu'er tea. The scarf was perfect for early spring weather, and the tea was her and Wenhe's favorite. Just these two small items cost her over 100 yuan, and she had spent all her money. Carrying her shopping, she was about to walk toward the bus stop. Amidst the busy crowd, a familiar shadow flashed by. It was Sister Miao, who had a conflict with Tangxi before. She was in a hurry, carrying a beautifully wrapped bag, clearly on her way to deliver something. Tangxi and Sister Miao had a disagreement earlier, so she naturally paid no attention to her. Just as she was about to leave, she accidentally glanced over.
Huh.
That person isn't. Tangxi's expression tightened, and she immediately changed her mind to follow. There were many people on the street, so her stalking did not attract attention. Sister Miao didn't notice either. Her focus was entirely on the person she wanted to flatter this time. From afar, Sister Miao saw the visitor and immediately bent down, trotting over, bowing politely as she handed over the gift. "Thank you for coming to see me. This is a small gift as a token of respect." Tangxi stood behind the wall, faintly hearing the conversation between Sister Miao and the visitor. She remained calm, quietly observing, her expression becoming more subtle. After a while, the two finished their chat, and Sister Miao, bowing deeply, prepared to see the person off. Tangxi turned around first. Interesting. She chuckled softly and left confidently, walking away quickly. Near evening, Tangxi took the bus from the research institute to the Wen family's old residence. As she stepped through the gate, the guard, who was already familiar with her, nodded. Tangxi politely greeted, "Good afternoon," and casually handed the things to the maid, Sister Zhou, who was approaching. After a previous awkward encounter, Sister Zhou was now very warm and enthusiastic toward Tangxi. "Comrade Tang has finally arrived. The old master and madam have asked about you several times. They've been eagerly waiting." Tangxi smiled but said nothing. As she passed through the corridor into the main hall, she saw Wan and Tong, who was tiptoeing and looking around, and Jiang Nanjing. Her eyes welled up with tears, suddenly recalling her previous visit when the elderly couple was also waiting for her like this. "Father, mother." Tangxi called out somewhat awkwardly, then added, "Sorry, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to come." The elders didn't mind at all, and looked at her with a gentle smile. "Our little Tang teacher has arrived." "Not just a little Tang teacher, but also our researcher Tang," Jiang Nanjing added with a smile. Although Tangxi hadn't visited in the past few days, she had called many times. So, the elders were well informed about her two jobs. Hearing the teasing, Tangxi felt a bit shy. I've only been working for 2 days. Seeing her, the elders smiled even more happily. When Antong solemnly and seriously told Tangxi, Old Fu called me several times, all praising you. You are talented and will become an important person for the country in the future. I have never heard him praise the third child like this, nor have I heard him speak so highly of others. Cici, don't underestimate yourself. You are our family's pride. Tang, she didn't know about this. He also said those words? When Hedong and the others laughed loudly, of course. From what I hear, he wants to take you as a student and came to build a closer relationship with me. Who would have thought that Fu Xueming could be like this today? The two elders looked proud and happy. Tang, she arrived early, before anyone else. She was just about to give out the gifts. The two elders said happily, We're family, no need to buy anything. As long as you're here, that's enough. But they couldn't hide their smiles and quickly used the gifts. When Hedong took out his favorite aged purple clay teapot and started boiling water to brew pu'er tea. Soon, the rich tea aroma filled the air. When Hedong took a deep breath, it smells wonderful. Cici, come try some. Before Tang she could reply, Jiang Nanqin pulled her aside. Quick, look at this scarf. How does it look if I wear it? Tang she paused and examined her. Just as I thought, it suits your skin tone. Jiang Nanqin smiled happily. I think so too. You understand me best, Cici. Others often give dark blue or deep brown scarves, which are so dull. I prefer bright colors like this. Tang she nodded. Mother has fair skin, so rose colors suit her best. Jiang Nanqin's smile grew even brighter. At this moment, when Hedong also came over, holding his small purple clay cup. Come, Cici, taste this and give your opinion. Tang, she hurriedly took it. She didn't really understand tea tasting. She had only tried it a few times with Wen Hedong. But to please the elders, she would say something nice. Good, rich aroma, sweet and refreshing. Dad's tea-making skills are as good as ever. When Hedong grinned widely, this is my best purple clay teapot. Good tea deserves a good teapot. Tang, she sincerely agreed. In terms of the elders' status and wealth, she had seen many rare and expensive treasures. The two gifts she brought were quite ordinary, really. But what mattered to the elders was always the thought behind the gift. Tang, she understood this and felt touched inside. Unfortunately, such warm scenes are often interrupted by others. Cici is here. And she brought gifts for Mom and Dad? Oh, Mom and Dad really do spoil Shishi the most. Last time, I went through a lot to get a painting by Qi Baishe, and the elders weren't even this happy. Feng Xiaoman stepped into the main room. She probably just came back from outside, carrying a beautifully wrapped bag. As for the teasing, it's more like a subtle way of showing dissatisfaction than just teasing. The smiles of Wen Hedong and Jiang Nanqin almost disappeared instantly. Wen Hedong, holding a purple clay teapot, sat down calmly, not even glancing at his somewhat sour second daughter-in-law. Jiang Nanqin, unusually serious, said, These are gifts from our own children. There's no hierarchy. Xiaoman, if you don't know what to say, you don't have to say anything. Feng Xiaoman felt a bit embarrassed. She dared not blame the elders, only shooting a covert glare at Tang Xi. Tang Xi immediately noticed. Second sister-in-law is glaring at me? This sentence made Wen Hedong and Jiang Nanqin look at Feng Xiaoman with displeasure. Feng Xiaoman panicked. She didn't expect Tang Xi to be so unkind, actually bringing up something hidden behind the scenes. I didn't glare at you. Don't talk nonsense, Shi. Feng Xiaoman loudly protested, her expression very genuine. But Wen Hedong and Jiang Nanqin, both high-ranking and experienced, had seen all kinds of tricks. They could easily see through Feng Xiaoman's bravado. Xiaoman, do you have an opinion about Shi? Wen Hedong's eyes were sharp as he spoke slowly. He usually didn't comment much on his daughters-in-law. But when he did, it was a serious matter. Feng Xiaoman was so frightened she almost lost her composure. No. Of course not. It's a misunderstanding by Tang Xi. Wen Hutong didn't speak, but looked at Tang Shi. Tang Shi calmly glanced at the bag Feng Xiaoman held, then sighed lightly. Second sister-in-law, I also want to ask you, what exactly do you think of me that you would go behind my back and spread rumors through Sister Miao? This statement shocked everyone. Wen Hutong and Jiang Nanqin were both angry and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Feng Xiaoman, the one being questioned, was left speechless, her mind blank. She didn't expect Tang Shi to directly name Sister Miao as a key person behind the scenes. Are you wondering how I found out? Tang Shi smiled faintly, a hint of contempt in her eyes. Second sister-in-law, there's no wall that doesn't have holes. The thing in your hand was given to you by Sister Miao, right? I heard that Sister Miao has a daughter. She's 16 this year. Wants to join the art troupe? As the leader of the cultural troupe, you want to use this opportunity to ask Sister Miao for help, which should be very easy. Jiang Nanqin suppresses her rising anger, holding Tangshi's hand. Cici, what rumors has your second sister-in-law been spreading behind our backs? Tell us, and we will support you. Tangshi casually mentioned some things, mostly relayed by Liang Ying. Honestly, Tangshi doesn't feel much about these rumors, because she knows they are false. They are just rumors. However, Wen Hutong and Jiang Nanqin are watching Tangshi so closely that they won't allow her to be stained even a little. This is simply nonsense. Feng Xiaoman, tell us, is this true? Wen Hutong is obviously very angry, so he calls out Feng Xiaoman's full name. Jiang Nanqin also feels upset. Feng Xiaoman, you are Cici's second sister-in-law. How can you speak about your family members behind their backs? At this moment, Feng Xiaoman wishes she could find a hole to hide in. But she clearly knows she must never admit it. It's not me. It's not me. It's all a misunderstanding. Miao Hui did ask me to help her get her daughter into the troupe, but I absolutely didn't use that to threaten her into spreading rumors. Feng Xiaoman sobs, her fragile body trembling as if she might faint at any moment. Tangshi, Wen Hutong, and Jiang Nanqin all look at her coldly, watching her perform. For a moment, Feng Xiaoman seems to be the one left alone and helpless.
Mom.
Feng Xiaoman's supporter arrives. When Su just reached the door and heard the loud shouting from the grandparents. He has never seen the elders so angry and quickly rushes to the main hall. But he didn't expect to see his mother crying out in distress. Meanwhile, Tangshi is looking at her mother with a mocking gaze. When Su's eyes instantly sting. Without thinking, he rushes to Feng Xiaoman's side and supports her shoulder. Mom, what exactly happened? Feng Xiaoman trembles as she shares her feelings of injustice. Tangshi, feeling lazy to stop her, only shows more obvious disdain in her eyes. As she guessed, when Su immediately chooses to believe his mother without hesitation. He steps in front of Feng Xiaoman and angrily questions Tangshi, Wen Hutong, and Jiang Nanqin. Why would you accuse my mom of something she didn't do? When Su's voice echoes through the main hall. He stares tightly at Tangshi, as if questioning her about Feng Xiaoman, or perhaps about something else. Wen Hutong and Jiang Nanqin see this intense emotion and feel deeply disappointed inside. They treat each grandchild equally and nurture them carefully. Regarding Wen Su, although they think he is young and impulsive, they still give him time to grow. But the two elders never expected that Wen Su was not only young and quick-tempered, but also lacked the ability to see people's true nature and had no self-awareness. Having spent many years with his mother, Feng Xiaoman, he doesn't understand her true character, and he even easily falls into misunderstandings over a single word, never pausing to think. Does he think his head above his neck is not part of his body? The same goes for Tang Shi. When they were still engaged as children, he was indifferent and proud, which the elders saw clearly, making them care even more for Tang Shi. Now that Tang Shi is married to Wen Jiyuan, Wen Su regrets it. It's truly laughable. When Hutong slowly stands up. The old Lion King has simply become tired and slow. But that doesn't mean his commanding presence, forged on blood and fire in battle, has disappeared. He looks at Wen Su with cold, stern eyes, and his imposing, deadly aura presses down heavily on Wen Su. Wen Su almost gasps for air. Grandpa.
Grandpa.
His voice immediately weakens. Helped by Feng Xiaoman, who is overwhelmed with sadness, he feels something is wrong and hurriedly looks up. But it's too late. Wen He-tong only says one sentence to Wen-su. You have disappointed me too much. His tone is calm, without any emotion. Wen-su stands there blankly, feeling like he has lost something. Feng Xiaoman, slightly smarter than him, also fails to grasp the main point. She tears up and accuses, Old master, Xiao Su only cares about me, his mother. Why are you so harsh on him? Wen He-tong, tired of speaking, simply replies, Feng Xiaoman, if you were my daughter, I would scold and teach you to understand right from wrong. But you are my daughter-in-law, so I have no right to educate you. I will call your husband Wen Huayan later. As for you and your son, this old house will no longer welcome you. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoman feels a cold chill rising from her feet and spreading quickly through her body.
How?
How can you do this? Wen He-tong, expressionless, with piercing eyes, responds, How can I not? Do you think I am too old to make decisions? Feng Xiaoman dares not admit it. She also catches the key point in Wen He-tong's words. Then I'll just forget about it. What about Wen-su? Xiao Su? He's your grandson. Wen He-tong doesn't answer, only lowering his eyelids. Everything is left unsaid. In an instant, Wen-su felt all the blood in his body rush to his brain in reverse flow. He clenched his teeth uncontrollably and said, If you don't come, then I won't. No, Wen-su. Shut up. Feng Xiaoman screamed in panic. She finally realized how serious the situation was and cried as she apologized. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It was indeed me who asked Miao Hui to spread the rumor. But I didn't mean to do anything bad. I was just confused for a moment. Why is Tang Shi able to ignore us, Wen-su, and marry the third brother? Become my sister-in-law. And our little Su lost his childhood sweetheart and instead found a village girl as his partner. Everyone is mocking me. I just can't understand. I really can't understand. Feng Xiaoman knelt on the ground, covering her face as she loudly repented. Wen-su, filled with righteous anger, suddenly froze.
What?
He didn't expect this matter to involve him. The next second, Feng Xiaoman grabbed his pant leg, scolding him along with her. Why aren't you obedient? I told you not to mess around with that village girl, and why didn't you listen? Do you know her family deliberately came to our cultural troupe and even call me in-laws? I've lost all faith in my life. Wen-su's face turned pale. His eyes kept drifting toward Tang Shi, and he instinctively explained, Mei and Liao Wan aren't that close. Besides, that's not even her relative. That person. With her. Wen-su opened his mouth to clarify the complicated family relations of Liao Wan, but he only felt powerless. He didn't expect that, after confronting his mother and grandparents, his mother had actually deceived him. But so, you really spread rumors about Tang Shi behind her back? Feng Xiaoman didn't answer, but continued to blame and complain about him, as if the problem was entirely Wen-su's fault. Wen-su remained silent, his mind blank. He didn't need to ask about the rumors. He could guess the general idea. He looked at Tang Shi again, only to see her arms crossed, watching like a spectator with a mocking and disdainful expression. This time, Wen-su didn't feel angry. He only felt his face burning intensely. It was as if his face had been peeled off by his mother and repeatedly trampled on the ground. He wanted to apologize to Tang Shi, but the words caught in his throat and couldn't come out. All his reactions were seen by his parents. Wen and Tong's last bit of hope disappeared. Looking ahead and hesitating, he was unsure and unlikely to achieve anything great in the future. As for Jiang Nanqin, she took a few steps forward, bent down, and said, Don't cry. There are others outside. If they see you like this, what will they think? Feng Xiaoman, clutching Jiang Nanqin as if holding onto a lifeline, begged, Mother, please help me. Feng Xiaoman knew that Jiang Nanqin was usually kind and gentle, and she was soft-hearted. Unable to bear the pleading, she almost knelt on the ground, just hoping for Jiang Nanqin's help. Jiang Nanqing tightened her grip slightly on Feng Xiaoman's arm and said clearly, "Why can't you apologize and admit your mistake to Cici? She is the one who should accept the apology, not us." Feng Xiaoman froze and avoided eye contact, afraid to look into Jiang Nanqing's eyes. Jiang Nanqing sighed softly. "Xiaoman, if you feel ashamed working in the arts troupe, then just leave." "What do you mean? You already made a mistake before. It was because I and Lao Wen saw that you truly loved your work in the troupe that we asked someone to keep you. But this time, you should go where you belong." Jiang Nanqing's voice was gentle, but her words hit Feng Xiaoman like a thunderbolt. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoman remembered 2 years ago when she made a mistake at work. According to the rules, she should have been transferred to a quiet department and waited to retire after a few years. But she had come to the old house in heavy rain, begging her elders desperately for help. They never interfered in family matters, but this was the only time they stepped in. Feng Xiaoman was kept in the arts troupe, and her previous rivals had to settle for lesser positions. She had been proud for 2 years, but she never expected that one day she would be pulled down. When that happened, her former rivals would probably step on her even harder. "No, don't. Mother. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I apologized to Tangxi." Despite her pride, Feng Xiaoman finally bowed her head to Tangxi. "Cici, I'm sorry. My second sister-in-law was really wrong and truly remorseful. From now on, she won't do such things again. We are family. Can you forgive me?" Tangxi nodded happily, with a smile on her lips. "Of course I can." Feng Xiaoman looked up in surprise. Then she heard Tangxi say, "Then, second sister-in-law, apologize to me in front of everyone in the yard, and also clear up all the rumors." Isn't that fair?" When he and Jiang Nanqing nodded with a faint smile. "Not unfair." Feng Xiaoman couldn't respond. If she really did all that, she wouldn't need to stay in the arts troupe anymore, because what awaited her would be endless mockery. So Feng Xiaoman stood there in a daze, unable to speak. Tangxi had already expected this and didn't find it surprising at all. Her lips curled into a more obvious sneer. When Su's eyes were stung, his mind suddenly warmed, and he stood up. "I will apologize to your family on behalf of my mother. I will also clarify everything that needs to be said."
No.
"You can't go." Feng Xiaoman immediately rejected without hesitation. When Su tried to persuade him, but Feng Xiaoman tightly grabbed his arm, forcing him to swallow his words. Wen Tong was very disappointed in the mother and son. He looked at Wen Su and said, "I only have one thing to tell you. If you truly care for Xiao Liao, treat her well. Don't worry about family background. Our Wen family doesn't care about that. Decades ago, who wasn't a common person. I am also a farmer. Before I went to fight, I worked the land every day. There's no such thing as being high or low. But you need to think carefully about what you really want." This was his final warning as an elder. When Su clearly didn't understand the old man's deep meaning and tried to argue, "I already said, I don't have that kind of relationship with Liao Ruan." When Tong looked at him coldly and said 2 words, "Whatever." When Su pressed his lips tightly. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a slow, steady sound of footsteps came from outside. Tang, she looked toward the sound and just happened to meet Wen Jiyuan's gaze. Wen Jiyuan's expression was gentle, removing all sharpness. "I said I would come to pick you up." He only then noticed there were 2 more people inside, the mother and son, Feng Xiaoman and Wen Su. He said nothing, only observing them with a scrutinizing look. Wen Su shyly turned his face away. Once regarded as a divine figure by him, his little uncle now only appeared awkward and speechless. Oh no. The awkwardness was only on Wen Su's side. Wen Jiyuan didn't have that word in his vocabulary. He asked Wen Su in a serious tone what happened. Wen Su clenched his teeth tightly and refused to answer. Feng Xiaoman saw this as an opportunity and pleaded softly. "Third brother, sister-in-law has never asked you for anything before, but this time, can you let us mother and son go?" Wen Jiyuan could see through Feng Xiaoman's intentions. He remained expressionless. "Since she hasn't forgiven you, then she has her reasons." Feng Xiaoman's face darkened. You are her husband. Wen Juyuan interrupted without hesitation. I listened to her. Feng Xiaoman's last hope was shattered. She pulled Wen Su, and they left in a sorry state. Before leaving, Wen Su tried to break free from his mother's hand and glanced several times toward Tang Shi. But seeing Feng Xiaoman looking almost unable to stand, he finally loosened his grip and was led away. When the room was empty, the cold ice on Wen Jiyuan's face finally melted away. He asked Tang Shi, with some helplessness, "Can you tell me what happened?" Tang Shi briefly explained the matter. Wen Jiyuan stood beside her, leaning slightly forward, listening carefully. The two lowered their heads and talked quietly, with Wen Jiyuan's tall, slender figure completely enveloping Tang Shi. It looked like an intimate moment that others couldn't intrude upon. When Hedong, who was in a bad mood, saw this scene and felt a bit surprised. He had never seen his young son show such a side before. He instinctively turned to look at Jiang Nanqing, who was smiling meaningfully. When Hedong wanted to ask softly. But then he heard Wen Jiyuan's deep voice. Why didn't you tell me? This was when he was feeling very upset. When Hedong instantly forgot his previous strange feelings and scolded. Speak softer. Don't scare Shi. When Jiyuan and Jiang Nanqing looked at him at the same time, both showing expressions of speechlessness. Only Tang Shi smiled and shook her head, not taking it seriously. It's okay, father. When Hedong, worried that Tang Shi might suffer any unfair treatment, kept urging, third brother has always been stubborn. He doesn't listen to anyone. If he treats you badly, just tell me. I'll take a whip and teach him a lesson. Wen Jiyuan didn't reply, his gaze deep as he looked at his father. It was as if he saw a silent, useless teammate dragging the team down. When Hedong was completely unaware. What are you looking at? Whether you're 30, 40, or 50 years old, you're still my son, Wen Hedong. Do you think I can't discipline you? Wen Jiyuan's jaw tightened. As long as you're happy. When Hedong looked awkward. All right, he had to admit he had long since lost sight of the son. Not to mention a whip, he had never once scolded Wen Jiyuan. Seeing the atmosphere becoming a bit awkward, Tang Shi suddenly smiled. Really? So you get hit too? She looked at Wen Jiyuan with interest. Wen Jiyuan's tense expression instantly disappeared without a trace. Sometimes. Tang Shi was very curious, like a child discovering a new world. Oh, I see. So, Wen Jiyuan also gets punished for being naughty. How interesting. Wen Jiyuan's smile turned helpless. His pride, whatever it was, didn't matter as much as her happy smile. While Tang Shi wasn't paying attention, when Hedong finally managed to pull Jiang Nanqing aside and ask, "Why do I feel like third brother is very different from Shi?" Jiang Nanqing slowly replied, "That's because she's his wife. Of course he's different." He and Tong Fei quickly glanced toward Tang Shi and Jiyuan, lowering his voice, "I know. But with the old third's bad temper, it's strange he's willing to listen to my scolding. Wait, could it be because of Sisi?" He and Tong's eyes widened, as if he was finally understanding something for the first time. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanqing showed no surprise at all. So he's known for a long time. Wait, you already knew? And you never told me? He and Tong muttered quietly. Jiang Nanqing smiled slightly, looking thoughtfully ahead. Some things just can't be hidden. Her eyes were full of relief. Ignoring the strange looks from the nanny, Zhou saw. Feng Xiaoman pulled her son and confidently walked out of the Wen residence. Forget everything that happened today. Every time she thought about how she bowed to Tang Shi earlier, her heart felt like it was being gnawed at, uncomfortable and painful. She couldn't help but vent her anger on Wen Su, who told you to promise to apologize publicly just now. Do you think I haven't lost enough face? Wen Su looked a little dazed. He was pulled twice by Feng Xiaoman before he finally snapped out of it. He felt very tired. Aren't you the one who doesn't want to lose your job? I'm just helping you. Feng Xiaoman's voice was sharp and almost breaking. Helping me? Who asked for your help? Seeing me lose face is worse than losing my life. It's just leaving the art troupe? I don't believe I can't find a place to stay elsewhere. Her words sounded firm, but her eyes were full of panic and confusion. When Su, somehow, found her annoying. He couldn't help but raise his voice. You clearly don't want to leave the art troupe. Why are you pretending? If you hadn't spread rumors about Tongxi, none of this would have happened. It's all your fault. Smack. Feng Xiaoman slapped him hard across the face. Her eyes reddened, trembling with anger. Anyone can criticize me. Except you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't blame Tongxi. When Su sneered. You've disliked her since you were little. You always said she would steal your toys, food, and storybooks. If it weren't for that, how could I have gotten angry at Tongxi and been beaten by my little uncle? Feng Xiaoman's eyes widened, her mouth opening and closing but unable to speak. When Su sneered coldly, this should be returned to you, Mom. Anyone can criticize me, except you. Because all of this was caused by you yourself. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Feng Xiaoman stood there in a daze, her mind filled with many images. That year, her parents-in-law brought a beautiful young girl to her. They said she was arranged to marry Wen's family, and her son Wen Su was the same age. She felt very unhappy. Unhappy that her elders bypassed her as the mother and arranged her son Wen Su's future. Even more upset that the girl was from the countryside, where generations had worked the land for a living. Does it mean that her son was born just to fulfill an elder's promise? Does it mean everyone will see her as just a village girl's daughter-in-law? Feng Xiaoman had always been proud and competitive, always wanting to be better than others, and she couldn't accept these things. So, she deliberately told 5-year-old Wen Su that the arranged marriage was about taking his food and toys, which made Wen Su cry loudly. She even bullied Tang Shi in front of everyone, making Tang Shi's family unhappy. At that time, Feng Xiaoman apologized with her words, but she felt very disdainful inside. Later, when she went to the Tang family to apologize with gifts, she never regretted it for a moment. It wasn't until the old master angrily scolded them in front of everyone that Feng Xiaoman reluctantly calmed down a bit. But afterward, she still subtly made Tang Shi's family unhappy, hoping they would give up. Does she regret all these years later? She definitely does not.
But now.
No, I don't regret. Feng Xiaoman staggered as she tried to walk back. A black car pulled up beside her and stopped. Her husband, Wen Huayan, was sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing Feng Xiaoman's messy hair and clothes, he frowned and scolded. Where have you been? Why do you look like this? It's not good if your parents see. Feng Xiaoman forced a smile. I just came from the old house. When Huayan sensed something was wrong and quickly asked what had happened. Feng Xiaoman weakly explained everything that just occurred. Of course, she tried to downplay it as usual. Unfortunately, when Huayan was not only familiar with her but also very clever, so he didn't believe her words at all. He looked serious and said, Don't add your guesses and assumptions. Just repeat the original conversation, word for word. Feng Xiaoman was still afraid of her husband. Her shoulders trembled, and she carefully followed his instructions. When Huayan remained silent. After she finished, he spat out 2 words, get in the car. Feng Xiaoman opened the door and sat inside. She kept studying Wen Huiyan's expression, feeling nervous like a drum beating in her chest. Actually, maybe my parents were just angry words, right? Saying that Xiao Su and I shouldn't go to the old house in the future. I know I did something wrong, but Xiao Su didn't do anything wrong. I think Grandpa was just angry when he said that. After some time, I will have Xiao Su buy things and apologize to him. After all, he's our family junior. Where does this grudge come from? When Huiyan suddenly slammed on the brakes. Feng Xiaoman was caught off guard and almost flew out of the car. What are you doing? Feng Xiaoman looked at Wen Huiyan in horror as he calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. His expression was cold and fierce, with a dangerous anger in his eyes that even frightened her. Old one.
Fool.
Wen Huiyan looked at Feng Xiaoman with disdain and scolded harshly. Feng Xiaoman immediately turned red with tears. I'm already feeling wronged. And you're still scolding me like that. Wen Huiyan sneered. Aren't you a fool? You did something stupid and got caught, and now you drag your son into it? Are you crazy? Saying it's just angry words? When have your parents ever said angry words? Their decisions are never changed. Just wait and see. Your son and the Wen family will be completely out of touch. When Huiyan suppressed his raging anger, feeling utterly disappointed with these foolish mother and son, especially Xiao Su. He told Xiao Su every day to stay clear-headed and not be tricked by his mother, but Xiao Su refused to listen.
Now?
Being abandoned by the old man means losing all connections, resources, and everything from the Wen family. Does Xiao Su think he's Wen Jiyuan? Even without relying on the family, he could still carve out a path in the military. With his talent, without the Wen family's support, he would probably only be a small officer for life. Stupid. Short-sighted. Hopeless. The parents gave you many chances, but if you had just lowered your head, none of this would have happened. You avoided all opportunities and stepped on your parents' nerves. Calling you stupid is being kind. You're just a pig-headed fool. Your son is just like you. When Huiyan rarely lost his temper and scolded like this, Feng Xiaoman was terrified, trembling as she instinctively tried to defend herself. I just wanted face. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. When Huiyan looked at her almost coldly, face? How much is your face worth? If this matter can be smoothly resolved, don't just apologize publicly. Even kneeling before everyone and begging Tangxi would be deserved. Feng Xiaoman raised her voice. Kneel publicly? I'd rather just die. When Huiyan gritted his teeth and said, then go ahead and die. It would be better than now. Do you know Wen Jiyuan has already been placed on a secret list by the higher-ups? He's a key person to be cultivated in the future, and in a few years, he might even advance further. His spouse is being falsely rumored about in the compound. Do you think no one is investigating? Do you think the leaders are just playing around? If things up and they find out it's you, do you think it won't affect me? Feng Xiaoman was stunned. Until this moment, she finally started to feel afraid. Why was she so hopeful, thinking that even if she left the arts troupe, it wouldn't matter much? It was all because when Huiyan was there, she was the leader's wife, and her influence was limited. But what if when Huiyan also got into trouble? Feng Xiaoman was so nervous, she started to stammer. No way. Wen Jiyuan is so young. He's about to get promoted? He's not even 30. If he advances further, wouldn't that put him on the same level as Wen Huiyan? But Wen Huiyan is already 46 this year. However, Feng Xiaoman knew this was a sensitive topic and dared not go deeper. She could only hope for luck. Let's not talk about other things. I just spread some bad words. How serious can it be in the eyes of those leaders? Calling you stupid, and you still refuse to admit it. If you really had hurt her badly, I might respect you a little.
But now?
Just some bad words? I ask you, what harm can that do to Tangxi? Rumors that can be easily investigated. Do they affect her and Wen Jiyuan's feelings, or can they ruin their work? In the end, it's all insignificant. And you, as the mastermind behind the scenes, even harming your own sister-in-law, aren't words like narrow-minded and petty enough to describe you? As for me, if I can't even manage my own family well, how can I manage subordinates properly? Do I need to spell all this out? When Huiyan was already tired, he only felt regretful for having spoiled Feng Xiaoman too much over the years. Knowing she was foolish but always trying to be clever, yet never correcting her, led to her current downfall. He irritably stubbed out his cigarette. All right, since you've left the arts troupe, don't go to other units. Just stay at home, cook, do chores, and keep an eye on your useless son. I don't agree. Feng Xiaoman was very excited. I have no reason not to work. I must work. Many wives of colleagues at her level didn't work, and she often felt a sense of superiority in front of them. She had endured for so many years. Her rank was still there. Even if she was reassigned to a less important position, she was still a leader, just a demotion in name only, holding a nominal post. But most people outside didn't understand the details and probably thought she had been promoted, which slightly saved her face. If she didn't work, how would others see her? When Huiyan calmly said, "Do you think work is just waiting for you? The position from 2 years ago was already given to someone else. If you transfer, you'll probably just have an ordinary role. Are you willing?" Feng Xiaoman hesitated. Wen Huayan chuckled twice. See, you just can't tell the difference. You keep talking about face, but the truth is, even if you agree to Tang Shi's suggestion and apologize to her in front of everyone, you'll be mocked for a moment. Do these people dare to mock you openly? Over time, no one will talk about this anymore. Our relationship with the third couple will improve, and your parents will change their attitude toward you. All of this is your fault for messing everything up. The scenes Wen Huayan described played vividly before Feng Xiaoman's eyes. She had to admit that if she followed his advice, things would likely develop as he said. But because she stubbornly refused to admit her mistake, the situation only worsened.
So,
Is it all her fault? Can I still make up for it? Is it still possible to turn back now? Feng Xiaoman asked with her last hope. Wen Huayan glanced at her without answering, and then started the car and drove away. That was his answer. Outside the window, the wind was howling, carrying Feng Xiaoman's shattered remorse. I regret it. I regret it. Wen Su stormed off angrily. He didn't look carefully at the road, wandering nearby on instinct. When he finally calmed down and looked around, he realized he had been circling the back gate of the old house. This was also a place where his younger uncle occasionally took them to play when they were children. Those days were simple and happy. When did everything start to change? Wen Su muttered to himself unconsciously. Someone behind him answered. Maybe because people changed. The familiar voice made Wen Su suddenly stand on edge. He quickly turned around, eyes wide, staring at the other person. Why, younger uncle? Wen Yuan, with one hand in his pocket, raised his long leg and slowly stepped down the back door stairs. His proud and disdainful deep gaze swept over. Then he continued. For example, Wen Su, you become even more foolish and brainless. Wen Yuan let out a soft sigh. It seemed he was confused about how he could have a nephew like Wen Su. Wen Su was hurt by such a look, his body hairs standing on end. What do you really want to say? Are you here to scold me?
or to hit me? To hit you.
Before the words finished, Wen Yuan was already in front of Wen Su. He moved quickly and threw a punch, so fast that only afterimages remained in the air. Wen Su was hit solidly in the stomach, his whole body curling up like a cooked shrimp, his face twisted in pain, words breaking apart into fragments. Wen Yuan listened to his broken voice and pieced together a full sentence, then hummed softly. Why do I hit you? Because of your mother, you suffer. After all, your mother is my second sister-in-law, also an elder. She made a mistake, so I shouldn't hit her, right? Wen Yuan's lips carried a cold smile, his eyes icy as mountain snow. Isn't that right?
Wen Su. Bang.
Another swift punch, this time aimed at his cheek. Wen Yuan was still somewhat merciful, clearly holding back strength. Wen Su's mouth was filled with the smell of blood, and half of his face was rapidly swelling. But these injuries weren't too serious. They would heal in a few days. Wen Yuan was somewhat satisfied with his self-control. Nephew, after all, family, so he had to show some mercy. He watched as Wen Su couldn't stand and slumped to the ground like a broken mud doll. He didn't help him, only looked on coldly. Little uncle? Wen Hui and Wang Sui, trembling, stood at the alley entrance, faces full of surprise and fear. They looked at Wen Yuan, then at Wen Su, then at Wen Yuan again. Their heads turned in unison, like a fan pressed to start. Though their appearance was comical, the couple couldn't even smile, only feeling regret for coming to see the flowers through the back door. Wen Hui was somewhat responsible, blocking his wife. Little uncle, we've come to the wrong place. You all take your time talking, take your time. Stop right there. Wen Yuan called out. Wen Hui froze, mechanically turning his head, showing a smile more painful than crying. Is there something, little uncle? Wen Yuan looked down at Wen Su, who was coughing nonstop and couldn't get up, then took out a cigarette box from his pocket. He took out a cigarette and bit it. Wen Hui quickly stepped forward to light Wen Yuan's cigarette. With a sharp click, a blue flame flickered gently. Wen Yuan glanced at Wen Hui and then looked down. A small spark of fire flickered and ignited. Wen Juyuan squinted his eyes and said, "Why are you running? Are you afraid I will scold you?" Wen Hui and Wang Sui hurriedly waved their hands and said, "No, no, no." Wen Juyuan silently chuckled and said, "I hit him because he made a mistake." "Have you made any mistakes?" Wen Hui and Wang Sui raised their voices and said, "No, no, no." Wen Juyuan snorted and said, "All right, go inside. Your little aunt is there. It's been a long time since we saw each other. Go say hello." Wen Hui and Wang Sui quickly nodded and said, "Okay, okay, okay." Wen Juyuan waved his hand. The couple hurriedly ran away as if they had slipped away. After running several hundred meters, they finally stopped, gasping for breath with lingering fear. Wang Sui suddenly straightened up and let out a sigh. "Why did we run? Does that mean little uncle might still hit us?" When Huey's breath caught, and he also straightened up. "That's right. Little uncle isn't someone who acts without reason. He must have had his reasons to scold Wen Su." The two looked at each other, their eyes burning with curiosity. But upon thinking carefully, the fire of curiosity quickly died out. A curious little uncle? Better to just die than get involved. Wang Sui sighed and said, "Actually, it's because little uncle's presence is too intimidating. We didn't notice before, and it was strange why everyone was so afraid of him. Now I understand. No wonder he's been on the battlefield. His gaze, that fierce aura, I really admire little aunt." Hearing this, Wen Hui suddenly felt more alert. "That's right. Little uncle rarely disciplines us, but none of us are afraid of him, including those childhood friends. I used to have a trick when dealing with them, called my little uncle is coming. Haha, they'd run faster than dogs." Wen Hui gestured animatedly, recalling his childhood with excitement. Wang Sui listened, unable to hold back a smile. The couple chatted and laughed as they entered the old house, gradually forgetting the scene they saw at the back door. Until Wen Hui, Wang Sui, Tang Shi stood in the corridor and waved at them. The couple suddenly remembered what little uncle had just told them and became nervous again. A little aunt. They used to think of her as just the little sister they knew. But after what just happened, they truly felt that Tang Shi's little aunt. Wang Sui quietly poked Wen Hui twice and lowered his voice. "I now understand what it means that heroes find it hard to resist a beautiful woman, like steel turning soft in the hand." Wen Hui looked dazed and seemed even more shocked than Wang Sui. Yeah. In the blink of an eye, Tang Shi had already walked over. Seeing the couple looking dazed and silly, she found it a bit funny. "What's wrong? What are you talking about?" "Oh right, Tao Tao, didn't you bring her along?" Tao Tao is Wen Hui and Wang Sui's daughter, 3 years old this year. She is well-behaved and adorable, the joy of the family. Tang Shi had seen her once a long time ago, but didn't know how Tao Tao looked now. Wen Hui shivered and quickly answered, "She's with us, but we sent her to my parents' place first. They'll come over later." His tone unconsciously sounded a bit more flattering when talking about Wen Juyuan. Tang Shi tilted her head, feeling something strange about Wen Hui's attitude. It was polite, unlike before, when he used to treat her like a little sister and spoil her. Thinking about it, they now had a bigger age gap and it wouldn't be appropriate to act like they used to. Wen Hui probably felt uncomfortable. Tang Shi didn't think too much and greeted them. "Then let's go inside. Your grandparents are waiting." Wen Hui and Wang Sui nodded repeatedly. The couple hurriedly agreed. The long-lost family feast made Wen Hitong and Jiang Nanqin feel very happy. Even though there had been a small, unpleasant incident before the feast, the elders didn't take it to heart. They cheerfully greeted Wen Hui and Wang Sui, asking about their recent work. Wang Sui, with sharp eyes, saw Jiang Nanqin's new shawl. "Grandma, who bought this? It's so beautiful." Wang Sui immediately smiled happily. "Your little aunt specially picked it for me. What do you think? Good taste, right?" Wang Sui nodded like a chick pecking rice. "Great, it's really wonderful. No wonder it's from my little aunt." Tang Shi just came in carrying some fruit, and hearing this, she smiled. "Are you praising me?" Jiang Nanqin called her over. "Yes, everyone who sees this shawl says they like it and praise your good taste. By the way, weren't you going out to find the third brother?"
Did you see him?
She shook her head and handed fresh cherries to Jiang Nanqin. I don't know. I looked around my room, but didn't see him. Maybe he's busy. She didn't mind, and focused on eating cherries. Spring is the season for cherries, and they were bought by Sister Zhou this morning. They were very fresh, with thin skins, tender flesh, and juicy. They were sweet with a slight fruit acidity. She liked them very much and ate quite a few. She was eating intently. Meanwhile, when Hui and Wang Sui felt restless and uneasy. Just then, Tangxi's clear gaze swept over. Not eating cherries? When Hui Wang Sui forced a smile and waved his hand. No, I won't eat anymore. Tangxi noticed something was off with the couple and wanted to ask if they were feeling unwell. Outside, Wen Qing's cheerful voice rang out. Tangxi.
Cici.
I'm here. Followed by Gu Han scolding. No manners, calling her little aunt. Wen Qing ignored him and ran into the main hall, her eyes bright when she saw Tangxi. Cici. I heard you became a teacher at our old school? Wow, you're so amazing. Tangxi was also a bit surprised. After asking carefully, she learned that Wen Qing had actually graduated from this school herself. Wen Qing was very curious about how Tangxi became a math teacher and kept asking questions. Unable to resist, Tangxi shared the funny incident from that day. Wen and her father Jiang Nanchuan knew Tangxi was a math teacher, but they had never heard how she got the job behind the scenes, and they listened with great interest. Tangxi spoke more carefully this time. But because of all the interesting twists, everyone listened with great enthusiasm. Maybe this is what they call accidents that turn into blessings? Also, our Cici is so capable, she became a teacher by surpassing her students. Hey, why didn't I meet Cici when she was a teacher? My math grades were the worst. Ching Ching, calling her little aunt. You should be glad. If she were your teacher, I'd ask her to keep a close eye on you. Oh no, I regret it. Everyone burst out laughing. But no one expected that the kind words of big sister Gu Han would one day come true. Tangxi was laughing when suddenly she felt someone's eyes fixed on her. She raised an eyebrow and looked over, only to see a small figure sitting on Wen Ziyuan's lap. It was Wen Hui Wang Sui's little daughter, Tao Tao. Her name alone showed her parents' love and hope for her. Tao Tao, as expected, had a naturally smiling, pink, snow-white face, chubby cheeks, and you could almost imagine the soft, jelly-like feel of her hands. Tangxi's heart softened and she smiled. Hello, Tao Tao. Do you know who I am? The last time they met, Tao Tao was about a year old, so she probably didn't remember her. Tangxi took this chance to introduce herself. But before she could speak, Tao Tao suddenly called out, Fairy sister. Everyone was stunned. Then they all burst into laughter. The serious and strict Wen Ziyuan was amused beyond words by his little granddaughter. Tao Tao, this is your little auntie. Tao Tao's soft, sweet face was surprisingly stubborn. Fairy sister. This time, she called out even louder. Not only that, she also spread her arms, insisting that Tangxi pick her up. Tangxi was initially caught off guard. Then, Tao Tao suddenly jumped with all her might.
Ah!
Tangxi hurriedly caught the rushing little girl. Tao Tao, soft and squishy like a glutinous rice ball, nestled completely in her arms, her small face pressed tightly against her chest, carefully rubbing her chubby cheeks twice, looking very happy. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter. Tangxi gently patted Tao Tao's back. Be careful not to fall. Tao Tao didn't care about that at all. Her chubby face squished into a smile. Hee hee. Fairy sister, hee hee. Wen Qing teased, Tao Tao has good taste. She just snatched your little uncle's wife away in one go. Just then, Wen Ziyuan entered the room and heard this. What? He spoke very leisurely, showing no sign of having just fought someone at the back door. Wen Qing chuckled softly, leaned closer to Tangxi, and didn't dare answer. Wen Ziyuan stood still, scanning the room with his eyes. He couldn't find an empty seat next to Tangxi, and in her arms, Tao Tao had taken over completely. He raised an eyebrow with a meaningful look. Wen Hui, who was always watching his little uncle's movements, suddenly couldn't sit still. Tao Tao, come here to Papa.
No.
Tao Tao decisively buried her face in Tangxi's chest, showing her refusal through action. Wang Sui secretly observed when Ji Yuan's expression, Tao Tao, come to Mom. No, no. Tao Tao's muffled voice came from Tangxi's embrace, firm and resolute. Tangxi hugged her tighter. It's okay, I'll hold you for a while. When Ji Yuan didn't say anything and casually found an empty seat to sit down, Jiang Nanqing curiously asked him, where did you go just now? Cece was looking everywhere for you. When Ji Yuan lied calmly, just went out for a smoke. Knowing the truth, when Hui and Wang Sui didn't dare say a word. Everyone else remained unaware and didn't suspect anything. Jiang Nanqing looked at the time and said everyone should move to the dining hall. When Ziyuan looked around and asked, where's the second brother's family? Why haven't they arrived yet? When he, acting very relaxed, replied, oh, they have something to do, so they didn't come. When Ziyuan frowned, sounding somewhat displeased, it's rare to have a family dinner and they just don't come.
Sigh.
He turned his head to look at his wife Gu Han, who had pinched him. Gu Han didn't look at him and casually changed the subject. Everyone else wisely didn't ask about Wen Huayan's family. When they arrived at the dining room, everyone sat down. Tao Tao was still clinging to Tang Xi and refused to get up. Wen Hui and Wang Sui tried to coax her, but it didn't work. She looked like a little koala, holding tightly onto Tang Xi, pretending not to hear anyone. Tang Xi smiled helplessly and had to hold Tao Tao to sit down. Finally, when Jiu Yuan also sat beside her.
Tang si sure no se dwight.
When Jiu Yuan noticed and leaned in slightly, asking, what's wrong? Tang Xi calmly replied, I'm worried you smell like smoke and might upset Tao Tao. When Jiu Yuan was momentarily surprised, sniffed a couple of times and asked uncertainly, does it smell? Tang Xi carefully analyzed for a moment and shook her head. It's okay, it doesn't. When Jiu Yuan slowly relaxed, he wanted to say something to Tang Xi, but noticed her full attention was on Tao Tao in her arms. The 3-year-old could already eat, so she took a small bowl of rice and gently asked Tao Tao what dishes she wanted. Tao Tao was picky about food. Usually at home, mealtime was always a problem. But now she was surprisingly obedient. No matter what Tang Xi asked, she said yes and ate happily. When Jiu Yuan couldn't help but glance a few more times. Suddenly, a small, cautious black eye peeked out from Tang Xi's arms and stared at him. He felt a bit dazed, as if he saw their future daughter, wondering if she would be like this too. So, previously ignoring Tao Tao much, he now showed a rare kind smile. He even 主动打招呼, actively greeted, hello, Tao Tao, I am your little uncle. His tone was as gentle as possible, but his presence alone was a powerful deterrent for children. The black grape-like eyes in Tang Xi's arms suddenly widened, and her head quickly shrank back. Fairy sister, a big gray wolf is coming. I will protect you. Tao Tao clung even tighter to Tang Xi, her little face full of fearless determination. Tang Xi was stunned at first, but soon smiled and teased, glancing at Wen Jiu Yuan. She's afraid of you. Stay away from her. Wen Jiu Yuan touched his nose and stepped back a little, feeling helpless inside. Wen Hui and Wang Sui, sitting across the table, watched this scene with fluctuating emotions, sometimes worried that their daughter might be scared by her little uncle, sometimes amazed at how patient the little uncle was with Tang Xi, sometimes proud of their daughter's bravery, then secretly feeling a bit gleeful. Yes, no wonder she is their daughter. The couple suddenly felt very hungry and ate 2 bowls of rice. At Wen's dinner table, there was no rule about not speaking while eating. Everyone talked casually about their recent work, just like a normal family. Whether intentionally or not, all topics avoided Wen's second son's family. Tao Tao stayed close to Tangxi, almost sticking to her all evening. And Tangxi was never impatient. Sometimes she pinched her little hand, sometimes she touched her small face, and even peeled an orange for her to eat. Tao Tao behaved very well the whole time, like a cute little doll. When Hui and Wang Sui, her proud parents, watched eagerly and couldn't help but say, Tao Tao has never been this well-behaved at home. That's not true. Tao Tao defended herself word by word. Tao Tao is very good. Tao Tao is the best. She acted like a little adult, serious but also making everyone laugh. Wang Sui couldn't help but wonder. Where did she learn the word not true? It sounds so familiar. When Qing thought for a moment and burst out laughing. Haha, isn't that my dad's catchphrase?
Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, everyone was laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. Wen Zuan awkwardly touched his nose. Well, I was scolding students. Tao Tao learns very quickly. She's so smart. In the end, everyone was praising their granddaughter. Tao Tao looked even more proud, like a confident little sparrow. Night fell deeper. As the family dinner was ending, the Wen family members prepared to go home. But Tao Tao stubbornly hugged Tangxi tightly, unwilling to part with her fairy sister. The family took turns trying to persuade her. Tao Tao, we're going home now. Won't you drink milk tonight?
No.
Next time, can we play with little Auntie again? We're going back first today.
No.
Then tomorrow, can we visit little Auntie's house? Is that okay?
No, no, no.
How about you go home with little Auntie? Daddy will take you to her.
Yay.
No one expected that when Hui's sulky remark would be met with such enthusiastic response from Tao Tao. When Hui got even angrier, looking at Tangxi with a resentful gaze. Tangxi couldn't help but laugh and pinch her little face. Tao Tao, be good. Come home with Mom and Dad, okay? In a few days, little Auntie will take you shopping. Tao Tao looked disappointed, hanging her little head and sighing softly. Well, okay then. Everyone was stunned. When Hui was both annoyed and amused. Tao Tao, you really are Dad's good girl. Tao Tao ignored him and politely waved goodbye to Tangxi. After she was carried into the car, she leaned against the window with tears welling in her big eyes, her little mouth slightly pouting. Fairy sister, you must come see me. You have to come. Tangxi gently patted her head with a tender gesture. I will, Tao Tao. She watched Tao Tao's family leave and sighed softly. Honestly, just now, when Wen Hui was sulking, she really considered taking Tao Tao home to stay for a few days. But she quickly gave up. With how busy Tangxi was now, she simply didn't have time to take care of a 3-year-old girl. Do you feel reluctant? When Jiu Yuan came over to her. It was late at night, with heavy dew and a cool breeze. He reached out and hugged her, his warm breath wrapping around her tightly. Then he leaned in close to her ear and said very seriously, Later, we will have a daughter too. Tangxi felt as if her sensitive earlobe was brushed by a feather, making her tingle intensely. She instinctively covered her ear and glared at Wen Jiu Yuan in annoyance. Her shallow amber eyes shimmered with ripples like spring water. When Jiu Yuan's throat moved slightly. Let's go home. She didn't see the emotions swirling in his eyes. She got into the car and kept talking about how cute Tao Tao was. Wen Jiu Yuan, for some reason, spoke very little. It seemed he wasn't interested in what Tangxi was saying. Noticing this, Tangxi gradually fell silent. Soon, they returned to the big courtyard. Tangxi quickened her pace and entered first. As she turned on the light and stepped inside, she couldn't help but turn around and ask Wen Jiu Yuan, Are you? Snap. When Jiu Yuan turned off the light with his hand, and darkness flooded over them like a tide. Before she could even scream, when Jiu Yuan leaned down and kissed her. The intense, commanding breath was like a storm, relentless and all-consuming. She kept stepping back until her back pressed against the wall. It was cold, and she shivered from the icy sensation. When Jiu Yuan noticed, he pushed his large hand into the gap between the wall and her back, helping to block the cold. But this also made his body temperature press more firmly against her skin. Tangxi felt as if she was trapped in a fiery cage. Why was it so hot? Was this man made of magma?
Ugh.
She gasped and moved backward, suddenly missing the coolness of the wall. When Jiu Yuan mistakenly thought she wanted to escape, he held her head with his other hand, not allowing her to avoid him at all. Tangxi reluctantly turned her face aside and said, Wait.
Wait.
Her chest rose and fell quickly, and sweat beads appeared on her forehead. It looked like she had just exercised intensely. Don't like it? Wen Juyuan looked down at her softly. Then, his kiss was light and gentle, like a butterfly fluttering, landing on her nose. Tangxi felt his lips tremble slightly, full of wonder and tenderness for her. She opened her eyes in surprise. Wen Juyuan remained silent. His kisses continued to fall on her forehead, eyelids, cheeks, and even her neck. Tangxi felt her skin ignite like tiny flames along the way. Sparkles appeared, spreading into patches, making her sweat all over. She felt more uncomfortable and wanted to push Wen Jiyuan away. Looking down, she was suddenly startled by his gaze. It turned out that each kiss carried a strong, hidden emotion. He was close, almost humble, like a devoted follower seeking divine mercy. Tangxi was confused, unaware that Wen Jiyuan had such a side. In others' eyes, he was always strong, calm, and rational, seeming invincible. But in front of her, he was awkward, like a young novice just starting out. No one could remain unmoved. Even Tangxi softened her heart. She pushed him gently, then wrapped her arms around his neck. Wen Jiyuan didn't understand rejection and immediately held her tighter, kissing her again. Her slender, delicate body trembled softly in his arms. She reluctantly tilted her head back, seeing his cautious, dark eyes asking her silently. Since they were legally married, with official paperwork and reports filed, and delicious food in front of them, why shouldn't she eat? Tangxi silently nodded and then reached out to hold him tighter. Her skin, soft and smooth like fine jade, seemed to glow in the dark. She could feel his breath growing more intense, like a wild beast breaking free. Tangxi was a little afraid but also couldn't help but be drawn in. Suddenly, her fingers clenched tightly in his hair. No, this isn't right. Wait a moment. Wen Jiyuan was caught off guard this time and was pushed away by her. He looked at her, confused and puzzled. Tangxi's period had started. She was a premature baby, born during a time of hardship with little clothing and food, so her body has always been weak. This also made her periods irregular, something she couldn't quite understand herself. Just as she was feeling tense, something happened. Tangxi couldn't help but laugh bitterly at herself. Wen Jiyuan also remained silent for a while. He revealed a glimpse of his arm, muscles tight like stone, with prominent veins like strong tree roots. Just one look made it easy to imagine the powerful strength hidden inside, as well as the restraint and control. She pushed him gently. Are you okay? Wen Jiyuan closed his eyes briefly, then turned on the light again. He silently lifted Tangxi into his arms, steady and firm, and carried her upstairs to the bathroom. Do you need anything? His voice was still deep and husky, with a lingering warmth. Tangxi's face felt a little hot. I can do it myself. I'll help you, he insisted. Unable to refuse, Tangxi asked him to go into the bedroom and bring some things. Since she was on her period, it was inconvenient to do much, so she just took a quick shower. Then she changed into a sanitary pad and pajamas and lay down in bed early. A cold feeling settled in her lower abdomen, making her hands and feet icy, her face almost pale. Wen Jiyuan sat at the edge of the bed, his large hand touching her cold cheek. Are you okay? Tangxi, weak and listless, drooped her eyelids. It's nothing. I'm used to it. Menstrual pain was a common thing for her now. Plus, after marriage, her condition improved, she ate more meat, and her nutrition was better than before. Compared to the almost fainting pain during her teenage years, it was much better now. But she missed her mom a little. Tangxi had always been strong since she was young. Only when she was sick or unwell would she become fragile like a baby, unable to resist being cute, and only her mom's comfort could make her feel happy and relaxed. Mom. Tangxi's lips moved slightly, her longing for Tang Ruyue growing stronger. Wen Jiyuan frowned as he looked at her, trying to comfort her, but it didn't seem to help. I'll go get something. He stood up and left. Even the only source of warmth in the room seemed to disappear. She felt strangely unhappy. She only felt everything around her was cold, the bed was empty, and the blanket was icy. If she were at home, Tang Ryue would definitely have prepared some soup, boiled red sugar eggs, and gently massaged her belly to soothe her emotions. Sure enough, men were not as reliable as moms. She angrily turned over, closed her eyes tightly, and tried to fall asleep quickly. But she was exhausted and couldn't feel sleepy at all. She turned several times, but still couldn't sleep. Time passed slowly, seeming like a long, long time, so long that she thought Wen Jiyuan wouldn't come back. Finally, she heard familiar, steady footsteps approaching from afar. It was Wen Jiyuan. She felt a bit stuffy in her chest. She bit her lip, clutching the blanket tightly, not wanting to talk to Wen Jiyuan. In the next moment, a warm, round object slipped into the blanket. "Ah," she exclaimed, looking down and realizing that what Wen Jiyuan had tucked into the quilt was a freshly filled hot water bag. It pressed close to Tangshi's calf, releasing continuous heat that instantly chased away the persistent cold in her feet. A wave of warmth spread and extended until the entire quilt was cozy and hot. "Where did this hot water bag come from?" she asked in surprise. If she remembered correctly, as the weather warmed up and they bought new household items, she had forgotten about the hot water bag, so there shouldn't be one at home. Wen Jiyuan calmly replied, "I borrowed it from Sister Liang next door." Tangshi used a bit of force and sat up straight. Her voice unconsciously grew louder. "At this time? You want to knock on Sister Liang's door? It's almost midnight. According to everyone's usual schedule, Sister Liang and her husband should be asleep by now." Wen Jiyuan remained calm and steady. "Yes, what's the matter?" Tangshi didn't know what to say. After holding back for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Did they say anything?" Wen Jiyuan recalled the expression on Chai Weitao's face when he opened the door. He probably thought that someone was knocking late at night because something serious had happened at work. Chai Weitao looked serious and tense, as if facing a great enemy. Until he finished speaking. Chai Weitao's expression turned to one of helplessness, and he hesitated several times before speaking. But Wen Jiyuan simply ignored it. After calmly borrowing the hot water bag from Liang Ying, he left directly. "They didn't say anything," Wen Jiyuan answered with a calm face. Tangshi never expected him to lie. Her tense heart finally relaxed, and she lay back down, feeling relieved. "Next time, don't do that. I'm not that desperate for a hot water bag." Wen Jiyuan didn't reply. He got up and took a pair of thick wool socks from the cabinet. Tangshi only heard rustling sounds, not knowing what he was doing. When she realized it, Wen Jiyuan had gently lifted a corner of the quilt, carefully and tenderly helping her put on the socks. Tangshi let out a small cry and instinctively tried to hide. "I can do it myself." Her ears turned red, and she wanted to sit up again. But Wen Jiyuan pressed down on the edge of the quilt, holding her back. "I'll do it." While speaking, Wen Jiyuan had already put the socks on her. He made sure every corner was smooth and neat, so she could wear them comfortably. Tangshi immediately felt warmth spread through her body, and the coldness inside her eased considerably.
All right."
She took back her previous words, realizing that Wen Jiyuan still had some influence. She turned over and looked at Wen Jiyuan, wanting to say something. Before she could speak, Wen Jiyuan stood up again. "Wait." He hurriedly went outside. After a moment of hurried footsteps, he returned holding a small bowl, steaming hot in the cool night. A familiar sweet smell drifted into the air, and Tangshi's eyes widened. "Did you just cook this?" Wen Jiyuan nodded, placing the bowl on the bedside table, then helped Tangshi sit up. "It's a bit hot." He gently blew on it. The warm yellow light from the bedside lamp cast a gentle glow on his side face, creating a soft, tender shadow in his eye sockets. It also made his sharp, perfect features shimmer with a golden hue. She was captivated, staring intently. After a while, Wen Jiyuan finished blowing and tested the temperature with the back of his hand.
Just right."
He scooped up some brown sugar water and offered it to Tangshi. Perhaps because of his natural movements, Tangshi forgot to refuse. She opened her mouth and drank spoonfuls of the homemade brown sugar water. All her previous pain and frustration seemed to vanish completely. Unconsciously, she finished the bowl of brown sugar eggs. Leaning against the soft cushion by the bed, she softly asked, "How do you know all this?" When Ju Yuan replied, "My mom told me." Of course, he meant Tang Ryue. A small smile appeared at the corner of Tang Shi's mouth. All right, she admitted that when Ju Yuan was almost as reliable as her mother. Just moments ago, Tang Shi, who had been tossing and turning, quickly felt sleep coming over her. When Ju Yuan gently patted her hair, "Are you sleepy?" "Yes." Tang Shi blinked slowly, her eyes heavy with sleep. When Ju Yuan tucked her into the quilt, "Then go to sleep." Tang Shi hummed softly and lay down naturally. She snuggled into the pillow that smelled faintly of soap and soon drifted off. When Ju Yuan turned off the bedroom light, leaving only his side lamp on. Then, Tang Shi heard him get up and leave.
You.
"Where are you going?" Her voice was soft, almost like she was talking in her sleep. Just as when Ju Yuan was about to leave, he immediately turned back, gently patting her through the quilt. "I'm going to tidy up a bit. You sleep first." Tang. She closed her eyes completely. When Ju Yuan waited for a while, confirming her breathing was steady before carrying the empty bowl downstairs. He washed the dishes, cleaned the kitchen, tidied up the house, took a shower, washed Tang Shi's clothes, and checked documents in the study. His mind was almost never at rest. But the fire burning inside him showed no signs of fading. Instead, because of her scent filling the air everywhere, he felt more restless and impatient. When Ju Yuan put down his pen and leaned back heavily, he closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose with a headache. Since he was young, he never doubted his self-control, but after marrying Tang Shi, he had doubted it countless times. Restless and impatient, when Ju Yuan put the files back in the cabinet, turned off the light, and returned to the bedroom, the scent of Tang Shi in the air grew stronger. Yet his inner restlessness was strangely eased. He moved quietly, no longer resisting, and gently approached the bed, lifting the blanket on the empty side. Tang Shi was lying with her back to him, on the other side of the bed, separated by a clear distance. The bed at home seemed a bit too big. That was the first thought that came to his mind. When Ju Yuan leaned closer to Tang Shi, looked at her for a while, then reached out to hold her. Unexpectedly, Tang Shi, still asleep, seemed to sense his intention. She rolled into his arms with a force, fitting perfectly. When Ju Yuan's restless heart suddenly calmed.
Wait.
Are you still awake? When Ju Yuan had just spoken when he saw Tang Shi quietly open one eye. Then her gaze met his dark eyes.
Haha.
She smiled and buried her face in the pillow, then opened her eyes fully and asked him, "What are you doing outside?" She was a light sleeper. Seeing that it was quiet outside and he hadn't come in, her sleepiness grew shallower. She blinked drowsily for a moment, then, hearing someone enter, she quickly became alert and observed quietly. She felt when Ju Yuan seemed to be staring at her intently in the dark for a long time, making her almost unable to keep her eyes open, so she rolled into his arms to distract herself. Unexpectedly, she was still noticed. The bedside lamp was dim, only illuminating a corner of the room. The faint, pervasive sweet scent was like a large net, enveloping Wen Ju Yuan completely. He lowered his black eyes, looking at Tang Shi curled up in his arms, thick, ink-black hair a little messy, a small face as white and shiny as pearls, glowing with a luster. Her lips were red and glossy, like freshly bloomed petals, tender enough to drip water. Every inch of this scene was woven with delicate silver threads, winding around Wen Ju Yuan's heart. His fragile heart was painfully constricted, but the pain was deep, mixed with a tingling pleasure that was addictive. This was an unquenchable desire hidden deep in his heart. Wen Ju Yuan lowered his head, using all his strength to control himself, and only lightly pecked Tang Shi's lips twice.
Sleep now.
He pulled the blanket over and wrapped Tang Shi tightly, leaving only her head visible. Tang Shi didn't resist and let him do as he pleased. After Wen Ju Yuan turned off the light, she suddenly asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Just moments ago, they had been on the verge of something but had to stop suddenly. Not only she but Wen Ju Yuan was disappointed. However, he acted so calm afterward that Tang Shi almost forgot about it. Tangxi tilted her head, seeming to want to observe Wen Jiyuan's expression carefully. Her eyes shone brightly, full of lively interest. Wen Jiyuan felt a warm flush spreading through his body from being watched and quickly covered his face with his hand.
Sleep now.
This time, he emphasized the two words heavily. Usually, when he scolded people with a serious face, he used this kind of tone. But unfortunately, Tangxi had already seen his other side, so this tone no longer worked on her. Instead, her eyes opened even wider, like a little cat, ripples of excitement spreading through her. Is it really uncomfortable? Are you sure you're not uncomfortable? She peeked out from under the blanket and suddenly kissed Wen Jiyuan's chin. The action was sudden, and her grip was a bit too weak, accidentally hitting him a little hard. Tangxi winced in pain and covered her mouth. Wen Jiyuan's chin was also hit, leaving a bright red bruise. Tangxi widened her eyes, feeling a bit annoyed at her own recklessness. If it didn't fade by tomorrow morning, does it hurt? Where did you hit? Wen Jiyuan quickly sat up, supporting himself with his hand. He held Tangxi's face carefully, examining her inch by inch. He even reached out to touch her teeth. Tangxi hurriedly pushed him away. What are you doing? Wen Jiyuan loosened his grip. It looks fine. Tangxi pouted. My teeth aren't that fragile. But what about the mark on your chin? What should we do about that tomorrow? Wen Jiyuan glanced at her face with a calm expression. There's nothing wrong if it gets seen. Tangxi held her breath in shock. That's impossible. They love to talk about us, and now they have even more material. Seeing her genuinely worried, Wen Jiyuan didn't tease her further. Don't worry, it will be gone by morning. Tangxi didn't believe him. Really? Wen Jiyuan nodded. Really? Tangxi thought his words sounded somewhat believable. She rolled around in the blanket to get into a more comfortable position. This way, she could more openly admire Wen Jiyuan's appearance. Come to think of it, she realized she had never looked at Wen Jiyuan so seriously before. In everyone's eyes, compared to appearance, what first caught their attention was his commanding presence. Until this moment, when they were alone in a space with just the two of them, all external things seemed to fall away, and Tangxi finally truly saw Wen Jiyuan's face. His skin is quite good. His features are delicate and smooth. His nose bridge is quite nice and the shape is attractive. As for his lips, they are a bit thin, perhaps because he likes to purse them in a serious way. Why are his eyelashes so long? They almost match hers. His eyes. They look like bottomless pits. Tangxi looked for a while and felt like her soul might be pulled in. She blinked slowly. It was then she realized that while she was staring at Wen Jiyuan, he was also looking at her. Unknowingly, the two gazed at each other for a long time. Tang, she felt the air suddenly turn hot. A faint sense of danger was rising. Out of instinct, she curled up under the blanket. I'm going to sleep now. Before she could bury her face, Wen Jiyuan took the lead, pinching her chin. She was forced to lift her head as they engaged in a kiss. Wen Jiyuan kissed very fiercely, as if wanting to release all the suppressed restlessness of the night. Tang, she thought she was being bitten by some wild beast, about to be torn apart completely. So, at first she enjoyed it, but gradually her lips started to hurt. She hummed and groaned, vaguely calling out that it hurt twice. Wen Jiyuan's movement stiffened, and finally, reluctantly, he pulled away a little. The kiss became gentle and lingering. Tangxi liked this feeling very much. Her toes clenched, and her body softened completely. She lazily stretched her limbs, not even noticing when her hand touched Wen Jiyuan's abdomen, only realizing she seemed to have touched a hard wall. No, wait. The wall had a pattern. Isn't that Wen Jiyuan's abs? Tangxi stared with wide eyes, a bit stunned. She watched as Wen Jiyuan suddenly jumped up, as if electrocuted. As her gaze followed him, she only saw his back quickly disappearing. Soon, the quiet second floor was filled with the sound of water dripping. Could he be taking a cold shower? Realizing this, Tangxi chuckled softly. She couldn't help but mutter, "The texture is quite good." She savored the thought, and her smile deepened. But she dared not wait for Wen Jiyuan to come back, fearing an awkward scene. So Tangxi happily entered the system space and went to class. Half an hour later, when Jiyuan, after taking a long cold shower, finally returned to his room. Although he had guessed, he still felt helpless when he saw Tangxi sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed. She started the fire, but in the end, she was the one sleeping the most soundly. Little rascal. When Jiyuan smiled softly as he lay back down. This time, he didn't dare to test that boundary again and simply held Tangxi in his arms. She had a peaceful night without dreams. Tangxi stayed in the system space all night, looking very energetic. But when she thought about last night's class, she couldn't help but zone out and smile for no reason, even making Teacher Song look at her several times, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Sure enough, men only slow down her learning. Tangxi sat up with her quilt, reflecting deeply on her obsession with handsome men last night. She decided to work hard in the next few days and finish her tasks. Oh, right. Tangxi quickly put on her shoes and ran downstairs. The rich smell of chicken soup came from the kitchen. Wen Jiyuan was busy at the stove, wearing an apron but still maintaining his commanding presence. He calmly skimmed the floating oil off the soup with a spoon. This morning, I bought a hen at the nearby market. I'll put it in a thermal container for you to take to school. The market near the big yard? How many familiar older sisters and wives must know him? Tangxi didn't dare think too much and decided to act like an ostrich for now. Your chin. Tangxi remembered another matter and hurriedly grabbed Wen Jiyuan's hand, standing on tiptoe to look. Wen Jiyuan simply bent down, making it easier for her to see. Tangxi examined it carefully for a moment. It's okay. She had bumped into it quite hard yesterday, almost breaking the skin. Fortunately, Wen Jiyuan's healing ability was good. The bite mark was gone, just a little red scar. Tangxi confidently said, it should be completely gone by tomorrow. Wen Jiyuan touched his chin. Really? His tone sounded a bit regretful. Tangxi curled her lips, pushed him away, and turned to go upstairs to tidy up. Wen Jiyuan leaned against the cabinet, chuckling softly. As usual, Wen Jiyuan took her to school. The car was still parked near the school, but this time, it was only 100 meters away instead of 300. Well, that's progress. Watching Tangxi carry the thermal container and get out of the car, she met some teachers along the way, and they chatted and laughed as they moved forward. But Tangxi never looked back. Wen Jiyuan waited at the same spot for a while but still didn't see anyone. He slightly pursed his lips and was about to get into his car. Tangxi suddenly looked back and glanced in his direction. Their eyes met. Tangxi seemed a bit surprised, quickly waved his hand, and signaled him to leave quickly. Wen Jiyuan smiled helplessly but also felt satisfied. He drove straight to his workplace feeling very happy all the way. Perhaps his mood was too obvious. Even his subordinates noticed. One familiar subordinate dared to joke, "Boss is in a good mood today." Usually, Wen Jiyuan ignored such boring questions, but today he nodded for the first time. The weather is nice today. Nice weather? The subordinate looked out the window at the gloomy sky and almost couldn't hide his surprise. It must be a wedding day. Even someone like Wen Jiyuan can't resist the tradition. The subordinates secretly thought, feeling that Wen Jiyuan seemed a bit more approachable. By noon, heavy rain started falling. Tangxi was going to the machine tool factory but forgot to bring an umbrella. He asked around but couldn't find anyone to borrow from. Either he didn't bring one or he needed it himself. Could Tangxi be planning to borrow from a student? Little Tang teacher, your husband is here. Someone shouted at the door. Suddenly, countless curious eyes looked over. Some had seen Wen Jiyuan before and remembered him clearly, mentioning him to others. Others listened vaguely, feeling that Wen Jiyuan's image became even more mysterious. Today, they finally saw Wen Jiyuan in person. He appeared tall and straight, holding a black umbrella as he slowly walked over. It was as if a sharp sword cut through the chaos of the sky and the heavy rain. All the teachers couldn't help but hold their breath. Many students also noticed this unfamiliar man. Soon news about his identity spread. Many young hearts were broken, and the whole school was filled with whispers of sorrow. In the office, Tangxi felt his heart pounding very hard. Cece. When Ju Yuan stepped into the office, still carrying the dampness of the rain. But he calmly greeted Tangxi and then greeted the other teachers one by one. His composed demeanor made the mess caused by the heavy rain seem less noticeable. Tangxi stood up to meet him. Why are you here? Ju Yuan smiled and said, I'm here to pick you up. Tangxi muttered, You didn't have to. But as he spoke, he finally smiled. He waved goodbye to the others and Tangxi and Ju Yuan walked into the rainy mist together. The back view shows one tall and one delicate figure, yet they look very harmonious together. Tangxi, accompanied by Ju Yuan, went to the machine tool factory with the drawings. Yu Jingming had been waiting for her early in the morning. Excitedly, he greeted the two, but kept glancing at Tangxi's embrace. Tangxi handed over the wrapped drawings. Here, take a look. These are the things I drew over the past 2 days. She was about to open the bundle. Yu Jingming's heart immediately lifted with hope. He quickly pulled the two inside. After closing the door tightly, he finally spoke. Don't let these drawings leak outside. If someone learns from them, it could be bad. Tangxi chuckled casually. It's just some drawings. Who would be watching so closely? Ju Yuan reminded him at the right time. 6 people are watching behind the windows of the other 2 rooms. Tangxi looked at him in surprise, and he nodded, confirming it again. You really can't tell. This small machine shop was actually full of chaos and hidden dangers. Uncle really works hard. Tangxi sincerely sympathized with Yu Jingming. Yu Jingming just waved his hand, focusing only on the drawings, a thick stack of drawings, drawn with simple tools like a vernier caliper, T-square, compass, triangle ruler, and a pencil, completed in just 2 days. That efficiency was truly impressive. But what caught Yu Jingming's attention even more was the drawings themselves. They seemed a bit different from the usual mechanical blueprints he was used to. How to describe it? They looked a little strange, but easier to understand. He carefully asked Tangxi, feeling there was a lot of skill involved. I added some details, Tangxi explained casually. Of course, she added more than just a few details. Her drawings were almost like 3D models. With CAD software, this wouldn't be difficult. But Tangxi relied on hand drawing. Achieving this level was only possible because she practiced day after day in the system space. Every line on the paper was soaked with her sweat and effort. Yu Jingming looked at the pencil lines in awe, afraid to touch them, only able to brush his hand over them from afar. Beautiful. These drawings are so beautiful, he said with some embarrassment. Uncle's drawings aren't as good as yours. Tangxi didn't know how to comfort him. Yu Jingming initially knew nothing about mechanical drawings and had learned everything by working overtime and self-study. Unlike Tangxi, who stands on the shoulders of giants and uses 3D modeling and spatial thinking as references, the drawings he produces are naturally not as good as Tangxi's. Thinking of this, Tangxi feels quite regretful. If only there were computers and CAD or AR tools to help, ordinary workers like Yu Jingming wouldn't find mechanical drawings so difficult. Unfortunately, although China developed its first computer over 20 years ago, making a big leap from nothing to something, the country still has a long way to go before computers become widespread.
Oh.
What if she could find a way to get the system to help develop a lighter, smaller personal computer, speeding up this process? Not only that, but powerful supercomputers are also very important for research, as they can save time by running simulations instead of wasting resources on unnecessary experiments. To do good work, one must first sharpen their tools.
Cece?
Yu Jingming's voice pulls Tangxi back from her thoughts. She snaps back to reality. She knows some things can't be rushed, and there are other tasks to do, so she temporarily suppresses her restless mind. What does this mean, Cece? Oh, this data is... Tangxi speaks confidently and in detail. She can't stay at the machine tool factory for long. Most of the work must be done by Yu Jingming. So, she fears he might not understand, and she explains every detail carefully. At first, Yu Jingming found it a bit hard to understand. But as he gradually grasped Tangxi's ideas, he became more skilled. Eventually, even without her help, he could understand the remaining drawings well. They discussed for most of the afternoon. Along the way, They received a message from Ji Yuan that there was an urgent matter, so they drove away temporarily, saying they would pick her up later. Tangxi nodded vaguely twice, not even bothering to look at him. Thinking of the smile on Tangxi's face when she went to school in the morning, Ji Yuan fell silent. Finally, helplessly and indulgently, he patted her head and walked away holding an umbrella. Tangxi didn't notice at all. Her full attention was on the drawings. Finally, when Yu Jingming had looked at them enough, he couldn't wait to go to the factory to try things out. On the way, Yu Jingming was clearly very excited. "Cici, I really think your ideas can work. With these modifications, not only can we extend the machine's lifespan, but we can also improve its efficiency by at least 50%. And that's a conservative estimate." This sentence just happened to be overheard by Gao Bei, who was secretly approaching. He immediately sarcastically said, "Old Yu, even if you want to praise your niece, don't talk nonsense. Be careful, you'll be famous for a few days and then fall even harder." Yu Jingming ignored him and pulled Tangxi to leave. However, Tangxi looked at Gao Bei with some surprise. In just 2 days, Gao Bei seemed like a different person. The confident young leader was gone. He looked rough, tired, and unkempt. Getting closer, Tangxi could even smell faint alcohol on him. He must have just had a drink. Is he crazy? Drinking during work hours? What if there's an accident in the workshop? Tangxi looked at this irresponsible person with some disdain. Perhaps his expression was too obvious, making Gao Bei feel uncomfortable all over. He simply grinned, showing his very white teeth. "What are you looking at? Watch out. I might stab you to death." His clenched teeth and fierce expression carried real, intense hatred. Before Tangxi could react, Yu Jingming exploded. He could tolerate Gao Bei targeting him, but he wouldn't allow Gao Bei to insult Tangxi even with words.
Gao Bei.
"Stop acting crazy here. Don't think we're really afraid of you. A honest person losing temper can be very frightening." Yu Jingming's sudden anger stunned Gao Bei for a few seconds. But he refused to admit defeat and immediately shouted back, "What are you going to do? Want to hit me? I tell you, since it's come to this, I, Gao Bei, am not afraid of stepping on shoes barefoot. At worst, we'll fight to the death." This commotion quickly attracted many workers to come and watch. Tangxi also learned from their argument that Gao Bei had been demoted. He had worked hard for years to become the workshop director, but because of Tangxi, all his efforts were wasted. He went from workshop director to ordinary worker, with his salary cut several levels, and had to move out of the housing assigned by the factory leadership. Gao Bei blamed all of this on Tangxi, thinking she ruined everything. But that was just his own idea. Most people saw it differently. Gao Bei was simply reaping what he had sown. So, most of the watching workers sided with Tangxi and her nephew, criticizing Gao Bei in return. Gao Bei looked at these workers supporting Tangxi with a furious face. Fine, you see me down and out, all kicking me when I'm down, huh? I'll burn this factory. I'll ruin all of you." Although everyone thought Gao Bei was just shouting, it still made them feel uncomfortable. Finally, a few strong young men stepped forward, carried Gao Bei away, and took him out. After he left, Yu Jingming was still very angry and kept scolding Gao Bei. Tangxi comforted him, "Don't waste your energy on such people. It's not worth it." Gao Bei had already lost his mind. Talking to him was just a waste of words. Tangxi was more worried about Yu Jingming's health being affected by anger. Yu Jingming's eyes turned slightly red. "If he just insulted me, fine. But why did he insult you? I was foolish to treat him like a son and teach him. I was blind. That's why I raised a white-eyed wolf." Actually, Tangxi didn't care much about Gao Bei's insults. They were just barking like a dog. She thought it was a waste of energy to pay attention. But seeing her uncle defend her like that made her feel warm inside. "Thank you, uncle, for helping me." Yu Jingming was surprised, then shyly waved his hand. Tangxi comforted him. "All right, uncle. Let's get back to work now." Only then did Yu Jingming remember. "Oh, right. We still need to fix the machine. Look how much time he's wasted." When Ji Yuan came to pick up Tangxi, it was almost evening. The rain had stopped, the air was cool and damp, and the sky was dark and cloudy. He arrived at the machine tool factory's residential area but found that Tang Shi and Yu Jingming weren't home. After asking Yang Bixia, he learned that the uncle and nephew were still at the factory and hadn't returned. He parked his car by the roadside, got out, and headed into the factory. Along the way, he bumped into a drunk man. The man was completely drunk, staggering as he walked, not noticing anyone, and directly bumped into Wen Jiyuan's shoulder. Wen Jiyuan dodged just in time, frowning. The drunk man looked familiar. He seemed to be the person who had clashed with Tang Shi and them a couple days ago. Getting closer, Wen Jiyuan heard the man muttering curses. Kill everyone. Just kill them all. Better to die together. Wen Jiyuan's brow furrowed even more. He stood still, watching the man walk away in a certain direction. Then he took a step back and entered the factory. The security guard at the gate recognized him, bowed respectfully but didn't let him in, instead running to call someone. A short while later, the guard hurried back, looking a bit embarrassed and unsure how to speak. When Jiyuan asked gently, "What's wrong?" The guard hesitated. "Comrade Tang, she asked you to wait a little longer." In the guard's view, Wen Jiyuan, being such an important leader, probably didn't like waiting and might get angry on the spot, so he felt uneasy. But Wen Jiyuan's tone remained gentle. "Did she say how long to wait?" The guard shook his head. Then he prepared himself for Wen Jiyuan to get angry. But Wen Jiyuan only nodded. "All right, I understand." He found a less noticeable spot and stood still. His tall, elegant figure looked like a proud pine tree under the dim sky, standing firm against the cold. The security guard was a bit stunned. Are you just standing here?" He looked like a gatekeeper, and someone unfamiliar might think Wen Jiyuan was the guard.
Oh, wait.
With the commanding presence of this leader, it was clear he wasn't a guard but a superior inspecting the work. Wen Jiyuan noticed the guard staring at him for a long time and misunderstood. "Is it not allowed to stand here? Should I move somewhere else?" The guard waved his hands quickly. "Oh no, it's fine. You can stand here. It's perfect." Wen Jiyuan nodded calmly and continued to stand there. The guard was amazed and kept sneaking glances for a while before returning to his post to do his work. About 20 minutes later, Tang Shi and Yu Jingming came out talking. They were so focused on their conversation that they didn't notice Wen Jiyuan standing by the roadside. "Cece." Tang Shi turned around at the call.
Huh?
"Why are you here?" "Oh right, the security guard reminded me earlier." Tang Shi looked a bit annoyed and tapped her forehead. Wen Jiyuan quickly caught her hand and smiled. "I didn't wait too long." His gaze then fell on Tang Shi. She was wearing the same clothes, but now they were covered in dust and oil. Even her beautiful hands weren't spared. Noticing Wen Jiyuan's look, Tang Shi looked down. "Oh, it's okay. I'll wash it when I get home." Next to her, Yu Jingming suggested. "Perfect, Cece. You and Jiyuan can stay home and eat dinner before leaving." The elders were kind but insistent, and as juniors, they couldn't refuse. As soon as they stepped into Yu's courtyard, Yu Yan rushed over excitedly. "Sister, you haven't left yet." The boy was like a happy puppy, eager to circle around Tang Shi. Tang Shi reached out to pat him, but withdrew her hand when she saw it was dirty. She nodded. "Yes, we'll leave after eating." Yu Yan smiled brightly. "Great. Sister, do you want an orange? I'll peel one for you." Tang Shi naturally didn't refuse. "Sure." Unnoticed by all, Wen Jiyuan narrowed his eyes. Yu Jingming also felt Yu Yan was being a bit rude and scolded. "Your brother-in-law is here too. Why didn't you say hello?" "That's impolite." Yu Yan looked at Wen Jiyuan reluctantly and nodded awkwardly. "Commander Wen." Yu Jingming was unhappy. "You should call him brother-in-law, not Commander Wen." Yu Yan's mouth curled into a stubborn smile. "I'm not used to this." Yu Jingming wanted to scold him. Tang Shi stepped forward to stop him. "It's okay, uncle. It's just a title." Then she looked at Wen Jiyuan. Wen Jiyuan nodded in agreement. "It's just a title." His gaze swept over the boy's face, which was faintly filled with hostility. Yu Yan suddenly pulled Tang Shi. "Big sister, I have a question I don't understand. Can you explain it to me?" Tang Shi readily agreed. "Go ahead. I'll wash my hands first, and then come." She went to the wash basin in the yard and carefully scrubbed her hands for a long time. Finally, after washing thoroughly, she dried her hands and was about to go into Yu Yan's room when Ju Yuan called her. "I just met someone. I think something's off about him." "Who?" Tang Shi's attention immediately shifted, and she turned to walk toward him. When Ju Yuan described Gao Bei's clothes and appearance, Tang Shi and Yu Jingming immediately guessed, "It's Gao Bei." When Ju Yuan's expression grew serious, "I think this person might cause a big problem today." A faint chill filled the room. Tang Shi and Yu Jingming both understood what Wen Ju Yuan meant. "No way." Yu Jingming instinctively denied. "Gao Bei has an older mother. No matter how crazy he is, he wouldn't ignore her. They are mother and son, relying on each other. If something happens to him, Aunt Wu probably won't survive either." Yu Jingming disliked Gao Bei and his mother intensely. This dislike was because he wanted them to stay out of his sight forever, not because he wished them harm. So Yu Jingming didn't agree with Wen Ju Yuan's view. But Tang Shi thought very differently from her uncle. That afternoon, she had already realized Gao Bei had completely lost his mind. He had threatened to stab Tang Shi, burn the factory, and kill everyone. For a moment, Tang Shi genuinely believed Gao Bei meant it. "Uncle, your thinking is normal, but Gao Bei is not normal. He's a madman. A madman can do anything." Wen Ju Yuan and Tang Shi's opinions made the usually firm Yu Jingming waver. He muttered, "Then this is a serious problem." The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He suddenly stood up. "No, I have to tell the factory about this. If he really goes crazy and burns the factory with so many machines and workers, what if someone gets hurt?" He hurriedly headed outside. "Tang Shi, wait." "Don't worry," Wen Ju Yuan said calmly. Both of them spoke in unison. Then they looked at each other again. They gradually stood up, one on each side, and went to stand beside Yu Jingming, trying to persuade him. "Tang Shi, nothing has happened yet. Even if Uncle Yu says something, the others in the factory won't believe it. Wen Ju Yuan, he plans to do something, but at least wait until nightfall. We can observe first." Yu Jingming knew they both had valid points, but his heart felt like it was being roasted over a fire, anxious and restless. I'm just worried about the factory," he said with a worried look. He had joined this machine tool factory in his teens and had spent most of his life there. To him, the factory was like a real home. No one wanted to see their home destroyed by a mad person. Let me take my time, he said, returning to his chair and sitting down with his head in his hands, looking exhausted and worn out. Tang Shi watched her worried uncle and hesitated to speak the words she almost said. Suddenly, she felt the room was stuffy and decided to open the door and go outside into the yard. It was mealtime. The area around the machine tool factory was bustling with people, with the thickest smoke rising from the kitchens. The wisps of smoke reached the blue sky and then dissolved into the cloudy sky like mist.
"What are you thinking about?"
Wen Ju Yuan asked as he approached her. Unknowingly, he was standing right in the breeze. The cool wind that had been swirling around Tang Shi was mostly blocked now, and her cold hands and feet began to warm up. Tang Shi slightly curled her lips and said, "There are some things I'm not sure if I should say." Wen Ju Yuan looked at her lightly and said, "You want to wait until that person makes a move, right?" Tang Shi's eyelashes trembled in surprise.
"How?
How did you know?"
she asked.
Wen Ju Yuan didn't answer but continued, "You dislike that person and want to settle everything quickly. But there's a difference between being caught before making a mistake and being caught while doing something wrong. You want a ladder, but you don't know how to tell Uncle, right?" Tang Shi sighed deeply. "Yes, that's what I think." There was a moment of silence between them. Tang Shi asked him, "Do you think I'm very cruel? If Gao Bei really does something, no one can predict what will happen. Maybe machines will be damaged, maybe someone will get hurt, or even worse." She imagined many possibilities, but the thought didn't make her feel better. She hoped Gao Bei would completely leave her and her family's world. When Ju Yuan suddenly smiled, his deep, dark eyes looked at Tang Shi, and his chest gently trembled with laughter. Cici, Her name seemed to be held on his tongue, spoken affectionately and tenderly. Truly malicious people don't think about these things. For example, Gao Bei, if he acts, would he worry about hurting innocent people? A simple truth suddenly made Tang Shi see clearly. Her gloom instantly disappeared, replaced by eagerness. Yes, you're right. I need to talk to Uncle about this. Tang Shi quickly turned around and headed back inside. Wen Juyuan stepped after her. I'll help you. Tang Shi looked back at him, playfully scolding. Hurry up then. Their affectionate words were natural and warm. Wen Juyuan's eyes held a gentle smile, and his tone was loving. Okay. The two entered the house and discussed the plan with Yu Jingming. At first, Yu Jingming strongly opposed it, without hesitation. Tang Shi advised, there's no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days, but no defense for a thief forever. If Gao Bei gets away this time, what about next time? Who knows if he'll do something even worse? Yu Jingming was convinced. Plus, Wen Juyuan personally guaranteed he would keep a close watch on Gao Bei to minimize the risk. In the end, Yu Jingming nodded. All right then. As evening approached, Yang Bixia called everyone to eat. Tang Shi went over to look. 5 dishes and 1 soup? Auntie, this is so generous. Tang Shi was a bit overwhelmed. After all, life at Uncle's house wasn't easy. Yang Bixia smiled warmly. Thanks to you, Shishi. The factory gave your uncle some extra money for the machine upgrade, said it was a subsidy. With that, we're a bit more comfortable. Not just 5 dishes and 1 soup, even a big meal at a government restaurant would be deserved. While speaking, Yang Bixia even considered inviting Tang Shi and Wen Juyuan to a nice meal at a government restaurant. Everyone sat down one after another. Yu Yan tried to make space by gently pushing Yu Jia aside and sat next to Tang Shi. He looked over Tang Shi's head at Wen Juyuan with a slight displeased hum. Then he looked at Tang Shi with a sad face. Big sister, why didn't you come to help me with my homework? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tang Shi paused as she picked up her chopsticks. Sorry, I forgot. I'll come after dinner. She calculated that there should be some time in between. Yu Yan sighed. If you're too busy, that's okay. I'll find you at the school office tomorrow. Tang Shi thought that was good. Bring all the questions you don't understand then. Yu Yan nodded obediently. Big sister, you're so kind. Tang Shi smiled and patted his head gently. Of course. I am your sister after all. Yu Yan proudly lifted his chin, glancing sideways at Wen Juyuan with a subtle challenge. Wen Juyuan remained calm and poured a bowl of soup for Tang Shi. Be careful, it's hot. Drunk Gao Bei staggered into the house. He didn't watch his step and accidentally hit the door with a loud bang. Madame Wu came out from the inner room, scolding loudly. Where did you go drinking? You look like this. Madame Wu helped her son, but accidentally bumped into the table, wincing in pain. This broken factory gave us such a shabby house. Such a small place, I can't even turn around. Previously, the factory had assigned them a spacious, clean 2-bedroom apartment with a living room and a bathroom. Now, Gao Bei, as a regular worker, could only get a single room, separated into an inner and outer room, and had to walk a long way to the bathroom. Madame Wu was very unaccustomed to this and, while caring for Gao Bei, she also scolded the factory loudly and angrily. But Gao Bei found her words especially harsh, as if she was scolding him directly. He suddenly turned and stood up. Enough.
Can you be quiet?
If it weren't for you, how did I end up like this? Madame Wu looked at him in disbelief. What are you saying? For me? Gao Bei's face turned red and purple. Isn't that true? If you hadn't been arguing with Yu Jingming's family every day, I wouldn't have clashed with his niece, and the new factory director wouldn't have caught me with a mistake, stripping me of all my positions. Madame Wu's eyes filled with sadness. Gao Bei, you're so ungrateful. The fights with Yu Jingming's family were because you kept saying he's a troublemaker in front of me. You wanted to push him out, so I stepped in. Now you're blaming me? I must have been blind to have a son like you. Madame Wu sat on the ground and started crying loudly. Shut up. Shut up. Gao Bei's face showed a fierce expression as he shouted loudly. You all look down on me. Even you, old woman, look down on me. Do I have to burn down the factory and everyone die to make you all stop? Madame Wu slapped her thigh and retorted angrily. Go ahead. Go ahead. If you don't go, you're just a coward. Gao Bei suddenly shook violently. I'm not a coward.
I am not.
A coward. He staggered out of the house. Leaving Madame Wu behind, she let out sharp, heartbreaking cries. Several neighbors nearby kept their doors closed. Back behind, we won't discuss Mother Wu and Gao Bei's family for now, but no one paid much attention to Gao Bei's words. Gao Bei left the house, his steps shifting from uncertain to firm, and his gaze grew more fierce. He quickly climbed over the wall into the machine tool factory and found the security room. It was only then that he realized the security room was usually locked, and ordinary people couldn't get in. The keys he once had already been returned, so he couldn't open the door. Gao Bei turned to leave but accidentally kicked a stone at his feet. On a whim, he bent down and picked up the stone, smashing the lock with it. After opening the door, Gao Bei grabbed a can of gasoline from the corner and headed straight to the factory building where he used to work, crawling along the wall. While doing this, he cursed aloud. Look down on me. Let everyone look down on me.
Serves you right.
Soon, he poured out all the gasoline. Smelling the strong, pungent fumes in the air, Gao Bei's face twisted into a fierce smile. He took out a box of matches, hesitated for a moment, then struck one, and was about to throw it. Who are you? What are you doing? A loud shout came from nearby behind him. Gao Bei was startled and trembling, dropping the match, which was about to fall into the gasoline. Just then, a large hand reached out diagonally and caught the falling match. The flame was extinguished in that hand. Then, that hand grabbed Gao Bei's shoulder from behind. He felt a dizzying spin. By the time Gao Bei reacted, he was already pressed firmly to the ground by a terrifying force. His face scraped against the rough ground, causing him intense pain. He twisted and struggled wildly, shouting loudly, "Let me go! Quickly, let me go!" Unfortunately, his struggles only made him be pressed down harder. With a cracking sound, Gao Bei screamed, my hand is broken."
Ah.
Serves you right for trying to set fire. Just then, the security guard nearby cursed fiercely. What kind of thief dares to cause trouble in our factory? Wait, what's that smell? It's gasoline. He was trying to set fire, said Ji Yuan calmly, then ordered the guard to inform the factory leaders. The guard was so scared, he almost fainted. In the faint light, he recognized the person holding Gao Bei was the security guard. He didn't dare delay and quickly ran toward the management building. The entire building's lights were turned on. Soon, many people arrived after hearing the news. Besides the factory leaders, there were also workers who just happened to hear about it. Word spread quickly, and almost the entire machine tool factory knew that Gao Bei had tried to set fire but was caught in the act. At first, everyone couldn't believe Gao Bei could do such a terrible thing. But when they saw the scene, with the strong smell of gasoline, Gao Bei pressed to the ground and matches nearby, everyone was shocked. Gao Bei, are you crazy? You're actually going to burn down the factory. What will happen to us workers if the factory burns? Are you trying to get everyone killed? I knew he wasn't a good person. I told you all before, but you didn't believe me. He kept shouting today that he wanted to burn the factory. I thought he was just talking, but I didn't expect. Forget it, just beat him to death. Xin Jiaming quickly caught one important detail. Did you say Gao Bei has been shouting today that he wants to burn the factory? The person asked nodded quickly. Yes, not only that, he also said he wanted to stab Tongxi. Xin Jiaming's face darkened like a pot bottom, and he decisively decided, call the police. The police arrived quickly. The situation became serious. Even though it was late at night, no one in the machine tool factory could sleep. Everyone was talking about Gao Bei's arson, feeling scared and worried. It seemed Gao Bei only realized what he had done now. He cried and apologized, saying he drank alcohol and wasn't thinking clearly when he did it. But no one believed him, because his neighbor recounted every word of the argument between Gao Bei and Wu Damao inside the house. Plus, many witnesses heard Gao Bei threaten earlier that day, so the deliberate arson couldn't be ignored. Meanwhile, Tongxi had prepared for the police and factory staff to ask Wen Jiyuan why he was at the factory late at night. They came up with a detailed story to explain.
But surprisingly, no one asked about that.
Instead, everyone was grateful to Wen Jiyuan. Later, factory director Qin Jianming inadvertently revealed the reason Gao Bei wasn't fired immediately was because he had saved the retired old factory director, who owed him a favor. Now that Gao Bei had committed such a serious crime and the police were involved, even the old director couldn't protect him. Tongxi was slightly stunned. So, are we caught up in the conflict between the old and new factory directors? No wonder when she saw Director Qin in the afternoon, he mentioned Gao Bei's punishment with a hint of guilt in his tone. Director Qin had wanted to fire Gao Bei from the start but was strongly opposed by the old director. He said it was to repay a favor, but in fact, the old director's intentions were more complicated. Last time, Tongxi heard that Director Qin wanted to push forward with factory reforms, which made the retired old director unhappy. Gao Bei's situation was just the old director using the opportunity to criticize Director Qin. Now, the outcome is clear. Was Tongxi and the others being used? Not exactly. It's more accurate to say everyone was happy with the result. Wen Jiyuan decided to personally participate in the overnight interrogation. Before that, he drove Tongxi home. With him there, Tongxi slept more peacefully. She had no dreams all night until morning, when she was awakened by the sunrise, birdsong, and a gentle call. Tongxi felt warmth on her forehead. She blinked sleepily and sat up, asking you, "Are you back?" She rubbed her eyes and looked outside the window, then at Wen Jiyuan, who was still in his clothes from last night. She was surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be done in an hour or two? It's already morning now. Gao Bei's words are harder to than expected, Wen Jiyuan said, getting out of bed. His face showed no signs of fatigue from staying up late. He went to the wardrobe, took a new shirt, and took off his clothes. The morning light seemed to flow through his muscles, making his back look like a perfect sculpture. His proportions were excellent. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, a golden inverted triangle shape. His muscles were distinct but not bulky, thin but powerful. Tongxi looked at him, somewhat mesmerized. She even remembered the scene where her nails dug into his back muscles. Wen Jiyuan, with his back to Tongxi, seemed unaware of her gaze. He dressed slowly, buttoning his shirt one by one. When he turned around, Tongxi quickly looked away, feeling a bit flustered. She clenched the blanket and, trying to change the subject, asked, "What did Gao Bei say?" Wen Jiyuan's smile faltered slightly. He silently turned around, thought for a moment, then told Tongxi it's a bit of good news, or maybe bad news. Tongxi frowned, her previous romantic thoughts gone. What? Does it have to do with Uncle?
Wen Jiyuan nodded. Yes.
According to Gao Bei's confession, last night, he initially didn't open the door to the storage room and was planning to confront Uncle. Although he insisted he didn't intend to kill anyone, the police found a 13-centimeter knife in his clothes. Tongxi was hit like a thunderclap, and a sharp ringing sounded in her ears. Countless fragmented images of dreams flashed before her eyes. Yes, how could she forget? With her uncle and aunt's love for her, how could they just watch when Sue drive her out into the snow and do nothing? They will surely come right away, scolding when Sue loudly, then take her away, care for her and comfort her. In short, they won't leave her alone on the cold, biting street, unless they can't get here in time. This time, she and Wen Jiyuan unexpectedly got involved in the feud between her uncle's family and Gao Bei. That stone was also placed after she and Wen Jiyuan discussed it. But what if there was no stone? Gao Bei couldn't open the storage room door or get the gasoline for arson. Would he then transfer his anger onto her uncle? He might come with a knife. Just these 4 words made Tongxi feel as if she saw endless blood. She closed her eyes and only felt a splitting headache.
See.
Wen Jiyuan quickly stepped forward and supported her as she softly collapsed. Without hesitation, he wanted to carry her to the hospital. Tongxi stopped him. No need.
I'm fine.
Wen Jiyuan frowned, not convinced. You look very pale. Is it because of Gao Bei's statement? He seemed a bit confused. Tang Shi gave a low, bitter smile, unsure how to explain. Should she tell him that, because of her dream, she suspects her uncle's family was murdered by Gao Bei? Not only Wen Juyuan, even Tang Shi herself thought it was absurd. So she changed her story. I'm just a little scared. I was thinking what would happen if there was no stone. That small thought decided her uncle's family's fate. Just thinking about it made Tang Shi feel cold all over. Wen Juyuan didn't mock her overthinking. He held her in his arms and gently patted her back. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Tang Shi's eyes gradually lit up. Yes, you're here. Last night, Wen Juyuan kept a close eye on Gao Bei. Even if Gao Bei couldn't set the fire, when he went with a knife to her uncle's house, Wen Juyuan would have noticed immediately. Gao Bei was no match for the experienced Wen Juyuan. In the end, he would be caught in another way. This time it's different. Tang Shi slowly smiled. She said, I suddenly feel lucky that I chose you. It was a simple remark, but it made Wen Juyuan shiver all over and his blood boil. Tang Shi looked at him blankly, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, his gaze became intense. Those who didn't know might think he was about to swallow her whole. Cough, I need to get up. Tang Shi tried to push him away. Wen Juyuan gently pressed down her struggle. Hold on a little longer. He carefully held her in his arms. It was as if a dark snake was slowly wrapping around and tightening around Tang Shi. Tang Shi struggled a bit. I'm running out of breath. Wen Juyuan didn't want to let go and gently kissed her. Hold on, just half a minute. 15 seconds. Tang Shi couldn't do anything about it. All right then. Wen Juyuan simply buried his head in her neck. Warm breath brushed against Tang Shi's sensitive skin, causing her to get goosebumps. Uncomfortable, she moved a little, but the result was that he held her even tighter. Wasn't it only 15 seconds? It seemed that the time had long passed. Forget it, since Wen Juyuan did something helpful, just let him have his way. In the afternoon, Tang Shi still felt uneasy and went alone to her uncle's house. She wanted to ask about Gao Bei and see if her uncle's family was affected emotionally. But Yu Jingming had already forgotten about him and was full of ideas about equipment upgrades. Yang Bixia only knew how to feed her and kept saying she was too thin and needed to gain some weight. Yu Jiu was not home, going to school, and it was said they were discussing gathering evidence against Gao Bei, hoping he would get 10 more years. Seeing her cheerful uncle and aunt and the bright, shining house, Tang Shi's worries completely disappeared. Time flew by quickly. The equipment upgrade at the machine tool factory was scheduled to be completed in a week. In the end, they finished in just 5 days. Thanks to Tang Shi's personal design and upgrade, the efficiency doubled immediately. Everyone who worked with the machine could clearly feel the difference before and after the upgrade. Xin Jiaming was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. His joy spread throughout the entire factory. At first, many people opposed his decision. They said Tang Shi was too young, Yu Jingming was unreliable, and the machines were too expensive. There were many reasons to oppose, too many to count. But now that it was successful, those who opposed could only stay silent. Xin Jiaming eagerly asked Tang Shi to help with the other equipment upgrades. It was said that they bought more than one machine, 10 in total, and spent a lot of foreign currency. Tang Shi agreed, but not completely. She checked the status of the other machines and came up with a plan for each one. The actual upgrades were carried out by Yu Jingming, with her only providing outside assistance. After all, she had many other important tasks to handle. After witnessing her abilities, Director Tsin had little to say and only hoped to keep her as a great expert. To do this, Director Tsin specially invited Yu Jingming, the only communication link, to his home for a meal and drinks. Before entering, Director Tsin was polite. After entering, he was warmly like an older brother. Director Tsin insisted on using their similar names as a reason to become brothers with Yu Jingming. At first, Yu Jingming felt shy, but gradually he got used to Director Tsin's high regard for him. Of course, this respect was more than just a title. Soon, Director Tsin promoted Yu Jingming by 3 levels, citing his contributions, even though his position had been untouched for years. Yu Jingming, who was once just an ordinary worker, now became part of the leadership team and moved from a yard next to the public toilet into a proper apartment building. Their new home had 3 rooms, giving Yu Jia and Yu Yan their own bedrooms. The kitchen was separate, so Yang Bixia no longer needed to stand outside in the cold winter to cook. There was also a spacious, bright living room and a bathroom with running water. Their living experience improved by many levels. This rapid promotion was a bit exaggerated. But everyone knew that, given Yu Jingming's abilities and years of work, if he hadn't been suppressed before, he would have already reached his current level long ago. Now, Yu Jingming was simply reclaiming what he deserved. After the promotion was announced, some people, feeling jealous and dissatisfied, spread some gossip, but most people felt it was fair and congratulated Yu Jingming's family. Of course, they also hoped to build a good relationship with him, hoping he would share his skills so they could learn from him. Yu Jingming was generous and took the initiative to lead everyone in learning and improving. Director Tsin held a special training session, asking Yu Jingming to be the main speaker to share his skills and insights. This also made many in the factory appreciate Yu Jingming's generosity, and their opinion of him improved even more. Everything seemed to become a positive cycle. Teacher Xiao Tang. Teacher Xiao Tang. Li, a teacher from the same school, waved a newspaper excitedly and rushed into the office. His loud shouting attracted many people's attention. Everyone gathered around, curious, and tiptoed closer. What's going on? Did something happen? Is it Teacher Xiao Tang? Teacher Xiao Tang is on the newspaper? The teachers were chatting excitedly, each sharing their thoughts one after another. As for Tangxi herself, she was completely stunned. She put down her water glass and walked over. What's wrong? Teacher Li suddenly slammed the newspaper onto the table. The headline was boldly printed in bright red, People's. The front page featured an editorial about the recent economic situation in the country, with sharp and insightful words. But when she turned to the second page, the headline was all too familiar. Make learning fun with interesting math. The author was listed as Tangxi. Before Tangxi could speak, the other teachers exclaimed loudly, "Isn't this the article Teacher Xiao Tang published in the education magazine before? My goodness, has it been reprinted in People's? Our education magazine can't compare to the reach of People's. Teacher Tangxi is now famous nationwide. That's amazing. Our school must be so proud right now." Almost all the teachers were excited for Tangxi. She was a little stunned, her cheeks slightly red with excitement. It was impossible for her to stay calm at this moment. Even she felt proud that her article was published in such a top national newspaper. But, to be fair, there was a good reason why People's liked her article. To write it well, Tangxi spent a lot of effort communicating with 2 teachers from the system space, trying to find more educational methods from the interstellar era. The civilization behind the system, the Shanhai civilization, had grown into the most advanced human civilization in the galaxy, and their education ideas and learning methods had their own strengths. Some ideas were too advanced for the current era in Huagua, so Tangxi adapted them to be more acceptable to people today and explained them in simple, easy-to-understand language. The article was only about 2,000 words, but it was carefully polished and refined, taking her nearly a week. Without the time flow in the system study room, she might have needed 3 people to handle everything she was doing now. Luckily, her hard work has now blossomed into beautiful results. Tangxi couldn't help but pick up the newspaper again, gently touching the headline and the words. Seeing this, the other teachers smiled kindly. They could fully understand how she felt at this moment. If it were them, not only would they announce it to the world, but they would also buy dozens of newspapers to burn at their ancestors' graves to finish the celebration. At that moment, Principal Chi from the school walked in. She was also glowing with happiness and pride. "Everyone, I have good news to share." Quick-witted teachers responded immediately. "Principal Chi, are you talking about Teacher Xiao Tang's article being published in People's?" Principal Chi looked a bit surprised. "How do you all know?" She quickly pushed through the crowd and saw the newspaper in the middle. "Oh, so you all saw it." "Yes. This is a great achievement for Teacher Xiao Tang, and it's also a proud moment for our school." Principal Chi was straightforward and generous. Since they were celebrating, It had to be more than just words. To honor teacher Xiao Tang, the school leaders had decided to reward her with 120 yuan. Additionally, in her name, all teachers are invited to a state-run restaurant for a meal. Wow, all the teachers couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They finally felt a real sense of pride about Xiao Tang's article being published in People's. That was 120 yuan, 3 months' salary. And inviting so many teachers to a state-run restaurant, how much would that cost? Did they feel jealous? Of course not. Because People's was so distant, no one dared to dream of such a wonderful thing. Instead, Xiao Tang's article, which described excellent educational ideas clearly, inspired them deeply. Many teachers read it over and over behind the scenes, almost memorizing it. They even applied some new methods from the article into their teaching, which showed noticeable results. In this way, Xiao Tang was almost like their half-teacher. They sincerely congratulated her. Oh no, there were still some people unhappy. Those were the stubborn old folks at the school who were dissatisfied with Xiao Tang. They had already been humiliated by her once before. Now, with the second edition of People's published, they were even more discouraged. Some with a bit of backbone would find excuses not to go to the meal. The more shameless ones, smiling happily, went along but even changed their attitude toward Xiao Tang, fawning and flattering as if her previous praise was nothing. Faced with such people, Xiao Tang didn't bother to smile. She simply ignored them and turned to leave. She left the awkward person standing there, clueless and at a loss. At noon, at the state-run restaurant, teachers sat at 5 tables and almost all the school leaders were there. The manager saw their happy faces and became curious, asking what had happened. Tangxi didn't have time to stop them, and someone spoke quickly. Our teacher Xiaodong's article was published today in People. This excited statement immediately drew the attention of others in the restaurant. A waiter holding today's issue of People approached and said, "Is it the article in the second edition? I think it was written by a teacher." A group of teachers nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Tangxi. The surrounding eyes were too intense. She wanted to sneak out quietly and come back after the excitement passed. But just as she stood up, a teacher pointed at her and said, "Look, she's teacher Xiaodong." Tangxi. She stiffly turned around, nodded, and said, "Hello, everyone." The manager and waiters at the restaurant looked at her with amazement. Even the chef heard the news and came out to see what was happening. She's a famous writer. So, even the people who write in People don't have 4 arms or 8 eyes. Is that even a person? That's a monster. Oh no, I mean we shouldn't believe in ghosts or demons. You look very young, teacher Xiaodong. Which school do you teach at? I want to send my kid there. Her surname is Tang, and she's called teacher Xiaodong, right? Tangxi was surrounded and felt like she had become a strange object. Finally, Principal Qi, seeing her plight, came over to help. Tangxi heaved a sigh of relief and was about to sit back down. A somewhat familiar voice came from nearby. "Xiaodong?" Tangxi looked over and recognized the sister-in-law she had met at Liang Ying's house. She politely nodded. "Aunt Qin, are you here for dinner too?" The other person nodded randomly, her eyes shining brightly. Tangxi immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next thing she heard was Aunt Qin asking, "Did they just say your article was published in People? Is that true?" Tangxi silently groaned inwardly. This Aunt Qin was famous for being a big mouth in the neighborhood. She knew everything, and it was basically known by everyone in the community. Tangxi had never expected to be so high-profile. She forced a smile and nodded. "Yes, I was lucky and got selected." She tried to downplay the matter, but for Aunt Qin, it was useless. Sister Qin immediately exclaimed dramatically, "Is that luck? Clearly, it's your strength." "Oh my, we only knew you as a teacher before, but we didn't realize you were such an excellent teacher. You're so modest." Tang, she thought to herself, she could no longer stay low-key. Sister Qin was especially excited. This kind of thing should be celebrated properly. Tang, she just smiled. The teachers nearby finally became curious about Sister Qin's identity. Before Tang Shi could explain, the overly familiar Sister Qin eagerly introduced herself. Little Tang's partner is the leader of my family's department. We live in the same big courtyard. The teachers looked a bit surprised. This Sister Qin looked quite mature. Her husband was probably around her age. And Tang Shi's partner was already a leader? They couldn't help but remember their quick glimpse last time. That commanding presence, naturally intimidating, was definitely the mark of a high-ranking leader. But their surprise was fleeting. The teachers who knew Tang Shi well understood she had recently married and guessed she had just moved into the big courtyard. Since she was new, she had to show her best side so they wouldn't look down on her just because she was young. So, they eagerly praised Tang Shi. Our teacher Xiao Tang is amazing. Yes, her math classes are the most popular in our school. She's only been teaching for half a month, and the students' grades have already improved a lot. Teacher Xiao Tang was born to be a teacher. She's also very kind. She even shared some chicken soup with me last time. Yes, Teacher Xiao Tang is perfect in every way. The more Tang Shi listened, the warmer her ears felt. In their words, she was almost becoming a perfect saint. Tang Shi wanted to step forward and interrupt, but she felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Looking down, she saw it was Teacher Wenlon sitting beside her. She slightly leaned down. Teacher Wen, what's wrong? Wenlon smiled kindly and gently advised, don't be shy. Just let them praise you. Tang Shi's cheeks warmed slightly, but this is too much. Wenlon softly said, they're sincere. Everyone likes you. Xiao Tang, you must not underestimate yourself. Tang Shi was stunned for a moment. Then she slowly smiled. Did I understand, Teacher Wen? Since she couldn't stop them, she might as well enjoy her moment of glory. But Tang Shi didn't realize that this was only the beginning of what was to come. During this big lunch, everyone ate very happily. Principal Qi decided to celebrate properly and ordered a lot of food freely. A continuous flow of various dishes was brought out, with delicious aromas filling the air. There were braised pork knuckles, creamy walnut meat, 9-turn large intestine, sweet and sour carp. All authentic Shandong cuisine. The school leaders dining together were very surprised. I often eat at state-run restaurants, but I've never heard that their chef is a master of Shandong dishes, and he can even make 9-turn large intestine? When asked by the waiter, they found out that the chef wanted to show off his skills inspired by the famous writer of the Peoples and brought out all his best recipes. As for this chef, before liberation, he worked at Jifeng, and his ancestors were palace chefs who served a famous Empress Dowager. The aroma kept spreading endlessly. The diners at the neighboring table were so hungry they asked the waiter if they could order the same dishes. The waiter rolled his eyes unkindly. No, we don't sell those. Nowadays, waiters at state-run restaurants are considered among the top 8 staff members, and their eyes seemed to be in the sky. The diners, being refused, could only accept it and watch as the grumpy waiter went over to Tang Shi's table, smiling broadly, to ask if they wanted more tea. Diners, that's harsh. Seeing this, the teachers sitting with Tang Shi whispered, we're all benefiting from your luck. Tang Shi smiled and took another piece of large intestine. She usually didn't eat these, but the chef's skills were so good that every dish was a masterpiece. Unconsciously, Tang Shi ended up eating 2 bowls of rice. Until she sat in the car heading to the research institute in the afternoon, she was still rubbing her stomach, feeling like she could skip meals until tomorrow. When she entered the office, her colleagues excitedly looked at her. Comrade Xiao Tang, did you make it into the newspaper? Tang Shi paused in her movements. You guys already know? The researchers gathered around, waving the newspaper in their hands. Who wouldn't know? We read the Peoples every day. And your name, Teacher Xiao Tang, is very special. We recognized it at first glance. Tang Shi had no choice but to admit that the article in the newspaper was indeed written by her. Everyone marveled for a while. Until Tang Shi shifted their attention with news about tomorrow's firearm testing, their conversation gradually turned back to their own research topics. After work, on the way home, Tang Shi passed the guard post in the courtyard and saw a few familiar sisters-in-law walking toward her. One of them was Sister Qin, whom Tang Shi met at the state-run restaurant. Tang Shi secretly thought she was going to get into trouble. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape now. Sister Qin happily waved at her. Little Tang, I shared your good news with everyone. The other sisters-in-law surrounded Tang Shi, as if they were looking at something interesting. Little Tang, I heard your article was published in People's. You're amazing. Little Tang, are you a math teacher? My little Wei is very naughty, and his math is the worst. Can you teach him? Did you read that article carefully? Little Tang said that children's learning should be a joint effort of parents and teachers, not just leaving the kids to the teachers and walking away. That's because I'm not good at math. Little Tang, have you eaten yet? Want to come to our house for a meal? You can also see how my daughter is doing in math. Tang Shi was surprised to find she could stay calm now. Maybe people only grow when they go through experiences? Suddenly, she caught sight of a sneaky figure walking close to the wall. Worried it might be someone with bad intentions, she frowned and looked over. Sister Qin and the others also turned their eyes in that direction. Someone suddenly laughed. Oh, isn't that Miao Chui? Tang Shi recognized her immediately. The woman wrapped in a headscarf was Sister Miao, who had been instructed by Fang Xiaoman to spread rumors behind her back. Tang Shi hadn't seen her for a while. Even when Sister Liang hosted a dinner at home for the sisters-in-law, Sister Miao never showed up. In fact, since the incident, this was the first time Tang Shi saw her. Sister Qin glanced at Tang Shi, who looked calm and indifferent, and asked loudly, Sister Miao, where are you going? Miao Chui clenched her teeth and spat quietly, forcing a smile as she turned around. I'm going to pick up my big treasure after school. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare look at Tang Shi. Tang Shi looked down at her from above, her gaze almost contemptuous. Sister Miao trembled even more. Seeing this, the other sisters-in-law understood and smiled knowingly. So, you're just picking up your big treasure? We thought you were afraid of little Tang and deliberately avoided us. That's right, you should avoid us. After all, our neighborhood is full of good people. There aren't many as sinister as Sister Miao, spreading rumors behind our backs. Yes, and luckily the leaders are wise and didn't fall for the rumors. They even disciplined someone. Oh, wait, was it your husband, old Zhang? Not only that, the higher-ups also canceled the work arranged for Sister Miao. It's really a pity. Pity? Isn't it just a consequence of her own actions? Ha ha. By the way, Sister Miao, has your eldest daughter joined the art troupe yet? The women with Sister Qin are all loyal and like to stand up for others. They deliberately speak sarcastically in front of Sister Miao just to vent their anger on Tang Shi. Recently, the rumor-spreading incident was exposed. Fang Xiaoman was forced to retire early and retreated home, hardly appearing in formal settings. And Sister Miao was not spared either. Wen Juyuan directly asked investigators to look into the matter. After confirming that Sister Miao was behind the trouble and damaging the unity of the group, her work at the canteen was cancelled, and her husband, Zhang Weiguo, was disciplined. Because of this, Zhang Weiguo's chances for promotion disappeared. With his age, he probably can't stay in the military anymore and will have to transfer to a local job. Now, even Sister Miao's eldest daughter, who dreams of joining the art troupe, has no job. It looks like this family will have to return to their hometown for sure. Thinking about their bleak future, Miao Chui felt like her heart was bleeding. She regretted her choices countless times and wanted to beg Tang Shi to forgive her. But old Zhang had warned her not to provoke Tang Shi again, or they would get divorced. Miao Chui was afraid and didn't want a divorce. So, when faced with a group of sister-in-laws mocking her openly, she dared not say anything. Instead, she quickly congratulated Tang Shi and then hurriedly left. When Tang Shi returned home, Wen Juyuan was still at work. She poured a glass of warm water and was about to go upstairs to finish calculating today's data. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. It was her mother, Jiang Nanqin, calling, her tone always gentle and elegant. When Tang Shi heard the ringing, she had a vague guess. When she answered, Jiang Nanqin mentioned the newspaper again. Although Tang Shi had already mentioned this countless times today, she remained patient with her. Yes, it was published in a professional journal by the Ministry of Education before, but because it had few readers, I didn't tell you. I didn't expect it to be reprinted by People's. I just found out about this myself. Jiang Nanqin praised Tangxi softly for a while. She spoke kindly for 2 or 3 minutes. The old man beside couldn't hold back and urged his wife, "Let me do it now." Jiang Nanqin felt very helpless and had no choice but to pass the microphone to him. The first thing Wen Hudong said to Tangxi was, She, I just had someone buy 100 copies of People's, planning to send them to our friends and family." Tangxi's toes clenched tightly. No need for that. Tangxi tried to refuse. But Wen Hudong's tone was very serious. "This is our family's honor, and we must treat it as an important matter." Tangxi understood her old man's good intentions and his pride in her. But she honestly felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, a big hand reached out from the side and took the microphone. Tangxi was startled and turned around to see Wen Jiyuan. "When did you get here? Why was there no sound at all?" It scared her. Tangxi's slightly nervous tone made Wen Hutong become alert. "Who?" Wen Jiyuan sat down on the sofa next to Tangxi. Then he slowly put the microphone to his ear. "It's me." Wen Hutong recognized Wen Jiyuan and immediately became displeased. "Kid, did you suddenly appear and scare Shi? I told you to walk quietly. Don't always be sneaky." Wen Hutong finally caught a chance to scold Wen Jiyuan. But Wen Jiyuan interrupted him directly and asked, "Where are the 100 copies of the newspaper?" Wen Hutong was stunned and answered reflexively, "Of course at home. Haven't had time to send them out yet. I'm having the servant come to pick them up now." Wen Jiyuan decisively decided. Wen Hutong was unhappy and angrily said, "These are my newspapers. I paid for them. What does it have to do with you?" Maybe used to arguing with his father since childhood, Wen Jiyuan's furious anger, which seemed terrifying to others, had no effect on him at all. "My wife's article. What does it have to do with you?" His question revealed a relaxed, carefree, and somewhat flirtatious attitude. She kept glancing at Wen Jiyuan, surprised to see this side of him. Wen Jiyuan thought her gaze was expressing disapproval. He held her hand back, assertively pressed into her fingers, gently pinching the soft flesh in her palm. "What are you doing?" Tangxi silently protested with her eyes. Wen Jiyuan smiled. He didn't know what Wen Hutong had scolded him about. Anyway, Wen Jiyuan continued speaking into the phone. "Yes, Shi's article is very precious, so I want to keep it safe. Baby, there's no easy way to show your true self." The voice on the microphone was agitated, then suddenly calm. After a moment, Tangxi quietly moved closer. She happened to overhear Wen Jiyuan softening his tone. "All right, I admit you're right." He paused, then remembered, "But don't think you can take the newspaper. I want to keep it myself. If you want a copy, buy one yourself." Then he hung up. Tangxi was surprised. The old man's stubbornness on certain matters, in some ways, is inherited from Wen Jiyuan. So she didn't expect that just a few words from Wen Jiyuan could change his mind. She couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Wen Jiyuan smiled and gently pinched her small nose. "Things given away are not valuable. What you keep is precious." The old man understands this better than I do. It's a simple truth. One sentence made Tangxi suddenly realize, "Oh, I see." She thought this, then couldn't help but feel grateful. Perhaps her small sigh of relief was too obvious, which made Wen Jiyuan smile. "Are you so afraid?" Tangxi nodded cheerfully. "Yes, afraid of awkwardness." All her awkwardness from the past year was used up today. Tangxi decided to tell Wen Jiyuan about her series of proud moments today. Thinking about it, it was indeed a fulfilling day. Wen Jiyuan chuckled softly. "Me too." Tangxi looked up in surprise. "Really?" Wen Jiyuan nodded. "Yes, People's is one of the must-read newspapers in the office. When I returned from a morning meeting, I saw many people flipping through it. When they saw me, they asked if the author of the front-page article, Tangxi, was my partner." The word partner sounded special coming from him, like a string of beads softly rolling off the tongue. Light and lively, yet powerful, it fell into Tangxi's heart, creating a strange feeling. Tangxi pressed her lips, trying to stay calm. So, what did you say? Seeing her discomfort, when Jiyuan suddenly leaned closer, I said, she is my partner. Every word seemed to carry a tiny electric current. Tangxi couldn't help but shiver. She looked up, you. When Jiyuan lowered his head. His kiss was soft and moist, like a gentle breeze carrying flower scent, delicately landing on her brow. Cici, I am proud of you, he said very seriously. At this moment, Wen Jiyuan didn't look like the usual affectionate partner, with his eyes full of passion, as if he wanted to swallow Tangxi whole.
His eyes
looked very sincere. Tangxi felt an inexplicable touch, feeling a tingling sensation in her heart, as if a feather was tickling her. So, she followed her feelings, wrapping her arm around his neck and leaning in to kiss him. This move was very sudden, when Jiyuan clearly didn't expect it. Since that night when she met Tangxi during her period, they hadn't been close again. The reason was simple. She was just too busy. Even after her period ended, she couldn't find free time to think about romance. Her mind was full of writing articles, upgrading machine tools, designing new guns. Things like that. Every day when she got home, her first action was to go straight to her study. She only came out to eat and didn't even have time to drink water. Seeing how busy Tangxi was, Wen Jiyuan couldn't bear to distract her. Even though he saw her every day and his heart was restless, he held back and stayed patient. Until now, when she took the initiative to kiss him. Tangxi's shirt sleeve slipped down to her elbow, revealing her fair skin. When she hugged his neck, it was like two silk ribbons entwined. Wen Jiyuan's breathing suddenly tightened, as if choked. Tangxi noticed this by accident and was startled, thinking she had hugged too tightly. She was about to loosen her grip and step back, but when Jiyuan moved closer, a hot hand pressed against her lower back, making her shiver. She felt a gentle but irresistible force pushing her closer to his chest. Although he didn't tilt his head forward, the desire in his deep black eyes showed everything silently.
Tangxi suddenly delete.
He seemed to really like her to Dongwen Ta. Like experimenting, she gently pecked him a few more times. When Jiyuan's breathing grew even more rapid, but he stubbornly didn't cross any boundaries, showing great restraint, waiting for her to make the next move. She found this very interesting. From being passive to taking the initiative was a very fun change. Before she knew it, she was sitting on his lap, facing him directly. Wen Jiyuan gently pinched her waist and lifted her up slightly. This way, she could look down at him easily. She felt very happy and also a bit tender. She imitated him, starting with delicate kisses from the corner of her mouth, moving to her cheek, eye corner, and forehead. When Jiyuan remained completely still throughout. He raised his chin slightly, showing his vulnerable neck. His Adam's apple moved up and down, giving off an irresistible vibe. Just like animals showing weakness during courtship to express their sincerity, when Jiyuan is doing the same now. Tangxi accepts his sincerity and enjoys it very much. Her fingers lightly play with his earlobe, barely moving. Does it feel good? His voice is deep, and his vocal cords and chest gently vibrate. Tangxi's amber eyes shine brightly, like sparkling gems, astonishingly beautiful. Yes, I like it. She rarely speaks to express her feelings like this. When Jiyuan feels his tense nerves challenged again and again. But he is still holding back, restraining himself.
All right.
Tangxi's cheerful voice rings in his ear. Wen Jiyuan's usually quiet gaze falls on her, as if asking a question. Tangxi smiles softly. I brought back a lot of data. I need it tomorrow. I'll work overtime, you can cook. After giving the instructions, she turns to slide down. Wen Jiyuan quickly wraps his arms around her waist, using all his restraint to avoid applying too much force, only letting his fingertips gently press into her soft flesh. His voice suddenly becomes hoarse, his pupils deep like an endless abyss in the ocean. Work overtime? She senses a hint of danger. Why yeah, her voice gradually softens. It feels as if some part of Wen Jiyuan, who is restraining himself, is about to break apart because of the tension.
Are you
okay? She hesitates slightly. Wen Juyuan laughs low and helpless. She, you always tease me. Just as Tang Shi is about to explain, he kisses her fiercely. Unlike the teasing, almost playful kisses she usually gives, his kiss is always assertive. Somewhere unseen by Tang Shi, all of Wen Juyuan's patience and restraint have already crumbled. Tiny sparks of desire ignite from his nerve endings, quickly spreading through his limbs like a wildfire. Wen Juyuan feels extremely hot all over. He tightly holds Tang Shi, his neck tense like a drawn bow. Suddenly, Wen Juyuan lifts her into his arms, heading upstairs. Tang Shi finally realizes things are serious. She nervously clings to him, trying not to fall halfway. Seeing her small movements, Wen Juyuan chuckles softly. She, are you doubting my ability? Even if he falls, he won't let her fall. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Shi honestly says, I just think you're not very calm right now. Wen Juyuan pauses abruptly. By then, he has already carried Tang Shi to the bedroom door. He sighs and gently puts her down. Tang Shi nervously grabs his clothes. What's wrong? Wen Juyuan just held her and calmed down for a long time. Then, he gently pushed her away. Go to work. I need to calm down. As he spoke, he was about to turn and leave. Tang Shi clutched his clothes. Wait. Where are you going? In that moment, Wen Juyuan looked back, and Tang Shi felt a strong sense of disappointment. It was like a dog abandoned by its owner, desperately trying to act indifferent. You don't like it, and you don't need it for now, right? Tang Shi sensed a little sadness in his words. She suddenly burst out laughing. That's not what I mean. She pulled his clothes closer to herself. Then hurry up. Wen Juyuan was initially stunned. Then he realized Tang Shi was agreeing. He couldn't help but smile. Cece, who do you think you're looking down on?
Bang!
The bedroom door was shut.
Tang Si woku pungzi.
She opened her eyes faintly, feeling her limbs whir, and behind her was a hot source of warmth. A strong, tense arm was across her face. Suddenly, anger rose in her heart. She grabbed that arm and bit down hard.
Ah!
Unfortunately, it was not Wen Juyuan who cried out, but Tang Shi. She felt like she had bitten into a stone, her teeth almost breaking. Wen Juyuan quickly turned over and sat up. Are you okay? How do you feel? Tang Shi irritably pushed him away, sounding impatient. I'm fine. Wen Juyuan, knowing he was at fault, helped her pick up the small clothes that had fallen on the ground. Tang Shi slapped his arm. I said only twice, right? Wen Juyuan honestly and fearlessly replied, Yes, just twice. Tang Shi gritted her teeth. Who does it happen in just once? She couldn't say more, only glaring at him angrily. Wen Juyuan looked down and apologized. Sorry, Cece, I couldn't control myself. His long eyelashes drooped, looking fragile and delicate. This was a feeling Tang Shi had never seen in him before. Seeing him like that, her anger cooled by 90%. Forget it. Last night, it wasn't just Wen Juyuan who couldn't hold back. She hadn't either. Men's charm really can be misleading. Tang Shi pouted, her tone firm. I'm hungry. Wen Juyuan immediately stood up, picked up his pants, and put them on. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. Meat. I want to eat meat. Last night, she didn't eat dinner. In the middle of the night, her stomach was really burning, so she ate 2 pieces of cake with his help. Now, Tang Shi feels so hungry she could swallow a cow. Wen Juyuan chuckled affectionately. Okay, you go take a shower first. I'll be done soon here. Wen Juyuan is very clean and always careful in what he does. After finishing last night, Tang Shi was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open. But he was not tired at all, and even had the energy to tidy up the bedroom, changing the sheets, helping her wash up, and washing himself from head to toe. He then embraced her with a faint soap scent and fell asleep together. Thanks to her, when Tang Shi got up in her pajamas, she felt fresh and comfortable, not too bad. But she soon realized she was too happy too early. She stepped on her slippers at the bedside and was about to stand up. Her legs were so weak she couldn't stand firmly. She accidentally sat down on the edge of the bed, looking down in disbelief at her feet. Finally, when Ju Yuan carried her into the bathroom. After she finished washing and changed clothes, he carried her downstairs to the sofa. Luckily, school is on holiday today. Tangxi looked at Wen Jiyuan, who was refreshed and without any aftereffects, with some annoyance. Currently, the school has a single day off system, with Sundays off, and today just happens to be Sunday. Wen Jiyuan had apologized countless times. Seeing Tangxi still angry, he didn't ignore her. Instead, while the stew was still simmering, he walked over and knelt down in front of her. Tangxi immediately became alert. "What are you doing?" Wen Jiyuan looked both annoyed and amused. I am not a beast," he said as he held her ankle, letting her step on his knee. Then he pressed and massaged along the acupoints. She quickly felt her soreness easing. She looked around curiously. "Do you know traditional Chinese medicine?" Wen Jiyuan casually explained, "I learned battlefield first aid. This kind of Chinese massage is one way to relieve negative physical conditions in emergencies." She was momentarily speechless. She remembered how terrible she felt last night and clung tightly to him, her fingertips almost digging into his back muscles. Then she found a round scar just a few centimeters from her heart. Wen Jiyuan told her it was left from participating in a battle. Although the situation was dangerous at the time, he was the luckiest person, because among everyone who went out, only he survived. No matter how casual Wen Jiyuan's tone of voice was when he spoke, Tangxi still couldn't help but feel scared. Although her father died early and she relied on her mother, living a relatively poor life, it was at least stable. No need to worry about bombs flying overhead, no need to sleep holding a gun, always on alert, and no need to eat insects in the jungle to get nutrients. But Wen Jiyuan had experienced all these things. He was able to reach his current position not because he came from a noble family or was anyone's son, but because he had enough ability and paid countless prices. Behind his seemingly glorious life, only Wen Jiyuan himself knew the pain. Thinking this, Tangxi suddenly reached out and touched Wen Jiyuan's hair. His hair was coarse and stiff. The old man said that people with stiff hair also have a tough temper. But Tangxi felt that Wen Jiyuan was always overly gentle in front of her. "Wen Jiyuan's hand stiffened you. It must be hard for you," Tangxi said softly, her eyes gentle and tender. At this moment, the golden morning light shone through the door and window like silk, falling on her. It was as if a sacred statue was bathed in holy light, making her seem more like a divine being in the clouds, full of compassion for the world. And he was just one of the countless people in the world. Suddenly, when Jiyuan looked up at her, his eyes swirling with a dangerous storm. He wanted to take back what he just said. At this moment, he actually wanted to hold her down and make her cry, to pull her from the clouds into the mortal world, and keep her forever by his side. He really seemed like a beast. Gurgle, gurgle. The boiling sound from the kitchen pot stopped his crazy thoughts just in time. His jaw tightened, and he got up hurriedly. "I'll go check." Tangxi blinked, watching him leave in a hurry.
Huh?
Did she just say something strange? Tangxi scratched her head, puzzled. She was too lazy to think about it and saw the materials she brought back yesterday on the table, so she casually picked them up. A bunch of data that required a calculator and drafts to help figure out the answer. Tangxi only glanced at them briefly before quickly writing down the accurate numbers. Thanks to her system course, her recent math skills had skyrocketed, and her mental calculation speed was now terrifying. And this growth seemed to never stop but keep going continuously. When Wen Jiyuan called her for dinner, Tangxi had already calculated most of the data. She stretched lazily, put down her pen, and sniffed. "Smells so good. What did you make?" Although her lower back and legs still felt sore and tired when she stood up, walking was at least no longer a problem. Wen Jiyuan was just about to serve the last dish on the table. He was multitasking, keeping a close eye on Tangxi. Once he confirmed she was fine, he calmly introduced the dishes: tomato stew with beef, garlic-flavored ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and vegetable soup. After listing the dishes, he emphasized, "The meat is good, but a balanced mix of meat and vegetables is better." Tangxi looked at the rich meal and was already very hungry. She couldn't wait and sat down quickly, picking up her chopsticks to taste the beef stew first. At the right moment, when Juyuan handed her a bowl of freshly served vegetable soup, "You've been hungry for a long time. Have some of this first to settle your stomach." Tangxi hummed softly. "You still remember?" Her tone was unconsciously a bit annoyed. This was only something she showed to close friends. Gradually, she became more relaxed and natural around Wen Jiyuan. He watched her with happiness. "My mistake," he apologized smoothly. "Drink it. It's cool down now." Tangxi reluctantly took the bowl. As she tasted it, she found the flavor quite good. "I think your cooking has improved." She felt a bit surprised. At first, Wen Jiyuan could cook, but the taste was just average. But recently, especially with today's dishes, Tangxi clearly felt he was making great progress. Could it be that practice makes perfect? "I've been studying a bit lately. I find cooking quite interesting," he said. Her words made Tangxi think she misheard him. "Studying what? Studying cooking?" Wen Jiyuan nodded. "Of course. I talked with the head chef in the kitchen team, and I recently found a chef's notebook that has many tips for cooking. The tomato stew with beef was learned from that book, which helps make the meat tender in the shortest time." "How does it taste?" Tangxi couldn't help but pick a piece of beef and found it was indeed very tender, almost falling apart with a single touch. No wonder it's Wen Jiyuan. If he ever changes careers, he could definitely become a top chef. Thinking this, Tangxi couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at how amazing you are." Wu Jiyuan quickly called her to stop and pointed at the extra item in the yard. "You can ride your bike there." Tangxi was surprised. Where did the bike come from? It wasn't the common type seen on the market. This bike had a delicate frame, and the body was a unique white color. Among the many bikes with black and silver colors on the street, this one stood out as a fresh and clear presence. Tangxi liked it very much. She forgot her rush to go out, circled the bike twice, touched it repeatedly, and was reluctant to part with it. Wu Jiyuan then explained, "The bikes on the market are a bit too tall for you, making them uncomfortable and inconvenient to ride. I had a friend modify it to fit your height." It wasn't just about money, it was about care. Following his suggestion, Tangxi sat on the bike confidently. Its height was just right for her. Not too high or too low. She casually threw the documents in her hand into the woven basket at the front, then rode the bike around the yard twice. Having not ridden for a while, she was a bit awkward at first. Wu Jiyuan closely followed her, his eyes sharp and alert like an eagle, ready to step in and help if needed. Fortunately, her bike wobbled only briefly at the start. Soon, she found her balance and rode more steadily. Wu Jiyuan still worried. "Try a couple more days before going out alone." "Today, I'll take you there." Tangxi disagreed. "Xiao has been waiting outside for a long time. You should go to work quickly." "I can ride by myself." Wu Jiyuan tried to persuade her twice more, but couldn't convince her. In the end, he could only remind her to be careful on the road. Tangxi casually responded and pedaled away, without looking back, riding out of the yard. Along the way, many people looked at her, mostly admiring her bike. Tangxi didn't like feeling so noticeable, so she pedaled faster. When she arrived at the research institute and parked her bike, she happened to meet a group of colleagues.
"Có mắt tan."
They recognized her and gathered around in unison. "Is this your new bike?" "Wow, the color is so beautiful. I want to modify my bike too. Where did you buy it?"
"Can you share?"
And so on. Not only her female colleagues were interested, but the male colleagues were too. Researchers are naturally curious and open to new things. If Tangxi hadn't said that the bicycle was a gift from her partner and not bought outside, someone might already be eager to get one for themselves. Now, of course, everyone could only envy Tangxi. While everyone was enthusiastically chatting and laughing around her, a gloomy, heavy shadow passed by and stopped, sneering at an inappropriate moment. Showy and pretentious. Such a bourgeois attitude. If this had happened a few years ago, a wealthy young lady like you wouldn't be able to escape that kind of style. Tangxi's smile slightly faded as she looked past the crowd to the person approaching.
It was Lu Hao.
She hadn't seen him at the research institute for a week, and she was almost forgetting he existed. She frowned and coldly said, "Lu Hao, if you have any opinions, you can complain to Director Zhuang." Lu Hao rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, "Oh, I wouldn't dare." After saying that, he slipped away, leaving Tangxi no time to scold him. Her colleagues nearby finally realized what was happening and started criticizing Lu Hao. Is he crazy? What is he saying? Exactly. Little Tang just got a new bicycle, and he's jealous. Is this his first time back since the director suspended him? Why does he seem like a different person? Yes, Lu Hao used to be a bit impulsive, but he was still polite to others. Polite? You probably don't know how much he likes to cause trouble. He's the one who reports others' issues. What? Did I offend him? Probably jealous of your success. Lu Hao is a sneaky person. Stay away from him. Little Tang, don't bother with him. He's just a mad dog. Tangxi shook her head, showing she wasn't interested in getting angry. Lu Hao is just a troublemaker. He used to rely on Director Zhuang Tao's status as a student to cause some trouble. Now, even Director Zhuang Tao was disappointed in him. Last time, he specifically told her to be careful of Lu Hao and not let his little tricks affect her. At that time, Tangxi noticed that Director Zhuang Tao was deeply disappointed and even a little sad about this student. After all, he was their own student, and seeing such a promising talent fall like this made Director Zhuang Tao feel quite disappointed. Tangxi quickly pushed the encounter with Lu Hao out of her mind. Today, she had more important things to do. The Research Institute's shooting range. Zhuang Tao and several leaders from the institute were invited to observe Tangxi's team testing firearms. At first, they were very surprised when they learned that the firearm testing would happen so soon. Only a few days and the prototype gun is already ready? Comrade Xiaodang is young and energetic, but why is the whole team causing trouble? I checked their progress last time. It was still a mess. They said the material strength didn't meet standards. Maybe they've made some progress and want to show us. After all, our previous results took years of effort and were rejected. Let's just see it as giving young comrades a chance. It's no big deal. Exactly. Everyone has failed and learned from it. Senior leaders like Zhuang Tao watched the gun testing with a tolerant attitude, expecting little. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they saw Tangxi and her team lay out a pile of parts, they couldn't help but frown. What is this? Building blocks? Coincidentally, Tangxi, who was explaining as part of the team, heard this. She smiled calmly, without anger at being underestimated. She was confident and satisfied with today's results. Building blocks? Well, kind of. But these are modular guns, not toys. Everyone, this is our team's recent research achievement, modular firearms. Tangxi stepped to the table, introducing each part's name and function. As she spoke, a sleek, black gun gradually took shape in her white palm. The leaders watched intently. Recently, Tangxi had become very familiar with every part of these guns. Even without looking, she could find the needed pieces among the scattered parts and assemble them quickly. She weighed the gun in her hand and handed it to a soldier nearby testing the firearm. Try shooting. Even Zhuang Tao, who supported them, thought this was a bit too bold to test so quickly. He subtly suggested shouting, maybe do a few more tests. He didn't say out loud that he was worried about the soldiers getting hurt. Tangxi smiled softly. Director, are you worried our test guns are unstable and might hurt the soldiers? Don't worry. The soldiers have already bled for us on the battlefield. How could I let them get hurt just during a small test on our own ground? I have already completed a thorough assessment of the firearm testing, covering aspects such as structural integrity, functionality, safety, and performance. The results are in the document I just sent to everyone. Did the director not see it? Tangxi looked calm and innocent. Zhuang Tao was silent for a long time before honestly lowering his head. There was so much information, I didn't have time to review it all. Just now, Tangxi and her team had given each person a 100-page document. Before they could even turn a few pages, they were immediately taken to the shooting range. Who could finish reading that? However, Tangxi's attitude also made Zhuang Tao realize she is not the kind to rush into things without thinking. On the contrary, she is very careful and had already considered everything before the testing. His worries were probably unnecessary. Then let's give it a try. Zhuang Tao decided to trust Tangxi. The young soldier participating in the firearm test nearby was already eager to try. On the battlefield, guns are their best friends. They are essential for survival. Soldiers can lose a hand or a foot but cannot lose their guns. This almost became a shared belief among soldiers, showing how passionate they are about firearms. The new type of gun designed by Tangxi's team has never appeared anywhere before. Even among captured foreign weapons on the battlefield, there is nothing as innovative as this. It is completely cold and black, with sharp lines and a mechanical feel, a unique design not found in any current firearm. It feels surprisingly light in the hand, about 8 pounds, according to the young soldiers, greatly reducing the burden of carrying a rifle. Even with many parts, it remains manageable for young soldiers. Next, under Tangxi's command, the young soldiers tested the modular switching function. They simply removed the different components and reassembled them. The clicking sounds in their ears were like the most wonderful, most exciting music in the world. Comrade Expert, is this a modular rifle? It's so interesting. The young soldier couldn't hold back and asked excitedly. Tangxi smiled kindly and asked, "Can you tell what each module can transform into?" The young soldier proudly lifted his chin. "A gun is our second life. How could I not recognize them? This is a rifle, this is a submachine gun." The young soldier quickly adapted to the different forms of the gun and finally moved on to the shooting test. Depending on the gun's form, the magazine and bullet caliber also varied. After assembling the weapon, the young soldier raised his gun and aimed at a distant target, firing several shots in succession. When he lowered the gun, he excitedly said to Tangxi, "Comrade Expert, this is amazing. The aiming part is very different, and overall it's very lightweight. The recoil isn't so strong either." He rambled on, listing many advantages. Although he wasn't a professional like the experts at the research institute, his first-hand experience as a user was clear, even if simple, and it clearly showed the benefits. However, after a few words, Tangxi noticed that Zhuang Tao and the senior leaders from the research institute had gathered around, asking various questions eagerly. At first, the young soldier could answer, but as the questions became more detailed, he couldn't keep up and could only stare blankly at the excited experts, whose faces were flushed with enthusiasm. Cough, cough. Tangxi cleared her throat and once again took on the role of guide, stepping forward. "Let me introduce everything to everyone." All the attention was drawn to her. Zhuang Tao asked first, "Earlier, I wasn't very clear about the modular concept I mentioned, but now it seems it's not much different from the gun family approach?" The gun family concept means developing various weapons, rifles, squad machine guns, battle rifles, rifles centered around a standard caliber bullet, with the main idea of creating all major weapons for a standard infantry squad. This idea comes from the neighboring country, and China has been heavily influenced by it. Most current mainstream small arms design experts follow this approach. But Tangxi shook her head and made a surprising statement. Of course, it's different. The gun family concept is outdated. This statement caused quite a stir. Now, not only Zhuang Tao but all the senior leaders began asking questions, and the scene became chaotic, like a busy market. The team members nearby looked nervous, ready to step in and help. But looking at Tangxi, standing calmly at the center of the storm, she showed no signs of nervousness or fear. In fact, rushing forward would probably only slow things down. So, they decided to stay quiet and support her quietly. The team members looked at Tangxi with bright eyes filled with admiration and longing. Even though Tangxi was much younger than them, during these days working together, they had already been impressed by her talent. Including now, they still completely trust Tangxi's ability to debate fiercely with others. Sure enough, expert son, I also respect this idea. After all, it was very advanced 20 years ago, but battlefield needs are constantly changing. Shouldn't our views also adapt? To judge a firearm's combat power, we mainly look at its shape, the ammunition it uses, and its firing rate. The firing rate better shows its firepower. For example, The RPK machine gun from Country S has a longer barrel, but limited by the caliber of the bullets. 3 minutes of continuous fire is probably its limit. How do I know?
I can just do the math in my head.
My math grades are pretty good. Tangxi remains calm, debating fiercely with others, but she doesn't fall behind at all. After a debate, Zhuang Tao and others realize they can't win against Tangxi. Instead, she persuades them. The more they understand the idea of modular design, the more they think it is brilliant and the future. The rifle can have its barrel length changed easily, making it very suitable for different environments like city fighting, alley battles, and indoor combat. It also solves the problem of high demand for various types of weapons for individual soldiers and allows soldiers to be more versatile, no longer needing to be specialized as riflemen or submachine gunners. All these benefits are countless. The difficulties faced by the development of light weapons can be effectively solved. Tangxi casually says, actually, there's something quite important. I wonder if everyone has noticed that after so much development, firearm and ammunition technology seems to have hit a ceiling. It's very hard to find a new type of ammunition that completely replaces gunpowder as the energy source. Whether it's caseless rounds, buried rounds, or plastic casings, they all rely on gunpowder as the base. So, I think the best development path for our domestic light weapons now is to focus on improving the structure of the guns themselves. Zhuang Tao picks up on Tangxi's dissatisfaction with current ammunition types and asks, "Oh? So, what kind of firearm method do you think is better?" Tangxi has almost finished reading her encyclopedia of firearms and is starting to glimpse the future of interstellar-era guns. So, when she talks about this, she can't help but feel excited, and she responds cheerfully, like directed energy weapons, which are laser weapons. They can strike at the speed of light, with no ammunition limits. The key point is the power supply for the laser. We need to develop high-energy battery technology. With our current industrial level, this will be difficult to achieve in a short time. However, we can improve our tactical firearm accessories by adding items like scopes, tactical lights, and silencers. Behind advanced firearms is a strong industrial chain, involving technologies such as 3D printing of superconducting coils and refining rare earth permanent magnets, which our country still cannot match. Tangxi carefully considered her options before choosing the modular firearm approach, hoping to speed up the development of domestically produced light weapons. Other countries in the same era have already conducted similar research and released several products. To avoid falling behind, we must catch up, no matter how difficult it is. Most of what Tangxi knows about this comes from the Encyclopedia of Firearms, and given her current situation, she has limited access to such information. So she couldn't easily cite examples from other countries, only subtly hinting that Zhuang Tao and others should pay attention to her ideas. It seems her efforts paid off. Director Zhuang Tao and his team showed clear interest and kept asking questions. Their attitude shifted from initial skepticism to eager curiosity. Tangxi shared everything she knew. As she spoke, she became a bit excited and expanded her thoughts. I think modular design isn't limited to firearms. It can also be applied to ship design, armored vehicles, fighter jets, and even troop formations. Tangxi spoke confidently, sharing insights and inspirations from her discussions with Professor Tang. Most of her ideas were inspired by the development background of the interstellar era. To Zhuang Tao and his team, her ideas sounded visionary. Zhuang Tao listened in silence. He thought carefully for a long time before suddenly asking, "If we want to promote modular firearms, how difficult are the manufacturing processes? And I noticed this gun you brought is especially light. Does it have some special design?" Tangxi was immediately energized. Zhuang Tao's question showed he was already considering mass production, because only then would the difficulty of manufacturing and high production costs matter. It's not difficult. I specifically researched a new high-strength, lightweight material for this gun. Tangxi seemed unaware that she had just dropped another bombshell. But Zhuang Tao and his team had become numb to such revelations. Is developing new materials really that easy? Why does it seem so simple for Tangxi, as if pouring water? Zhuang Tao thought carefully and realized that Tangxi had been very interested in materials science for a while. He even followed her approach, looking at the latest papers from both home and abroad. But he thought Tang she was just curious, never expecting she could actually develop something new. Now, this new material has been used in today's new guns and has just passed shooting tests. This shows the material has passed initial checks and is not just a random invention. How talented is Tang Shi? Since Zhuang Tao successfully recruited Tang Shi as a special researcher, he has been very proud and confident. As for his old friends who said Tang Shi was delayed, he saw them as jealous enemies. But now he actually had a new thought. Maybe Tang Shi staying at the Light Weapon Research Institute is a bit of a waste of her talent. We will hold a meeting to discuss this carefully, as it concerns the future of our military's light weapon equipment and the soldiers' individual combat power. It's not a small matter, Zhuang Tao explained seriously to Tang Shi. Tang Shi felt the director's attitude was strange. How to say it? It seemed like he used to see her as a junior. But now, he seemed to treat her as an equal with respect. Was it just her imagination? Tang Shi didn't think much about it, just assuming Zhuang Tao valued her. She smiled and nodded in agreement, then gave her team members a thumbs up. The team cheered happily, knowing their recent efforts had paid off. The frustration from a recent design mistake was gone, and everyone looked excited, like celebrating the new year. While they were happy, they didn't notice someone standing in the corridor outside the shooting range. He seemed to pass by casually, stopping briefly before quickly leaving. The soldiers outside the range glanced at the researcher's uniform he was wearing, but didn't pay much attention. That night, Zhuang Tao and others stayed up late reading the data records Tang Shi and her team had collected recently. Tang Shi always kept records of meetings. Zhuang Tao and his team clearly saw her entire research process, from idea proposal to the successful prototype gun, and the delays caused by material limitations. Seeing this, they realized how much Tang Shi had contributed. Finally, their last doubts were cleared. Zhuang Tao looked around, confirmed no one had objections, and decided, let's prepare to report to the higher-ups. The future development direction is modular guns. Zhuang Tao put in a lot of effort. He was worried that the higher-ups might underestimate Tang Shi's age, so he carefully reorganized the materials. His goal was to make the report sincere and heartfelt, so the leaders would believe in Tang Shi's abilities beyond her age. Actually, since he had a student, he hadn't spent much time on trivial matters for a long time. Especially with Lu Hao, his meticulous nature and careful work meant he never had to worry about him as an assistant. He didn't know when exactly he started to change. Zhuang Tao's pen paused in midair, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Zhuang Tao pushed up his glasses. Come in. Just as he said that, Lu Hao appeared outside the door. He hung his head low, looking much more subdued and lonely than usual. Teacher. His timid attitude made Zhuang Tao feel a pang in his heart. Zhuang Tao scowled. Hurry up and come in. One moment he was scolding, the next he switched to concern, though he sounded stern. What have you been doing lately? I told you to stay home and reflect. Have you done that? Lu Hao nodded honestly. Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't be jealous of Tang Shi, but she's really talented. Compared to her, I feel like I'm useless, unnecessary. Lu Hao poured out his feelings in despair. Maybe because he was speaking his true thoughts, his genuine fear and anxiety touched Zhuang Tao. Zhuang Tao couldn't help but zone out, thinking about himself when he was young. Would he have also doubted himself and felt anxious if he met someone like Tang Shi? Most likely, yes. Suddenly understanding Lu Hao's feelings, Zhuang Tao softened his tone a little. You don't need to worry. Tang Shi's future won't be limited to our Small Weapons Research Institute. She will leave someday to challenge higher and broader fields. You are not rivals. Zhuang Tao's intention was to comfort his student. But Lu Hao's expression suddenly stiffened. He forced a smile and said awkwardly, I know, teacher. Zhuang Tao thought he really understood and waved his hand. Come here, help me organize some things. Lu Hao obediently stepped forward. Since joining the institute and gaining Zhuang Tao's attention, his main skill was organizing materials. And now that was still true. With his involvement, Zhuang Tao, who originally thought he would have to stay up all night to finish the materials, now completed it in just 2 or 3 hours. Lu Hao, seemingly unintentionally, asked, "Teacher, is this the report you plan to give in a few days?" Zhuang Tao took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, and did not look up. "Yes. Since Tongxi brought out good stuff, I naturally can't hold her back." Lu Hao responded with an "oh." He lowered his head, hiding the gloom in his eyes. "Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom." Zhuang Tao waved his hand without paying attention to Lu Hao's departure. Lu Hao then confidently went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. He first looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then took out a stack of white paper from his pocket and started writing on it. If Zhuang Tao were here, he would be surprised to find that what Lu Hao was writing was actually the key part of the materials he just organized. Lu Hao wrote quickly, biting his teeth and cursing, "I deserve to stay in the small mud pond, while Tongxi should be flying in the sky, right? Genius? Haha, a mere woman really thinks she can ride over me." His anger drove him to write faster, and his memory seemed unusually sharp. Soon, Lu Hao finished copying the materials, folded the paper, and kept it close to his body. After work in the evening, he took this document home. Passing through a deserted alley, he slipped the folded paper into the wall. He was very skilled, moving quickly, almost without stopping, completing everything in no time. Several hours after he left, a stylish young man approached the wall where the paper was hidden, pinched it with, and quickly pulled it out. Then, the young man casually restored his carefree look, chuckling as he left. Thunder roared. Rain poured down heavily. The marks in the alley were soon washed away. A black car drove down the street, splashing water everywhere. Zhuang Tao sat inside, continuing to look at the materials in his hand under the dim light of the rain. Until the car stopped somewhere and someone got in, he finally relaxed a little and looked away. The person who got in was an old friend of Zhuang Tao's. They had worked together before. "Hey, Lao Zhuang, working so hard?" Zhuang Tao rolled his eyes without courtesy. "You old guy, you're still alive." The other chuckled. "Of course. At least 10 more years than you and Lao Fu, I bet." Zhuang Tao clicked his tongue twice and closed the data sheet. His old friend casually glanced at it but didn't look closely. Since they both work in secret agencies, they understand not to look at others' materials casually. His old friend asked curiously, "I heard you and Old Fu were fighting over a student recently?" Zhuang Tao was surprised. "Old Fu told you that?" He was about to criticize Fu Xueming for not keeping his mouth shut. His old friend shook his head. "No, I heard it from someone else." "Tell me, is it true? What kind of genius student is so important that even you two old guys are fighting over him?" Zhuang Tao was holding the test report for the new Tongxi gun model, feeling proud of his team's recent work, and was about to show off their latest achievement. Suddenly, he noticed his old friend's excited expression, mixed with a hint of eagerness, which quickly cooled his enthusiasm. His tone suddenly changed. "You guys are overthinking. About fighting over a student. It's probably just a rumor." Zhuang Tao tried to downplay the matter, but his old friend didn't believe him. "I'm not an idiot. Can't tell if it's the truth or a lie." Unfortunately, Zhuang Tao insisted he wouldn't say more, and the two friends argued back and forth for a while. Soon, their car arrived at a place without a sign, guarded by soldiers in neat uniforms, holding guns, with many others lurking in the shadows to protect the area. Both Zhuang Tao and his old friend were used to such scenes. They didn't ask many questions during the ride. They handed over their personal belongings and underwent a thorough search before they could enter the building. Their vigilance eased a bit. On the way, they met a few acquaintances, and Zhuang Tao took the initiative to greet them. Thinking about their identities, he understood the situation. "It seems there's some new intelligence from another country." His old friend just clicked his tongue twice, and then started talking nonstop about a recent incident involving reverse decoding of spy codes. It seemed he had already put the fighting over a student matter behind him. Zhuang Tao heaved a sigh of relief, exchanged a few words with his old friend, and then shifted the topic. Suddenly, he caught a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. When he looked more carefully, the figure was gone. "Old Zhuang? Old Zhuang?" His old friend's call pulled his attention back. Zhuang Tao responded briefly, thinking it was just his imagination, and didn't pay much attention. Until the meeting was about to start, and experts from various units, including Zhuang Tao and his old friend, were invited to sit around the conference table. Zhuang Tao looked up and saw a tall, serious-looking man sitting among the military representatives. Isn't he the beloved partner of Tang Shi, their treasure girl? Zhuang Tao had once seen him come to pick up Tang Shi from work. He was very kind, patient, and caring toward her. Before, Zhuang Tao had heard from Fu Xueming that Tang Shi's partner was a soldier with a high rank. But he didn't expect that this so-called high-ranking person could sit among the top leaders as a representative. Perhaps Zhuang Tao stared a bit too long, which caught Wen Jiyuan's attention. Wen Jiyuan also recognized Zhuang Tao. Due to the occasion, he didn't want to greet him directly, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Zhuang Tao was momentarily stunned and nodded back. His old friend next to him, curious, asked, "Do you know that leader Wen?" "Who?" Zhuang Tao looked confused. His friend casually introduced him. "Leader Wen, the youngest among this group of leaders. I heard he's the son of the old leader Wen. But he got his position on his own. He's very capable. I worked with him before, and he's almost perfect. You don't need to worry about anything." His friend's praise made Zhuang Tao feel a bit uneasy. It was like a father-in-law admiring his son-in-law. "No matter how talented, he's still not good enough for my daughter. Our little Tang is also amazing. Is a genius something ordinary people can compare to?" Zhuang Tao muttered softly. His voice was too quiet, so his old friend didn't hear him. "Huh? What did you say?" Zhuang Tao naturally wouldn't reveal any secrets about Tang Shi to his friend, so he just mumbled vaguely. His friend was about to ask more, but just then the meeting began. Wen Jiyuan, one of the representatives, stood up. "Thank you all for coming. You've probably noticed that most of the experts here are specialists in domestic light weapons and material science. Today, we want to share with you a top-secret report we recently received from our intelligence agency." Wen Jiyuan waved his hand to signal. Immediately, soldiers distributed the documents. Zhuang Tao, a top expert in the domestic light weapons industry, was among the first to receive the materials. When he saw what was recorded on the document, his first reaction was, "How is this possible?" His exclamation, loud enough to be heard by many, seemed a bit rude but actually didn't attract much attention. Because many people like Zhuang Tao had exclaimed out loud. The data shows that a new type of heavy machine gun from neighboring country S weighs only 25 kilograms, with the barrel weighing just 9 kilograms. This is hard to believe. Country S's weapons are usually heavy and powerful, focusing on durability and damage, but they are not known for being lightweight. Their style on the battlefield is quite unique. However, this intelligence suggests that Country S has made a breakthrough in weight reduction, maintaining its power while becoming lighter, completely changing the traditional impression. Since machine guns are the main firepower on the battlefield, a lighter design means better mobility and more flexibility in using and repositioning the weapon. This is a significant advancement. Could the intelligence be wrong? Zhuang Tao, a top expert in lightweight weapons, was the first to question. He didn't speak without reason. He had solid points. "We know that Country S's weapons are usually quite fixed in style and lag behind other countries in materials. I saw their latest rifle last year, and it didn't show any breakthroughs in materials. How could they suddenly make such a big leap? This isn't a small jump. It's a huge one, like from level 1 to level 10. The speed is too fast. I suspect this intelligence might be incorrect. Their military industry developed early thanks to the support of their big brother country, allowing them to catch up with other powerful nations within a 5-year plan, closing a gap of 100 years. But later, they had disagreements and parted ways, each going their own way. As an experienced expert from that era, Zhuang Tao knows a lot about Country S. So his doubts are quite reasonable. Many others in the room share his view. Some think it's all uncertain. Who knows if they are hiding something and only revealing their big weapons now? Seeing everyone holding different opinions and each side having reasons, the experts argued passionately, some even getting red in the face and spitting. Won Jiyuan gently tapped the table twice. Everyone, we hope to discuss the next steps, such as reassessing our military technology capabilities. As you all know, we are currently facing serious challenges. Mountain warfare is our norm, and complex terrain and harsh environments test our troops' mobility. If even part of this intelligence is true, it could greatly affect the final outcome on the battlefield. The meeting room was silent. Finally, Zhuang Tao broke the silence first. So, we need to develop a lighter heavy machine gun, right? Wen Zhiyuan nodded slowly. That's exactly what we want. Director Zhuang, I know this task will be tough, but if we work a little harder, the soldiers on the front lines will have an easier time. You know how costly it was in the past when we lacked enough firepower. Zhuang Tao knew this well and felt the pain deeply. At this moment, his mind started to race. If that's the case, then problems with material science, structural design, and firepower performance will be major issues. Our development of high-strength, lightweight military materials is still in the early stages. Suddenly, he thought of something and paused. His old friend, a materials expert, naturally picked up the conversation. We're working on a project related to high-strength, lightweight materials. We're currently facing some bottlenecks, but maybe we can give it a try. Wait, I have an idea. Zhuang Tao suddenly raised his voice. At Zhuang Tao's request, the previously confiscated materials were brought back in. He took out a few pages and pushed them forward. This is a new high-strength, lightweight material developed by one of our researchers for our new firearm. These are the test data files after material testing. Zhuang Tao looked intentionally in Wen Jiyuan's direction. Wen Jiyuan, sensing his gaze, looked thoughtful. His old friend, a materials expert, curiously picked up the test report to examine it. At first, he was somewhat amused. As one of the best materials scientists in the country, he was quite confident and proud in this field. But after a quick glance, he couldn't stay calm. His eyes widened more and more. His confidence and pride shattered completely. Is this report real? No fakes, right? Zhuang Tao didn't hold back and immediately retorted. Who do you think I am, Zhuang Tao? His old friend looked a bit dazed. I'm not saying I don't trust you. It's just that the results of this report are amazing. So good I can hardly believe it. Compared to our lab's new materials, this is like trash. Many people present recognized him and knew how proud he was. Since it had come to this, the report must have some valuable points. So, everyone hurried to see the report. Really? The tensile strength and elongation are top-level domestically. Not just domestically, internationally, it's definitely first class. I guarantee it. Is this titanium alloy and carbon fiber composite? The cost must be quite high. Too bad. If it were cheaper, it could be used on all light weapons. Exactly. Its performance isn't limited to heavy machine guns. It has many uses. Now we're trying to make lighter heavy machine guns. Even if this material is a bit expensive, we can use less of it. Yes, we should think about how to mass-produce it better. Our light weapons still lack good materials, and this could be a timely help. A group of older experts looked like ordinary elderly men and women, but they were passionately arguing about academic issues, completely forgetting there were leaders from the military nearby. Wen Jiyuan and others patiently waited for a long time, and it was getting late. Finally, he had to step in and interrupt. Dear experts, what are your opinions? A friend of Zhuo Tao, a materials science expert, stepped forward. Based on the current material test reports, the new material developed by this researcher can be directly used on the new heavy machine gun. So, I suggest inviting that researcher to join the project as one of the leaders. As Zhuo Tao listened, he had a bad feeling. He had to emphasize, Xiao Tang is a specially appointed researcher at our Light Weapons Research Institute. Shouldn't they first ask the director's opinion? His old friend looked at Zhuo Tao with disdain and said firmly, Old Zhuo, we're at a critical moment. Do we really need to argue over such a small matter? Seeing the other side's serious attitude, Zhuo Tao thought he was overthinking. He had no choice but to keep quiet. As for the military leaders present, they naturally had no objections. One of the oldest leaders asked eagerly, What is the expert's name?
Zhuo Tao Ziplit,
Tangxi.
The experts left first. Later, a special research team would be set up for the new heavy machine gun. This would make it easier to see real results in the shortest time. To discuss the next steps, a group of military leaders stayed for a meeting. Wen Juyuan was among them. The atmosphere among them visibly relaxed significantly. The oldest leader spoke first. Originally, I received news from the front lines, and it made my heart almost jump out of my chest. Now, it's finally confirmed. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. The situation on the front isn't very good, and the tasks assigned from above are tight. I was prepared to be scolded harshly by the senior experts before this meeting. I didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. Is it really solved? I find it hard to believe. The tasks from above are set for 3 years, and now, only 3 hours have passed. Of course, it's not that simple. I have a rough understanding of firearm design. Right now, we've only cracked the material part. There's also the structure and fire control. By the way, did you see the other contents of Director Zhuang's document earlier? Besides the material testing report, it seemed to mention a new type of firearm. It looked quite special. Really? I didn't look carefully. I should have asked Director Zhuang to leave the document for us to see more. No worries. When that expert from Tongxi arrives, we can ask him. I heard that the document is related to his research results. Hey, Jiu Yuan, why aren't you talking? Jiu Yuan, who had been silent all along, was suddenly called out. He slowly lifted his head, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. An experienced senior officer immediately recognized him. Jiu Yuan, you seem to be in a very good mood? Of course, Jiu Yuan was in a good mood. That feeling of pride and honor was almost overflowing. But he was always very controlled in his emotions, so he nodded calmly. Yes, mainly because I heard a familiar name. The senior officers, happy and curious, enjoyed teasing this young subordinate.
Oh?
Which name? Jiu Yuan spoke softly. The expert from Tongxi mentioned. She is my partner. Everyone was stunned. Whose partner? Jiu Yuan's partner? The old senior officer clapped his thigh happily. No wonder that name sounded so familiar. Isn't she your wife? She works at the Light Weapon Research Institute. I heard from the old leaders that your wife is a math teacher at a middle school, and her article was published in People's a few days ago. This was news none of the others had heard, and their curiosity grew even more. As the focus of attention, Jiu Yuan smiled modestly. Yes, that's her. Someone couldn't help but ask, Jiu Yuan, how old is your wife? When Jiu Yuan calmly replied, 20. Everyone fell silent. It was clear to everyone that beneath his indifferent exterior, when Jiu Yuan was showing off. This guy. The old leader's mouth was wide open, almost able to fit a duck egg inside. After a long moment, he shakily raised his thumb. Impressive. Thanks to Tang Shi, what was supposed to be a meeting that lasted until late at night ended by around 6 in the evening. When Jiu Yuan remembered Tang Shi saying she needed to go back to school later in the afternoon. The reason was that the school had exams for senior students, and as a teacher, she had to stay in her office to answer students' questions. So, when Jiu Yuan asked Xiao Wu, the service soldier, to leave work early and drove himself to her school. Tang, she didn't know he was coming. In the end, when Jiu Yuan sat in the car waiting for over half an hour before he saw Tang, she come out of the school gate. She wasn't alone. She was flanked by 2 protectors, Yu Jia and Yu Yan. Both siblings were tall and strong, shielding the slender Tang Shi in the middle, blocking all the gazes and rain. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Wen Jiu Yuan's mouth. He pushed the car door open, was about to step out, when he saw Yu Yan suddenly lean close to Tang Shi, reaching out to pick off a leaf that had fallen on her shoulder, then naturally draping his arm around her. The usually rebellious young man now looked like a clingy puppy, acting sweet to Tang Shi, almost with his chin brushing her hair. Just let us take you back. It's not far, and it's okay if we can't take the bus. It's all because of your brother-in-law. He knew you finished work so late, but didn't come to pick you up. When Jiu Yuan slowly raised an eyebrow, his almost tangible gaze fell on Tang Shi's shoulder. Yu Yan's hand remained there in a protective stance. Tang Shi, who was originally listening attentively to Yu Yan, seemed to sense something. She looked up, her gaze precisely on the opposite side of the road. Wen Jiuyuan? Her face showed surprise mixed with a bit of joy. Yu Yan, standing beside Tang Shi, had been keeping his waist low, but now he slowly straightened up. Wen Jiuyuan's gaze drifted lightly, crossing the road, and he walked up to Tang Shi. Cici, it was as if he hadn't heard anything. After greeting Tang Shi, he finally called out the names of Yu Jia and Yu Yan. Recently, Yu Jia had changed her attitude towards Wen Jiuyuan and nodded politely, saying long time no see, which was already a sign of respect. As for Yu Yan, he was still the wary, hostile little wolf, even unwilling to call his brother-in-law. Unfortunately, in the eyes of top predators like Wen Jiuyuan, Yu Yan seems a bit too naive. Wen Jiuyuan stood firm and steady, acting like a responsible elder, and said, "Get in the car. I'll drive you back." Tang Shi immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, we'll take you back." Hearing the natural use of we, Wen Jiuyuan looked very pleased. Yu Yan was a bit unhappy and hummed, "No need, sister. You've had a busy day, so go home and rest early. Commander Wen, please take care of my sister." Wen Jiuyuan nodded gently. "She is my wife. I should take care of her." Just then, the gatekeeper uncle happened to pass by and cheerfully added, "Little Wen is a good husband. He's been waiting at the gate for almost an hour." Tang Shi looked surprised immediately. Wen Jiuyuan denied, "I didn't wait that long." The gatekeeper got a bit annoyed. "I'm not forgetful. I saw the time clearly. When you arrived, it was 6:23. Now it's 7:16. Isn't that almost an hour?" Wen Jiuyuan didn't expect to meet such a serious gatekeeper. He had to admit, "All right, the old man has a good memory." The gatekeeper was satisfied and left happily. Tang Shi was still surprised. "Why didn't you let them come in and call out?" Wen Jiuyuan smiled maturely and kindly. "Don't you have something to do? Once you're done, you'll come out naturally. I can wait, no rush." His calm attitude made Tang Shi very happy. She smiled so much her eyes squinted and lightly walked over to Wen Jiuyuan. Then she affectionately grabbed his sleeve and turned to Yu Jia and Yu Yan. "Are you sure you don't want us to see you off?" Yu Jia firmly said, "No need." Yu Yan moved his lips but didn't say anything. Tang Shi didn't insist and just held Wen Jiuyuan's arm to say goodbye to the siblings. Until they turned and walked to the car across the street, Wen Jiuyuan could still feel their strong gaze. "Ha, just a young kid." Wen Jiuyuan brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeve and opened the car door for Tang Shi. "Thank you." Tang Shi cheerfully responded and got into the car, holding her textbooks and materials. After Wen Jiuyuan also sat down, she asked why he came today. "That wasn't there an important meeting? Weren't you going to be home late tonight?" Wen Jiuyuan didn't rush to start the car. He turned his head, gently lifted the strands of hair falling on her cheek, and said casually, "Yes, the meeting ended earlier than expected." Tang Shi nodded but didn't ask more, respecting his privacy. But Wen Jiuyuan held a strand of her hair, causing the rest to sweep over her shoulders. "So, itchy." She smiled and tilted her head to the side. Wen Jiuyuan's heart tightened and he instinctively grabbed her shoulder. His rough thumb brushed over her smooth neck skin. Tang Shi didn't move, just tilted her head. "What's wrong? You look strange." Wen Jiuyuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, just suddenly realized. He wasn't as calm as he seemed. Seeing Yu Yan so close to her, close enough to break their safety distance, and Tang Shi completely unguarded, his heart felt like it was being bitten by a jealous snake. A strong desire to possess, and fleeting dark thoughts, made him feel almost frightened, forcing him to hold back his so-called composure. Even though Wen Jiuyuan clearly knew that no matter what Yu Yan's intentions were, Tang Shi's feelings for him were purely sibling love. Realized what? Tang Shi was puzzled why Wen Jiuyuan suddenly stopped talking halfway. Wen Jiuyuan shook his head. "Nothing." He paused briefly, then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, the meeting ended early today thanks to you." Tang Shi's curiosity about wanting to ask more was interrupted. "Thanks to me? What does that have to do with me?" Won Ju-yuan fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and said, "We recently received a top-secret report from S country. They say they've developed a—"
Wait. Can I say that?
Tang, she nervously waved her hand to refuse. Won Ju-yuan smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, you'll know more soon." Then he explained everything about today's meeting purpose and Director Zhuang Tao's recommendation of her new material development in detail. Tang, she didn't expect such a coincidence. After the surprise, she was filled with joy. "It's great that I can help you guys." Tang, she deliberately stayed at the Light Weapons Research Institute, wanting to share these advanced technologies she obtained from the system through more proper channels. She thought hard and tried many ways, but unexpectedly, this time, she accidentally became the key. Pure happiness like spring breeze flowed into Tang Shi's eyes, shining brightly. Won Ju-yuan saw this and couldn't help but smile. "You're so happy just because you helped?" Tang Shi nodded without hesitation. "Of course. That's my goal." She thought for a moment, her clear and bright eyes filled with unwavering determination. She slowly said, "This kind of spiritual fulfillment is more important to me than any material reward." Suddenly, when Ju-yuan felt a strange, almost musical, sensation deep inside him. Ripples of emotion spread out endlessly, touching his heart and leaving a timeless mark. This feeling had nothing to do with anything external. It was just a resonance of the soul. Their spirits were in harmony at this moment. "It seems we think the same way." Won Ju-yuan reached out his hand, palm up. Tang Shi looked at him and smiled as she placed her hand in his, their fingers intertwined. Time was peaceful and calm. Even the wind outside the car window felt gentle. The next day, when Ju-yuan was said to have a task and left for work early in the morning, Tang Shi finished her breakfast slowly and was about to go to school. Suddenly, someone was knocking at the door.
It was Zhuang Tao.
He came personally to visit and explained his purpose. "Participate in this secret project?" "Of course, that's great." Tang Shi had heard when Ju-yuan mentioned this yesterday and had a vague feeling about it. She wasn't surprised. Even if when Ju-yuan hadn't told her, she would have agreed without hesitation. Tang Shi agreed so quickly that Zhuang Tao's usual words got stuck in his throat. He said, "Then can you pack your things first? The car is outside and we might be at the office for the next few days. You'll need to take leave from school too." "Is it that urgent?" Tang Shi thought for a moment and then went next door to ask Sister Liang to pass a message. She arrived just as Liang Ying was about to leave. Hearing Tang Shi's request, the kind-hearted Liang Ying immediately agreed. She even decided not to buy groceries and planned to visit Tang Shi's school first. But Liang Ying couldn't help but be curious and asked casually, "What's so urgent about this work?" Because it involved national secrets, Tang Shi couldn't answer casually. She pointed at the black car parked nearby and lightly said, "The person picking me up is already at my house. How can it not be urgent?" Liang Ying had glanced at the car several times earlier. Now that she knew it was there to pick up Tang Shi, she was even more surprised. But as a military family member, she was always careful about confidentiality and quickly understood without asking more. All right, Tang, have a safe trip." Tang Shi waved goodbye to Liang Ying, went upstairs, and packed a few clothes. As she was leaving, she remembered Won Ju-yuan and asked Zhuang Tao if he could call him to let him know. Won Ju-yuan knew about this project, so Zhuang Tao nodded and said it was fine. Unfortunately, Tang Shi called twice, but no one answered at Won Ju-yuan's office. Could he be busy and not in the office? If so, Tang Shi really has no choice but to wait. She wrote a note and placed it on the coffee table in the living room, saying she would be away but as a military family member, she was always knowing the situation. Won Ju-yuan probably guessed where she was when he saw the note. "Let's go, Director," Tang Shi said, carrying her luggage and following Zhuang Tao out. In the car, the front seat was occupied by a man and a woman. The man had a firm face and was quiet, and Tang Shi just nodded when she got in. The woman looked lively and outgoing, and she greeted Tang Shi proactively.
"Hello, Edward Tang.
"I am the security guard responsible for protecting both of you this time. Just call me Xiaolin." "Oh, and this is Xiao Chun, who is sitting next to me." Tangxi felt something was a bit strange. Weren't they going to a secret facility for closed research? They weren't going out, so why did they need special guards to accompany them? She temporarily suppressed her curiosity and nodded, saying, "Hello, Xiaolin and Xiao Chen. But you don't need to be so formal."
Just call me Xiao Tang.
Xiaolin, the female guard, smiled cheerfully. "All right, I'll call you Xiao Tang. That's more convenient outside and won't attract attention." Outside convenience? Tangxi's confusion deepened. But soon, all her doubts were cleared. Train station? As soon as Tangxi got out of the car, she looked at her destination in surprise and was momentarily stunned. Zhuang Tao, calm as ever, probably had experienced many similar situations. He lowered his voice to comfort her. "Yes, I guessed. Compared to Beijing, the southern province is the best choice, closer to the front lines and a major military-industrial hub. Once the secret project is developed, it can be produced immediately. If there are problems, adjustments can be made quickly, and it can be sent to the front lines right away." Tangxi understood the reasoning, but she had never been involved in such swift, decisive actions before. Naturally, she felt a little nervous about the unknown. Fortunately, the two accompanying guards were very capable. They handed over the car keys to colleagues and took the train tickets. Xiaolin looked a bit helpless. "Our schedule is too rushed. The railway staff could only arrange for hard sleeper tickets, and they aren't together yet. We'll see if we can exchange seats when boarding." Zhuang Tao was very calm about this. "It's okay. We can just sit there. It's only a few hours anyway." Tangxi, however, looked very curious, flipping the tickets in her hand repeatedly. The ticket is a small, hard paper card, not much larger than a palm. It feels comfortable to hold and has a nice texture. It shows the departure and arrival stations, with the price printed nearby, which is surprisingly not cheap. Zhuang Tao smiled kindly, like a gentle elder. "Xiao Teng, this is your first time taking a train."
Dancy, not that.
Zhuang Tao hinted. "It's okay, there will be many chances in the future. If Tangxi performs well this time and becomes a full-fledged expert registered with the organization, she will be in high demand at research institutes and factories across the country. Traveling by train will become routine. Recently, flying has become easier, so maybe in the future, she can fly all over the country." Clearly, Zhuang Tao has high hopes for Tangxi. But Tangxi didn't understand the deeper meaning of Zhuang Tao's words. She only thought it was a kind wish. "Yes, I hope I can take my mom on a train trip someday." Her idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. The environment on the train was not as good as she imagined. From the moment she entered the train station, every corner was crowded with people. The air was filled with the smells of sweat, food, and some unknown odors mixed together. Suddenly entering such a place, Tangxi almost couldn't breathe. She quickly took a wool scarf from her bag, wrapped it around her head, and covered her nose and mouth. With this layer of protection, she finally felt a bit more comfortable breathing. The four of them had separate tickets, not in the same carriage. So, Xiaolin and Xiao Chen decided to follow Tangxi and Zhuang Tao separately. At this moment, only Xiaolin accompanied Tangxi to carriage number 8, a hard sleeper. Zhuang Tao and Xiao Chen stayed in the nearby carriage 9. She was assigned a female guard specifically to take care of Tangxi and make traveling easier. With Xiaolin's help, Tangxi finally reached her seat and let out a breath of relief. But when she looked closer, she froze in place. Her seat was on the lower bunk, with Xiaolin above her. However, her bed was now occupied by an old man. Tangxi rarely felt at a loss, and she could only look at Xiaolin with a plea for help. Xiaolin, seemingly experienced in such situations, went up and called out, "Comrade, wake up. This is our seat." The old man slowly opened his eyes, saw Tangxi and Xiaolin, and groaned loudly for a while before supporting himself to sit up. "Two women, ahem. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I have a bad back, a recurring problem. Could I lie down here for a moment?" Tangxi is usually someone who prefers to be gentle rather than forceful. Seeing this elderly man, who is about the same age as Zhuang Tao, with pale lips and looking unwell, she thought he was truly sick. She wanted to ask Xiaolin if she could sit in her seat for a while. But Xiaolin didn't even blink, remaining calm and saying, "Oh, I see. I'll ask the flight attendant to help you find a better spot." Hearing this, the elderly man's eyebrows shot up and he raised his voice. "You young people, what's going on? Don't you know how to let us older folks have some space?" Tangxi watched the man's face change faster than in a Sichuan opera, her eyes widening in surprise. Xiaolin stayed calm and turned to call out, "Flight attendant. Hey, no need to call anymore." The elderly man suddenly jumped up from the bed, brushing his mouth with his sleeve. It turned out his pale lips weren't from illness, but because before Tangxi and the others arrived, he had been lying there eating, and the white was flour. He quickly put on his shoes and ran off, his quick steps looking nothing like an elderly person. He was even stronger than director Zhuang Tao. Tangxi was stunned, staring with wide eyes. But Xiaolin looked completely unfazed. "Have you never seen this before, Xiaotang? Don't worry. When you're outside, if anything happens, just ask the flight attendants to handle it." She tidied up the bed and then helped Tangxi sit down. Tangxi hesitated a bit, placing her luggage down carefully. "It's okay, Xiaolin. I can do it myself." But Xiaolin wouldn't let someone as skilled as Tangxi do it. She knew how important this trip was and respected Tangxi's talent. So she made sure Tangxi didn't lift a finger, taking care of everything herself. Tangxi was very grateful and slowly adapted to the environment inside the train. Xiaolin looked around casually, but was actually checking every corner carefully. Once she confirmed there was no threat, she took her water bottle and said, "I'll go get some hot water. Stay here and don't move." Tangxi nodded and watched her leave. But just as Xiaolin left, the woman on the lower bunk across the aisle spoke up. "Comrade, that's your sister, right? You two are very close." Knowing that there was a guard accompanying them, Tangxi became more alert, realizing this trip might not be entirely safe. Faced with the friendly conversation from the elderly lady in the same carriage, she simply smiled and nodded without engaging further. She hadn't forgotten that when she and Xiaolin nearly argued with the old man who almost took their bed, this lady didn't interfere at all. Yet, the lady was very interested in her, persistently asking, "Young comrade, you look quite young. Where are you headed?" Seeing the lady's persistent gaze, she felt something was a bit off and responded vaguely, "How about you?" The lady casually mentioned a place name, probably 1 or 2 stops ahead of her. She nodded. "Then I'm going to the same place." The lady suddenly smiled. "Young comrade, do you think I'm a bad person?" "Don't worry, I'm just visiting family. I saw you and was curious, so I asked." "No bad intentions." She smiled silently, neither believing nor disbelieving. Only the lady truly knew the truth. Xiaolin didn't leave for long and soon returned with hot water. Taking advantage of the lady's distraction, she told Xiaolin about the conversation. Xiaolin immediately sounded the alarm, pressing the pouch on her back to stay alert, sitting very close to her, not daring to leave her side. The lady across probably realized they were on guard, and after several attempts to talk, she finally fell silent, embarrassed. Fortunately, nothing else happened afterward. The train clattered along steadily, traveling peacefully. The lady wisely didn't bother to talk anymore and went to chat with someone in the next carriage. Hearing her lively chatter about her family, she lowered her voice. "Looks like I was overthinking." Xiaolin shook her head. "It's always better to be cautious." She agreed. She knew her appearance was eye-catching. She had been wearing a mask and scarf since boarding and hadn't taken it off. Xiaolin also agreed with this. She would secretly look around, taking the chance when others weren't paying attention, to let her scarf down and breathe freely. In this way, the 6-hour journey quickly passed more than halfway. She had been sitting all along and was very tired, leaning against the window, drowsily about to fall asleep. Opposite her, Xiaolin looked more energetic. Xiaolin knew that once they arrived, colleagues and military personnel would come to pick them up. The more critical this was, the easier it was for something to go wrong. Just as Xiaolin was thinking this, she suddenly heard a sharp scream from another carriage in the distance. Next, loud noise and commotion came from the neighboring carriage. Many people in the same train car stood up and looked to see what was happening. Xiaolin didn't move. After waking Tangxi, he pressed on his lower back pouch and stared straight ahead without blinking. Tangxi rubbed her eyes and whispered, "What's going on?" Xiaolin listened carefully to the chaotic sounds. His expression suddenly became serious. A passenger's child is missing. Everyone is looking for him. Tangxi's eyes widened instantly. Is this a kidnapping? We just stopped nearby. Could the kid have already run away? Xiaolin nodded heavily. That's possible. If so, it's unlikely the child can be found quickly. For a family, this would be a terrible. Seeing the tragedy unfold before them but unable to change it, Tangxi and Xiaolin felt upset. But they both knew how important their task was. If they got involved in other matters and delayed the trip, affecting the frontline situation, they would be the real culprits. There was nothing they could do but wait patiently for railway staff to come and handle the situation. Soon, several police officers arrived at carriage 7 next door after hearing the news. After asking questions, their thoughts were similar to Tangxi and Xiaolin. Everyone believed the kidnapper probably took the child at the last station. The child's mother lost her last hope and sank to the ground in despair. The sharp cry just now was her voice. But now, she couldn't even scream in grief. The police officers felt sympathetic and comforted her, saying they would contact station staff immediately. The child's mother, with messy hair, suddenly laughed. "What's the use? What's the use? My child is gone." She didn't cry, but her expression was even more hopeless than tears. People around felt sad, but didn't know what they could do. At this moment, someone stood up and pushed through the crowd. "The child is still in the carriage." This sentence drew everyone's attention. Outside the crowd, Tangxi also couldn't help but look. It was a young man, about 20 years old. His face was strong and handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, deep cheekbones. He had a bold and carefree aura, like the morning sun, full of energy and spirit. It was clear he came from a good family. He wore a unique pilot jacket, a Rolex gold watch on his wrist, and his manner was relaxed and proud. Obvious signs he wasn't an ordinary person. So when he spoke, everyone unconsciously pricked up their ears and started listening carefully. "Is the child still in the carriage? Did you see him?" the train conductor asked. The young man shook his head. "Of course not." He lazily glanced around, "But I was bored just now, so I kept watching the people in the carriage. I didn't see anyone get off at the last stop holding a child or carrying large luggage. Kids can't just disappear into thin air, right?" His logic convinced everyone. Since the kidnapper stole the child, they must have a way to move him out, either pretending to be the child's parents or hiding in a luggage bag. Even a baby in swaddling clothes needs to breathe and eat. Based on this estimate, the search space is limited. Then let's search. At the command, everyone in the carriage started moving. Most people nowadays are kind and eager to help. Everyone quickly joined in the search, making the scene chaotic. The young man who first suggested searching the carriage scratched his head helplessly. "Wait, if you search so randomly, what if someone is sneaking around?" The train officers saw that he was clear-headed and had a good plan, so they asked him what to do. The young man didn't hesitate and took charge. "Here's what we do. I know everyone wants to help, so let's sit quietly in our seats and wait for the officers to check each one, okay?" Everyone agreed loudly and said they would cooperate. The young man waved his hand, signaling the officers. "Follow me." Based on his analysis, he believed the kidnapper with the child was probably staying in carriages 7, 8, or 9. The search focused mainly on these areas, checking luggage racks and under seats, leaving no corner untouched. Because their goal was clear and the crowd cooperated, the young man and the officers worked efficiently. They started from carriage 7 and quickly moved to carriage 8. This was the carriage where Tangxi was. When they found her, Tangxi, wearing a scarf, caught the attention of one of the officers. The officer stared at her closely, clearly suspicious. "Comrade, please remove your scarf." This pause drew curious and gossiping looks from many bystanders. Xiaolin saw this and frowned, wanting to explain. Tangxi held her back. "It's okay." She cooperated and took off the scarf. In an instant, Tangxi felt many eyes falling on her face. One gaze was especially intense, burning like a flame. She frowned and looked back. It was the young man from earlier. He was staring directly at Tangxi with bright eyes, full of interest, showing no restraint. Tangxi didn't like this look, so she glared back. The young man's gaze was straightforward and unreserved. "I am Liang Jing." Tangxi pursed her lips and said, "I didn't ask you." Liang Jing suddenly smiled and said, "Yes, I wanted to tell you." But he remembered there was an important matter, so he quickly hid his smile and continued searching behind. After they left, Tangxi wrapped her scarf tightly again. Shaolin spoke up for her. "That man was very rude just now." Tangxi agreed, but she didn't want to waste time or emotions on strangers. The search ended quickly. They looked through all the cars up to car 9, but couldn't find the child. The train officers expressed doubts about the young man named Liang Jing. "Comrade, could we have mistaken him?" Liang Jing firmly said, "Impossible. My eyes can't be wrong." Suddenly, the mother who lost her child rushed out. "What do you mean? We didn't find the child? So, was the child taken? Is that it?" The train officers also thought so, but didn't say it directly. Liang Jing still insisted. "No, I still think. It's all your fault." The child's mother suddenly attacked Liang Jing, hitting and kicking him, shouting, "It's you. It's you. You said the child was on the train. If not, the kidnapper would have been caught already."
Ah.
Seeing the chaos, Tangxi thought for a long time and finally decided to step forward. "I think he's not wrong." Her clear, jade-like voice stood out amid the noise. Liang Jing, who looked a bit flustered, was suddenly happy to see Tangxi. He thought she was defending him, but Tangxi didn't look at him. She spoke to the train officers. "You can also ask the lady sitting opposite me." She said she went to the bathroom earlier, holding a luggage bag, but now the bag is gone. The lady sitting across from Tangxi had been unusually quiet since Liang Jing and the officers started searching the train. When Tangxi pointed her out, she suddenly jumped higher than anyone else. You're talking nonsense. I'm not a kidnapper." The lady argued loudly, making others suspicious. Liang Jing was the first to realize the child is in the bathroom. Everyone hurried to look. The child was finally found in the ventilation duct of the bathroom. A tiny baby wrapped in a cloth was stuffed into a woven luggage bag with a small gap for breathing. Strangely, the baby never cried during the whole time, kept eyes closed, and breathed very softly. This situation made the mother, who had just been overjoyed to find her child, suddenly become anxious again. What's going on? Why is he still sleeping? Why isn't he crying or making a fuss? The mother's voice trembled as she kept gently touching the baby's soft cheek. The train police had seen similar cases before. "Don't worry, he was probably given medicine." They brought over an older woman and sternly questioned her. In a panic, she stubbornly denied being a kidnapper but finally admitted she stole the child. Her face was pale and nervous, but she was reckless and even blamed the mother. "It's not my fault." She kept showing off that she had a son. "My son and daughter-in-law have been married for 5 or 6 years without children, so I wanted to bring one home to raise." "Comrade, I was just momentarily confused. Now that I found the child, I should be fine, right?" The train police were amazed by her shamelessness. "Fine? That's illegal. You can't steal someone else's child just because you don't have one. The child has nothing to do with you." The older woman clasped her hands in front of her and nodded timidly. Watching her perform, Tangxi, who had been observing coldly, spoke again. "She is lying." Because of a previous experience, everyone believed Tangxi's words. The police were surprised. Lying? Tangxi looked around. She didn't act on impulse. She planned this. Then she explained how, after getting into the car, the older woman kept asking about her, trying to gather information. "Fortunately, I have a friend who is alert to her behavior, which made her give up." Everyone listening pricked up their ears, recalling the stunning glimpse Tangxi had after removing her scarf. It was like a beautiful, fresh, juicy peach suddenly appearing in a dull train carriage. Even now, many people were secretly watching her. If the kidnapper had targeted her and taken her away. I didn't. I really didn't. The older woman cried out in distress, insisting she was just kind-hearted. But no one believed her. The police officer sternly warned, "Stop fooling around. The police will come to investigate soon. Lying won't help." Liang Jing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "No, what this lady means is that there are accomplices in the carriage with her." The surroundings fell into chaos. Everyone looked at the stranger nervously, afraid that a pickpocket was sitting nearby. As the crowd grew more restless and anxious, Tangxi and Liang Jing almost simultaneously raised their hands. "Over there. That's him." They exchanged quick glances, each pointing in different directions, but both insisted on their choice. Liang Jing tensed his muscles and suddenly leapt out like a swift predator. Tangxi quietly called out to Shaolin, who quickly understood and rushed over to catch the suspect. After a brief struggle, two men, one tall and one short, who were trying to escape, were held down by Liang Jing and Shaolin. Some people looked left and right, then asked, "That's so who is the real pickpocket?" Both men protested, claiming they weren't the thief and didn't know the old lady. The old lady's eyes flickered uncertainly between the two men. Tangxi immediately became sure they are both involved. Liang Jing, hearing her, quickly decided, "Search them." A quick search revealed that both men carried many tools used for theft: sleeping pills, ropes, and sacks. Clear evidence of guilt. Everyone was furious, unable to believe there were 3 pickpockets in such a small carriage. "It beat them up," someone shouted. The crowd suddenly became aggressive, pushing and shoving, ready to attack the thieves. But Tangxi sensed something was wrong. She felt someone quietly approaching her.
Li.
She barely managed to say the word when she caught a flash of blinding light from the corner of her eye. Though weak, Tangxi reacted quickly and turned aside just in time to avoid the attack. A dagger narrowly missed her, brushing past her side. The man wielding the dagger had an ordinary face, but a fierce, ruthless expression. Seeing her dodge the first strike, he quickly switched hands and stabbed again. Tangxi clenched her teeth and dodged. But the crowd around her was too dense, and the space was too cramped. She tripped over something and fell hard to the ground. Then she watched helplessly as that flash of light headed straight toward her.
"Ah!"
Tangxi cried out in shock. She looked at Liang Jing, who was blocking her in front.
You.
Could she have been stabbed? Liang Jing turned back with a grin. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Tangxi looked closely and saw Liang Jing holding his hands in front of him, tightly gripping the approaching dagger, stopping the blade just a few centimeters from his body. Although the dagger didn't pierce him, his hands were cut and bleeding. Seeing this, the attacker angrily twisted the knife handle. Liang Jing couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and his body suddenly trembled. Fortunately, Shaolin arrived just in time. With swift and precise movements, she knocked down the man with the knife, pressing his face firmly against the ground, then looked anxiously and regretfully at Tangxi. "Are you okay?" Tangxi, who was tightly shielded by Liang Jing's tall body, barely peeked out. "I'm fine." She was okay, but Liang Jing, in front of her, seemed unable to stand steadily and staggered toward her. She quickly reached out to support Liang Jing and used her elbow to steady him. This way, she could leverage his strength while keeping a proper distance. Since he was the one who saved her, Tangxi's usually cold tone softened a bit. "Are you hurt?" Liang Jing's eyes shone brightly, like a wolf dog staring intently at her. "I think, comrade, you're injured." The police officers and paramedics rushed over, interrupting Liang Jing's words. He frowned in frustration, but could only swallow his unspoken words. Just then, the train arrived at the station. Railway staff, who had received advance notice, stood on the platform with police officers. Compared to usual arrest scenes, today's display seemed a bit grand. Besides the police, a few figures dressed in green military uniforms were also present, standing out clearly. Liang Jing, stepping off the train, narrowed his eyes at this scene. "This. Xiao Jing? How are you here? Are you hurt?" He looked at the person walking quickly toward him, curled his lips, and called out, "Second uncle." Liang Jing's second uncle, Liang Yi, dressed in a military uniform, was about to speak, but first saw the person coming behind Liang Jing. Liang Yi immediately ignored his nephew, bypassed him, and strode over. Liang Jing. The traffickers and the man with the knife were escorted off the train by police officers and helpful passengers, leaving the carriage noticeably emptier. Though empty, it was not silent. Everyone was lively discussing what had just happened. Some people were also concerned about Tang Shi, asking if she was okay. Tang Shi was about to shake her head. Xiaolin silently protected her in front and casually grabbed her luggage. "Sorry, comrade. We need to get off now." Seeing Xiaolin's guarded stance, the other party could only awkwardly shut up. In just a few steps from their seat to the carriage door, Xiaolin's tense body was like a stretched bow, never relaxing. Seeing her clenched jaw, Tang Shi patted Xiaolin's shoulder from behind. "Don't be too nervous. I'll carry the luggage myself. It's okay." Xiaolin decisively refused. Not only did she hold her bag tightly, but she also kept one hand free to protect Tang Shi. It seems that Tang Shi is made of a special kind of tofu, because even actions like carrying luggage can hurt her. Tang Shi can't help but laugh and cry at the same time. But she understands Xiaolin's current mental stress, so she doesn't say anything more. All of this just now was truly shocking. If Liang Jing hadn't suddenly rushed out, she probably wouldn't have escaped that attack. Thinking about it, she wonders how Liang Jing's injuries are now. Just now, his blood scared the police officers, and they hurriedly took him to see a doctor for bandaging, being among the first to get off the train. The police officers moved so quickly that Tang Shi didn't even have time to thank them. Although she feels that she and those officers won't have much contact in the future, she still wants to sincerely thank them. As she was thinking about this, little Tang. From the next carriage, Zhuang Tao, followed by guard Xiao Chen, hurried over to her side. Zhuang Tao's face showed clear worry. "Are you okay? I heard something happened in your carriage. Was someone hurt?" Tang Shi originally wanted to hide the truth to prevent Zhuang Tao from worrying. But now it was obvious she couldn't hide it anymore. "It wasn't a stab wound." She briefly explained what happened. When she spoke, she felt a little guilty. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have stepped forward recklessly." Zhuang Tao looked confused, unable to tell if he was blaming her or feeling something else. He asked, "If you had to choose again, would you still step out?" Tang Shi didn't want to lie. Yes. The kidnappers didn't hold back, giving the child sleeping pills mixed in water. Although they didn't feed him much, how could a newborn's body withstand that? If it had been discovered a bit later, worse things might have happened. Given the situation at that moment, Tang Shi didn't have time to think too much, so she doesn't regret it. "Ha ha ha, well done." Zhuang Tao smiled instead of getting angry, even saying, "If it were me, I would do the same." Seeing his expression and hearing his words, Tang Shi felt reassured. But Zhuang Tao still took his role as a senior seriously and said, "Next time, be more careful." Tang Shi nodded obediently. "I know." Suddenly, Zhuang Tao's face darkened as he remembered something. By the way, the man who drew the knife at the end, was he with those 3 others, or was he a special agent targeting Tang Shi? Tang Shi's expression also grew serious. "Not sure yet. We have to wait for the police to finish their investigation." Zhuang Tao thought for a moment. The military should have already received the news and will likely investigate further. He said this and then got off the train. Before she finished speaking, she saw several green-clad figures quickly approaching and surrounding the 4 people who had just gotten off the car. Both guards, Xiao Lin and Xiao Chen, remained still, because the green military uniforms on the others were the greatest sign of trust. "Director Zhuang, Comrade Tang, are you both okay?" The leader looked nervous. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a firm face and a righteous aura. But Tang Shi looked at him and felt that his outline seemed somewhat familiar. Soon she got the answer. "Second uncle." Liang Jing strode over confidently. Although he called him second uncle, his eyes never left Tang Shi's face. Liang Yi turned around. "You didn't go see a doctor? I've already bandaged it." Liang Jing raised both hands. The bandages on his hands were messy, clearly hurriedly wrapped. Liang Yi looked and nodded. Good, that's good. After a pause, he remembered to introduce Liang Jing to them. Sorry, both of you. This is my nephew Liang Jing. I didn't expect he would be so lucky to sit on the same train as you. Tang Shi frowned slightly, looking at Liang Jing's hand. You shouldn't do that to your wound. Liang Jing grinned, his smile bold and bright. Are you worried about me? Before Tang Shi could say anything, Liang Yi got angry first. Liang Jing, don't be so careless. I'm not. Liang Jing saw the disappointment and anger in Liang Yi's eyes, so he stopped smiling. His relaxed and carefree attitude disappeared, and his handsome face turned cold. The atmosphere between the uncle and nephew became a bit awkward. Clearly, there were other conflicts between them. Tang Shi couldn't just watch silently and explained proactively. Actually, Liang Jing and I just met on the train and he helped me. She also told everything that had just happened. Liang Yi finally realized he had misunderstood his nephew. Usually so carefree, today he had done a great deed. Because of the situation, Liang Yi couldn't directly apologize to Liang Jing, so he awkwardly praised him. Good job. Liang Jing looked expressionless. But when his gaze fell on Tang Shi, there was a hint of tenderness and softness. They didn't stay long at the platform. It was busy and chaotic, and no one knew what might happen. Liang Yi brought people specifically to the two experts, and now they were heading to the car. Before getting on, Tang Shi paused and looked back at Liang Jing outside the crowd. Comrade Liang Jing, thank you for today. She sincerely expressed her gratitude. Liang Jing's brief gloom on his face disappeared instantly. He smiled brightly like the blazing sun, ignoring his injured hand, and waved at Tang Shi. No need to thank me.
Tang Shi.
He had already remembered Tang Shi's name. Tang Shi just smiled in response. At first, she felt a bit annoyed by Liang Jing's impulsiveness. But after spending some time with him, she thought his true nature wasn't bad. His name always gave her a vague sense of familiarity, as if she had heard it somewhere before. The car started, and Liang Jing's figure and face gradually disappeared from the window, becoming blurry. In a flash, Tang Shi suddenly remembered who Liang Jing was. Liang Jing. Isn't he the main rival of Wen Su in the original story? And he's also one of the many suitors of the charming heroine Liao Ruan. He has a high presence in the story, with a background and talent matching Wen Su. At one point, the heroine wavered and almost gave up Wen Su to choose Liang Jing. But in the end, Liang Jing left on his own. Otherwise, the final outcome might have been different. The original story spends a lot of time on Liang Jing. But how to say it? The Liang Jing in the book feels like two different people from the one Tang Shi met. From the heroine Liao Ruan's perspective, Liang Jing is like an unpredictable wind, always free and untraceable, never stopping for anyone. But the Liang Jing Tang Shi met is a bit too straightforward and passionate, almost like he's putting all his feelings on his face. Did something major happen in Liang Jing's life before he met Liao Ruan? Or did Tang Shi's butterfly wings completely change the plot? Xiao Tang? Xiao Tang? Zhuang Tao's voice brought Tang Shi back to reality. Tang Shi turned her head. What's wrong, director? Zhuang Tao looked at her, a bit confused, thinking she was still thinking about the train incident. Don't worry, the investigation is done. We'll notify you as soon as we get the results. Tang Shi looked blank. Huh?
Oh.
Okay. Zhuang Tao understood but reminded her. Later, go straight to the office. You need to perform well and review the materials. Tang Shi was really confused now. What am I supposed to do? I'm just here to help the director, right? Seeing her clueless look, Zhuang Tao suddenly remembered. I was in such a hurry leaving that I forgot to tell you. This time, you're one of the project leaders. Tang Shi was stunned. All the original plot and the rival of the male lead were thrown out of her mind. She pointed at herself in disbelief. Leader?
Me?
She refused without hesitation, saying, there are so many seniors here. How can I go beyond them? She knew that only top experts like Zhuang Tao could participate in such a national secret project and lead it. Compared to their impressive resumes, Tang Shi felt she was just a small seedling in the field and didn't deserve to be the main leader. She thought she was just a second-tier participant helping out and gaining some experience. After hearing this, Zhuang Tao was immediately unhappy. The entire gun body was researched by you. If we bypass you to lead this project, what does that make us? Old folks stealing young people's achievements? Little Tang, don't feel bad. What's yours is yours. We're all getting older, and we're counting on you young people in the future. Zhuang Tao's words left no room for refusal. All right, she replied reluctantly, still planning to stay low-key. Zhuang Tao, standing nearby, immediately saw through her plan. But he didn't say anything. After spending time with Tang Shi, he understood her personality. She is proud, stubborn, smart, and has a strong sense of pride. She usually prefers to avoid confrontation. When she encounters kind and gentle elders, her attitude is always very good. But if she faces someone with a tough temper who insists on arguing, Coincidentally, among the people coming this time, there are several difficult old folks. One of them has an even worse temper, like a stone in a cesspit. He wasn't at the last meeting in Beijing, so he didn't come. Based on Zhuang Tao's understanding of him, he probably has a bunch of issues stored up. Now that he's meeting Tang Shi, who knows what sparks might fly? Liang Jing stood in place for a long time. Staring at the departing car's shadow, he still felt dizzy and disoriented. In the past, someone said love at first sight, and he always sneered at it, thinking that liking someone just based on looks was too shallow. But when he truly experienced it himself, he realized that every corner of his body, his brain, heart, blood, was overwhelmed by a crazy rush, even deep into his soul. It was like 1,000 butterflies tearing through his defenses, breaking free from his rational mind, begging for her gaze to stay. What's shallow about that? It was clearly a soul-to-soul attraction. That's true destiny. Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing. Liang Jing. Liang Yi called several times but received no response, so he had to loudly call his nephew's full name. His tone was not very good. After shouting, he immediately regretted it, feeling that his attitude towards his nephew, who traveled a long way by train, was too harsh. Seeing Liang Jing looking at him, Liang Yi cleared his throat. Cough, 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 Xiao Jing, your second uncle doesn't mean to be impatient. I want to apologize for the misunderstanding just now. Liang Yi remembered the recent intense conflicts within the family and felt worried, afraid that Liang Jing might even forget himself and run off somewhere else. If that happened, the old lady would scold him to death. But just as Liang Yi was worried about his nephew's mood and trying to be careful, Liang Jing's mind was not on that at all. Oh, I don't blame you, second uncle. After casually dismissing the matter, Liang Jing quickly asked, by the way, second uncle, who was that woman just now? Her name is Tangxi, right? Which two characters are they exactly? Liang Yi immediately became alert. Why are you asking about that? Her identity is confidential. Don't ask casually. Liang Jing, stubborn as ever, tightened his handsome face. I'm not asking randomly. I really want to get to know her. Seeing his nephew's expression, Liang Yi had an incredible guess in his mind. You wouldn't happen to be interested in that comrade Tangxi from earlier. Liang Jing, straightforward and cheerful, nodded immediately yes. Liang Yi's expression suddenly turned strange. Not approval, not disapproval, but a weird look like he didn't know how to speak. Actually, Liang Yi was about to speak when he heard a report from his subordinate. He glared. How did he come here? Is he worried that I won't investigate this properly? The subordinate hesitated and dared not speak. Liang Yi, eager to meet someone, quickly greeted Liang Jing and was about to let the guard take him back. Suddenly, he changed his mind and decided to take Liang Jing with him. Liang Jing, uninterested, snorted. You're busy with your work. Why should I go along? Liang Yi said meaningfully. Go ahead. You probably want to see this person. Liang Jing scoffed disdainfully, one hand in his pocket, standing lazily. Soon, he followed his second uncle to the train station's office. The police and railway staff were all there, But these people temporarily stepped aside, almost like stars surrounding a tall, military green figure in the middle. That person's back was very striking among the crowd, as deep and unfathomable as a mountain. He just slightly turned his head, and someone eagerly stepped forward to speak, with an almost humble attitude. However, he did not show arrogance and remained humble throughout. Seeing this scene, Liang Jing's previously relaxed expression became serious. He recognized that person, the famous Wen family, Wen Jiyuan. The name Wen Jiyuan is impossible to ignore for families in the capital who have long-standing ties with the Wen family. Elders admire, envy, and regret, sighing that their own families cannot produce someone like Wen Jiyuan. Younger generations respect, admire, and envy, but also resent why they are born in the same era as Wen Jiyuan. For some people, Wen Jiyuan is an unreachable dream, like Liang Jing's older sister Liang Wei. For others, Wen Jiyuan is a frightening nightmare they cannot forget, like Liang Jing himself. Liang Jing was born a favored child, loved and pampered. His talent was outstanding. He could accomplish anything he set his mind to or wanted to learn. Hearing Wen Jiyuan's name, Liang Jing's mind was filled with defiance. Why can he do it, and I cannot? I will definitely do better than him. As a child, he blurted out these words, which elders found amusing, but they became his obsession. He worked hard for it, more than he could count. But in the end, he realized he could never catch up with that person. Even more terrifying, Wen Jiyuan didn't even know his name. Now, Wen Jiyuan turned around and greeted Liang Yi proactively, but his eyes showed no recognition of Liang Jing. Although Wen Jiyuan is only a few years older than Liang Jing, in social circles, he is on equal footing with Liang Jing's elders. Liang Jing is just a junior, called my nephew by his second uncle Liang Yi, so naturally, he couldn't get Wen Jiyuan's special attention. But he's Liang Jing, my older brother's son. Liang Jing, this is Uncle Wen. You should know him, right? Aren't you friends with his nephew Wen Su? Liang Yi cheerfully introduced the two. Wen Jiyuan nodded. Hello, Liang Jing. Do you know Wen Su? Liang Jing's youthful bravado was still fresh in his mind, but now he was forced to mention Wen Su, that annoying guy. His expression was not very happy, and he deliberately said, Oh, I know him, but we're not very close. Liang Yi was a bit surprised. His memory still lingered from a few years ago. Liang Jing and Wen Su had grown up together and later became high school classmates. They had always been on good terms and often visited each other's homes. Now, how did they suddenly fall out? Of course, Liang Yi knew some things couldn't be said directly. He just awkwardly smiled and gave Liang Jing a meaningful look. Liang Jing pretended not to see. Liang Yi was very angry. Fortunately, Wen Jiyuan had no intention of defending his nephew. Liang Yi had to change the subject. By the way, what a coincidence. Our Xiao Jing recently came to stay with me, and he just happened to be on this train too. Wen Jiyuan's dark eyes showed a subtle change at this moment. He looked down and saw Liang Jing's bandaged hands, then squinted. I see. Thank you for that today, Liang Jing. Liang Jing didn't understand why Wen Jiyuan was thanking him, until Liang Yi explained at the right moment. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce. Xiao Jing, Uncle Wen is the partner of Tang Shi, the person you just met. Liang Jing felt like he'd been hit hard with a stick.
What? What?
Whose partner? He looked confused, as if he suddenly couldn't understand the words. Liang Yi felt sorry for his nephew but had to repeat. Partner of Tang Shi. They just got married not long ago, but unfortunately, you were out with your grandmother on the wedding day and didn't come. Liang Yi was talking about Wen Jiyuan's wedding, which Liang Jing certainly remembered. His older sister Liang Wei had secretly liked Wen Jiyuan for many years, but when she found out he was getting married, still to someone from a match arranged by their family, she was deeply hurt. She returned home feeling lost and spent several days feeling down, finally managing to send warm wishes for Wen Jiyuan and his new wife's happiness. Liang Jing, as the younger brother, saw this and naturally felt displeased, secretly cursing Wen Jiyuan repeatedly. He also criticized Wen Jiyuan's arranged marriage partner, not understanding how a village girl could compare to his proud, beautiful sister, like a swan. So, the girl he looked down on back then was actually Tang Shi, the one who made him fall in love at first sight today? This was too much. Liang Jing's mind was buzzing, and his tall, strong body seemed about to collapse. Liang Yi saw this and felt sorry, but didn't regret revealing the truth. He hoped this would help Liang Jing give up. As Liang Jing's uncle, he knew better than anyone how stubborn Liang Jing was. When he was determined to do something, he could be so crazy that even 8 oxen couldn't pull him back. Without Wen Jiyuan standing there as a real example, Liang Jing wouldn't feel ashamed and give up those feelings he shouldn't have for Tang Shi. But Liang Yi clearly underestimated Liang Jing's feelings. Although Liang Jing was deeply shocked, his mind only went blank for a moment. Soon, he gathered his thoughts and made up his mind. What's wrong with getting married? These days, many people get divorced. Their future is still uncertain. Thinking this, Liang Jing clenched his teeth and said carefully, "That's quite a coincidence." His bright eyes, full of determination, looked straight at Wen Jiyuan. His gaze was slightly provocative, showing he wasn't hiding his feelings. It was so direct that Wen Jiyuan understood immediately. His mind was calm like a deep pool, unmoved by Liang Jing's challenge. It was as if Liang Jing was just a small child not worth mentioning, and even his hostility seemed minor and silly. Soon, Wen Jiyuan stopped paying attention to Liang Jing and discussed the investigation with Liang Yi. They had to confirm the identity of the man with a knife on the train today, including the other 3 kidnappers, without jumping to conclusions. Even the smallest suspicious clue had to be investigated thoroughly. This task was very important and could not afford any mistakes. Of course, this matter was originally assigned to Liang Yi, which was why he came personally to the train station. But Tang Shi was also involved in this case. Wen Jiyuan, who loved Tang Shi, volunteered to join the investigation, and no one objected. As for Liang Jing, he was quickly excluded from the main focus. Apart from being questioned as a suspect, he hardly had any contact with Wen Jiyuan. Liang Jing was always the favorite child, drawing attention wherever he went. But now he seemed ignored, almost invisible. He rarely felt such deep frustration and even thought about his father's scolding before he left home. Suddenly, Liang Jing looked up at Wen Jiyuan's emotionless face. His inner dissatisfaction grew stronger, and his mind couldn't help but imagine Tang Shi's bright smile. He wondered, would she really be happy with someone like him?
Ashu.
As Tang Shi stepped into the building, she couldn't help but sneeze. Zhuang Tao immediately became nervous. "Little Tang, are you okay? Do you have a cold? Should I call a doctor to check? Or should you take some medicine directly?" Tang Shi was the treasure of the entire secret project team. If she got sick and fell ill, the whole project's efficiency would drop by at least half. Thinking this, Zhuang Tao almost wanted to treat her like a delicate glass doll. Tang Shi was first stunned, then laughed. "Director, I just sneezed. It's not that serious." Zhuang Tao still didn't dare to relax. "Really? Otherwise, I will still call the doctor." Young people these days are so delicate. An untimely voice interrupted. Zhuang Tao heard the familiar voice and immediately turned around angrily, shouting, "Fan Tianfeng, what do you have to do with this? Do I care if our research institute has problems?" Standing opposite Zhuang Tao was a thin, weak, and fierce little old man. He was not very handsome, with a permanently drooping mouth that formed obvious puppet lines. Even his eyebrows were in a chan shape, faintly darkened, clearly a hot-tempered person who spent all day shooting off at everyone. At this moment, facing Zhuang Tao's rebuttal, the expert named Fan Tianfeng was also stubborn. "How? Did I say something wrong? Look at how skinny I am. How does that compare to us before? During the day, I farmed, weeded, herded cattle, and raised chickens. At night, I read by candlelight. I am very healthy and have never been sick." After saying this, Fan Tianfeng deliberately glanced at Tang Shi, clearly provoking her. The smile that had been on Tang Shi's lips gradually faded. She didn't care about elders or experts. Tang Shi remained expressionless and directly retorted, "Comrade Fan Tianfeng, you've read my file, felt ashamed, and think you are inferior in every way, so you resort to personal attacks to target me?" Fan Tianfeng almost jumped 3 feet high. "What? I'm targeting you?" Tang Shi smiled lightly and contemptuously, not replying. Fan Tianfeng was furious, his temper flaring. "How am I inferior to you? Explain clearly." Tang Shi ignored him completely, crossing her arms and looking at him with a half-smile. The calmer she was, the angrier Fan Tianfeng became. Zhuang Tao watched and couldn't help but laugh. Fan Tianfeng had a sharp tongue and an extreme temper, always arguing with everyone. This was the first time he looked so angry that his face turned red with rage. Our little comrade Tang is truly impressive. Seeing many people gathering to watch the fun, someone finally stepped forward. "Old Fan, what are you doing?" It was an elderly lady with kind and gentle looks and a head full of silver hair. It was clear she held a high status among the experts. As she stepped forward, Zhuang Tao immediately greeted her, and even the proud Fan Tianfeng quieted down. Zhuang Tao introduced, "Xiao Tang, this is academician Jiang Xiutong, one of our top experts in material science. But her main focus is on space and rocket materials. Sister Jiang, why are you here too?" Zhuang Tao found something strange. Jiang Xiutong smiled gently and said, "Earlier, a military colleague showed me a test report. I learned that a young comrade has developed a new composite material made of carbon fiber and titanium alloy. Usually this material is used in space vehicles. It's the first time I've seen someone boldly apply it to lightweight weapons, and it costs less than I expected. That's why I came to see it. Materials like carbon fiber titanium alloy are expensive and hard to make. They are usually used in valuable space vehicles. Mass production of lightweight weapons using this material would cost a lot. However, the data provided by Tangxi showed a new manufacturing process that simplified many steps and greatly lowered the cost." Jiang Xiutong, a top expert in space materials, was very familiar with this kind of composite. She immediately saw the cleverness behind it and was amazed. She often worked on secret military projects and was an academician. When she expressed her desire to join, everyone was happy to accept. No one refused. In fact, Jiang Xiutong came specifically for Tangxi. "Is this Comrade Tangxi?" Jiang Xiutong nodded with a gentle smile, her silver hair shining with wisdom. Tangxi was drawn to her kind and tolerant eyes, and the tension caused by Fan Tianfeng's presence softened completely. "Hello, academician Jiang. I've read your papers many times. I can even recite some of them by heart." Her fair cheeks showed a faint blush, and her eyes were full of admiration and longing for Jiang Xiutong. When she first wanted to improve gun materials, she asked Zhuang Tao to find many domestic experts' papers. Most of the papers signed by Jiang Xiutong were the most forward-looking. Many ideas that seemed wild and purely theoretical, in Tangxi's view, with her understanding of materials science and future development, were stunning. Some theories proposed by Jiang Xiutong are still widely used in the distant future of interstellar travel. At that moment, Tangxi's skin even prickled with excitement. Even though Jiang Xiutong lived in an era more than 100 years before the start of interstellar times, her body might have faded into history. But her wisdom and ideas are forever shining in the vast universe, immortal and eternal. "I really like you. I admire you so much." Tangxi, who had never even dared to say such words to Wen Jiyuan, easily expressed her admiration for Jiang Xiutong. Her excitement in her eyes was like she was shining with admiration for her idol. Jiang Xiutong was clearly surprised by this enthusiasm. Then, "Thank you?" "Yes, yes." "Tang," she happily nodded. Jiang Xiutong chuckled softly. Such a peaceful and happy scene was a sharp contrast to how Tangxi treated Fan Tianfeng just moments before. Fan Tianfeng watched nearby with wide eyes. How can you treat people with two different faces?" He pointed at Tangxi with trembling fingers. Tangxi slowly turned her head, her smile fading away. "Oh, Maybe someone is disrespectful and not worth my respect. Fan Tianfang was really angry now. Do you know who I am? According to seniority, you should call me teacher. Tang Shi lightly mocked. As long as you have seniority, I will call you teacher. Then everyone in the academic world would be my teacher. But as the ancient saying goes, the best learners are the teachers. So if I am better than you, you should also call me teacher, right? Fan Tianfang's face flushed with excitement. Fine. Let's make a bet. If I lose, I'll call you teacher. Tang Shi was momentarily stunned. Losing a bet and calling him teacher? Would she end up making Fan Tianfang call her teacher, and would that seem too harsh or disrespectful to elders? Tang Shi carefully thought about this. From Fan Tianfang's perspective, he thought she was scared. He quickly lifted his chin proudly. If you're afraid to bet, then why would I be afraid? Tang Shi looked at Fan Tianfang lightly. Let's just bet. Fan Tianfang was visibly stunned. Soon, he gritted his teeth in frustration and said, Fine. Since Sister Jiang is here, let her be the witness to our bet. Jiang Xiaodong knew Fan Tianfang was unreliable as always, but she didn't expect him to be this irresponsible. She couldn't help but laugh and say, All right, Lao Fan, we're here on a mission, don't cause trouble. Fan Tianfang puffed out his chest. Mission and betting don't conflict. Jiang Xiaotong could only helplessly look at Tang Shi. Just then, Zhuang Tao stepped forward confidently and said, Sister Jiang, since Fan Tianfang is willing, there's nothing more to say. Our little Tang will stand by the bet to the end. Jiang Xiaotong sighed softly. Old Zhuang, why are you also messing around? Zhuang Tao was very decisive. Of course I support my own kid. His tone was full of unwavering trust, which moved Tang Shi a little. Because both sides insisted, the bet was settled. Tang Shi's name spread throughout the entire project team. Some people think she is proud, arrogant, and disrespectful to seniors. Others admire her for being confident and not blindly following tradition. Gradually, everyone started talking about the final outcome of the betting game. Maybe they should also place a bet? See who can win. Life in strict scientific research is already boring enough, so everyone has to find their own fun. What could be more interesting than watching others embarrass themselves in a bet? Just as everyone was excitedly discussing, Tang Shi, who had just put away her things and organized her materials, was called aside by Zhuang Tao to a quiet spot. What's wrong, Director? Tang Shi was confused. Zhuang Tao eagerly asked her, How do you feel? Do you think you can win? Hearing this, Tang Shi initially thought Zhuang Tao was talking about her being the spokesperson to explain her research ideas. Oh, of course I'm confident. I organized all the data myself. I can recite the entire thing.
No.
I mean the bet. Zhuang Tao interrupted her urgently. Tang Shi was puzzled. A bet? Oh, the bet. Seeing that she didn't take this seriously, Zhuang Tao knew it was bad. Actually, it's okay. Even if you really lose, just insist that you've accepted me as your mentor. So there won't be a second mentor. And if you're stubborn about it, what does it matter? Fan Tianfang is much older. How can he compete with you? You're my student. Zhuang Tao's tone was somewhat heroic, but as he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. If Tang Shi could become his student, that would be a blessing in disguise. Tang Shi looked at Zhuang Tao's happy expression and found it very funny. Who says I will lose? Seeing her confident look, Zhuang Tao asked, You're confident? Tang Shi nodded casually. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't agree to the bet. She glanced at Zhuang Tao and said, But Director, I thought you really trusted me. I didn't expect. Tang Shi deliberately stretched her tone. This made Zhuang Tao feel awkward, and he could only cough loudly to change the subject. It's about time. Shall we go back now? Tang Shi didn't expose him. Since the scheduled meeting time was approaching, she had no time to delay. Back in her office, Tang Shi took her materials and went to the meeting room. This was purely an academic meeting. And Tang Shi was the only speaker now. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the feasibility of Tang Shi's new materials and the upcoming development ideas for a new heavy machine gun. She didn't arrive early and the room was crowded with people. This time, The secret mission was attended by top experts in small arms and materials science, all sitting in their designated spots. Most of them were older, with gray hair, the youngest among them having at least half gray hair. After all, scientific research is very demanding mentally. The assistants and students they brought were younger, aged between 20 and 30, but due to their experience, they could only sit in the 2 rows along the wall or stand in the corner. Tangxi was younger than all of them, but stood confidently at the main podium. Countless eyes focused on her. Questions, curiosity, disapproval, admiration. Others might have been overwhelmed by such pressure, but Tangxi simply smiled easily, as if she were in her own living room, confident and relaxed. "Hello, everyone. I am Tangxi." Her speaking style was straightforward and to the point. Printed materials were handed out in advance, and her entire speech followed the prepared documents. When someone asked a question during her talk, she politely asked them to wait until she finished. Her ideas and speech content were clear and concise, summarized in just a few words. That's all I have to say. If anyone has questions, please feel free to ask. Immediately, someone raised their hand. Facing the questions, Tangxi explained each one patiently and responded smoothly. Her strength and style of speaking almost won everyone over. Meanwhile, Tangxi couldn't help but glance at Fan Tianfong in the audience. What's going on? She thought he would deliberately challenge her. But now he was just sitting quietly, not saying a word. What a pity, she had already prepared her counterattack. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Fan Tianfong was almost flipping through the materials in his hands. Although he wanted to challenge Tangxi, it wasn't without reason. He had to have solid evidence and carefully target her weak points. But unfortunately, Fan Tianfong's plan was overly ambitious. He kept flipping through the materials, but couldn't find any flaws, not even a punctuation mistake. What's going on? In such a short time, how could Tangxi perform so well? He almost felt inferior.
No.
What am I thinking? Comrade Fan Tianfong, do you have any comments? With Tangxi's words, all eyes turned sharply to Fan Tianfong. Everyone knew about their bet, and now they were watching eagerly, full of interest. Fan Tianfong looked around and realized he had moved too much, which had been seen by others. His pale, dry face turned red, and after holding back for a moment, he managed to say, "I have no objections." Tangxi slowly raised her eyebrows with a smile and said, "Oh, that's good." After repeated tests in the lab, the new material was confirmed to be reliable. The next step was to consider how to mass-produce it. However, there were differing opinions on the design of the new heavy machine gun. Besides Tangxi's ideas, others suggested a few different directions. After much discussion, everyone agreed that Tangxi's design was the best. Tangxi focused on 3 main aspects: materials, structure, and fire control. For materials, she developed a new lightweight material that even academician Jiang Xiutong thought was excellent. She also carefully calculated every part in her design to make it as light as possible. For the structure, she proposed a hybrid automatic system combining short barrel recoil and gas operation, which reduced weight and recoil at the same time. For fire control, she suggested using a circular lever transmission system to improve the weapon's feeding reliability. Tangxi's data was nearly perfect, and she used math to run simulations. Although the calculations looked complicated and made people's heads spin, many present were skilled in math or had studied advanced mathematics. They found it difficult to understand all the formulas, but not impossible. As a result, their doubts gradually eased, and they became more convinced. When someone finally said, "I agree with Comrade Tangxi's idea," more and more people followed suit. Some disagreed or chose to stay silent, like Fan Tianfong. But since this was an urgent secret mission, efficiency was everything. The military officer in charge of overseeing the project saw that most people agreed and made the decision, "Let's proceed with Tangxi's plan and start research immediately." No one expected that on the very first day of this secret task, the biggest challenge would be overcome. The next step was to turn Tangxi's design into reality. Seeing that there was still time, Everyone didn't stop and prepared to begin work right away. There are still many difficult points to overcome. After dividing into groups, the big task should be broken down into smaller tasks and distributed. Working together like this is the most efficient. So the question is, how should we assign these tasks? Everyone looks at Jiang Xiutong, who is the most respected person present. Almost everyone naturally believes she should assign the tasks to each group. Tang Shi also thinks so. However, Jiang Xiutong smiles warmly at Tang Shi. Comrade Xiao Tang, what do you think? Tang Shi points to herself, surprised. Me? Jiang Xiutong nods. Of course. Since the overall research plan is yours, Xiao Tang, you know the big picture best. Naturally, you should decide how to divide the tasks. Everyone initially didn't think this way, assuming Tang Shi was too young and overlooked her. But after Jiang Xiutong brought it up, everyone couldn't help but agree. Yes, isn't it Tang Shi who knows best how to divide the tasks? Countless eyes turn back to Tang Shi. Tang Shi hesitates slightly. But when she sees Fan Tianfang hiding and avoiding in the crowd, her hesitation disappears. My idea is like this. Tang Shi organizes her thoughts clearly and takes control of the main role. Jiang Xiutong and others watching nearby feel very pleased. Only Fan Tianfang looks uncomfortable and evasive. Just then, Tang Shi mentions his name, Comrade Fan Tianfang. She pauses, admiring the awkwardness of the old man who looks like he wants to find in the ground to hide in, before honestly explaining her plan. After finishing, Tang Shi is prepared for Fan Tianfang to resist or refuse. But Fan Tianfang only quickly says, "Oh, I understand. Is there anything else? I'll go to the lab now." He slips away as if he's been greased, disappearing in a flash. Everyone looks at each other in surprise. Tang Shi is also surprised by Fan Tianfang's cooperation. After everyone receives their tasks and disperses, Tang Shi finds Zhuang Tao and says with some emotion, "That Fan Tianfang, he seems different from what I imagined." Zhuang Tao chuckles. "Actually, he's just foul-mouthed. His temper isn't really bad." Although Tang Shi's opinion of him has improved somewhat, she doesn't think her evaluation has changed completely. She directly asks, "His temper isn't bad? Are you sure, Director?" Zhuang Tao hesitated and said, "He really was questioning your strength, but his way of expressing it was a bit extreme. This is also related to his past experiences." Zhuang Tao spoke about Fan Tianfang's past, saying he was originally a very gentle person, but unfortunately, a few years ago, he was persecuted by malicious people. His entire family, except for him, couldn't survive. Since then, Fan Tianfang became very angry and extreme, like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Tang Shi listened in silence for a moment. Regarding this experience, I sympathize. But I don't think that's a reason for him to hurt others casually. So, I will eventually use my strength to make him truly call me teacher. Tang Shi, full of determination, prepared to leave.
Suddenly she paused.
Then she turned back and told Zhuang Tao, "Director, next time you want to use tough tactics, you don't have to go through such complicated and roundabout ways." Zhuang Tao was stunned and widened his eyes. After Tang Shi left, Jiang Xiutong, who had been silently standing nearby for a while, came over. Seeing Zhuang Tao looking upset, Jiang Xiutong smiled and said, "Did they find out?"
"You too.
After so many years, why are you still using the same old tricks?" Zhuang Tao wiped his face and stubbornly said, "It doesn't matter if the method is old or new, as long as it works. And Fan Tianfang's attitude isn't something I secretly planned. At most, I just encouraged him a little. No. Even if I didn't mention Xiao Tang in front of him, he would still jump out himself." Jiang Xiutong remained calm and nodded. "Oh, actually, you don't need to tell me." Zhuang Tao sighed deeply. "Well, isn't it because I also want Xiao Tang to become famous sooner? That kid has a good temper, feels inexperienced, and is too shy to show off in front of seniors. If it weren't for trying to suppress Fan Tianfang's explosive temper, would she have performed so brilliantly just now? People's abilities are all about being stimulated." Jiang Xiutong surprisingly didn't oppose but nodded. "I understand." Zhuang Tao was surprised. Big sister Jiang, you really understand? Jiang Xiaodong smiled. Because she's too outstanding, even a second's worth of hiding feels like a waste, right? Coincidentally, I think the same. She is truly unparalleled in excellence and should shine in more advanced fields. The research work was progressing steadily. On Tang Shi's first night here, she stayed up all night. The others were similar. Everyone wanted to speed up progress and get on the production line as soon as possible. If she feels extremely tired, she will lie down on the table for a short rest, then continue working on unfinished tasks after waking up. When Tangxi comes to her senses, she has already been away for 3 days. However, she has not stayed in the dormitory arranged by her workplace even once. She touches her hair and thinks it's time to go back and take a good shower, or else her hair will start to smell bad. At work, she can manage to wash her face and brush her teeth, but taking a shower and washing her hair is less convenient. Although Tangxi is not very particular about cleanliness, she still prefers to be clean, and she really can't stand it anymore. When she tells her teammates about her plan, they advise her to just go home and get a good sleep. Look at those dark circles, almost falling to your chin. Don't worry, we're watching the lab here. Tangxi leads her team, which includes 2 experts and a group of assistants. They all met on the first day at the meeting. But after working together for 3 days straight, everyone has become familiar and knows each other well. At least, Tangxi trusts them. So she hesitates only briefly before nodding in agreement. I'll come earlier tomorrow. Tangxi puts down her documents, carries her bag, and heads straight to her dorm. The dorm is not far from the workplace, but since it's late and for safety reasons, security guard Shaolin still accompanies her to the door. Standing outside, Shaolin hands her the key. Just let me know if you need anything. Tangxi yawns and nods. Thanks for your trouble, Shaolin. She casually inserts the key, turns the lock, and opens the door. Shaolin watches her close the door before turning to leave. As she reaches the stairs, she suddenly stops. Wait, did she forget to say something important? Meanwhile, Tangxi enters the room and finds it very dark inside. It's as if someone deliberately pulled the blackout curtains. In the silent air, she can faintly hear another breathing sound. Suddenly, she feels completely awake, her back stiff against the door. She quietly moves to the doorknob, ready to open the door and escape.
Sisi?
A familiar deep voice sounds. But unlike usual, it sounds a little lazy and hoarse. Tangxi freezes in place. Wenjiyuan?
Bang!
The lights in the room suddenly turn on. Tangxi's eyes can't handle the brightness and quickly squint. When her vision clears, she sees a full-length mirror near the door. It reflects her messy hair, pale and tired face, and faint dark circles under her eyes. Oh no! What kind of look is this? Tangxi felt very annoyed with herself for choosing convenience over tidying up before returning to her dormitory. When Ju Yuan misunderstood her gasp and immediately turned over and walked quickly toward her. What's wrong? His tone carried a hint of concern. Tangxi wanted to stop him, but it was too late. When Ju Yuan, with long legs and a small room, quickly reached her side and took in her appearance, Tangxi awkwardly turned her face away. Honestly, he had seen her looking more disheveled and plain before. But back then, Tangxi was more at ease and didn't care about his opinion. Now it was different. Why are you here? Tangxi tried to ease her embarrassment. But before she could get an answer, he carefully cupped her face and gently turned her head. Tangxi's eyes widened slightly. Why haven't you rested well? You haven't slept for days? Was there any disdain in his voice? No, only full of concern and care. Because of his attitude, Tangxi's embarrassment faded away. It's actually okay. Tangxi truly felt she wasn't tired. When she was immersed in her work, besides the urgency from the frontline battles, she also felt a sense of achievement from progress itself. She felt like she was controlling a large, complex machine. Only when the gears fit perfectly and turned smoothly could the machine burst with great energy. The satisfaction she gained during this process was unmatched by any happiness. Even now, Tangxi could feel her brain cells actively working at full speed. Even though her body was exhausted, her mind refused to stop. Wen Jiyuan, seeing the excitement flickering in her eyes, understood her state very well. Because he had experienced something similar. That year, he ran out of ammunition and food, hiding alone in the mountains and forests for 7 days and nights, with only a simple box of supplies. He relied entirely on confiscating enemy weapons, ammunition, and rations to complete the feat of wiping out an entire enemy company alone. When the mission was over, he returned to his team, almost unrecognizable, exhausted to the point of collapse. Yet, his mind was still excited, replaying the bloody, life-and-death moments of combat with the enemy. His commanding officer realized something was wrong and said that if he kept going like that, he might not die on the battlefield but could burn himself out like water evaporating in a fire. Finally, his experienced superior gave a very helpful piece of advice. So, what was the advice? Tangxi had just put down her luggage and sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hand, listening intently. Although Wen Jiyuan had already tried to omit the most bloody and frightening parts when recounting his past experiences, she could still infer from his words the chaos and danger of the battlefield. She clenched her palms, leaning forward out of curiosity, her eyes fixed on Wen Jiyuan. It was clear she cared a lot about this topic. Wen Jiyuan lowered his deep, dark eyes, like a thick fog covering her completely. Then he spoke softly. His advice was, find something else to distract yourself. Tangxi became even more curious and asked, what method did you use? Wen Jiyuan avoided answering directly. He looked at her with deep eyes. I only know that I wanted to help you shift your attention. After saying this, he leaned in and kissed her. Tangxi sat at the edge of the sofa, forced to tilt her long neck upward. Soon, she couldn't hold on anymore and fell back into the soft cushions, her hair spreading out like mist. But that wasn't enough, still not enough. She could feel herself being pressed so tightly she was almost out of breath. The air in her lungs seemed to be slowly squeezed and taken away by Wen Jiyuan. This near suffocation brought a strange pleasure, like an electric current running up her spine. Soon, her whole body felt weak, and she leaned against the sofa, her eyes shimmering like spring water. When Jiyuan's Adam's apple moved violently, he gently bit her lip, pressing his teeth against it. Then he watched her reaction, to see if she was happy or resisting. If she was happy, he would increase his pressure slightly, exploring her pleasure. If she resisted, he would change position and try other ways to continue exploring. Just like a serious, meticulous scientist. Tangxi felt so comfortable she didn't even want to move her fingers, as if she were soaking in hot water. But she still kept a bit of her rationality. Wait a moment. She pressed her hand against Wen Jiyuan's firm chest, pushing him away slightly. In truth, with Wen Jiyuan's strength, if he truly didn't want to move, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push him away. But now, Wen Jiyuan could see that Tangxi was tired, so he didn't want to make her work hard and gently withdrew a little, following her effort. But his arms still supported her on both sides, like a tight net, holding her firmly. What's wrong? His voice sounded even hoarser than before. Tangxi instinctively moved back a little. Wen Jiyuan's eyes flashed sharply for a moment, like a fierce beast ready to pounce. Soon, the cold glare disappeared. His black eyes remained calm and accepting, like the sea. Tangxi blinked, thinking she must have been mistaken. She pushed Wen Jiyuan away and sat up from the sofa. She tied her messy hair behind her head and casually said, wait a moment. Wen Jiyuan remained silent and sat on the edge of the bed beside the sofa. Why wait? His tone was a bit cold and more restrained, as if hiding strong emotions beneath the surface. Tangxi just finished tying her hair and was stunned for a moment. She could feel his bad mood. I want to take a shower first. Wen Jiyuan was surprised for a moment, then seemed to quietly relax. Oh. But Tangxi felt something was off. What do you think it is? Wen Jiyuan naturally refused to admit it. Tangxi kept asking persistently. Finally, Wen Jiyuan turned the tables and took the initiative. You look tired. Why don't I help you wash? Old tricks are the best. Tangxi suddenly became nervous. And no, I'll go wash first. She hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Their place was called a dormitory, but it used to be an official guest house, quite high level, so the environment was naturally good. The bathroom was fully equipped with a shower and toilet, more convenient than most homes. Tangxi was just relieved that she managed to hide in the bathroom quickly. Then, when she saw the hot water turn on, she was even happier. She was combing her slightly oily hair, couldn't help but smell it near her nose. Shouldn't it have any smell? She muttered to herself. Soon, the sound of running water began. But Tangxi didn't know that just a door away, Wen Jiyuan was also feeling restless. He had voluntarily asked to come here, thinking he would see Tangxi immediately after getting off the train. But it was 3 days later. In the meantime, a bold young wolf had appeared, coming to challenge him. Wen Jiyuan knew well that Tangxi wouldn't be interested in someone like Liang Jing, reckless and unruly. But what if? Having seen his dull and boring side so often, would she like someone more impulsive and passionate? With this thought, Wen Jiyuan was far from the calm, indifferent person Liang Jing thought he was. He was even anxious and worried, contemplating the smallest possibility. Suddenly, Tangxi's delicate voice came through the door from the bathroom. Wen Jiyuan? Wen Jiyuan? Wen Jiyuan thought she was in trouble and immediately got up to go. He found that it was indeed a problem, but it was a bit different from what he imagined. Tangxi shyly asked him to pass her some clean clothes from her luggage. She had been in such a hurry earlier that she forgot to bring her things. Now she remembered that her clothes were wet from water, so Wen Jiyuan's throat tightened instantly. After a long moment, he finally said one word, okay. He opened Tangxi's luggage carefully, not rummaging randomly, but taking out items carefully. He compared them and found a familiar set of clothes. This included her underwear and underclothes. When he reached the bathroom door, he knocked softly. Knock, knock, knock. More than 10 seconds passed. The bathroom door was slightly opened. A bright white arm stretched out, dazzling to see. Wen Jiyuan's last bit of rationality snapped like a stretched string. Cece. He called her name and gently grabbed her slender wrist. In Tangxi's surprised cry, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Wen Jiyuan stepped inside smoothly. It's unclear how much time passed. In the rising steam, Tangxi hugged Wen Jiyuan's shoulders tightly. From this angle, she could see the muscles on his back rising with his movements. It looked like a continuous mountain range in the mist, steady and firm, just like the feeling he gave her. She closed her eyes. Fatigue and happiness flooded her like a tide. Her overly active mind was also immersed in this comfort. Gradually, her mind slowed down and the initial burden eased. Suddenly, she understood what Wen Jiyuan meant earlier. Indeed, shifting attention was a good idea, so what tricks did you use back then? She was still tangled up in this question. Wen Jiyuan chuckled softly. After a while, he answered, cleaning. Tangxi looked up in confusion. Wen Jiyuan explained carefully. The officer asked me to take a cloth and wipe the entire camp from inside to outside. Because he couldn't directly contact blood or similar stimuli, and there weren't enough conditions for other activities, repetitive cleaning and mopping became the best way to distract himself. Tangxi was stunned for a moment. Wen Jiyuan leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Tangxi almost lost her sleepiness and simply bit into his shoulder. Wen Jiyuan didn't find it strange and just chuckled softly. Tangxi hummed and closed her eyes again. Between semi-sleep and wakefulness, she felt herself being tucked into a soft quilt. The bedsheet was probably washed separately by Wen Jiyuan, so it carried his special scent. Tangxi felt a wave of peace and comfort. She rubbed her cheek against the blanket and quickly fell asleep. Seeing she was too tired and reluctant to wake her, Wen Jiyuan gently dried her hair with a dry towel. The process was slow and lengthy, but he showed no impatience, treating it with care and attention, like a serious task. Only when he confirmed her hair was completely dry late at night did he fold the towel away. Then he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Good night, Cece. The next morning, breakfast was eaten in the dorm. Wen Juyuan personally brought it from the cafeteria. It wasn't much, just enough for Tongxi's usual appetite. 2 small meat buns the size of a baby's fist, a bowl of pumpkin porridge, and a boiled egg. Tongxi, wrapped in her blanket with messy hair, sat up. Wen Juyuan was sitting on the sofa, peeling the egg for her. The egg was very tender, with a watery white. It looked like Tongxi's 2 arms reaching out from under the blanket at that moment. Tongxi quickly put on her coat, sat at the coffee table, and took a sip of water. The coffee table was too low. Her clean, smooth hair, like black silk, slid effortlessly from her shoulders, almost falling into the bowl. Wen Juyuan caught it quickly. Her silky hair, falling into his palm, carried her delicate fragrance. His eyes darkened slightly, reluctant to let go. Tongxi, unaware, simply said thank you in a dull voice. No need to thank me. Wen Juyuan used great self-control to suppress his restless feelings. He took a hair tie and helped Tongxi braid her hair. Her hair slid between his fingers. Tongxi felt a little ticklish. She couldn't help but tilt her head and laugh. When did you learn to braid hair? Wen Juyuan replied, I saw you braid once. At first, Tongxi was surprised by his ability to learn. But thinking about it carefully, it made perfect sense for Wen Juyuan. Nothing was more normal. She naturally accepted this fact, took a bite of her meat bun, and admired her bright red lips reflected in the white bun skin, giving a lively and beautiful look. Wen Juyuan looked at her, oddly reminded of how she had fiercely bitten into his arm. He moved his fingertips. He had to press with all his strength to suppress the urge that made his throat feel dry. Having lived nearly 30 years, Wen Juyuan always thought he was a restrained person. But now he realized that deep down he was just a shameless person. Even something as simple as her having breakfast could make his soul tremble with longing. Wen Juyuan, what are you thinking about? Tang Xi's small, white face, about the size of a palm, suddenly entered his heated world. His amber eyes looked straight at her, clear and pure, without a trace of impurity. It was like a shimmering lake under the sun, bright and beautiful. This also cooled his heated mind a bit. She still had a lot of work to do. Wen Juyuan reminded himself silently. Are you going to keep calling me that?
She.
He didn't specify, but Tang Xi immediately understood what he meant. She shifted uncomfortably. Then what should I call you? Before, she called Wen Su little uncle. After they got married, she always called him Wen Juyuan. Besides that, she would introduce him to others as my partner. And there were no more intimate titles. Should she call him like other people do, Juyuan? That felt a bit strange. Tang, she couldn't help but feel troubled. Wen Juyuan looked at her and suggested proactively, Qianji my name. It was given by my late great-grandfather. Wen Juyuan's great-grandfather was the father of his mother, Jiang Nanjing. If he were alive now, he would probably be over 100 years old. This old man, born during the previous dynasty, was a true genius from a noble family. He passed the imperial exam, served as an official, but deeply lamented the corruption of the previous court and finally joined the revolution. His life was full of ups and downs, very exciting. There is even a special section about him in the city's history museum, displaying his biography and cherished belongings, and he is highly respected. Wen Juyuan was born when his great-grandfather was in his 60s, at an age of enjoying life. He loved his little grandson very much. The family had many grandchildren and great-grandchildren, but he liked Wen Juyuan the most. He would hold him and talk to him, even personally teaching him his first lessons. This was a unique honor for the Jiang family, including the name Wen Juyuan, which he personally chose. The 2 characters Juyuan come from a line in Zhuangzi. A pearl worth 1,000 gold must be in the 9 deep waters. Juyuan symbolizes a very deep pool, profound and vast. That was exactly what the old Jiang hoped his little grandson would become. Later, when Wen Juyuan was about 9 years old Master Jiang was nearly 90. Although he was in poor health, he still gathered his strength and personally gave Wen Juyuan his character name. The name was chosen based on the meaning of his own, so it was Qianji, hidden talent. These characters come from the Book of Changes, specifically from the Qian hexagram, which says, "The hidden dragon, do not use." It suggests that a gentleman should be patient and cultivate virtue until the right time comes. Like a hidden dragon in the depths, waiting for the moment to soar and become a mighty dragon in the sky. All of this reflects old Master Zhang's hopes for Wen Jiyuan. Unfortunately, after giving him his name, old Master Zhang passed away within 2 years. Tangxi had never met him. She only learned about him from Wen Jiyuan, who told her the story of his name. Through these simple words, she glimpsed the deep love the old man had for his grandson. Qianji, Qianji, she repeated, feeling it was quite wonderful. Then she suddenly remembered that she had never heard anyone call him that before, neither outsiders nor her own parents. I see now. A young man reaching his 20th year was about to be crowned. During those years, chaos was everywhere. Choosing a character name was not something to be announced openly. Wen Jiyuan nodded in agreement with her guess. At first, I wasn't called that. Later, it just became a habit. Maybe in the future, only you'll call me that. This special connection created a unique closeness between them. Tangxi felt a bit uncomfortable, but did not refuse. Wen Jiyuan watched her expression and smiled softly. What about your name? Did your father choose it? Tangxi was momentarily lost in thought.
Yes.
If old Master Zhang, who named Wen Jiyuan, hoped he would be modest and humble, then her father, Xie Zhang, wanted her to be bold and unrestrained. The history of the Han records. The swords of the world's heroes include Han, Tangxi, Muyang, and He Bo. Tangxi's sword was considered the best in the world, a water-forged blade, sharp beyond compare. The Ziji Tongjian praised Tangxi's sword as the gold of Tangxi, the sharpness of the world. Her worried father, knowing how strict society was about women, preferred her to be fierce and outstanding rather than bound by tradition. This was Xie Zhang's deep love for his daughter. Can I do it? Tangxi murmured uncertainly. Wen Jiyuan was about to answer, but saw her eyes shift from doubt to determination. Her words were both a vow and a reminder to herself. I can do it. I will do it. Tangxi rarely chats casually with Wen Jiyuan. They talk about the origins of their names and share stories only they know. The long years that stood between them seemed to fade away quietly. It was then that Tangxi learned that Wen Jiyuan arrived here on the same day as she did. Almost as soon as she got off the train, their car arrived in the city. When Tangxi left the train station, Wen Jiyuan was investigating the man with a knife. Hearing this, Tangxi became very interested. So, what happened with that man? Wen Jiyuan frowned and only said 3 words, "There's a problem." Initially, the other 3 kidnappers admitted that this man was their accomplice. The police naturally thought that his actions were revenge after his partner was caught. But Wen Jiyuan, being sharp, sensed something different. Because the man handled interrogation very skillfully, as if trained specifically for it. Sometimes, the look in his eyes was that of a true criminal. Compared to him, the other 3 seemed quite well behaved. So Wen Jiyuan was sure this was not simple and insisted on further investigation. Sure enough, that night, they found suspicious clues during the interrogations. The other 3 did not know this man well. They had only met him half a year ago. No one knew what the man had done before, only that he was called Bro Cannon, ruthless and dangerous, not someone ordinary people dared to provoke. This made it more likely that he was a spy or enemy agent. Tangxi, half a year ago? So, that was before this secret project started? Wen Jiyuan. It might be an undercover agent, hiding behind a special identity, ready to act when needed. Tangxi was amazed, not expecting that beneath this peaceful appearance, danger lurked everywhere. She patted her chest nervously. I never thought I would be targeted by spies someday. This remark caught Wen Jiyuan's attention, and his expression turned serious. Tangxi noticed his unusual reaction and asked curiously. Wen Jiyuan said in a deep voice, Zhuang Tao, the director of Zhuang, was also with you. Why did the spies target you and ignore Director Zhuang? In terms of background, status, and reputation, Zhuang Tao on the same train far surpassed Tangxi. In many people's eyes, Tangxi was just a young girl with little fame in the academic world, not worth paying attention to. The secretly planted trap set half a year ago should have been more effective, so why did it easily fall for Tangxi? Tangxi guesses. Maybe it was just bad luck for me? Wen Jiyuan shakes his head. There are no such coincidences in this world. Tangxi tilts her head slightly. Then what could it be? Wen Jiyuan looks at her with concern. Perhaps. Your information was leaked. Knowing how talented Tangxi is, they wanted to eliminate her early. This also means the enemy knows much more about her than Wen Jiyuan thought. Tangxi looks a bit confused. I've only been in the research institute for a short time. Are enemy agents really so bold? Wen Jiyuan nods. Yes, this is very strange unless there's a traitor inside. Tangxi shivers all over. The only ones who could know everything about her are colleagues from the institute or those who are very close to her. This makes Tangxi find it hard to believe that those friendly, lovely people might betray their country and people someday for profit. When Jiyuan reaches out and gently pats her shoulder, Tangxi realizes she is trembling. She forces a smile and says, "It's nothing, just a little."
Creepy.
When Jiyuan shows understanding. Since Tangxi just entered this field, she only sees the positive side and doesn't know about the dangerous undercurrents beneath the calm surface. Wen Jiyuan has handled countless cases of leaks and has dealt with many spies and secret agents, so he knows how terrifying it can be. Colleagues she's familiar with, friends she talks to openly, close family members. Everyone around her could be turned against her. Even those she trusts most might betray her. It feels like the whole world is fake, and no one can be trusted. How can that not send a chill down her spine? But it's okay, he promises seriously, with me here, I will protect you, Cece. Tangxi looks at him and finally nods slowly. After breakfast, Wen Jiyuan takes Tangxi to the laboratory. Other colleagues greet her with smiles. If it weren't for the recent incident, Tangxi would probably be full of thoughts about traitors and betrayal. But the reality is, she has no time to think about that now. Just now, Wen Jiyuan had taken her to the building entrance of the lab. It's a spot where people might pass by at any moment. Thick shade, lush greenery. He suddenly held her waist, leaned down, and kissed her fiercely and roughly. Tangxi was stunned, passively accepting it. After a kiss, she stared at him in surprise, unable to believe he was so bold. If someone passed by, would they get in trouble for their behavior? We are legally married. Who dares to say otherwise? When Wen Jiyuan confidently said this, Tangxi saw a hint of shamelessness on his face. Her shock was so obvious that when Jiyuan added an explanation, "This is to help distract you." Very good, a convincing reason. It even worked well. Tangxi really had no time to think about other things. But this completely changed her serious image of Wen Jiyuan in her mind. The dignified, authoritative Wen Xiaoshu she once knew was gone forever. But then again, she thought, he wouldn't have held her waist and said something like, "Two things are surprisingly similar." Thinking of last night's conversation in the bathroom, Tangxi blushed with embarrassment. "Hey, Comrade Tangxi, your face is so red. Is it because it's especially hot outside?" Her lab colleague asked, peeking outside. "Wait, isn't it cloudy today? And it's windy, quite cool." Tangxi's face stiffened. Then she forced a smile. "No, I just hurried a bit earlier." Her colleague believed her and thought she was eager to get to the lab, feeling touched. "Comrade Tangxi, you're so dedicated. You didn't forget work even during your break." Tangxi forced a more awkward smile. "That's right, it's only proper." She didn't have enough courage to continue accepting her colleague's praise, so she quickly changed the subject to work. Her colleague then recounted what happened after she left last night. Tangxi listened carefully, quickly getting into work mode, pushing other thoughts aside. Honestly, Wen Jiyuan's method of distraction really worked well. Tangxi momentarily spaced out but soon immersed herself in her tasks. "Comrade Tangxi, your husband is here again." As her team colleague entered the office with a teacup, the voice rang out. Tangxi, sitting by the window, hurriedly looked outside and saw Wen Jiyuan standing under a big tree. He had served in the military for many years, and many of his habits were deeply ingrained. Even standing there waiting, his back was straight and firm like a spear. His tall figure looked like a poplar tree in the desert. His hands hung naturally at his sides, as if aimlessly looking around, but he was always alert, even in this highly secure secret facility. Tangxi rested her chin on her hand, a gentle breeze blowing her hair, tickling her face. It felt like the peaceful lake in her heart was disturbed by the wind, never calm. At that moment, when Jiyuan, standing under the shade of a tree, seemed to sense something. His sharp eyes suddenly cut through the air, staring at Tangxi. Then he saw him. The sunlight shone on the glacier, causing the frozen ice to suddenly open. Spring water warmed, and a smile appeared. He looked at her with a gentle smile, losing the fierce and sharp expression he had just moments before, like a top predator pouncing. But Tangxi almost instinctively held her breath, still feeling a lingering fear. His contrast was too extreme. Although it wasn't the first time seeing this, she still got startled every time. It's incredible how such extreme cold and warmth can exist so contradictorily in one person. Tangxi waved her hand from afar, but her mind kept working. She didn't realize her colleagues in the office were watching her. Everyone was used to her being serious and meticulous in her research work. Few had seen her show a more delicate, feminine side. And that side mostly appeared when her partner, the famous Wen Jiyuan, was around. Yes, most colleagues knew who her partner was and that he represented the military side. In a way, this Wen Jiyuan was almost their superior. Everyone who had interacted with him thought he was serious and not easy to get along with. So, when they suddenly learned that Tangxi was his partner, they looked at her with a mix of shock and sympathy. Of course, no one suspected that she got into the project team because of Wen Jiyuan. Her abilities were clear to everyone. But they felt sorry for her, imagining how Wen Jiyuan might behave at home, whether he would be strict like training soldiers, constantly giving orders. Fortunately, that sympathy didn't last long. Wen Jiyuan had come to pick her up a few times, and anyone who saw their interactions wouldn't have those unnecessary worries. Instead, they felt admiration and envy seeing how close they were. Most of the people present were older than Tangxi, and they couldn't help teasing her. Looks like our holiday came at just the right time. Comrade Tang, your partner is waiting for you. Why not go down quickly? My partner and I aren't this sweet. It seems that having a partner is only interesting when you see others' relationships. Oh, I miss my wife, but unfortunately, she is not here right now. Tangxi's ears turned red from her colleagues' teasing. Well, I should go now. Actually, Tangxi only worked at the office for half a day today. But now, she is leaving early. This is because the project progress has been going very smoothly lately. Everything is moving in order, and small problems are being solved step by step. With the success just around the corner, the project might finish much earlier than planned. Everyone should be excited and happy about this. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaotong noticed the tense atmosphere among the team. She had experienced this many times before. As the team neared a breakthrough, everyone became more anxious and worried about making mistakes. So, Zhang Xiaotong decided to give everyone a half-day break, since they hadn't gone out or rested since starting work. She also ordered everyone not to stay secretly in the lab or take work home, and to stop working and relax properly. At first, everyone was a bit confused. Rest? Relax? How long had these words been absent from their lives? But Zhang Xiaotong's authority was strong, and no one dared to oppose her, so everyone just followed her instructions. Tangxi was among them, although she wanted to finish calculating her data first. But Zhang Xiaotong specifically came to her and reminded her not to do so. Tangxi felt too embarrassed to refuse Zhang Xiaotong's kindness, so she could only comply. She didn't expect that right after she finished, when Jiyuan came to pick her up. She hadn't had a chance to tell him. Tangxi carried her small bag and hurried downstairs. Just as she reached the second floor, she encountered someone who was a bit annoying. Fan Tianfeng. He was secretly stuffing documents into his coat, so he didn't see Tangxi coming down. Tangxi squinted and cleared her throat. Fan Tianfeng looked up in panic. When he saw it was her, he nervously tried to hide the documents even more. You, what are you doing here? He shouted at Tangxi in a bravado tone. Tangxi was used to his confrontational attitude before he spoke. I've finished work.
And you?
What are you hiding? Fan Tianfeng looked around nervously, avoiding her eyes. He still insisted he wasn't hiding anything. Tangxi clicked her tongue. Are you planning to take work back to your dorm again? Have you forgotten what Comrade Jiang said? I have a good memory. Tangxi immediately caught the flaw in his words. If your memory is so good, then why do you seem to have forgotten our bet? Fan Tianfeng froze completely. They had agreed that whoever gave in first in this project would be the winner. I don't admit defeat to you. His voice was quieter than a few days ago. Clearly, Tangxi's recent actions had changed his understanding of her. He was just too proud to admit it. Tangxi naturally noticed this. She smiled meaningfully. No worries, there's still time. Fan Tianfeng looked down uncomfortably. Although he was decades older than Tangxi, he seemed shorter than her. He quickly slipped away. Tangxi didn't bother to call him back. She mainly wanted to suppress Fan Tianfeng's confidence and didn't care if he called her teacher. Of course, if he did, she wouldn't refuse. Tangxi went to the bathroom on the second floor. When she came out, she smelled a faint scent of smoke carried by the wind. Tangxi immediately became alert. This was the building where the lab was located. There shouldn't be any smoke smell here. Unless something had gone wrong. Without hesitation, she rushed toward the direction where Fan Tianfeng had just left. When she reached a door, she stopped quickly. She saw a few wisps of white smoke escaping from the gap at the bottom, along with a strong, irritating smell spreading out. There was also faint crying for help coming from inside. Is that Fan Tianfeng's voice? Tangxi had just met him, and now there was a fire? Time was urgent, so she didn't think much and shouted loudly. She yelled that there was a fire while trying to grab the door handle. Although anxious, she kept a bit of her rationality. Knowing the metal handle would be very hot, she pulled her sleeve over her hand and reached through the fabric. It was still hot, but not impossible to touch. Gritting her teeth against the heat, she forced herself to pull.
Click.
The lock opened, but the door seemed blocked by something from inside and wouldn't budge. Help! Someone, save me! After shouting, Tangxi used her body to hit the door. She was slim and fragile. How could she possibly break the door with her size? After just 2 or 3 hits, the door didn't move at all, and her shoulder and arm were painfully hit. Tangxi knew she couldn't go on like this, so she decisively turned around to find help. He ran out only a few steps when he saw his colleagues rushing over and Wen Jiyuan crossing the crowd. Tangxi saw him and immediately felt like she had found a lifeline, an unmatched sense of safety. You're here. How did you know? Let's not talk about that now. Wen Jiyuan interrupted her. Even at this moment, his attitude remained calm and steady. That was the calmness of someone who had faced many storms and could handle the situation with composure. Tangxi's gaze stayed on his face, almost unable to look away. But she remembered the urgent matter and quickly explained what had just happened. There's probably something fallen and blocking the door. Cece, go tell them to bring some tools. I'll try to see if I can break it open directly. Okay. Tangxi eagerly agreed. Fortunately, some nearby colleagues overheard the conversation and immediately volunteered. Comrade, I'll help you. There were both men and women among them. The strong man went to help Wen Jiyuan push the door. The careful woman went with Tangxi to find tools. Everyone worked together in an orderly way. The panic caused by the sudden fire had eased quite a bit.
Bang! Bang!
The door was not very big, so Wen Jiyuan directed the strongest man to help him push it. At first, they pushed twice without any response, but on the third push, the door finally moved. Just then, soldiers from a nearby unit arrived. Their build and strength were much better than the researchers. With their help, they quickly broke open the locked door, and the objects pressed against it. Thick smoke poured out from inside, making the corridor's people cough nonstop. Even tears came to their eyes. Wen Jiyuan reacted quickly, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. But it was only a temporary measure. His eyes soon turned red. Still, he remained calm and asked someone to wet a handkerchief with water to help. At this moment, Tangxi and some other colleagues hurried over with hammers, axes, and dry powder fire extinguishers. Since the research involved chemicals like gunpowder, dry powder extinguishers were standard equipment. What should we do next? Tangxi looked at Wen Jiyuan with worry. He gave her a reassuring look not to panic. He took the tools and directed everyone to dismantle the remaining part of the door. Behind the door was a wooden filing cabinet turned upside down, with documents scattered everywhere. Although it hadn't caught fire yet, it was already hot from the heat. Deeper inside, smoke and dust billow wildly, making it hard to tell which way people are. Wen Jiyuan's gaze is calm as he scans around. He keeps moving, taking a wet handkerchief from someone and tying it over his nose and mouth. A few researchers try to do the same, but are stopped by him. We are here to help. He gestures to several soldiers to tie their handkerchiefs as well. The soldiers don't hesitate and quickly obey. Wen Jiyuan looks at them calmly and waves his hand. Let's go. Wen Jiyuan. Tangxi calls out in a trembling voice, instinctively grabbing his sleeve. The situation in the lab is unclear. If chemicals are burning, there could be toxic smoke. Their equipment is simple and can't protect them well. What if it causes irreversible harm to their bodies? Tangxi anxiously watches him. Wen Jiyuan gives her a reassuring look. Trust me. She slowly loosens her grip. She watches as Wen Jiyuan leads a few soldiers crawling forward. Although he is the leader, he doesn't hesitate or refuse to act. Instead, he takes the lead bravely. Seeing his determined, unhesitating back, Tangxi feels as if she sees him on a battlefield facing gunfire, fearless and brave.
Có mắt tang si.
Jiang Xiutong and Zhuang Tao arrive quickly. From what others are saying, they soon understand the situation and learn that Wen Jiyuan went inside. As fellow researchers, they know how dangerous such an accident in the lab can be. Wen Jiyuan leading the way shows he's risking himself too. They admire his bravery, but also understand Tangxi's worry. At this moment, they can only pat her shoulder to comfort her. It will be okay. Tangxi's face is pale, and she forces a small smile. She keeps staring at the thick smoke inside the building, feeling time slow down. Suddenly, she notices the smoke stirring somewhere, and her eyes widen instantly. Others notice too and cheer quickly. They're out. They're out. Wen Jiyuan is still crawling on the ground, moving very fast. He's carrying an unconscious old man on his back, who is Fan Tianfeng. Fan Tianfeng's presence doesn't slow him down much, and he quickly leads them out of the smoke. Tangxi rushes forward immediately. She sees Wen Jiyuan's handsome, deep face covered in soot and ash. He looks a bit disheveled, but she can't smile. Are you okay? Are you all right? Wen Jiyuan shakes his head and says he's fine, then smiles and says, Didn't I tell you to trust me? You're really something. Tangxi sighed softly, then finally smiled. At that moment, Fan Tianfeng slowly regained consciousness. He looked at the pure white ceiling and asked, Am I dead? Surprisingly, Tangxi sensed a bit of relief and happiness in his tone. She suddenly remembered what Zhuang Tao had told her about Fan Tianfeng's past.
You're still alive, she said.
Oh, Fan Tianfeng responded quietly. His attitude made it seem like he was fine with being alive, but he'd prefer to be dead. He no longer looked like the prickly, spitting man he used to be. Tangxi felt a bit uncomfortable with the change. She would rather have this old man scolding everything every day than see him so listless now. She deliberately said sharply, So, Comrade Fan, do you feel sorry? Her words were quite harsh. This surprised Wen Jiyuan, who looked at Tangxi in shock. But it wasn't blame. It was curiosity, wondering what was different about Fan Tianfeng that made Tangxi use such words to provoke him. Tangxi's tactic worked. Fan Tianfeng, like a cat with its tail stepped on, suddenly recovered and jumped 3 feet high. Are you cursing me to die? I tell you, even if you leave, I won't go. I want to live another 300 years. Tangxi's face looked strange. Would that make you a monster? We don't do that here, she said. People around them chuckled softly. Even Wen Jiyuan couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. As for Fan Tianfeng, he was stuck there awkwardly. He wanted to argue, but couldn't find the right words. Finally, Thanks to Jiang Xiaodong and others coming to say they would take Fan Tianfang for a checkup, his problem was resolved. Before leaving, he awkwardly turned to face Tangxi. Thank you anyway. Fan Tianfang knew that although Wen Jiyuan and the soldiers saved him, it was Tangxi who first discovered the situation and called for help. If he had delayed any longer, he might have been choked by smoke and died. So, no matter what, he had to thank her. Fan Tianfang and Tangxi were used to arguing, so saying thank you took a lot of mental preparation. But Tangxi acted as if she hadn't heard him, showing no reaction. Fan Tianfang was a bit annoyed. Hey, what's wrong with you? Didn't you hear me talking? Tangxi looked confused. Are you talking to me? Fan Tianfang's face turned red with anger. He wanted to turn and leave, but thinking of the life-saving favor, he stopped himself. He simply turned around, faced Tangxi directly, and nodded seriously. Thank you for saving me. She was finally satisfied. She had been intentionally doing that just now. Now, Fan Tianfang lowered his head, which surprised her. She is generous and doesn't want to argue with an old man. You're welcome, she said casually, waving her hand. After Fan Tianfang left, Wen Jiyuan ordered the soldiers to put out the fire in the room. Thick smoke filled the air, and the smell was strong, but many people did not leave. Instead, they wanted to find out the true cause of the fire. Not only Fan Tianfang was rescued from the fire, but also a young man. It is said that he was brought by an expert student. Fan Tianfang stayed in the burning room because he heard someone calling for help and went to help. But the fire grew bigger, and in the chaos, a filing cabinet by the door fell, blocking the entrance completely. They were forced to stay inside the fire. The young man inhaled too much smoke and fainted first. His condition was worse than Fan Tianfang's. He was rescued and taken to a nearby hospital. He is still unconscious, and only he might know the real cause of the fire. But based on Wen Jiyuan's investigation, it seems the fire was caused by a mistaken operation. A mistaken operation? She covered her nose and mouth with a damp cloth, then entered the fire scene to observe the surroundings. She frowned slightly, feeling that this matter was not so simple. Seeing her suddenly appear inside the fire scene, Wen Jiyuan's face darkened. How did you get in? The fire just went out. The air is terrible. Hurry and get out. He was anxious and spoke sternly. She was not afraid. She looked at him calmly. You can come in, so why can't I? Wen Jiyuan wanted to say that it couldn't be the same. He was tough and had experienced many harsh environments. Compared to him, a fire was just a small scene. But she was different. She had delicate skin and a weak body by nature. Wen Jiyuan wished he could hold her in his hands, worried she might catch something bad and get sick. That would be even worse than him getting sick himself. However, in front of the soldiers around, Wen Jiyuan couldn't say this out loud. He had already noticed their little eavesdropping actions. So, Wen Jiyuan softened his tone. Hurry and get out, listen to me. But she was stubborn. You don't understand the experimental process, so you need an expert more. Her words clearly implied that she was the expert. Wen Jiyuan had to admit she was right. Faced with no other choice, she had to compromise. Then don't stay too long. Tangxi understood his worries. But she also stayed because she had noticed some clues. After wandering around the room, which was dark and smoky, she quickly found the problem. Our current experiment doesn't include any similar steps. Tangxi was almost the main person leading the research process. In fact, her words carried the most authority in the project. Wen Jiyuan immediately understood her meaning. Oh?
So?
Tangxi nodded at the right moment. Yes, there's over an 80% chance it's intentional. This made the young man who had fainted suspicious. What could be his motive for deliberately setting the fire in the lab? Was he trying to kill all the experts in the building? But that seemed too childish. There were so many soldiers nearby, watching closely. Earlier, the soldiers arrived quickly because someone saw a few wisps of smoke escaping from a window. So, no matter how big the fire got, it wouldn't harm all the experts. The only person affected was Fan Tianfang, who was passing by chance. When Jiyuan paused to think, But he remembered he couldn't let Tangxi stay in the room too long. Without saying a word, he put his arm around her shoulders, gently pushed her out. His hand accidentally pressed on Tangxi's right shoulder. It was the same side she had tried to push open the door with earlier.
Ow.
Tangxi couldn't hold back and cried out in pain. But she quickly looked away in frustration, afraid to meet Wen Jiyuan's heavy gaze. Are you hurt? Wen Jiyuan's face didn't look good at all. Tangxi hesitated. I'm not really hurt. Without another word, Wen Jiyuan decided to take Tangxi to the hospital for a checkup. Tangxi refused, saying a bit of ointment would be enough. After thinking for a moment, Wen Jiyuan told the soldiers, My wife is injured. Take her back to the dormitory. The soldiers nodded eagerly, saying yes, sir. Please take care, Tangxi. Their eyes were full of teasing and affection for Wen Jiyuan and Tangxi. On the way back to the dormitory, Tangxi felt very embarrassed. Why are you explaining so carefully? She muttered softly. Wen Jiyuan remained calm, his dark eyes fixed on every move Tangxi made. When she occasionally raised her arm without much effort, it showed she wasn't hurt badly. He finally relaxed and felt in a good mood to joke with her. We're not shy about being seen. Tangxi glared at him angrily and quickly quickened her pace. After walking quietly for a while, she secretly turned her head. She saw Wen Jiyuan stride forward with his long legs, still walking leisurely. He moved at a steady pace, maintaining a distance of half a step behind her. Tangxi suddenly felt discouraged. How could her small body compare to Wen Jiyuan's strong, steel-like frame? Even at night, wasn't she the one who was exhausted and nearly fainted? While he looked energetic and completely unwearied, Tangxi decided to stop comparing herself to him. Luckily, they reached the dormitory. Wen Jiyuan fell behind and turned around to close the door. Take your clothes off, he said to Tangxi. Tangxi thought she heard him wrong. Take what off? Wen Jiyuan looked calm. Of course, your clothes. Tangxi didn't expect him to say such bold words so calmly. Her face instantly turned red, and she couldn't speak clearly. You're too. Only then did Wen Jiyuan realize. He chuckled deeply. I mean, you should roll up your sleeves so I can see your injuries more easily. Tangxi finally understood she had misunderstood. A faint blush spread from the back of her neck to her cheeks, like endless red clouds.
Oh.
I didn't misunderstand. I know what you mean. She looked into Wen Jiyuan's eyes and emphasized. Wen Jiyuan said he believed her. But Tangxi didn't trust him. She didn't delay for long, knowing Wen Jiyuan still had to investigate today's fire and wouldn't be free soon. So she unbuttoned the top button of her shirt, one by one.
Wait.
Her fingers stopped at the third button, just above her chest. Feeling shy, Tangxi lifted her chin toward Wen Jiyuan. Turn around. Wen Jiyuan clearly couldn't understand. They were married. They had done the most intimate things already. What was wrong with her taking off her clothes? But seeing how embarrassed Tangxi was, he didn't argue. He turned around and faced away from her. He stood near the door and the wall. Standing like this, it seemed as if he was reflecting by the wall. But his tall, serious back, along with the shadow cast on the white wall, looked deeper and clearer than others. Such a back seemed more like a child's act of reflection, out of place. Tangxi couldn't help but laugh at her own imagination. Wen Jiyuan's ears twitched slightly. What are you laughing at? Tangxi blurted out. Laughing at you. Being obedient. Actually, she meant to say very well behaved. She almost said something but felt it was inappropriate, so she changed it to listen. The meaning remained the same. Wen Jiyuan naturally noticed the unspoken meaning behind her words. But he didn't keep asking. Instead, he asked if Tangxi had finished her clothes. Tangxi looked down and replied yes. She took off her shirt, leaving on a close-fitting tank top. Her two arms, as white as sheep-fat jade, were exposed, with faint bruises on them that looked particularly striking. When Tangxi saw them, she was surprised. She didn't expect that just a few bumps could cause such large bruises. She wondered if her skin was as fragile as tofu, so easily hurt. She felt both speechless and annoyed. It's really nothing. She tried to explain, feeling a bit guilty. When Ji Yuan said nothing, his dark eyes full of deep, restrained emotion, as if he was holding back something she couldn't understand. Tongxi's words trailed off, and she finally decided to stay silent.
Wait.
When Ji Yuan temporarily left the room, he returned in less than 5 minutes, holding a bottle of medicinal oil. He was slightly sweaty on the forehead, and his cheeks had a faint red from intense activity. Tongxi looked at him in surprise. Did you run over there? Ji Yuan nodded. Yes, you seemed in a hurry. Tongxi couldn't help but laugh and shake her head, thinking she wasn't in such a rush, just some bruises. Even without the oil, they would fade in a few days. But she quickly realized when Ji Yuan didn't think so. He sat on the sofa, placing the glass bottle of oil on the coffee table. He lifted his hand, poured some oil into his palm, and warmed it with his body heat. Cici, come here. Tongxi took a couple of steps toward him, looking a bit confused. Since she needed to apply the oil, she should sit next to him. But he was sitting on a single sofa. Tongxi looked left and right, unable to find a place to sit. Would you like to change places? Ji Yuan didn't say anything in response to her suggestion. He crossed his long legs, making his intention clear. Tongxi looked at him and then at his legs. Are you trying to take advantage? Understanding her meaning, Ji Yuan chuckled. What do you think of me? Tongxi blushed, realizing she might have overthought. She carefully moved naturally to his side and sat on his lap. After sitting down, she awkwardly shifted a little. Still not as comfortable as the sofa. Her well-trained thigh muscles felt as firm as stone. Tongxi sat down and immediately felt uncomfortable everywhere. Ji Yuan quickly grabbed her arm. Don't move. His voice was tense and firm. Tongxi understood immediately. She sat quietly and exposed her right arm to him. The amber eyes beneath her looked with a faint smile, as if to say, look, I am hurt. Ji Yuan felt helpless. What kind of image does he have of her? He had other things to do soon, so he definitely wasn't planning to force her onto the sofa in broad daylight. Just imaginary thoughts in his mind, nothing serious. He still had some self-control. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and focused on the injury on Tongxi's arm. It might hurt a little, he warned in advance. Then, his warm, oil-covered hand gently touched her slightly cold skin. Suddenly, as he made contact, Tongxi's body trembled uncontrollably. Does it hurt? Ji Yuan frowned. He hadn't even used much force. Tongxi looked down at him and hummed softly. It's not pain, it's heat. Ji Yuan suddenly felt a bit thirsty. But he knew he was just applying medicine to her. And Tongxi was honestly describing her feelings, with no other meaning. He kept a serious expression, as if dealing with a life-and-death matter. Heat helps melt the ointment, which is good for your injury. He said this confidently, and Tongxi naturally believed him. Using the blood-activating and swelling-reducing ointment, Ji Yuan massaged the injured part of Tongxi's arm. His movements were skillful, clearly experienced. Tongxi suddenly remembered that he had said before he knew battlefield first aid and had studied traditional Chinese medicine massage. But the last time he massaged her was very different from now.
Ow!
Tongxi felt a stabbing pain like a needle in her injury. Soon, she was sweating heavily and kept making muffled sounds. It was as if every second was extremely painful, making her wish time would pass faster. But in the midst of pain, time seemed to slow down so much that she almost couldn't bear it. Wait a moment. Tongxi wanted to pause and catch her breath. Ji Yuan's hand moved slowly but steadily. Once you start, you should go all out. Stopping halfway isn't good. He rarely refused her request, but this time he did. Tongxi had to bite her lip and hold on. You can lean on me. Ji Yuan's voice came from above her head. That's when Tongxi realized why he wanted her to sit on his lap. It seemed like they had anticipated this situation long ago. Tongxi had no shame at all. She was eager to find a place to lean on. Now, she simply buried her face deep into Ji Yuan's neck. The pain was intense, so she tensed her toes that were hanging beside Ji Yuan's leg. Then, she bit into his collarbone. Fortunately, After the sharpest pain passed, the feeling gradually weakened. Instead, Tangxi felt a tingling pleasure from the soreness. She hummed softly, curling her toes tightly. But this time, it was comfortable. Tangxi relaxed so much that she even squinted her eyes. She seemed to have lost all bones, like a lump of white jade melting and flowing in Wen Jiyuan's arms, wrapped in a sweet, fragrant aura everywhere. For Wen Jiyuan, it became an unspoken torment. His muscles kept tightening, like a bow stretched to its limit. His dark, thick eyes lowered silently, scanning Tangxi from her delicate, nearly poreless white skin to her full forehead, slender nose, slightly pouting lips, and small chin. His eyes swirled with dark waves. Tangxi was completely unaware, her legs swinging lightly back and forth, relaxed. Like a lazy cat, she lazily flicked her tail. All right. When Jiyuan suddenly spoke, Tangxi opened her sleepy eyes and yawned. All right. The rest of her words were swallowed by him. Tangxi was pinched at her waist, her head almost tilted backward. Suddenly, all her fatigue vanished. She opened her eyes wide, humming softly, not sure what she was saying. Wen Jiyuan finally loosened his grip and asked, "What?" Tangxi's eyes widened even more. "Aren't you saying you have something to do later? Who was that gentlemanly person just now?" It changed so quickly. Wen Jiyuan knew he was in the wrong and hesitated slightly. He could only say, "I'll be back soon." Tangxi was half convinced, but soon lost interest in thinking more. The warmth brought the smell of medicinal oil. A strong, slightly bitter, astringent scent filled the air between them. Tangxi tilted her head back, her delicate neck weak, gazing absent-mindedly at the beautiful almond-shaped eyes on the ceiling. Her long ink-like hair spilled from behind her head, gently brushing her lower back. Wen Jiyuan held her hand that was clutching his shoulder and kissed each finger one by one. Her fingertips left a warm, moist, assertive scent. Just like him. "I'll come back as soon as I can later." Wen Jiyuan's voice was a little hoarse. Tangxi couldn't be bothered to care about him. She rolled onto the bed wrapped in a blanket and quickly closed her eyes lazily. Wen Jiyuan watched her back facing away from him, knowing she was a little upset, but feeling helpless. He got up to tidy himself up. His clothes were a bit messy, with a few buttons undone on his shirt. He buttoned them back up one by one. Now he looked like the meticulous commander when again. "I'm leaving," he said softly. He waited for Tangxi's response, but she didn't reply. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A faint, soft sound came from behind him. That was Tangxi's response. When Jiyuan's eyes showed a faint smile. Bang! The door was shut. Wrapped in a fuzzy blanket like a caterpillar, a fluffy head quickly popped out. Tangxi let out a breath. Finally, he's gone. She looked down and saw the faint marks on her waist, which still made her feel uneasy. They reminded her of his intense, uncontrollable side, like a cold, fierce predator. And she was just his prey under his claws. It was better to avoid such experiences in the future. Tangxi collapsed into the soft bed and quickly fell asleep. But she didn't sleep long. When she woke up groggily, only half an hour had passed. It was still early, and Tangxi felt a bit hungry. The cafeteria was nearby. It only took a few minutes to walk there. But she had little appetite, and instead remembered the delicious food her colleagues had shared earlier. One colleague, a local, mentioned a state-run restaurant nearby with a signature dish, pickled pepper fish head. That was absolutely amazing. Just hearing about it made Tangxi salivate. She wanted to ask Wen Jiyuan to go with her, but that plan fell through. Wen Jiyuan probably wouldn't finish until very late, and she was worried about leaving the guarded facility alone. She had only been here a few days and had already experienced 2 accidents. Who knew if something else might happen? Not wanting to cause trouble for others, she sat on the bed, feeling conflicted. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Probably worried she might be scared, the person spoke through the door, clearly identifying themselves. "Comrade Tangxi, are you awake? I'm Xiaolin." It was Xiaolin, the guard who had protected her a few days ago. Tangxi checked her clothes to make sure they were appropriate, then pulled back the blanket, and Wenna opened the door. Shaolin, why are you here? Shaolin honestly explained what Wen Jiyuan had told him earlier. The commander asked me to come at this time, saying you should be awake and might be hungry, so he asked me to accompany you to the cafeteria. Tang, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and say, he's quite accurate. He just happened to pick the right time for her to wake up. Should she be surprised that Wen Jiyuan really knows her? Suddenly, Tang, she felt a mischievous idea. The cafeteria? She definitely wouldn't go. Comrade Shaolin. Tang, she looked serious, but her eyes had a hint of a smile. Would you like to try the spicy fish head? Shaolin was surprised and widened his eyes. Spicy fish head? 15 minutes later, Tang Shi and Shaolin discreetly appeared near a state-run restaurant close to their workplace. It was a mealtime now, so there weren't many customers. The waiters were chatting loudly in the corner. When they saw customers arrive, they didn't bother to look up. Tang Shi and Shaolin were used to this kind of attitude. Nowadays, waiters at state-run restaurants usually have secure jobs, but their attitude is often bad. They often look cold and unfriendly, and sometimes even scold customers when they're unhappy. Compared to that, the waiters here were a bit aloof but not particularly rude. After all, Tang Shi and Shaolin came at a non-meal time. Can we order food? Tang Shi asked carefully. One of the older waitresses in the corner looked up. Seeing that Tang Shi looked pretty and delicate, the waitress didn't want to be rude. Yes, what would you like to eat? Tang Shi pointed to the menu on the wall and ordered a spicy fish head and some stir-fried vegetables, plus 2 bowls of rice. The waitress glanced at them and then silently went to the kitchen. Soon, the dishes were served. 2 large white round plates held a big fish head, cut in the middle, but not completely separated. The fish meat was white and fresh, topped with bright red chili sauce, creating a striking visual contrast. The fish had just been drizzled with hot oil, and the oil was still bubbling and shimmering on the fish head. The steam and spicy aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. Tang Shi sniffed and felt a unique smell rush into her nose. The spiciness was intense and direct, almost making her cough. Smells so good, but it's a bit too spicy just to smell. Shaolin looked worriedly at Tang Shi. Tang Shi was a little nervous from the bright red, glossy color of the dish. But when Shaolin looked at her, she quickly straightened her back. It's okay, I can handle spicy food. Seeing her confident declaration, Shaolin stopped worrying. Finally, Tang Shi picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in her mouth. In an instant, an unexpectedly strong spicy flavor exploded in her mouth. Tang Shi always thought she could handle spicy food well. But when she tasted the chopped chili fish head in front of her, she realized that spicy can be different. Comrade Tang, your face is red. Shaolin pointed at Tang Shi's face and exclaimed. Tang Shi still tried to act tough. I'm okay. She saw Shaolin eating 2 bites of fish calmly, without changing his expression, and she was speechless. Shaolin, are you good at eating spicy food? Shaolin smiled and replied, yes, I come from Sichuan. So, she's a Sichuan girl who has eaten spicy food since she was young. Compared to Shaolin's skill, Tang Shi's spicy eating ability is quite poor. Tang Shi touched her nose, took a big bite of rice, and ate plenty of vegetables. Finally, the spiciness subsided, and she couldn't help but pick another piece of fish. Eating spicy food really is something that needs practice. This time, Tang Shi felt she could handle it pretty well. At least she wasn't coughing so much that her cheeks and neck turned red like before. She was beginning to enjoy the flavors of the dish. The fish was tender and soft, melting on her tongue. Then, the spicy flavor that seeped into the fish's freshness spread out. The freshness of freshly caught fish combined with the spicy chili was wonderful. Tang Shi suddenly understood why her colleagues had been so excited when talking about this dish earlier. Delicious. After saying that, Tang Shi quickly took a big sip of cold water. She really loves both the dish and spicy food. A soft chuckle came from nearby. Tang Shi thought Shaolin was laughing. When she looked up, she saw Shaolin on the opposite side with an innocent face. She turned her head and realized the laughter was coming from the next table. The next table was against the wall, and a tall young man was sitting with his back to her. Both she and Xiaolin noticed him earlier, but he seemed relaxed and was seriously eating, clearly just an ordinary diner, so they didn't pay much attention. Until now, when he turned his head, Tang Shi finally saw what he looked like, Liang Jing. As Tang Shi said his name, Liang Jing visibly got excited. "You remember my name?" He leaned forward eagerly, almost wanting to get right in front of her. Xiaolin's body tensed slightly, ready to step in and block Tang Shi if needed. Liang Jing was very perceptive and seemed to notice Xiaolin's guard. He didn't know exactly who Tang Shi was, but from the attitude of her second uncle Liang Yi, he had a vague idea. Liang Jing guessed that Xiaolin might be a security guard or similar, and his own actions could easily raise suspicion. So, he stepped back to a safe distance, placing his hands in front of him to show he meant no harm. Tang Shi was a bit surprised by this. Liang Jing looked at him suddenly acting rashly and thought he was impulsive, but he also seemed quite thoughtful. Could that be why he became the main rival of Wen Su, the hero in the original story? Tang Shi was momentarily distracted but quickly refocused. "How are your injuries?" "Sorry, I've been so busy these days that I haven't visited you." Tang Shi genuinely forgot about it. These days, she was immersed in her project, facing countless problems every day. She didn't have the energy to think about Liang Jing. Thinking this way, Tang Shi felt a bit guilty. After all, Liang Jing's injuries were caused because of her. Liang Jing grinned brightly, almost pulling his mouth to his ears. He touched the back of his head, feeling surprised by her concern. "My injuries? They're already healed. That person isn't very strong, just scraped a bit of skin." He was quite boastful, but Tang Shi saw through his lie immediately. Because Wen Jiyuan had told her that the man holding the knife that day was dangerous, definitely capable of killing. Of course, Wen Jiyuan said this to warn her to be careful. But it was enough for Tang Shi to judge that Liang Jing's injuries weren't minor. She pressed her lips together and said nothing. Liang Jing immediately understood her meaning, but his smile froze on his face. After a moment, he reluctantly admitted, "All right, the wound was a bit deep. But I only stayed in the hospital for 2 days, and the doctor said I was recovering very well." That day, he was so excited after meeting Tang Shi that he didn't feel the pain from his wound at all. He hastily bandaged himself and then went to find his second uncle to ask about Tang Shi's identity, only to be thoroughly defeated. Then he fainted. Liang Yi was terrified, initially thinking Liang Jing fainted from anger. But after checking at the hospital, they found out it was due to excessive blood loss. Fortunately, Liang Jing's health was good, so he quickly bounced back. However, when Liang Jing mentioned being hospitalized, his expression seemed a bit strange. He remembered the fruit basket sent by Wen Jiyuan, the chief. Haha, it turned out that man wasn't as calm and composed as he seemed. Tang Shi was startled. "Hospitalized? Sorry, I didn't know. Otherwise, I'd treat you to a meal today." That would be a life-saving favor, and one meal wasn't enough. Tang Shi was already thinking about how to repay him. Liang Jing seemed to have gained a great benefit. "Treat me to a meal?" Sure. He proactively carried the food over and sat at Tang Shi's table. Tang Shi was initially stunned, but seeing Liang Jing sit steadily, she realized it would be rude to ask him to leave. So she swallowed her words and held back. She then asked him, "Comrade Liang, do you need extra dishes?" Liang Jing waved his hand and said no, smiling brightly. "You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Liang Jing." He paused, seeming to intentionally bring them closer. "I was surprised. That quick glance that day, I didn't expect you to remember my name." Tang Shi could clearly feel Liang Jing's interest in her. She was married and not a child, so she naturally guessed Liang Jing's intentions. "I just have a good memory," she replied with a modest smile, then deliberately mentioned, "Today's meal was sudden. If I had known, I should have asked my spouse to come, and thank you." She subtly hinted at her married status, hoping Liang Jing would back off. Liang Jing blinked and kept smiling. "Did you meet Commander Wen? I saw him that day. A few days ago, he even sent a fruit basket to the hospital." Tang Shi was surprised. She didn't know Liang Jing had met Wen Jiuyuan. Why hadn't he mentioned it all these days? However, in front of others, Tangxi quickly composed herself and politely nodded. You helped me. That's what he should do. Tangxi intentionally wanted to distance herself from Liang Jing. So, in the following conversation, Liang Jing kept trying to start topics. She either ignored him or pulled Shaolin into the chat. Anyone a little perceptive could see her deliberate aloofness. But Liang Jing seemed unaware. He kept smiling warmly, his attitude enthusiastic. His bright eyes sparkled like the blazing sun. This made Tangxi doubt herself several times. She wondered if she was imagining things, thinking Liang Jing was interested in her. Actually, Liang Jing was naturally this kind of person. His eyes looked at everything with deep affection. Tangxi was uncertain, but her attitude towards Liang Jing didn't change. She still kept a polite distance. When the meal was almost over, she stood up to say goodbye, quickly paid the bill with Shaolin, and left without delay. Liang Jing sat there, resting his chin on his hand, watching her slender back as she left. Wish I could have sat a little longer, he muttered to himself. In the past, Liang Jing looked down on those who broke up marriages and families. But when it was his turn, he realized some things were beyond control. Remaining completely still is his greatest restraint. Thinking about Tangxi's recent actions, he smiles broadly. So cute. He really likes her. It's a pity that such a cute girl is guarded by a fierce dragon. What should he do? Tangxi and Xiaolin return to their workplace. They arrive safely without any incidents, just as Tangxi worried.
Wait.
Running into Liang Jing was also an unexpected surprise. Tangxi raises an eyebrow, ready to wait for Wen Jiyuan to come back and question him. This makes her distracted even while reading, constantly checking the time. Finally, familiar footsteps sound from afar, approaching along the corridor. Tangxi puts down her pen, crosses her arms, and waits for him to come in. As soon as Wen Jiyuan enters, he sees Tangxi in a state of questioning and blame. Huh? He hums softly in confusion, still in his coat. Tangxi stands up slowly, asking calmly, I met someone today. Wen Jiyuan quickly scans the room. Did you go out? Tangxi's attention shifts. She opens her eyes in surprise and looks around. Nothing seems different in the room. How did he figure out? Curious, she asks him. Wen Jiyuan explains, you changed your clothes. Tangxi looks down. Isn't that normal? My outfit this morning was already unwearable. And he knows exactly why it was unwearable. Wen Jiyuan continues, but based on your usual dressing habits, if you're only inside the workplace, you'd choose loose, comfortable shirts and pants. Only when going out would you wear a skirt. Tangxi is wearing a light blue shirt dress, the hem reaching her calves, with a thin knit cardigan over it. The cool blue tone, which is usually hard to match with skin tones, looks like a clear sky on her fair, jade-like skin, bright and pure, with a unique style and aura. This was carefully chosen by Tangxi, who dressed up specially to enjoy a delicious chopped pepper fish head, showing respect for the food. She didn't expect that this would become the basis for Wen Jiyuan to guess where she went. Tangxi murmurs, you know too much. Even her own usual dressing habits, which she rarely notices, he clearly remembers. Your attention to detail and memory are really impressive. No wonder you're so good at catching spies. Hearing Tangxi's excited remark, Wen Jiyuan remained silent. After a long moment, he finally said, Cici, I know more than you think. Tangxi's thoughts drifted completely elsewhere. Of course, my secrecy level isn't high enough, but I'll try my best. She looked very serious. Wen Jiyuan silently sighed and then asked, So, where did you go? Tangxi happily shared about the food, state-run restaurant. I went to try the spicy fish head that my colleague said was very good. I wanted to invite you, but I didn't expect you'd be busy. So you went with Shaolin?
Yes.
At this point, Tangxi finally remembered what she wanted to ask. By the way, I mentioned I met someone earlier. Guess who? Wen Jiyuan thought for a moment, and a likely answer quickly came to mind. He casually lowered his eyes, as if he didn't care, and tentatively asked, Is it the person we met on the train? Tangxi nodded. Yes. Liang Jing. She paused subtly for 2 seconds before asking. So you also met him? I heard he's in the hospital, and you even sent him a fruit basket to thank him? Tang, she tried to keep her tone calm. She didn't want that faint, cloud-like hope to be noticed by Wen Jiyuan. As for what she was hoping for, Tang, she didn't know. She was just nervously waiting for Wen Jiyuan's answer. However, Wen Jiyuan told her calmly, I work with his second uncle, Liang Yi. We used to deal with each other. Tang, she knew Liang Yi. She had met him that day.
Then,
why didn't you tell me? Tang Shi's heart was pounding loudly. A soft voice inside her whispered, Wen Jiyuan, are you jealous because you didn't mention Liang Jing? Wen Jiyuan deliberately chose not to say anything. He wished Liang Jing would disappear from Tang Shi's life forever. He didn't even want his name to appear in her world.
But,
forgot. He heard his own voice, carefully hiding his emotions. And in this area, he was always very good at hiding. So, Tang Shi didn't seem to notice anything. Only in a very quick, blink of an eye moment, did a hint of disappointment flash across her face. Disappointment? When Jiyuan focused his gaze and realized it was his own illusion. He suppressed his restless feelings and continued to choose restraint and suppression as always. When asked about Tangxi and Liang Jing's meeting details, their answers seemed very ordinary. So, what did you talk about? Tangxi looked uninterested. What did we talk about? I don't remember. Liang Jing was the one talking. But I did treat him to a meal, which was my way of thanking him for saving me. Wen Jiyuan wanted to say, you don't need to thank him, but the words caught in his throat, and he simply said, that's right. Tangxi glanced at him lightly. Yes. She agreed, casually. But the atmosphere suddenly felt cold and tense. Soon, Tangxi avoided his gaze and returned to her desk. I'm going to read a book. Okay. Wen Jiyuan watched her sit down at her desk quickly. He knew she didn't like to be disturbed when studying, so he stood quietly beside her for a moment before getting up to wash up. That night, they lay on a small bed, with just enough space between them as if they could fit another Tangxi. Was Tangxi upset? When Jiyuan turned over to face her. In the dark, her outline was like a painting drawn with dark ink. She closed her eyes, her lashes curled, and her lips slightly pouted. It looked like a perfect moment for a kiss. When Jiyuan pressed his lips tightly. Cici, are you asleep? Tangxi didn't answer. It seemed like she was really asleep, but when Jiyuan could clearly see her eyelids fluttering very quickly. It looked like she didn't want to talk. His words hovered on his lips, then he swallowed them back. Soon he fell asleep too. Unknowingly, Tangxi had been waiting for his next words. She had planned that if Wen Jiyuan spoke again, she would pretend to be sleepy and respond. But all she heard was his steady, deep breathing. He was already asleep. A knot tightened in her chest, stuck and hard to loosen. She couldn't remember how she fell asleep. But good sleep usually helps clear away tangled emotions. When Tangxi woke up the next morning, she had already forgotten her strong disappointment from hearing Wen Jiyuan's calm answer yesterday. After all, she had been overthinking. Sometimes she guessed Liang Jing liked her, or mistakenly thought Wen Jiyuan was jealous of Liang Jing. In reality, everyone was busy. There was no time to think about these things. For example, Tangxi herself soon had no free time to dwell on such thoughts. The progress of her project advanced so quickly that it completely captured her attention. Indeed, work is the best tonic for women. The new materials development was more successful than she had expected. It is important to know that Tangxi's breakthrough in developing this composite material of carbon fiber and titanium alloy is remarkably good in all aspects. However, as the industrial production capacity of Huagua just opened up, it is far from being able to produce on-site in large quantities. The costs of upgrading, workers' adaptation speed, and difficulties in promoting the materials all pose big challenges. Several major obstacles block her progress, especially the cost. This includes not only the material costs but also equipment upgrades, worker training, leftover materials, and waste, all of which are problems. Unexpectedly, the day after Fan Tianfang left the hospital, He quietly helped Tangxi find an experienced master worker, a true 8th-level engineer from a military factory. Some later joked that 8th-level engineers from that era could almost build aircraft carriers with their bare hands. While this master didn't reach that level, his rich experience greatly made up for Tangxi's weaknesses and opened new ideas for her. In just a few days, with his help, Tangxi figured out the best way to produce the weapons in large quantities. The process was not only cheap, but also required little cost for updates during production. When this good news spread through the project team, everyone felt very excited. Comrade Tangxi, you are truly amazing. So, this batch of heavy machine guns can be put into mass production early? Is that real? It feels like a dream. Mass production might still be a bit early, but the prototype guns can be tested first. After the experiments, adjustments can be made based on the results. That means we're not far from mass production. Oh my, the higher-ups scheduled 3 years. I thought it would take at least a year. But now it's only half a month? Wow, this speed is like a rocket. No, faster than a rocket. This is definitely the smoothest project we've ever been involved in. I hope we can keep having such good luck in the future. Thanks to Comrade Tangxi. Everyone kept attributing the success to her. Even Tangxi felt a little embarrassed. Where is that? It's everyone's achievement. After some polite deflection, Tangxi subtly glanced at the inconspicuous Fan Tianfong in the corner of the crowd. She cleared her throat and pretended to casually mention, also, we must thank the master worker that Comrade Fan invited. He has already retired, but he chose to come back to work because of his friendship with Comrade Fan. Everyone looked toward Fan Tianfong with eager interest. Everyone naturally noticed that Tangxi and Fan Tianfong's relationship had become much more friendly. On their first meeting, they even bet that the person who lost would call the other teacher, which secretly led others to place bets behind their backs. Now, the two can stay in the same space without arguing, which is quite rare.
So, who is really the teacher?
Fan Tianfong understood the gossiping looks around him and cleared his throat.
Why are you looking at me?
Boldly, even if I don't go find him, anyone who does and says our country needs his help will do so willingly.
Don't flatter me.
Tangxi smiled and said, Comrade Fan is very modest. Fan Tianfong habitually wanted to reply, but seeing Tangxi's smiling face, he suddenly felt shy about speaking. His tone lowered suddenly. I am already very modest. He snorted, but didn't argue openly with Tangxi anymore. By this time, the project was almost coming to an end. In a few days, Tangxi would finish this business trip and return to the capital. At this moment, a big event happened. Tangxi carried an enamel water cup back from the hot water room. She liked drinking water. She often took the opportunity to walk around nearby while boiling water. This was to avoid harm from sitting too long. So, she went out for a while and returned after 20 minutes. The office, which was lively and full of chatter as the project neared completion, now felt very tense. Everyone looked serious, with furrowed brows, talking quietly among themselves. Even when Tangxi entered and greeted them, no one paid attention. Tangxi's heart skipped a beat and her voice tightened. Could there be a problem at the factory? Today they just started mold production. Could it already be going wrong? She deliberately raised her voice, which caught her colleague's attention. A nearby colleague kindly explained, the factory is going smoothly. The fire incident from a few days ago has been clarified. Tangxi let out a relieved breath, shoulders relaxing as she continued to her seat. I thought the production was delayed. Fire incident? Oh, I see. Is it because of that person? Her colleagues were surprised and gathered around her, asking how she knew. Tangxi then explained what she discovered that day. If it was arson, the assistant who first appeared in the laboratory that day must be suspicious. Tangxi knew that when Ji Yuan had been investigating along this line. She trusted his abilities and believed there would be progress sooner or later. However, the progress was happening faster than she expected. Her colleagues immediately started talking. Oh my, this is unexpected. We hadn't heard anything about it. It's probably because little Tang told Director Wen. I heard he's personally in charge of this matter. Really surprising. With his background, I never thought he developed such betrayal thoughts. Exactly, that's why he's so easy to fill with resentment. Ah, it's truly sad. Tang, she sensed something was wrong.
Who are you talking about?
Wasn't that young assistant from that day? But her colleagues answered, it's Fan Tianfang and Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong is the young assistant. When he was found to have issues, Tang she wasn't surprised.
But
Fan Tianfang? Him? Tang she was shocked and couldn't believe it at first. However, her colleagues firmly said that someone had seen Fan Tianfang being invited away by military personnel. They didn't explain why, but everyone knew what was being investigated recently. The project team had identified 2 suspicious people, one of whom was involved in core secrets, Fan Tianfang. Everyone was worried. Remember, Fan Tianfang had access to the complete formula of the new material Tang she designed, and had participated in every step from adjustment to finalization and mass production. This new material was now receiving a lot of attention. According to Jiang Xiutong, it was going to be heavily promoted and used across many fields, with far-reaching and significant impact. If Fan Tianfang had really leaked the formula to enemies, it would be a huge to China's entire materials industry, not to mention the morale of the whole project, which would suffer greatly. Her colleagues especially worried about Tang Shi's ability to handle this. After all, this new material was Tang Shi's research achievement, almost like her child. If her child was stolen, how could any mother bear it? Worried, her colleagues advised her anxiously, "Little Tang, don't be too upset." I still don't believe it. Tang Shi's tone was firm, and she added, "Even if there was a leak, since we managed to solve so many problems in half a month, spending another month or 2 would only produce better results. What's there to fear?" Tang Shi's confident attitude reassured everyone. Everyone's expressions relaxed significantly. It turned out that, at some point, Tang Shi had already become the main pillar among her colleagues. Of course, Tang Shi didn't really not care about anything. She turned around and went to find Wen Zhuyuan, wanting to ask him about the matter in detail. However, Wen Zhuyuan didn't see her first. Instead, he met Jiang Xiutong in the corridor. Clearly, Jiang Xiutong was also there for Fan Tianfang. When she saw Tang Shi, she greeted her proactively. Tang Shi politely called her academician Jiang before asking, "How is it now? Did Comrade Fan Tianfang really have a problem?" Jiang Xiutong shook her head. "Old Fan insists he doesn't know anything." Tang Shi instinctively thought that Fan Tianfang might be sharp-tongued and awkward, but he wouldn't lie. "So, what's going on?" Jiang Xiutong couldn't resist Tang Shi's questions and finally explained. It turned out that the incident involving Zhang Chong was exposed first. Someone accidentally found out and immediately reported Fan Tianfang. They said that on the day of the fire, he secretly took some documents out, so they suspected Fan Tianfang of leaking secrets. Tang Shi was stunned. Wasn't he just trying to secretly take some materials home to work overtime? She had seen Fan Tianfang's actions that day, but didn't think much of it at the time. But she didn't expect this to become the reason for suspicion. Jiang Xiutong looked somewhat helpless. I explained it that way too, but it can't be considered strong evidence. Jiang Xiutong had known Fan Tianfang for many years and understood his character. He was not the type to do such things. Now, caught in this difficult situation, even Jiang Xiutong didn't know what to do. I believe old Fan wouldn't betray or leak secrets, but being involved in this will inevitably attract criticism. And he's quite stubborn if he causes any more trouble. Hearing Jiang Xiutong say this, Tang Shi nodded seriously. She knew that the best solution now was to clear Fan Tianfang's name quickly and get him released. If it drags on, rumors and gossip will only increase. She was lost in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Wen Zhuyuan. She raised her voice slightly. Wen Zhuyuan immediately looked over from the other end of the corridor. He originally had 4 or 5 subordinates with him. Seeing Tang Shi and Jiang Xiutong, they all saluted and greeted them. Tang Shi and Jiang Xiutong also greeted them. Then, Tang Shi couldn't wait to ask Wen Zhuyuan about Fan Tianfang. Next to her, Jiang Xiutong quickly became alert. Wen Zhuyuan hesitated for a moment. Then he asked his subordinates to go ahead first. Only he, Tang Shi, and Jiang Xiutong remained in the corridor. At this point, he finally replied, "According to the rules, the investigation progress of this case is confidential. I shouldn't disclose it casually." Jiang Xiutong felt a bit disappointed, but wasn't surprised. However, Tang Shi then asked, "So, what's his situation?" Jiang Xiutong cleared her throat. "Comrade Xiaotang, don't make things difficult for your loved one." Wen Juyuan smiled and said, "But since you are involved, listening won't hurt." This time, the suspected leak involved new materials, and Tang Shi was the main inventor, so she definitely didn't leak anything. Jiang Xiutong's confidentiality level was very high, and as an academician, she had no suspicion of leaking. Therefore, Wen Juyuan briefly shared the progress. "We've already investigated. Comrade Fan Tianfang currently shows no signs of suspicion and should be released today at the earliest." Tang Shi relaxed her grip. Jiang Xiutong was even more grateful to Wen Jiyuan, thanking him repeatedly and saying, "Old Fan has a bad temper and a sharp tongue. If anything is not handled carefully, please bear with him, Comrade Wen." Wen Jiyuan replied, "Really? He's quite cooperative. The only thing he's upset about is the leak, and he's eager to find out who did it." Tang Shi's mind moved. "So, it was really leaked?" Wen Jiyuan nodded. "I was planning to come find you. We intercepted a document that seems related to your research project." Even though Tang Shi was mentally prepared, she still felt a bit annoyed. "Is that Zhang Chong?" Wen Jiyuan shook his head, saying it wasn't that simple. So, Tang Shi followed him to the office to check the document. No one knew these data differences better than Tang Shi herself. Every item here was her own calculation. Frowning, Tang Shi said, "This isn't recent data. We've already adjusted the formula and production methods, and what's here is from before I joined the project team." Wen Juyuan listened without surprise, feeling a sense of confirmation. Jiang Xiutong, standing nearby, was confused. "What do you mean? The data wasn't leaked from here?" Tang, she was also puzzled. Wen Jiyuan then explained the whole story. After the fire incident, Wen Jiyuan suspected that assistant Zhang Chong might be involved, so he investigated him. At first, nothing unusual was found, but this scene reminded Wen Jiyuan of the knife-wielding criminal caught on the train. Wen Jiyuan quickly compared the actions of the two people and soon found many overlapping points. Someone had also seen them entering and leaving the same house. After noticing this clue, Wen Jiyuan did not rush to their base, but instead sent people to watch for 2 days. Eventually, they caught a suspicious man near the house. After searching him, they found some materials related to new technology. Soon after, someone reported Fan Tianfang, which drew Wen Jiyuan and others' attention. However, Fan Tianfang's suspicion was quickly cleared. Instead, the leaked information pointed to the capital city. Hearing this, Tang Shi had a guess. Capital city? Are you saying it might have been leaked from the Light Weapon Research Institute? But only I and Director Zhuang Tao know the details. Tang Shi then remembered she hadn't seen Zhuang Tao all day. Could it be that he, like Fan Tianfang, was also controlled? Tang Shi's body turned cold, and she almost didn't dare to think further. She stared closely at Wen Jiyuan's expression, afraid he would nod. Fortunately, after hesitating for a moment, Wen Jiyuan said, "Although there's no proof, I don't think Director Zhuang is involved." Tang Shi felt her limbs warm again, and a big stone fell from her heart. Wen Jiyuan hesitated briefly before raising his arm to support her. "Are you okay?" Tang Shi said she was fine. Wen Jiyuan remained silent for a moment, then said, "But this is just my personal judgment. We need to investigate to know the truth." Tang Shi was still overwhelmed by the shock from earlier. Hearing this, she instinctively said, "I trust your judgment." Wen Jiyuan's dark eyes looked like 2 cold jade balls submerged in a pond. He quietly looked at Tang Shi, lost in thought. Tang Shi felt confused. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?"
Wen Jiyuan denied, "No."
He just remembered that Tang Shi had been cold to him lately and thought she no longer trusted him. But he didn't know what caused her attitude to change. "I will investigate this matter as soon as possible," he promised Tang Shi. Tang Shi naturally believed him without doubt. After saying goodbye to Wen Jiyuan, Tang Shi and Jiang Xiutong left the investigation room. They just walked side by side into an empty corridor when Jiang Xiutong asked her, "Did you and Xiaowen have a fight?" Tang Shi was even more surprised. "No. Why do you think that?" Jiang Xiutong smiled knowingly. "The atmosphere between you two feels a bit awkward compared to a few days ago." Tang Shi reached up and touched her nose. She naturally knew what was different. Since that day she realized she had been too emotional, Tang Shi felt like she had been poured a bucket of cold water. After marrying Wen Jiyuan, their closeness grew step by step, and her feelings gradually warmed. It wasn't until this time that she finally understood clearly. This marriage was just a fleeting impulse on her part. As for Wen Jiyuan, it was merely to fulfill the promises made by their elders. So, this was never a pure marriage. She had been swept up in intimacy, mistaken the situation. Tang Shi didn't like standing in cold, emotionless water, so she naturally wanted to get out early and stay calm. Wen Jiyuan was a good person and a good lover. Perhaps they could live a simple, peaceful life together until old age. And then it would be over. Tang Shi thought indifferently. Her amber eyes looked like a lake without warmth. Jiang Xiutong watched every subtle expression on Tang Shi's face. As she watched, she suddenly smiled. "Little Tang, do you know the secret to being married for nearly 40 years without ever arguing with your partner?" Tang Shi unconsciously turned her face slightly, leaning forward. "What is it?" Jiang Xiutong slowly spoke 2 words. "Communication." Tang Shi was suddenly startled. She hesitated, speechless. But Jiang Xiutong smiled clearly. "I know, sometimes women need to be a bit passive and not reveal their feelings too openly. But little Tang, in love and marriage, there's no difference between men and women. My advice is don't overthink, just ask if you need to." Her words were simple and direct, like a sudden slap that woke Tang Shi from her daze. Tang Shi was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she said to Jiang Xiutong, "You can go back now. I'll stand here for a little longer." Jiang Xiutong patted her shoulder, said nothing, and left first. Tang Shi leaned against the wall, lowering her eyes in thought. Sunlight from the other side of the corridor cast a glow, outlining her light and beautiful profile. Her hair was fluffy in the sunlight, like melted honey flowing over her. Wen Jiyuan walked out of the room and saw the scene. "Cici, you haven't left?" Wen Jiyuan naturally thought Tang Shi had more to ask. But Tang Shi's clear eyes looked at him. "I'm waiting for you." Tang Shi's eyes are very beautiful. They are like peach blossoms, with the corners slightly upturned. Her gaze flickered, and her pupils shimmered like crystal-clear glass in the light. Such peach blossom eyes are often seen in books as a symbol of flirtation. Tang Shi's eyes are different, cold and unfeeling, without any hint of flattery. The contrast between deep affection and cold indifference creates a strong sense of contradiction. It makes her seem somewhat distant and aloof at times. But now she is different. She looks steadily at Wen Jiyuan. Her gaze lifts her eyelashes, full of curiosity and life, like spring water flowing. Her clear, bright eyes only reflect his figure. So bright and focused, it feels like he is the only one that matters. Wen Jiyuan feels a slight sense of suffocation. He can sense the boiling and trembling beneath his skin, like being on a battlefield with explosions all around. That rush comes from danger. But now, this feeling is brought by Tang Shi's gaze. If she looks at him like that, even if he were to be stabbed in the heart next second, he would gladly accept it. Wen Jiyuan thinks to himself. Then he hears Tang Shi say, "I want to ask you something. Can you answer honestly?" Qianji. Although he knows her words, Tang Shi rarely calls him that. Sometimes calling him like that creates a special closeness, like a tight net wrapping around Wen Jiyuan. The scent of her fragrance, once faint, now grows stronger. "Of course." Wen Jiyuan answers without hesitation. Tang Shi's lips hold a faint smile. Because of his height, she has to tilt her head slightly. But her gaze doesn't look up. Rather, it's curious and observant. "That day, you didn't mention Liang Jing. Did you forget, or are you jealous?" Tongxi's eyes never leave Wen Jiyuan. She watches his reaction closely, even the smallest change. Wen Jiyuan pauses slightly. He never expected that Tongxi's staying behind just to ask this. Jealous? Of course he is jealous, and he even dislikes hearing Liang Jing's name repeatedly in their daily life. But he doesn't want Tongxi to know. First, he's used to hiding his feelings and never shows them. Second, he doesn't want to ruin the image she has of him, hoping he will always be honest and noble. Some dark, gloomy, or unpleasant thoughts, he doesn't want Tongxi to know. Just like now, his first instinct is to hide it.
But
Tongxi's words earlier, answer honestly, feel like a tight spell, holding him firmly. She's watching him quietly, waiting for his answer. The words that almost reach his throat are swallowed back. By some strange instinct, when Jiyuan says, "Yes, I am very jealous." It's not just jealousy, but a desire to completely erase Liang Jing's name out of her mind. In an instant, when Jiyuan's eyes darkened with a fierce storm, it was like a hard shell being torn open, revealing a through which intense, frightening, years-long suppressed emotions poured out, showing only a small part of an iceberg. Tang, she was hit head-on by this overwhelming wave of emotion. She blinked quickly several times. Then she instinctively held her breath and looked up at him. Her pupils slightly constricted, as if she was seeing Wen Jiyuan anew, not the stern, dignified leader, nor the gentle, all-powerful lover Wen Jiyuan. Those people are all him, but he is more than just that. People are complex, multifaceted beings. And in that moment, Tang she seemed to glimpse different sides of Wen Jiyuan from the cracks of time. She truly saw the real him. It felt a little unfamiliar.
But
it was more charming, and it made her heart race uncontrollably. This is probably human nature, being drawn to mysterious and dangerous things. Thump, thump. Tang she heard her pounding heart echo in her ears. But her dazed state lasted too long, causing Wen Jiyuan to misunderstand her reaction. He thought Tang she was annoyed by his actions, believing he was narrow-minded and petty. He lowered his thin eyelids, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. Sorry, I was overthinking. No, Tang she finally snapped out of her trance. A faint blush spread from behind her ears to her cheeks. Her ears looked red, like tiny cherries. Her eyes sparkled like the shimmering surface of a lake. Actually, seeing that you're not indifferent like I thought, I'm quite happy. Tang she spoke softly, a bit shy. She didn't know what kind of storm her words stirred in Wen Jiyuan's heart.
You
don't dislike it?
No.
Or do I think you're petty? Why would I think that? Everyone has feelings, desires, and emotions: greed, anger, ignorance, and longing. Since marrying Wen Jiyuan, Tang she sometimes felt a sense of disconnect. Seeing him get emotional and kiss him, she occasionally felt so excited she couldn't hold back. But she always remembered the distant, cold, unreachable Wen family's young uncle. That person was an untouchable god on the clouds. Is the Wen Jiyuan she sees now the same person as that distant figure? But now, seeing him get jealous, possessive, and upset because of another man, she instead felt that he had stepped down from the divine stage and come into the bustling mortal world, arriving beside her. She liked this Wen Jiyuan. A smile flickered in Tongxi's eyes, and her heart fluttered wildly. She quickly looked around. Seeing no one, she tiptoed. As light as a butterfly's kiss, she landed on his corner of the mouth. For Tongxi, who was always paying close attention to her surroundings, this was a very bold move. Almost at the same time as kissing him, her cheeks turned from a gentle pink to a bright red like blush, and her earlobes were almost bleeding. Off-center, she whispered in annoyance. Unaware, this sentence was like a spark igniting gasoline. When Jiyuan cupped her face and leaned down to kiss her, he easily parted her lips and fiercely bit her mouth. It looked as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Tongxi was frightened and panicked. There's someone. This was a corridor where people could pass by at any moment. Wen Jiyuan ignored it. He kissed seriously and passionately, eager to make her hair smell like him. If they weren't in this place, he would have wanted to do even more. What a pity. Wen Juyuan thought regretfully, but his actions showed no hesitation. Tangxi's back quickly pressed against the cold wall, making her body tremble slightly. Just a wall apart, Tangxi seemed to hear footsteps and talking from inside the room. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously, yet strangely, she didn't want to push Wen Juyuan away. Instead, she tightly clutched his sleeve and tried to tilt her head back to kiss him again. Later, thinking back, Tangxi was surprised at her own madness. It was as if her reason had been taken away in that moment, and she only wanted to indulge in exchanging breaths with him. She didn't care about others' gazes or societal rules. They kissed for an unknown amount of time, long enough for Tangxi's lips to be red and shiny, looking even more moist and bright, as if coated with sweet honey. Suddenly, Wen Juyuan stood up and pulled away. Tangxi, still dazed, tiptoed after him, seeking his warmth. Be good. He leaned down and kissed her. Then he carefully held her face, tidying her messy hair and clothes. Afterward, he raised his thumb and wiped away the shiny moisture on her lips. His rough skin accidentally brushed over her delicate lips like a flower. Tangxi let out a sharp breath. Does it hurt? Wen Juyuan's eyes slightly narrowed. Tangxi touched her lips, which were almost numb, and scolded him playfully. It's all because of you. Wen Juyuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Who was it you couldn't bear to part with just now? Tangxi glared at him in annoyance. Of course, her glare had little effect. It was more like a faint electric current suddenly passing through. Wen Juyuan's smile deepened, and his features softened considerably. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of hurried footsteps approached one after another. Soon, a group of people appeared at the end of the corridor. There were about 10 of them, all dressed in neat military uniforms, looking very imposing. Tangxi immediately became nervous, instinctively raising her hand to fix her hair and clothes. She suddenly remembered that Wen Juyuan had already helped her tidy up once before. So, did you hear that?
Yes.
She couldn't help but marvel. His hearing was just too good. No wonder he dared to be so bold. So, was she worried and scared for nothing? She looked ahead with a smile, trying to firmly pinch his arm. It was not Wen Juyuan who let out a muffled groan, but Tangxi herself. She almost thought she had pinched a stone, nearly spraining her finger. Wen Juyuan let out a soft, muffled laugh. Then his muscles relaxed noticeably, making it easier for Tangxi to make her small moves. Tangxi silently hummed and simply let go of his arm. Just then, the group of people had already reached nearby. Leading them was a very old, white-haired leader. Beside him was Liang Yi, whom Tangxi had seen before, and he was also Liang Jing's second uncle. Thinking of Liang Jing's name, Tangxi couldn't help but glance at Wen Juyuan. But he also happened to look down at that moment. Clearly, both of them had the same thought. Unfortunately, they were thinking about Liang Jing. Whether this tacit understanding was good or bad was uncertain. However, this moment of eye contact was just seen by the group of people approaching. The old leader was the first to smile. Juyuan, what are you doing here? And who is this? Wen Juyuan rarely showed a respectful attitude. He nodded and introduced himself. She is my wife, Tangxi. Also, she is one of the researchers involved in the new materials related to this leak incident. He then explained the identity of the old leader in front of him. His name was well known, and Tangxi had seen it in textbooks. She never expected that this matter would actually alarm such an important person, and she couldn't help but feel surprised. Hello, leader. She bit her lip in frustration, worried that her emotions might reveal something unusual. Fortunately, everything was safe and sound. The old leader had long heard of Tangxi's name. From the intimate atmosphere between her and Wen Juyuan, he had guessed her identity. However, when his gaze truly fell on Tangxi's face and he carefully examined her, he couldn't help but feel both admiration and relief. Every generation has talented people. Comrade Tangxi is truly a young genius and a blessing to the country. He paused, perhaps thinking about the leak incident, and his expression darkened. Our confidentiality work was not done well enough. We let someone take advantage of the situation. I'm really sorry. He slightly bowed as a formal apology to Tangxi. Tangxi was surprised and quickly waved her hands. It's okay, it was an accident. I already knew about it. Her panicked look made the kind old leader smile gently. After a moment, his expression became serious again. Don't worry, Comrade Tangxi. We will give you an explanation this time. After parting ways in the corridor, Tangxi saw Wen Jiyuan again late at night. It was very late and dewy outside. He hurried home, walking carefully to avoid making noise. When he opened the door, he saw a light on at the bedside, and Tangxi was drowsily closing her eyes. He paused, and his expression softened. He moved even more quietly, almost silently closing the door.
Bang!
He turned around. Tangxi looked at him, alert and bright-eyed. You're back? She lifted the blanket to get out of bed. She didn't look tired at all. Wen Jiyuan felt annoyed. Did I wake you? Tangxi firmly denied it.
No.
I wasn't sleeping at all. Wen Jiyuan didn't believe her. He thought Tangxi was just trying to make him feel less guilty by saying that. He leaned down and hugged her, gently kissing her forehead.
Sorry.
Tangxi felt a bit awkward. She really wasn't sleeping. She was just sitting quietly in the study room of the system with her eyes closed. She even turned on a reminder function so the system would call her when someone entered. Seeing Wen Jiyuan misunderstand, Tangxi didn't bother to explain. She had something more important she wanted to ask. Finding out about this late, any progress? Wen Jiyuan nodded, his expression somewhat serious. Tangxi asked cautiously, Is it a difficult person? Wen Jiyuan replied, Yes, indeed difficult. It involves some people in special positions, and the scope is broader than we imagined. He didn't say much, just enough to hint at the danger. But Tangxi could almost understand how risky it was. If it weren't for investigating this leak, pulling out the weeds would have exposed the hidden people. How long would they have to wear masks and hide? How many bad deeds would they do? It's really great that you found these traitors. Tangxi was emotional and looked somewhat angry. Wen Jiyuan gently patted her soft hair and found her adorable. By the way, this time it also involves someone related to your director. Who? His name is Lu Hao. Tangxi's eyes widened in surprise. How could it be him? He's Director Zhuang's student, and Director Zhuang treats him like a son. Tangxi naturally doesn't like Lu Hao. But she knows that Zhuang Tao has put a lot of effort into Lu Hao. According to senior colleagues at the Research Institute, Zhuang Tao's children are all not in Beijing. Over the years, Lu Hao has taken care of the old couple more than his own parents, running errands and being very attentive. Zhuang Tao's parents aren't made of iron. Being treated like this, how could they not see him as their own son? But now Lu Hao has committed an act of betrayal against the organization. If Zhuang Tao finds out, Tangxi worries that Director Zhuang will be deeply hurt. At his age, being betrayed by a student. What if it affects his health? Her heart felt heavy, making her uncomfortable. She decided to tell Wen Jiyuan her worries. But he, after hearing her, didn't think the same. Cici, you underestimate Director Zhuang. He might be shocked, but he won't be defeated by this. Wen Jiyuan briefly shared Zhuang Tao's story. In previous years, not only students betraying and leaking secrets happened, but even close friends secretly stabbing him in the back. Zhuang Tao was trapped and suffered because of some petty people. Fortunately, his family stood by him and supported him through tough times. Zhuang Tao had suspected anyone could betray him, but he never expected his own biological older brother. And the reason was just jealousy, dissatisfaction that Zhuang Tao was doing better than him. At that time, Zhuang Tao was hit hard and seriously ill, barely surviving. So how could he be distressed over Lu Hao? Tangxi was surprised to learn that the energetic Director Zhuang had such stories behind him. Feeling a bit emotional, she couldn't help but be curious. How do you know about this? Did Teacher Fu tell you? Wen Jiyuan shook his head. During that case, I was one of the people in charge. But back then, his authority was nowhere near what it is now, and he faced many obstacles in the investigation. Thanks to his careful thinking and meticulous work, he managed to uncover clues and successfully catch the undercover agent.
Tang, she was very surprised. Then,
It's quite a coincidence, but that doesn't sound like a good thing. Maybe saying it like that feels a bit off? There is no better way to describe Chaodang Creek. Just as she was deep in thought, when Jiyuan gently held her face and looked at her tenderly. I haven't finished talking. He was very close, his nose touching her cheek. The scent of cedar would mixed with a faint floral aroma. Tangshi's long, thick eyelashes fluttered. What do you want to say? The ambiguous atmosphere made her thoughts slow down. Was it about Zhuang Tao and Lu Hao? Hadn't it already been investigated? What else was there to say? A small look of confusion appeared on Tangshi's face. When Jiyuan's gaze swept over her face inch by inch, noticing her doubts. He guessed her thoughts and smiled directly. It's nothing to do with others, only about us. Tangshi's memories drifted back, recalling their conversation in the corridor this morning, which was interrupted because of the arrival of senior officials. After that, when Jiyuan hurriedly left to investigate, Tangshi wrinkled her nose, feeling a bit awkward.
what are you talking about?
She spoke softly, her eyes drifting. During the questioning earlier, she hadn't thought much, acting purely on impulse. Now, looking back, she felt a little embarrassed, because she rarely expressed her feelings directly. Unbeknownst to her, the more shy she was, the more Wen Jiyuan felt happy. It was as if a fire was burning inside her, spreading a restless heat everywhere. Every part of her body seemed to burst into a grand display of fireworks. Cece, I'm also very happy. Also?
Right.
Tangshi said she was glad to see that Wen Jiyuan was not indifferent as she had thought, so she was quite pleased. But when Wen Jiyuan learned that Tangshi cared about his feelings and reactions, his happiness was just as strong as hers. You care about me, he whispered softly. Like a traveler who had wandered alone in the wilderness for many years, finally finding a peaceful home. He hugged Tangshi tightly, his warm breath almost penetrating her bones. The coldness and familiarity from the past days faded away at this moment. Tangshi didn't really understand the deep-seated restraint inside Wen Jiyuan. She only felt that the atmosphere at this moment was warm and comfortable. That was enough. Zhuang Tao's reaction was just as Wen Jiyuan predicted. The next day, Tangshi went to her workplace. She happened to meet Wen Jiyuan and others informing Zhuang Tao of the investigation results. Although Zhuang Tao was angry, his anger was because he was determined to catch Lu Hao, the traitor. I want to ask him why, after all these years of the research institute and organization being so good to him, he chose to betray us. This was the only thing Zhuang Tao couldn't understand. Turning to see Tangshi, Zhuang Tao felt even more guilty. Sorry, little Tang. I was careless. I actually trusted a poisonous snake. Zhuang Tao guessed when the leak happened, probably when he asked Lu how to help organize the data. At that time, this new material wasn't as highly valued as it is today, so Zhuang Tao didn't think it would cause such serious consequences. He bowed deeply to Tangshi to sincerely apologize and asked for organizational punishment, feeling guilty otherwise. Of course, Tangshi didn't blame Zhuang Tao for this. She believed the mistake was mainly Lu Hao's, not Zhuang Tao's. If Zhuang Tao had made a mistake, it was probably just not recognizing people clearly. So, will Lu Hao be caught? Tangshi asked Wen Jiyuan. Wen Jiyuan nodded. Yes, the authorities in the capital have already started action. Maybe before we return, everything will be wrapped up. Yes, Tangshi will soon finish her current task and can go back to the capital. The progress at the factory is very smooth. The first prototype gun has been produced, and now it's time for weapon testing. If the tests go well, Tangshi won't need to stay here much longer. The entire secret project team will also disband, leaving only a few experts to oversee future production. Honestly, finishing so quickly feels a bit mismatched compared to the big national effort they initially organized. But everyone is happy and hopes every project can be this mismatched again. What was expected to take 3 years was completed in just half a month. Only fools would be unhappy about that. As the farewell approached, Tangxi received warm invitations from her colleagues at the research institute. Comrade Tangxi, our unit is in Nanxing. Next time, you must come visit. Can you leave an address, Comrade Tang? When you go back, we'll send you some local specialties. Our northeast ginseng, mushrooms, and red sausage are really special. Little Tang, I heard you haven't gone to university yet? Maybe consider our school? No exams needed, just direct admission. It would be our honor if you came. Actually, Little Tang, you don't have to stay in the small arms industry. If you choose materials, you can still shine. How about learning more about our Materials Research Institute? At first, it was just friendly gestures among friends. Gradually, everyone's true intentions became clear. They all wanted to recruit Tangxi, this big treasure, for their own team. In the end, Zhuang Tao arrived just in time, protecting Tangxi tightly. Throughout, Tangxi kept smiling happily and had no plans to change jobs for now. But Tang Shi and Zhuang Tao both knew this time wouldn't last long. When Fu Xueming received a call from the leader, he felt very surprised. Regarding Comrade Tang Shi? Oh no, I am definitely available. He put aside all his work and hurried to the senior leader's office. The senior leader was very busy, handling countless affairs every day. But today, he specially set aside 20 minutes for Tang Shi. This was an extraordinary treatment beyond imagination. Unfortunately, Tang Shi didn't know about this. All these investigations were done behind the scenes. They not only examined Tang Shi's abilities, background, and growth history, but also thoroughly traced her family relationships. When Fu Xueming arrived at the senior leader's office, he saw a thick stack of documents on the desk. He tried to hide his surprise and asked, "Leader, why are you suddenly paying attention to Comrade Tang Shi?" The senior leader looked serious and didn't say much. He simply got up, walked around the desk, and sat down at a nearby coffee table. "Old Fu, come and sit." He personally poured tea for Fu Xueming. Seeing the leader's attitude, Fu Xueming couldn't help but feel worried, fearing that Tang Shi might get into trouble because of this. Although Tang Shi wasn't yet his student, Fu Xueming treated her like a family member and didn't want to see such an outstanding talent get involved in any trouble. The senior leader glanced at him and asked, "Are you worried?" Fu Xueming, not even interested in drinking tea, replied bluntly, "Of course. Little Tang is a good kid. I dare to guarantee with half my life's reputation that she won't have any problems." "Leader, maybe someone has said something to you." The senior leader sipped his tea slowly and said, "You think I called you here because someone made a report about Tang Shi?" Fu Xueming sneered. "Isn't that the case? The academic world isn't always pure and noble. Just like any bright place, there are shadows of darkness." No matter how much Fu Xueming trusted Tang Shi's abilities and character, he couldn't prevent someone from secretly scheming against her, trying to suppress her. The reason behind this is quite simple. Recently, there was a secret project involving heavy machine guns. Tang Shi performed so well that some people felt their positions might be threatened. This led to jealousy, envy, and dissatisfaction among certain individuals. Some people have grown older, but haven't improved themselves. They only know how to suppress others to keep their own status. Even in front of the top leaders, Fu Xueming spoke bluntly, without hesitation. The top leader looked a bit surprised. "Old Fu, it seems you really like Comrade Tang Shi. Over the past few years, you haven't spoken so directly. Now you seem to have some of your old confidence." Fu Xueming raised his chin, about to say more. But suddenly, he sensed a hint of teasing in the leader's words. The tone was light, not at all like someone trying to cause trouble for Tang Shi. "Leader, so you mentioned little Tang this time, too?"
Fu Xueming asked cautiously.
The leader chuckled and placed his teacup on the table. You, old Fu, I haven't said everything yet. You came up and gave me a lecture. I really am afraid of you now." Fu Xueming awkwardly replied, "I'm just worried about little Tang." The leader smiled warmly and nodded. "All right, I understand." After a pause, he continued, "I understand your thoughts, but don't worry. It's not a bad thing." He then shared details about a secret meeting from yesterday. The secret project involving heavy machine guns was decided at a meeting a month ago. At that time, to solve the problem quickly, several top experts in related fields were brought together, hoping to produce results in the shortest possible time. Creating a weapon that surpasses current standards and reaches the top international level, from design to overcoming difficulties and mass production, takes quite a bit of time. The 3-year timeline was carefully considered and finalized, and they thought it was very strict. However, just half a month after the project started, their intelligence agents discovered new developments. It turned out the information they had previously found was false. To be precise, it wasn't false but mistaken. The earlier report that the NSV heavy machine gun weighed 25 kilograms was only the weight of the gun barrel. The full system actually weighed up to 41 kilograms. The intelligence team hurriedly sent the news back, worried that this mistake could cause serious damage to the country. After learning about this, the top leaders also prepared to halt the project immediately. Then they received news that the new heavy machine gun had already been developed and passed the firearm tests. Not only do the data results far surpass all existing heavy machine guns worldwide, but the weight also achieved a remarkable 20 kilograms. A 20-kilogram machine gun that does not sacrifice firepower or accuracy. What does that mean? When the top leaders saw the final report, they were all stunned. They couldn't believe the data and worried it might be a mistake, so they sent a few prototype guns, just produced on the military factory's assembly line, from the southern province to Beijing overnight by military plane. Upon arrival, they retested them immediately. The final results were even better than the report showed, and the performance was stable. The soldiers responsible for testing were amazed and said it was the best heavy machine gun they had ever used. The role of heavy machine guns on the battlefield needs no explanation. This new heavy machine gun set a new world record and marked the first time that China had a weapon leading the world. Its creation will greatly influence the situation on the border battlefield. But who knew that its origin was actually based on a mistake in intelligence? Even more surprising, the most important leader of this project was just a 20-year-old girl. Fu Xueming was utterly stunned, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Recently, he had been very busy with urgent projects and hadn't paid attention to Tangxi for a while. Who would have thought that this small oversight would lead Tangxi's young girl to create such a groundbreaking achievement? At first, he was surprised. Then he felt proud and laughed heartily. I knew it! I knew it! Fu Xueming patted his thigh, unable to describe how excited he felt at that moment. As he laughed, his eyes even turned a bit red. There was no other way. Over the years, China's military industry had faced great difficulties. Describing it as a path paved with hardships would be an understatement. Although in recent years they had managed to develop somewhat, and their exports ranked 4th in the world, this achievement was mainly supported by early-stage half-gifts and later price advantages. In fact, the product quality and performance were relatively average, and their research and development capabilities were even weaker. For example, a main battle tank costs about $300,000 to export. But similar tanks from Western countries can sell for $600,000 to $700,000, double the price. Unfortunately, this is due to the nearly 30-year gap between China's military industry and those Western countries. Compared to others' quality and technology, products made in our country are mostly low-end equipment. In high-end fields, there are no advanced products to compete with Western nations. In the end, we can only rely on cost-effectiveness to gain market share in the low-end sector. Top experts like Fu Xueming have long seen the many problems behind this. He deeply understands that if we cannot make breakthroughs in independent research and development, we will always be following others' footsteps. Eventually, our current market share might be taken away. Furthermore, a country's military strength is the foundation of its confidence. Respect only exists where there is strength, and truth lies within reach of powerful weapons. Only by improving overall military research and development can we solve structural problems at their root. But everyone knows this truth, though it is very hard to achieve. Fu Xueming has dedicated many years of effort, but feels that progress is slow and hindered at every turn. Sometimes he resents the fast passage of time and his aging mind, wishing he were younger or more efficient. Perhaps if heaven showed mercy and granted him more years, he believes he could create a new era again. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Luckily, Tang Shi appeared. Although this machine gun project is not as important as the nation's key weapons, Tang Shi is only 20 years old. Fu Xueming, though now in the sunset of his life, sees her as the morning sun. Even when he is too old to move or lies in his coffin, she will still be young, strong, and in her prime. What a wonderful, hopeful future. Fu Xueming's throat suddenly chokes with emotion. He feels very excited. To control his trembling hands and avoid losing composure in front of the senior leader, he presses his knees hard. But does he need to hide anything? The senior leader's mood is exactly the same as his. Filled with emotion, the senior leader says, "Having Comrade Tang Shi is our luck." Fu Xueming really wants to nod in agreement. But from the perspective of her mentor, he must be modest and help her gain some good impression. That's nothing. It's what she should do. The senior leader immediately sees through his insincerity and says, "All right, enough. Praise where praise is due. No need to act modest."
Fu Xueming chuckled softly.
The senior leader, seeing that time was running out, summarized briefly. Yesterday at the meeting, everyone focused on Comrade Tang Shi. They hope that talented people like her won't be limited by age or experience and can shine in a field better suited for her. Also, since we've finally found such a young talent, we need to protect and nurture her well. I heard that half a month ago, on a train heading south to the provincial capital, she was almost attacked by spies. It was a close call.
What?
Fu Xueming was so shocked he stood up, eager to call and find out the details immediately. The senior leader had to speak up to calm him. "I told you, she almost had an accident. Nothing actually happened. She's safe. She's expected to return to Beijing in the next couple of days. That's why I'm talking to you today, to get your opinion on her future training plan." Fu Xueming had to suppress his anxious feelings. Future training plan? Do you mean her going to university? Little Tang did mention she wants to take the college entrance exam again this year. When Fu Xueming mentioned university, he also tried to flatter. He said angrily, "It's all because of that terrible Uncle Tang. If it weren't for him interfering with little Tang, she would have gone to university 2 years ago. Why has she been delayed so long?" While speaking, Fu Xueming subtly watched the senior leader's expression. His small tricks weren't very hidden, but the senior leader, being perceptive, saw right through his little scheme. However, the senior leader didn't get angry. Instead, he seriously considered the issue. Tang Shi's uncle along with his wife and children, was currently in prison, charged only with drugging Tang Shi. But the crime of ruining her college entrance exam couldn't be prosecuted because too much time had passed and there was no solid evidence. This couldn't go on. Indeed, the punishment must be clear and thorough, no matter how small. Hearing this, Fu Xueming was overjoyed. He knew this meant the matter was settled, and Uncle Xiaomin's family, who had harmed Tang Shi, would face longer sentences. Yes, he thought happily, he must quickly share this good news with little Tang, and maybe use it as leverage. When little Tang gets into university, she might even become his student directly. He thought happily and casually mentioned to the senior leader, "After the college entrance exam in July, I'll have little Tang report to Beijing University, and I'll handle everything personally." Getting into university as an undergraduate and directly entering Fu Xueming's academic circle was already a special privilege. But the senior leader shook his head and said, "Too slow." Slow? Fu Xueming was surprised. The senior leader spoke seriously. "Comrade Tang Shi's experience from undergraduate studies is a waste. It's best to speed up this process. Of course, we also need to consider Tang Shi's own opinion. When you return to Beijing in a few days, old Fu, you can go see her directly and talk face to face. Also, ask her about her preferred development path. While the country's needs are important, we can't ignore Comrade Tang Shi's wishes." Seeing how the senior leader was considerate of Tang Shi, Fu Xueming naturally couldn't be careless. Okay, I will call her. Later, Fu Xueming discussed Tangxi with the senior leader for a long time. What was supposed to be a 20-minute meeting had already gone over. But the secretary outside didn't dare to come in and disturb them, so she only postponed the schedule. An hour later, Fu Xueming, still eager, stood up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he saw Tangxi's file in front of the senior leader. A red top-secret stamp was already marked on the top right corner. This meant Tangxi was officially listed on the protection list for top experts. Experts on this list are not only the backbone of the nation but also protected at all costs by the organization. The youngest person on this list is over 40 years old, with a brilliant resume. Only Tangxi had the thinnest background and was the youngest, but Fu Xueming was not worried. He knew Tangxi would soon shine brightly. The day before returning to Beijing, Tangxi received a call from Fu Xueming in her dorm. She was a bit surprised to hear it was from Teacher Fu. After asking carefully, she learned that Fu Xueming's call was just to check on her. Although half a month had passed, Tangxi still felt touched by Fu Xueming's concern and kept thanking him. Fu Xueming said mysteriously, "No, I should be thanking you. Little Tang, when we get back to Beijing, I have some great news to tell you." Tangxi couldn't help but feel curious and asked a few questions. Fu Xueming insisted on keeping it a secret, saying they'd talk when they met in Beijing. Tangxi couldn't help but worry. Every time you say that, I feel like something bad is going to happen. Suddenly, a hand reached out behind her and covered her mouth. Tangxi smelled a familiar scent and looked back angrily. "What are you doing?" From behind, the broad, warm body of Jiu Yuan pressed close. "Cece, don't say anything unlucky." He spoke seriously, with a very stern attitude. Tangxi helplessly raised an eyebrow. Then she gently tapped Wen Jiyuan's hand. Wen Jiyuan naturally lowered his hand. Tangxi found it quite funny. "Aren't you guys supposed to be strict atheists? Why are you into superstitions?" Wen Jiyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Just in case?" Tangxi looked at his serious expression, feeling helpless. "All right, I won't say anything." Wen Jiyuan then asked, "Was that Teacher Fu just now?" Tangxi nodded and explained Teacher Fu Mingshua's concern. "I'm actually a bit curious too. I don't know what it was about." Wen Jiyuan had a vague idea. At his level, someone was investigating Tangxi's background behind the scenes, and he couldn't be completely unaware. But he sensed it wasn't anything bad, so he said, "Maybe it's something good that will surprise you." Tangxi felt from his words that he knew something, so she kept asking. But Wen Jiyuan remained silent, unwilling to say more. Tangxi got annoyed and pulled the blanket over her.
Sleep.
She turned her back to Wen Jiyuan and lay down. Wen Jiyuan tried to turn her toward himself. He gently pushed twice but couldn't move her. Looking down, he saw Tangxi clenched her fist, holding the blanket tightly, not knowing how much strength she used. He suddenly smiled, thinking Tangxi was just too adorable. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, one arm around her shoulders, the other around her waist, finally resting his chin on her head. He was like a tight, impenetrable net, enveloping Tangxi, skin to skin, warmth constantly passing between them. Tangxi felt a bit hot and struggled a little, but couldn't break free. Wen Jiyuan's arms tightened slightly, and that was already the maximum strength he could muster to stay in control. In his darkest, unseen thoughts, he wished to press Tangxi into his bones and blood, to merge their souls completely, never parting. Now he was doing his best to stay awake. "Good night," his deep, husky voice fell from above. Tangxi hummed softly and finally gave in. Nothing inappropriate happened. Tangxi finished her project, officially said goodbye to colleagues across the country, and boarded the train back to Beijing. This time, Wen Jiyuan accompanied her, openly showing they were a married couple, which also made it easier for him to protect Tangxi at all times. Wen Jiyuan stood there, his eyes sharp as a blade, constantly watching those nearby. His stature and aura were extraordinary, like a formidable presence not to be ignored, a true formidable figure. After a whole train ride, Everyone in the same carriage as Tang Shi didn't dare to make a sound, staying very well behaved and obedient throughout. Of course, because of Wen Jiyuan, even the common pickpockets on long trains didn't dare to cause trouble, fearing that any mistake might lead Wen Jiyuan to misunderstand and give them a harsh slap. This made the train ride very safe, and everything went smoothly. For a moment, the other passengers around didn't know whether it was good or bad. When they arrived at Beijing railway station, Xiao Wu, the service soldier, was already waiting on the platform. He took the luggage bag from Wen Jiyuan and silently walked ahead. Wen Jiyuan and Tang Shi walked side by side, still alert and watching their surroundings carefully. They didn't relax just because they reached their destination. Instead, Tang Shi felt completely relaxed and free, almost skipping with joy. By the way, counting the time, Mom should have finished her work in the village. We can find time to go pick her up. Tang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Wen Jiyuan looked around carefully and didn't miss Tang Shi's words, immediately replying, "That's definitely good. I have to report to my unit tomorrow, so we can leave the day after tomorrow to pick up Mom. She can stay with us then." Tang Shi had no objection to the timing. She also needed to visit the research institute and school tomorrow.
But
Mom doesn't want to live with us. She said she wants to rent a separate house. Wen Jiyuan was surprised. Why? Does she think it's inconvenient? Tang Shi sighed helplessly. Maybe. But it's already a big deal that she agreed to come to Beijing. At first, she even wanted to stay in the village. Wen Jiyuan pondered and suggested, "If it's Mom's idea, we should respect her. But instead of renting, you might consider buying a house directly. I'll handle the money." Tang Shi's expression moved slightly. Wen Jiyuan's words hit her right in the heart. Actually, when Tang Riyue mentioned renting a house earlier, she had thought about simply buying a courtyard house in Beijing. Seeing how the country's situation was improving with opening up, that kind of rare property, like a courtyard house, would surely appreciate in value over time. Most importantly, Tang Shi just wanted a home with her mom and herself. Especially since Tang Riyue once said she couldn't part with the family's belongings, furniture made by her father, Xiazhang. Tang Shi also couldn't bear to part with them. But if they rent a house, where would they find such a big space to place the furniture? It's better to buy a house directly. Then, the problem arises. Tang Shi doesn't lack money to buy a courtyard house. But all this money was given by her elders after her marriage, along with savings and salary handed over by Wen Jiyuan. Logically, it should be used for her and Wen Jiyuan. If she uses it to buy a house for Tang Riyue to live in, Tang Shi feels a bit guilty. Wen Jiyuan only glances and immediately sees Tang Shi's worries and hesitation. "Cici, do we need to be so clear about everything between us?" Tang Shi thinks it over. They plan to spend their whole lives together. What are a little money and a house?
yes,
Let's buy it. I'll go see it in a few days. Back home, it was almost 3 p.m. In the evening, they planned to go back to the old house for dinner with the elders. Xiao Wu, always thoughtful, quickly left after placing things down, as if he had slipped away smoothly. Tang Shi didn't notice. She was squatting beside her suitcase, searching through the items she brought back from her business trip. They were local specialties, some mountain produce, fruits, tea, and so on. Some were bought by Wen Jiyuan himself. Others were given by colleagues from the area. Everything was neatly packed and intact inside the suitcase. This will be taken to the old house later. This one is for uncle. No, for brother and sister-in-law. My mom likes to eat this. I'll bring it back to the village the day after tomorrow. Oh no, wait, the day after tomorrow she's coming to Beijing. Then I'll keep it at home and give it to her when she arrives. Tang, she whispered to herself. The small building, which had been cold and empty for half a month, gradually warmed up, filled with a lively, homely atmosphere. Wen Jiyuan came back with a cup of warm water, and when he saw the scene, he paused slightly. His heart swelled with happiness and contentment, almost overflowing. After a long moment, he finally reacted, "Cici." He smiled as he stepped forward, not missing Tang Shi's slip of the tongue earlier. "How long has it been since you changed your way of calling? Why do you still forget to call brother and sister-in-law?" Tang Shi pinched her nose with her finger, coughed softly. Sometimes I forget. She lowered her eyelashes, looking a bit guilty. Wen Juyuan felt a tickle in his heart, lowered his head, and gently kissed her hair. She quickly raised her head and covered her mouth, looking at him in shock. That's so dirty. Isn't he a bit of a cleanliness freak? Wen Juyuan didn't seem to mind at all. It's not dirty. She looked at him helplessly, too lazy to argue. She continued sorting the local specialties, preparing to divide them among everyone. Wen Juyuan clearly listened without saying a word. To give to Mom? Why not first let her taste a little, and save the rest for later? They planned to bring Tang Ryue to the small building the day after tomorrow and stay on the first floor for a few days. Then she would go with Tang Ryue to look for a suitable house nearby. Since they bought it for Tang Ryue to live in, her opinion naturally mattered. After hearing this, she thought it was a good idea. Okay, but should we also send something to Brother Air and his family? She didn't really want to send anything, of course. But out of politeness, she still asked Wen Juyuan for his opinion. Wen Juyuan's eyes grew cold. No need to send anything. She felt it was a bit strange that he was so firm. Maybe we should send a little, just in case they find out later. A small gift to avoid trouble was something she was willing to do. But Wen Juyuan said, they won't come tonight. Big Brother and his wife's family aren't the gossip type. Not coming? She was slightly surprised. She had seen with her own eyes when the old master lost his temper before, so she knew. But she thought, after all, blood ties are unbreakable bonds. No matter how fierce the argument, once the old master's anger subsides, Wen Huayan might say some good words, and maybe this matter will pass. They wouldn't completely cut off contact forever. Clearly, she didn't understand the second old couple enough. The old master is a man of his word. If he told the second son's family not to come, at least for 3 years, they shouldn't step into the old house again. Wen Juyuan's eyes flickered with disdain for Wen Huayan's family. She was stunned. The old master. She wanted to say something, but felt it wouldn't be good to criticize elders. Wen Juyuan understood her unspoken thought immediately. You think the old master has a pretty big temper. Not exactly big, more like, firm? She awkwardly tried to explain. She wasn't sympathizing with Wen Huayan, Feng Xiaoman, or Wen Su. With her temper, she'd rather see their family fall into misery for good. But the old master and old lady had always been very kind to her. Even if Wen Huayan's family made her sick, for the sake of the elders, she could tolerate a little. Of course, only if they were punished as they should be, like Wen Su being sent to a cold frontier, or Feng Xiaoman losing her favorite job and position she relied on. At this point, she could pretend to be magnanimous. Unexpectedly, the second old couple was even more stubborn than she thought, leaving no room for regret or a chance to breathe after they cut off Wen Lauer's family. Wen Juyuan chuckled and said, "Cici, the old master has always been like this. He is just kind and gentle to you. Who wouldn't be afraid of him when they go out?" Seeing Tangxi look confused, he worried she might feel uneasy, so he added, "But don't worry too much. The old master scolds the second son not just for this matter. He's been unhappy about other things for a long time." Wen Juyuan casually mentioned some mistakes and taboos when Huiyan made it work. Honestly, Tangxi didn't have a strong impression of Wen Huiyan before. In the past, including that strange premonition dream, what left a deep impression on her were Wen Su and Feng Xiaoman. One was proud and indifferent to her, the other looked down on her and spoke and acted with hidden sharpness. What about Wen Huiyan? He seemed to have done nothing wrong. Yet it felt like everything was somehow connected to him. Tangxi only remembered his cold, sarcastic eyes and his fake sympathetic words. All these made her dislike him, so she instinctively kept her distance. Now, what Wen Juyuan said deepened her intuition. "I'm glad I didn't become part of their family." Tangxi patted her chest, feeling very fortunate. Wen Juyuan suddenly felt moved. It was as if he just realized, almost, Tangxi would have become Wen Su's wife, the daughter-in-law of the second family. And his niece-in-law. Yes, luckily. Luckily, his moment of hesitation led him to agree to Tangxi's initial proposal of changing families. Luckily, his mind cleared just in time, and he didn't follow those silly traditional rules. Luckily, his parents were open-minded and didn't add obstacles to their already difficult path. If not, he would have gone crazy.
It was just a matter of time.
Why are you suddenly hugging me? Tangxi patted Wen Jiyuan's arm, which was resting on her chest, trying to make him let go. Wen Jiyuan ignored her and held her tighter from behind. His warmth and breath almost soaked her from head to toe. Reluctantly, Tangxi gave up struggling. Then just hold me for a while. Tangxi sighed helplessly. Wen Jiyuan's lips curved into a silent smile.
Thank you.
His tone was sincere, like a humble believer receiving the favor of their beloved deity. In his dark, ink-black eyes, clouds swirled, waves surged, emotions turbulent and intense enough to shock the heart. Unfortunately, Tangxi didn't know. She turned her back to Wen Jiyuan, thinking it was just an ordinary afternoon. Only after a long time did she realize that the things he was suppressing, like overwhelming waves, were enough to completely drown her and her soul. Wen Jiyuan held Tangxi for half an hour.
He didn't do anything.
But he was like a sticky vine, wrapping her from head to toe. Only skin touching skin, exchanging breath, could fill the empty, anxious space inside him. When Tangxi was truly tired, my legs are sore. Wen Jiyuan pretended to pick her up. Tangxi couldn't bear it anymore and pushed him away. I'm going to take a shower. After sitting on the train for most of the day, with all kinds of mixed smells on her, she was already fed up. Wen Jiyuan regretfully stepped back 2 steps. Okay, go take a shower. I'll clean up the rest. Tangxi quickly slipped away. She took a hot shower from head to toe, washing away the fatigue of the journey. After drying her hair, she was feeling sleepy. Wen Jiyuan, still refreshed, kindly told her, "Maybe you should rest for a while. When we leave for the old house, I'll wake you up." Tangxi looked at the time, estimating she could sleep for another hour. She happily nodded. Okay, then suddenly, the sound of someone knocking downstairs interrupted her eager sleep. Tangxi frowned and sighed, thinking her plan to sleep was definitely ruined. When Jiyuan got up, "You rest first. I'll go downstairs and see who it is." He meant for her not to worry about it. Tangxi didn't mind. Who knew that the person knocking downstairs was actually here to find her? It really was. Teacher? Wen Jiyuan was surprised by Fu Xueming's sudden appearance. He hadn't even had time to say, "Cici is resting." Fu Xueming pushed past him. Little Tang. Little Tang. Tangxi was just coming down the stairs. "Teacher Fu? Are you here because of..." Could it be that phone call from before? Fu Xueming looked very happy. "As soon as I heard you were back, I rushed over immediately." Tangxi couldn't help but be surprised. Is it an urgent matter? Did something happen? She immediately thought of the recent leak investigation. Fu Xueming kept waving his hands. "It's not such a bad thing. Little Tang, this is really good news." Wen Jiyuan quietly walked over to Fu Xueming. "Teacher, you're usually so busy. There's no need to rush. You could have called us in advance, and we could have come to see you." It sounded like he was considering Fu Xueming. Fu Xueming is one of Wen Jiyuan's early teachers. I've known this young man for over 20 years, and I can tell that Wen Jiyuan is subtly unhappy about something. Fu Xueming raises his eyebrows, about to say a few words to Wen Jiyuan. Suddenly, he has a bright idea. There are very few things or people that can truly upset Wen Jiyuan. Coincidentally, one is right in front of him. Did I bother Xiao Tang? Fu Xueming finally realizes. If it were Wen Jiyuan's issue, he would just scold the young man for being troublesome and annoying. But if it's Tang Shi, it's different. "Sorry, I should have asked if you were free." "Oh, look. I didn't think it through. You must be very tired, Xiao Tang." Fu Xueming looks guilty and uneasy. "Tang, she feels he's not that delicate. I'm fine. Teacher Fu, you can just tell me if you need anything." Fu Xueming relaxes a bit. As an older person, he knows well how important health is. "I heard you've had health issues since you were young? By the way, I know an old master in traditional medicine, a good friend of mine. I can introduce you to him later. Maybe you can go see him?" Tang Shi is about to smile and say no need. Wen Juyuan has already shifted aside to make space. Teacher, what kind of tea would you like? We brought some Junshan, Injing back. Would you like to try it? The quick change in attitude surprises Fu Xueming. Sure enough, having a wife has revealed a whole new side of Wen Juyuan. And honestly, it's much better than his usual gloomy look. Fu Xueming feels both amused and exasperated. All right, you don't need to guess. It's old Lien. He's been out of the medical scene for a long time. If I hadn't stepped in, he probably wouldn't take patients anymore. Fu Xueming looks proud, as if he's finally caught Wen Juyuan off guard. Wen Juyuan doesn't mind being caught. He smoothly pours tea and handles everything with ease. She can't help but glance at Wen Juyuan a few more times before asking, "Is that old master named Lien?" Fu Xueming immediately changes his expression and nods repeatedly. Yes, he's from a family of traditional medicine experts and has a special skill in health regulation. I'll talk to him tomorrow. You can go see him directly when you're ready. He starts writing down the address. She isn't in a hurry and asks Fu Xueming what the visit is about. While writing the address, Fu Xueming answers, "Did you forget about the call yesterday? That's exactly what I was waiting for you to come back and tell me in detail." He finishes writing the address, folds the paper, and presses it with his pen. Then he spoke seriously. "Because of your matter, the senior leader specifically asked for my opinion." He mentioned the senior leader's name and position, and even Tongxi couldn't help but be amazed. Wen Juyuan was also surprised, but he concealed his surprise well and calmly asked, "Should I stay out of it?" Fu Xueming shook his head. "No need. Your confidentiality level is barely enough." With Wen Juyuan's position, only just enough confidentiality would grant him the right to observe. It's clear how important this matter is. Indeed, after Fu Xueming repeated what the senior leader said, Tongxi and Wen Juyuan were both deeply shocked. Tongxi unconsciously leaned forward, her mind racing quickly. As for that bit of tiredness, it was completely forgotten. Did the senior leader really say that to me? Wen Juyuan pressed his lips together, his expression just like Tongxi's, unbelieving, yet full of hope. Fu Xueming rarely saw them so happy, and he smiled along. "Of course. The senior leader also discussed your training plan with me." He carefully picked out the important parts from yesterday's conversation. In simple terms, the senior leader and Fu Xueming discussed two possible paths for Tongxi. The first path is to continue working openly at the research institute and wait patiently for university admission. But secretly, she would be transferred to a more secretive unit, working and studying at the same time, slower but safer. The second path is much more aggressive. First, there's a special recruitment plan at Beijing University that allows Tongxi to enter without taking the college entrance exam. The condition is that before the next semester starts, she must complete courses that normally take a year and score at least 90 points on each exam. In the coming years, she should maintain this fast pace of learning, ideally finishing her bachelor's degree in 2 years and her master's and doctoral degrees within 5 years. Additionally, she could choose to join a higher-level domestic research institute. For example, the first research institute where Fu Xueming works. It is the oldest and largest missile and rocket development, testing, and manufacturing base in the country, a dream place for many researchers. Fu Xueming is the vice director of the first research institute, which has 4 academicians on its team, including him. At this moment, Fu Xueming specifically mentioned this to suggest that Tongxi could work under him. Tongxi hesitated slightly. "Missiles? But my main focus now is light weapons, and I don't know much about this area." Fu Xueming waved his hand without hesitation. "You can learn. I saw the mathematical model you created for the heavy machine gun project at the senior leader's place. With your math skills, any research institute in the country would welcome you warmly. As for the others, just come and be my student. I will personally teach you." He eagerly wanted to officially become Tongxi's teacher. Faced with Fu Xueming's enthusiastic gaze, she felt a bit pressured. "I'll think about it more." She mainly hadn't decided whether to pursue missile research. Seeing her hesitation, Fu Xueming didn't push her and only asked her to think carefully and give him an answer in a few days. At this point, she naturally lost her sleep. Her mind kept racing, thinking about her next steps. Still hesitating? When Ji Yuan, driving, suddenly asked. They were on their way to Wen's old house. Since Fu Xueming left, Tang Shi had fallen into deep thought and appeared distracted all along the way. Wen Ji Yuan initially didn't want to interfere with her decision, but he couldn't hold back anymore. He held the steering wheel with one hand and used the other to gently rub her furrowed brow. Don't frown. Tang Shi leaned back lazily, curling into the seat. Her side braid became messy from her movement. She simply took out her braid, used her hand as a comb, and slowly tidied her hair. It was as if she was also sorting out her chaotic thoughts. A faint scent from her hair filled the car. Wen Ji Yuan's fingers twitched slightly on the steering wheel. Tang Shi was unaware. This change is too sudden. It's throwing off my original plan. She had planned to balance her work at the Small Arms Research Institute and her studies at school while preparing for the college entrance exam in July. But suddenly, a new path appeared before her, showing another possibility. However, this also meant she would have to give up both jobs. She had just started to settle into her roles at the research institute and school, and now she had to change again? Tang Shi rested her chin on her hand, feeling her whole body restless. She couldn't tell if she was nervous or excited. She decided to tell Wen Ji Yuan all her worries. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached out, took her hand, and firmly interlaced his fingers with hers. He gently squeezed the soft flesh of her palm, saying, "Then choose the first option." Tang Shi was confused, stunned for a few seconds, before remembering that Fu Xueming had actually offered her another possibility. But she had been so immersed in the second choice that she had completely forgotten what Fu Xueming had said about the first one. Thinking about this path, Tang Shi almost immediately frowned. Of course I still. Suddenly, she fell silent. Wen Ji Yuan looked at her with a smile and tilted his head. It seems you already have an answer. Tang Shi helplessly tilted her head. Are you helping me flip a coin? Wen Ji Yuan understood her meaning in a second. The answer has always been in your heart, hasn't it? Tang Shi nodded. Yes, at the moment I flipped the coin, I already know the answer. After saying this, she couldn't help but glance at Wen Ji Yuan, carefully observing every line of his side face. He is very handsome, no doubt about that. But now, Tang Shi can sense a different feeling from him. It is a unique heaviness, like the earth itself, full of endless growth power. It is also enough to support her. What are you looking at? Wen Ji Yuan had already noticed her gaze. He felt a little ticklish inside, tightening his jaw, and wondered if he had cleaned his beard properly earlier. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow. Don't like it? Then I won't look. Wen Ji Yuan suddenly tightened his grip on her hand. His intention was clear in this action. Don't move, look at him. Tang Shi immediately smiled, her shoulders trembling slightly, her eyes curved. Her mood was incredibly happy. After finding the answer to the trouble caused by Fu Xueming, Tang Shi no longer hesitated. That evening, they arrived at the old house. Seeing the elders and a Go Wen Ziyuan's family, Tang Shi and Wen Ji Yuan presented the special local products they bought. Wen and Tang said with a smile, "Traveling so hard for work. Why bring gifts?" But in reality, they were almost grinning from ear to ear. They couldn't wait to brew a pot of tea with the Junshan silver needle that Tang Shi chose. Jiang Nanqin was also very surprised. Wow, I didn't expect that. Tang Shi looked a bit confused. Just a small gift, but the elder's reaction seemed a bit exaggerated. Jiang Nanqin saw her expression, guessed her thoughts, and explained proactively. That third brother of ours used to travel all over the country, but he's never brought us gifts. Her sister-in-law Gu Han echoed. Indeed, now that he's married, he's become much more sensible. In their words, Wen Ji Yuan didn't seem like a high-ranking official, but more like an unruly young man. Tang Shi almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Wen Ji Yuan said helplessly, "Mother, sister-in-law." They ignored him and continued to report on Tang Shi's behalf. They were talking about Wen Ji Yuan's past. Tang Shi listened with wide eyes. She occasionally exclaimed phrases like, "Really? Is that so?" and "Oh my goodness." Jun Yuan tried several times to stop her but failed, finally giving up. They enjoyed a happy meal together. During the meal, they mentioned going to pick up Tang Ryue the next day. The older couple was very happy and quickly said they would prepare a room for Tang Ryue as if welcoming their daughter back after many years apart. Although Tang, she always knew her parents' attitude towards her and her mother, she couldn't help but feel touched. Of course, she politely declined the offer to stay at the Wen family's house. Having not seen her mother for a month, Tang, she also wanted to live with her. So the next morning, she went to the research institute and the school to take care of her tasks. When she arrived at the Small Arms Research Institute, she heard news about Lu Hao. It was said that the day before Tang she returned to Beijing, Lu Hao seemed to have gotten wind of something early and abandoned his dependent mother to escape. Now, they were quietly searching for Lu Hao, and all colleagues close to him were being questioned and checked. Everyone in the institute was anxious and on edge. They all feared being involved in this mess and hoped to cut all ties with Lu Hao. Learning that Lu Hao had escaped, Tang she frowned slightly, feeling a bit regretful. However, she believed that even if Lu Hao escaped this time, he would be caught soon. His time on the run probably made him feel like a rat in a sewer, which she thought was a kind of punishment for him. She quickly pushed Lu Hao's matter out of her mind. After leaving the research institute, she headed straight to the school. The teachers were surprised and a bit pleased to see her suddenly appear. They curiously asked why she was on leave for half a month. Unfortunately, Tang she couldn't reveal the real reason and just gave a vague answer. The teachers wisely didn't press further. Teacher Xiao Tang, you're coming back to teach, right? This question made Tang she hesitate. She was unsure whether to answer. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Report to the teacher. We're here to see teacher Xiao Tang. Hearing a familiar voice, Tang she turned around and saw Yu Jia and Yu Yan, the brother and sister. She was very happy and went over to them, leading them to a quiet corner at the end of the corridor. Then she asked, "What are you guys doing here?" Yu Jia still looked awkward and shy in expressing herself. She had one hand in her pocket and turned her face away slightly. "We just heard that." "Big sister." Yu Yan's eyes sparkled brightly, and behind her, it seemed like a big tail was wildly wagging. With such enthusiasm, she almost wanted to rush forward and hug Tangxi directly. Yu Jia clenched his teeth. "Yu Yan, I haven't finished talking yet." Yu Yan looked innocent. "Anyway, you can't say anything good, so better not to speak."
Bang!
Yu Jia jumped up and punched Yu Yan on the head. Yu Yan, in disbelief, covered his head. "Yu Jia, what's wrong?" Yu Jia glared back stubbornly. Seeing the siblings about to argue, Tangxi helplessly held her forehead. "Don't fight." The brother and sister immediately stopped and quieted down. Yu Jia snorted and turned his head away. "I'm too lazy to argue with him." Yu Yan immediately looked wronged. "Sister, she hit me." Tangxi quickly pressed her hand down. All right. I have something to do and need to leave quickly." "With so little time, are you sure you want to keep arguing?" The siblings were stunned and spoke in unison. "Leave? Go where?" Tangxi hesitated and finally said what she hadn't been able to say earlier. "Maybe I won't be teaching here anymore." The siblings were shocked. Yu Jia's first reaction. "What's going on? Is someone bullying you?" Yu Yan also frowned. "Could it be that you, sister, are too popular and someone is targeting you?" Both siblings were conspiracy theorists and didn't think Tangxi leaving was normal. Tangxi couldn't help but laugh and cry. "It's nothing strange or weird. My plans just changed. You should know, my job was always temporary. I thought I could teach while studying for exams. But now I have an opportunity to go back to school early." At first, the siblings worried there was some problem. But after repeatedly confirming with Tangxi, they finally relaxed. "I knew you were super awesome, sister." Yu Yan was full of excitement, practically bouncing with joy, his hair dancing. "So, which school are you going to?" "I want to apply there too." Tangxi thought for a moment and decided there was nothing secretive about it. "Beijing University." Yu Yan immediately decided. "Then I want to take the entrance exam for Beijing University too." His words were not just casual talk. Yu Yan had been top of his class for years, so passing Beijing University shouldn't be a problem. After hearing this, Tangxi's mind moved slightly, and she casually asked Yu Jia which university he wanted to attend. Yu Jia, lazily resting his hands behind his head, said casually, "University? Do you think I am capable of passing university exams? I might as well just get my diploma and go find a job." Yu Vian also heard Yu Jia mention this for the first time, and he kindly reminded him, "Dad won't agree." Yu Jia pouted. "I don't care about him. Repeating the year is already my limit." Yu Yan saw her fierce expression and didn't try to persuade her anymore. Instead, Tang Shi noticed Yu Jia's clenched fingers and looked thoughtful. After finishing all her tasks, Tang Shi arrived at the school gate and saw a familiar jeep from afar. She walked over and opened the back door. "Little Wu, today could you help me?" "Why are you here? Didn't you say you had work?" Her eyes showed a bit of surprise. She didn't expect that the person in the driver's seat was Wen Jiyuan, not the little Wu she thought. Wen Jiyuan smiled and turned back. "The work has been postponed for now." Tang Shi didn't think much and assumed it was a special arrangement by Wen Jiyuan. She happily closed the back door, walked around to the front passenger seat and got in. Wen Jiyuan started the car and drove back to the village. When Tang Shi was returning to Beijing, she called Tang Ryue to tell her about her business trip. But she didn't mention that she would come back today to pick her up. She wanted to surprise her. Throughout the journey, Tang Shi felt very happy. Until Wen Jiyuan subtly inquired if there were any suspicious people near Tang Shi. "No, why do you ask?" Tang Shi paused and suddenly remembered. Could it be related to the missing Lu Hao? Wen Jiyuan wasn't surprised that she had heard about this. Yes, he escaped alone now, like a trapped beast. "I worry that he might want to take revenge on you when he's desperate." They had already investigated that Lu Hao started leaking information after Tang Shi went to the Light Weapons Research Institute. Clearly, jealousy and resentment blinded him, leading to this reckless act. Wen Jiyuan looked through all of Lu Hao's information and confirmed that he was a narrow-minded, extreme person. Someone like that could easily go down a dangerous path in madness if he decided to take revenge on Tang Shi. "So, this is why you deliberately postponed your work and came back to the village with me," Tang Shi suddenly understood, smiling happily. Wen Jiyuan gently nodded. "I'm worried about you." Tang Shi's smile grew even brighter. The hours-long drive seemed to pass quickly. In no time, they reached the familiar entrance of Shirley Village. Throughout the trip, Tang Shi kept a gentle smile, looking very happy. Then, the jeep crossed the small river at the village entrance. Tang Shi paused and couldn't help but think of what had happened before. "Do you remember this place? At that moment, I wanted to make a big fuss and intentionally jump down, but you came to save me." Wen Jiyuan's gaze followed the window outside. "Of course I remember." His eyes flickered with emotion, as if recalling more details. Tang Shi leaned against the car window and casually said, "I had fallen into the water once before. I really didn't know how to swim back then. After that, I gritted my teeth and learned to swim." Wen Jiyuan's lips moved slightly. She, actually. He didn't finish his sentence. Tang Shi stared straight ahead at two figures in front of her. "Wait, is that my mom?" Tang Shi and Tang Ryue had depended on each other for many years. Not just their silhouettes. If she saw even a single strand of hair, she could recognize her mom. Her hesitation in speaking was because she saw a man walking with Tang Ryue. From afar, she saw his side profile. About 40 years old, tall and strong, with dark skin, wearing simple cotton clothes, one pant leg rolled up, carrying on his shoulder, probably just coming back from the fields. His back looked bold and carefree, but now beside Tang Ryue, he seemed a bit restrained, occasionally scratching the back of his head like a shy young boy. He and Tang Ryue were walking side by side, only 2 or 3 fists apart. Compared to Tang Ryue's usual dislike for men, this man clearly seemed trustworthy. Tang Shi couldn't quite describe her feelings at this moment. A bit of relief that her mom had stepped out of the shadow of her father's death, a bit of guilt about how to face her father, and a sense of fear that her mom might be taken away. All these emotions flooded her, making her unable to call out to Tang Ryue immediately. She blinked slowly, her eyes reflecting the sunlight, flickering with tiny shards of light. She felt lost and unsure. Wen Jiyuan naturally noticed her emotions. He slowed down the car intentionally, gradually widening the distance from the two figures walking side by side. This way, Tang Shi could pretend she hadn't seen anything and avoid feeling awkward. Tang Shi understood his meaning. She rubbed her stiffening face and said, "It's okay, let's just go straight ahead." Wen Jiyuan turned his head to check on her. Tang Shi had to repeat, "I'm really fine." She even shouted loudly for her mom. Actually, she was still some distance from Tang Riyue and might not hear her. Before she could call out a second time, Tang Riyue suddenly turned around sharply.
See.
Tang Ryue's face first showed disbelief, then filled with joy. Just then, when Jiyuan drove his car over to Tang Ryue's side, Tang Shi opened the door and got out, excitedly rushing to Tang Ryue. Then she casually glanced at the unfamiliar man standing nearby. "Mom, I'm back." "Who is this?" The man immediately looked uncomfortable under her gaze, constantly glancing at Tang Ryue. "Are you she? It's been so many years. You've grown up so much." The man grinned, showing his white teeth, trying to appear kind. Tang Shi was a bit surprised. "Do we know each other?" Tang Ryue smiled warmly and explained. "He's Uncle Bao. You don't remember?" Tang Shi remembered. This man was her father Xie Zheng's childhood friend, named Bao Zhengong. He, like her father, secretly liked her mother, Tang Ryue. Unlike Xie Zheng, whose family caused trouble, Bao Zhengong's parents were educated and held official positions in town. Their family was quite well off in the area. If his parents hadn't been busy with work and left him with his grandparents in the village, Xie Zheng and he probably wouldn't have been childhood friends. Unfortunately, Tang Ryue didn't like him and instead fell for the clever, witty, and eloquent Xie Zheng. 2 years after Tang Ryue married Xie Zheng, and shortly after Tang Shi was born, Bao Zhengong sadly married someone else.
So,
what's going on here? Tang Shi narrowed her eyes sharply, glaring at Bao Zhengong with some hostility. Tang Ryue sensed her daughter's hostility. "What's wrong, Shi?" She kept giving Tang Shi signals, trying to scold her for being rude. She even raised her hand, but after thinking for a moment, she didn't want to hit her, just gently tapped her, like a mosquito bite. Bao Zhengong's face turned red. It's nothing. She probably misunderstood something. Everyone was smart enough to see through this. Tang Shi understood what Uncle Bao was up to. He also knew why she was hostile. He hurriedly explained, I got divorced 3 years ago."
Tang, she didn't care about that.
She just slightly smiled. "That's a pity. Uncle Bao, let's meet again when you have time." After saying that, she quickly pushed Tang Ryue into the car. Recently, Tang Shi had been eating well and had gained some strength. Tang Ryue had almost no way to resist and was shoved into the back seat of the Jeep. She wanted to complain, but when she looked up, she saw Wen Jiyuan politely greeting her from the driver's seat. "Ahem, Jiyuan is here too." Tang Ryue smiled awkwardly and secretly shot a glance at Tang Shi, who had just gotten into the car. Tang Shi didn't look and simply instructed Wen Jiyuan, "Start the car." Wen Jiyuan pressed the accelerator. He drove away, leaving behind Bao Zhengong, who was waving foolishly on the spot. Seeing that he couldn't see Bao in the rearview mirror, Tang Shi turned her head. "Mom, why did Uncle Bao suddenly come looking for you?" Tang Ryue sighed helplessly. "What are you thinking? He's just back to help his parents farm, and he's also helping me tidy up." Tang Shi widened her eyes cautiously, her pupils round like a cat's. "Help you? Do you really believe that? Isn't he after something?" Tang Ryue's cheeks instantly turned red. "Tang Shi, what are you saying? Wen Jiyuan is here too." Tang Shi snorted. "Anyway, you should be more careful.
Who knows why he divorced?"
Tang Ryue instinctively defended herself. He and his wife met through an arranged date. After years, their feelings faded, and they divorced. Tang Shi frowned. "Does he have children? How many?" Tang Ryue answered casually, 2 sons. "Wait, why are you asking? I really have nothing with him." Seeing that Tang Ryue was getting annoyed, Tang Shi kept quiet. As for Wen Jiyuan in the driver's seat, He kept his eyes on his nose and mouth, pretending not to hear anything, not wanting Tang Ryue to think he was laughing at his mother-in-law. But in his eyes, a smile kept creeping out. He felt like Tang Shi's role was reversed, scolding Tang Ryue like an elder and telling her to be more cautious. It was quite adorable. His heart felt like little kitten claws scratching. If not for considering Tang Ryue in the back seat, he would have wanted to pinch Tang Shi's hand or touch her face. The village entrance was not far from home. Soon, the jeep stopped, and neighbors nearby started to peek out, some even approaching to say hello. Won Jiyuan got out of the car and responded to each one. He moved calmly and accurately called out everyone's names. Everyone was stunned, except Tang Shi. Gradually, they recovered from their shock. Then, one after another, they expressed their admiration for Tang Ryue. Surrounded by countless admiring looks, Tang Ryue couldn't help but feel proud. She smiled brightly. At this moment, Wen Jiyuan seemed to have become the most popular son-in-law in the 10-mile village.
Oh no.
Actually, he had already been the most popular son-in-law even before today. The neighbors' enthusiasm quickly overwhelmed Tang Ryue. She soon couldn't keep smiling and hurriedly turned around to push Tang Shi and Wen Jiyuan into the house.
Bang.
The door is tightly closed. All the noise and fuss are kept outside. Tang Ryue breathes a sigh of relief and turns to look at Wen Jiyuan. Sorry, Jiyuan, for making you embarrassed. Wen Jiyuan shakes his head and smiles gently. No, everyone is very kind. But some people are a bit too enthusiastic, daring to say things that are a bit too bold. Wen Jiyuan also carefully observes Tang Shi to make sure she doesn't feel uncomfortable, then relaxes. His gaze naturally falls on Tang Ryue's eyes. As someone experienced, Tang Ryue clearly understands what is most important in marriage.
Love.
A marriage without love is hard to keep going. Originally, Tang Shi and Wen Jiyuan married because of a childhood marriage agreement, which worried Tang Ryue. But her daughter is very determined and has made a good decision, so she can't say much. Luckily, the outcome now looks good. Tang Ryue quietly reflects inside before asking, "By the way, how did you come back?" Tang Shi casually picks up an orange from the table in the yard. "I just finished a business trip, and I wanted to come back to see you and surprise you." Seeing Wen Jiyuan walk over, she naturally hands him the orange. Wen Jiyuan also naturally starts peeling it. They don't talk much. Their understanding is silent. Tang Ryue feels even happier. What's so interesting about that? Just call. No need to travel so far to come back. Tang Shi smiles with a squint. Because I'm helping you move. Tang Ryue is stunned. Move? What? Tang Shi gradually stops smiling. Mom, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you? Tang Ryue awkwardly clears her throat and glances at Wen Jiyuan. I haven't forgotten. How could I forget? Haha. Wen Jiyuan hands the peeled orange to Tang Shi. I need to go to the bathroom. He steps away naturally. Now only Tang Ryue and her daughter are left in the yard, and they speak more openly. Tang Shi stuffs an orange segment into Tang Ryue's mouth. Have you changed your mind? Tang Ryue awkwardly laughs. No, really not. I just thought it was too sudden. Tang Shi narrows her eyes. Do I look like I don't know you? Tang Ryue is usually indecisive. When her emotions were high earlier, she promised Tang Shi she would move to the capital. But later, she got used to living in the village and thought it was nice to be alone. Tang Shi firmly insists, no. You must move. You promised me. Her last words soften, sounding a bit pitiful. Tang Ryue can't stand her daughter's coaxing. It is important to know that Tang Shi has a very stubborn personality, and she rarely acts spoiled. So she quickly gave in. All right, I will pack my things today. Tang Shi was satisfied and nodded. Yes, I will start packing soon. I'll take my clothes first, and later someone can move the furniture my dad made. Tang Ryue hurriedly said. Aren't we supposed to rent a house? Why do we need to move the furniture? What if it gets damaged during the move? Tang Shi explained what she had discussed with Wen Jiyuan. At first, Tang Ryue disagreed. These are all from Jiyuan and the Wen family. You shouldn't take them. I can't accept that. Tang Shi had to soothe her. Just think of it as a gift for me. You can stay in the house for now. Is that okay? Tang Ryue reluctantly agreed. Then what about the furniture? Tang, she said. I want to take it because I want to see it every day. Tang Ryue thought of the furniture in her daughter's room, carefully crafted by her husband, and her eyes welled up with tears. All right, that's good. Even if your dad isn't here anymore, his furniture can still be with you. Seeing her emotional state, Tang Shi remembered what Bao Zhengang had just said. All those complicated, conflicting feelings finally turned into one sentence. Mom, I actually don't mind if you find someone else. Tang Ryue was caught off guard. Find someone else? For what? Tang Shi remained silent, not replying. Tang Ryue finally understood and took a deep breath. Are you saying I should find someone? I've already told you. I have nothing to do with Bao Zhengang. Her tone grew sharper and more serious, clearly upset. Tang Shi stayed calm. Do you want to be lonely forever? Mom, you've been taking care of Dad for 14 years. How many 14-year periods does a person have in life? From the age of 6 to 20, Tang Ryue raised her alone. When Tang Shi was young, if a man who liked her tried to probe her feelings, she would get very angry and even complain to her mother, saying she didn't want any other uncles coming into their home. Tang Ryue hurriedly promised and swore she would never remarry in her life. But now, thinking about it, Tang Shi sometimes regrets. If her mother hadn't been alone and had someone to support her, would she have suffered so much? Tang Shi's gaze slowly scanned her mother's face. Young Tang Ryue was undoubtedly beautiful. Even now, although older and worn down by life, she still looked somewhat tired. But that gentle, fragile, and lovable aura remains unique and very attractive. Does this kind of mother have to always stay by her late husband's side? Mom, I feel sorry for you, Tang Shi said, her voice choked with emotion. Tang Ryue was initially angry, but when she saw tears in her daughter's eyes, she lost her temper. She reached out to wipe the moisture from Tang Shi's eyes and hugged her. Silly child, I chose to stay here for your father myself. Once you've seen the most beautiful scenery in the world, you won't envy those who haven't seen it. From these words, Tang Shi could sense a deep, restrained emotion. She always felt this feeling was somewhat familiar. Like she had felt it on Wen Juyuan. No way. Her mother's love for her father had lasted over 20 years, built up gradually through daily moments. How could Wen Juyuan have experienced such intense feelings, as deep as an abyss? Maybe it was just her imagination. Quickly, Tang Shi pushed aside that strange feeling and hugged Tang Ryue tightly. Her voice was soft, both playful and a promise. Mom, you only need to know. No matter what choice you make, I will support you unconditionally. Tang Ryue suddenly smiled, her eyes gentle as she stroked Tang Shi's soft hair. Yes, I know. Our she is the best. Just a wall apart, when Juyuan silently smiled, a faint, gentle smile on his face. It wasn't that he wanted to eavesdrop, but the wall was too thin, and his hearing was just too good. But when will Tang Shi be able to act as affectionately towards him as she does with her mother? Tang Shi had an appointment with Fu Xueming tomorrow to give him a reply. So tonight, she planned to stay only one night in 10 Miles Village and leave early the next morning. Tang Ryue only then learned that her daughter would be transferred early to Beijing University. She was overjoyed. She smiled happily, but tears involuntarily welled up, and she scolded Xia Min, calling him a scoundrel. A mix of happiness, worry, and anger made Tang Ryue feel a bittersweet sense of relief. Tang Shi took the opportunity to mention that she was busy with her studies and work and needed someone to take care of her. Wen Juyuan also mentioned that he would be responsible for the upcoming military district competition, which would require frequent travel and kept him busy. Tang Ryue finally dispelled her last hesitation. You definitely won't be alone. Someone will take care of you. Tang Shi held her mother's arm and said, Yes, Mom said she would send an Annie to help, but I'm not used to having outsiders around, so I specifically told them you would be coming. Tang Ryue paused for a moment before realizing that Tang Shi was referring to Jiang Nanjing as mother. Previously, she always called her Aunt Jiang, but now she was becoming a relative. It felt a bit strange to her. Tang Ryue touched her nose. Then she immediately started to prepare to pack her things. Since she would be living in Beijing long-term, she needed to pack many items. She also planned to organize the furniture. Wen Juyuan said they would find someone to move everything once the house was bought. Suddenly, many tasks needed to be done. Wen Juyuan and Tang Shi had been busy non-stop, without even resting. After more than 2 hours, they finally finished and sat down to drink some water. Next, we need to load the things onto the car. Tang Shi looked at the few bags in front of her and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. Since she married and moved to Beijing, she had packed 4 large bags of clothes. What about Tang Ryue? A person who had lived 40 years had fewer clothes than half of what Tang Shi owned. Tang Shi's eyes darkened with regret, feeling she hadn't paid enough attention to her mother's feelings and hadn't noticed this detail. Wen Juyuan's expression flickered slightly. He appeared calm and said gently, Shi, once we get to Beijing, we can go shopping with Mom and buy some clothes. Tang Shi was surprised and looked at him immediately. Wen Juyuan responded with a warm, comforting look. Tang Ryue hesitated a little that might not be good. Wen Juyuan patiently persuaded her, although we don't believe in judging people by their appearance, it's always good to dress well in Beijing. Tang Ryue quickly gave up her refusal. Juyuan is right. Seeing that her mother was so relaxed about this, Tang Shi finally understood. If she had said it, her mother would have hesitated and even worried about her money. But if Wen Juyuan said it, it was like giving a clear signal and Tang Ryue couldn't refuse. She was amazed by Wen Juyuan's deep thoughtfulness, but more touched by his careful and attentive observation. While Tang Ryue bent down to check her bags, Tang Shi quietly winked at Wen Juyuan, silently saying thank you. Wen Juyuan also mimicked her wink. No need to thank me. He usually looked serious and rarely smiled. Suddenly doing this, his face showed a youthful, playful charm. Tang Shi's eyes widened slightly, showing an expression of surprise she couldn't hide. She? Come help me check this. Tang Ryue's sudden voice made Tang Shi jump in surprise. It was like a girl caught secretly dating under her parents' watchful eyes, suddenly caught in the act, feeling guilty and nervous. No, wait. She is already married, officially qualified for her job. Why should she feel guilty? Tang Shi forced herself to stay calm and replied as if nothing had happened. Is there a problem? She knelt beside Tang Ryue and no longer looked at Wen Juyuan. Wen Juyuan's eyes sparkled with a smile. He took a hammer and continued helping Tang Shi repair the shaky wooden door at home. Parting always comes quickly. After packing her belongings, Tang Ryue gave away some unused items and food she couldn't take with her to the friendly neighbor next door. Nowadays, supplies are scarce, and even an iron pot is highly valued by everyone. Moreover, Tang Ryue is known for being particular. As a child, while other kids played in the mud, she made sure to wash her hands and face thoroughly before going back. She was the kind of child elders loved. So, neighbors weren't worried about hygiene. They gratefully accepted the gifts, tears in their eyes. Then they learned that Tang Ryue was moving to the capital with her daughter and son-in-law. That's great. Sister Tang is going to enjoy life in the city. Someone was worried about Ryue getting old, but look at this. Raising a daughter is so thoughtful. Is it because your daughter Cece is pregnant? That's why you're going to take care of her? Not at all. People say Cece still needs to attend university. These days, it's rare for a man to pay for his bride's college education. That's quite unusual. Ryue, don't forget us. Come back often, okay? I've got some fresh mountain mushrooms I dug up earlier. Remember to bring some back. When they heard Tang Ryue was moving away, many came to join the fun, some with jealous words. Tang Ryue didn't mind. After all, she had heard worse in the village over the years, so this was nothing new. She knew most of these people had secretly helped her and her mother, and now they genuinely wished her well. Tang Ryue felt touched and nodded firmly yes. I will come back often. From childhood to middle age, she had spent 40 years in 10 Miles Village. This place held her happiest and most painful memories. Every scene was deeply engraved in her heart. Now she was about to leave. Tang Ryue looked at the familiar scenery, feeling a mix of emotions. She thought she had lived a pretty good life. Although she had lost many things, she had gained even more. In the second half of her life, she finally thought she could enjoy a relaxed and easy retirement. However, Tang Ryue did not know this. The so-called relaxed and easy retirement simply does not exist. When she arrived in the capital city, her truly exciting second half of life was just beginning. Thousands of miles away in Hong Kong. As one of the world's most bustling cities, Hong Kong is now full of energy and vitality. Tall buildings everywhere, bright lights that make everything clear, like a beautiful crown of the East. On Deepwater Bay Road, one of the wealthiest streets in the world, is the shining jewel of this crown. It is said that this place gathers good energy and wealth, making it a natural treasure trove. Many rich people build their homes here. One of the best locations, but compared to other luxurious mansions, it looks simple and modest, not flashy. A black carved iron gate opens to both sides. A sleek, black Rolls-Royce with silver accents quietly drives through the gate. This top luxury car, worth £300,000 in the 1980s, is just one of the owner's garage collections. In the corner of the courtyard, two vintage, exquisite limited edition sports cars are parked. It is nighttime, and all the lights in the courtyard turn on one after another. The smooth, green lawn is carefully maintained, with occasional flower trees. In the center, a goddess sculpture fountain sprays water, and silver-gray roads run across the yard, all exuding wealth. But the man who steps out of the Rolls-Royce ignores these beautiful sights. He is in his 40s, wearing a tailored, well-ironed three-piece suit, with a Windsor knot tie and tourmaline cuffs, looking elegant and reserved. Age is not a flaw for him. Instead, it adds a rich, deep flavor, like an old wine that only matures with time, becoming unique and full of meaning. Servants on both sides of the door bow uniformly. Master. The man frowns slightly, feeling uncomfortable with the respectful title. Unfortunately, in a place like this, some things are not meant to be casually broken. He nods slightly and responds softly, appearing very kind in the eyes of the servants. But in the eyes of his enemies, the words kind have nothing to do with him. He is ruthless, decisive, and coldly clever. These are the best ways to describe him. However, even if he knows how his enemies see him, he probably wouldn't care. He probably just considers it a cry of failure. Or maybe a sign of his approval. The man walks into the study and tiredly sinks into a leather armchair. He lights a cigar and pours himself some whiskey. The secretary enters from outside the door, about to help. The man waves his hand and asks without looking up, "Where is the matter you were supposed to arrange?" The secretary places the documents on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he can't hold back and asks, "Mr. Liu, are you really going to the mainland? That place is chaotic and very backward, full of dirt and poverty. If you really want to go, I can arrange for myself to go. Why do you have to go personally?" The man slams the crystal glass filled with amber liquid onto the table. The ice cubes clink, making the secretary's heart skip a beat. "Sorry, Mr. Liu." The secretary quickly lowers his head. The man coldly pulls a slight smile. "I remember your family came here illegally from Guangdong a few years ago?" The secretary hurriedly lowers his head and replies awkwardly, "Thanks to your support, I was able to finish university and work for you." The man looks expressionless.
So?
After eating at his house for a few years, you forget who your real family is? The secretary feels guilty and lowers his head. "Mr. Liu, it's my fault." He knows that Mr. Liu has always been kind to the mainland, but suddenly saying such things might upset him, which is normal. The man glances at him, knowing the secretary is just afraid and may not truly agree with his actions. He doesn't bother to say more and simply asks the secretary to bring the files over. The secretary quickly nods and then spreads out the prepared documents in front of the man. Having worked with the man for many years, the secretary's ability is naturally unquestionable. "Following your instructions, Mr. Liu, I have contacted the local authorities and expressed your wish to donate to the school and library. They are very pleased and have extended an invitation. The next steps are the formalities and timing." The secretary speaks methodically. After hearing this, the man finally looks somewhat satisfied. He closes the files and glances at the nervous secretary. Do you have any thoughts after seeing this? The secretary looks confused. The man scoffs. Don't just focus on what's in front of you. This vast land, when it opens its doors, means the era of rapid development has arrived. If we stay stuck in the past, clinging to our small piece of Hong Kong, then I and the Liu family will always be at the bottom. Do you understand? The secretary feels inspired by his words. Although he doesn't fully understand the true meaning, he can feel the vast chasm in the man's chest, something that this small Hong Kong cannot hold. As expected of Liu Sheng, even though his parents are not highly regarded in the Liu family, he relied on his strength to carve out a path through many family members and became the head of the Liu family. He revived the declining Liu family, bringing new life to it. In just over 10 years, the family reached the peak of Hong Kong and became a well-known major family. Even now, while most of Hong Kong remains cautious and reserved about the mainland, he saw business opportunities early and started planning ahead. His broad mind and foresight are truly extraordinary. The secretary suddenly seemed energized, like he had been injected with chicken blood. Liu Sheng, I understand. I will carefully arrange the trip to Beijing. The man noticed the secretary's admiring gaze, but paid no mind and simply nodded. Over the years, many people have looked at him with similar eyes, but it never stirred any feelings. However, when it came to Beijing, he felt a faint ripple in his heart. There was one thing he hadn't told the secretary. Going to the mainland, to Beijing, was not just for business planning. He also had a vague premonition. That place was where he must go. Many unsolved mysteries could only be understood after he went there. The man was deep in thought. Suddenly, the door to the study was gently knocked. "Daddy, can I come in?" A playful, cheerful girl's voice followed. The man responded indifferently with a "hmm." The door was pushed open. A young girl in a chiffon dress, wearing expensive jewelry, stood at the door with a bright smile.
Daddy,
"Why didn't you come to the family dinner tonight? Everyone's asking about you," she complained as she stepped forward, her pretty face full of playful blame. The man's expression was serious, and he replied calmly, "I have other matters to attend to." The girl puffed out her cheeks. "All right. But next month is my birthday, and my brother's coming back from abroad. You probably won't miss that, right?" The man hesitated. He would likely already be in Beijing by then. The girl looked sad and pouted. "What? Are you really going to miss it?" The man thought for a moment. "I'll try to come back as soon as I can." The girl's face lit up with joy, and she cheered happily. "Great. I love you, Daddy." She ran away happily. The man thought for a moment and instructed his secretary, since it's Anna's 19th birthday, transfer the house I own in Haoyuan to her name. Consider it her birthday gift. The secretary nodded in response. Early in the morning, just before dawn, faint starlight could be seen in the distance. Tenli Village's Tang family had already lit their lamps, with smoke rising from the kitchen. After a simple wash-up and breakfast, Wen Jiyuan packed all his luggage into the trunk. Items that wouldn't fit were placed on the back seat, leaving half the space for Tang Ryue. It took about 10 minutes to arrange everything neatly. While he was busy, Tang Shi stayed with Tang Ryue, checking the house inside and out. At first, Tang Ryue was a bit nervous about Wen Jiyuan handling the chores. But after spending some time together, she had become used to it and no longer found it strange. What she couldn't help but look at was the familiar old house, which made her feel nostalgic. "I never thought I would leave here someday. Back then, your father and I worked hard to build this house so we would have a home for the rest of our lives, but now, the person was gone. The house was also leaving her life." Tang Ryue sighed sadly. Tang Shi patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's not like you won't come back. When transportation gets more advanced in the future, maybe 10 minutes from Jingcheng to Tenli Village. Then you can travel back and forth every day, whenever you want." Tang Shi spoke seriously, almost convincing Tang Ryue. "Is there really such transportation? Even better than a car?" Tang Shi nodded earnestly. "Yes, if it's a flying car that reaches twice the speed of sound, theoretically it could work." Tang Ryue still didn't quite understand. but she gradually figured it out. So it was all just your imagination. I almost thought it was real. Tang Shi raised an eyebrow meaningfully. Who knows? Maybe it will come true someday? Maybe I'll make it happen. Tang Ryue jokingly said, great. Then Mom will be waiting for your achievement. Tang Shi nodded seriously, as if making a promise. Yes, it just takes some time. With Tang Shi's current system points, exchanging for these things was no problem. But the trouble was, China's current industrial level couldn't produce them on a large scale. Some advanced technological products could only be developed when the country's overall industrial strength reached a certain level, allowing innovation to flourish and leading to explosive growth at a certain stage. So, Tang Shi's current anxiety is pointless. Of course, Tang Shi clearly knows these things will eventually appear on this land, shocking the whole world. Cece, pack up the things. Wen Jiyuan dusted his hands and came around to the backyard of the house. Tang Shi responded with a nod, then urged Tang Ryue to get into the car. Wait a moment. Tang Ryue took a handkerchief. She went to the base of the first wall built of this house, dug up a handful of soil, and wrapped it tightly. All right, let's go. They closed the yard gate, and the three of them got into the car to leave. The yellow car lights shone on the uneven village road. Thanks to Wen Jiyuan's excellent driving skills, the ride felt smooth and steady. He was worried that Tang Shi and Tang Ryue might feel sleepy early in the morning, so he let them rest in the car. When they woke up, they would be in the capital city. Tang Shi turned to let Ryue sleep, but she said, It's okay, I'll stay with you. Wen Jiyuan smiled faintly. Suddenly, he saw a figure nearby. He pressed the brake and slowed down gradually. Tang Shi noticed his action. What's wrong? She looked over and finally saw the figure, somewhat familiar. Is that Xia Chunling? After Wen Jiyuan stopped the car, Tang Shi got out and pushed the door open. Standing by the roadside, Xia Chunling immediately smiled and waved. Cece. Tang Shi asked her why she was there. Xia Chunling shyly smiled and took out what she was holding. I came back from school late yesterday. Sorry for bothering you, so I specially came early today to see you. She nodded to Ryue and Wen Jiyuan. Ryue happily rolled down the window. Chunling, why are you here? Are you here to see us off? Xia Chunling nodded, shyly clasping her hands in front of her. Ryue noticed her nervousness and asked if she had eaten, what time she left, and why she didn't go home. A bunch of questions made Xia Chunling dizzy, and she hurriedly answered each one. Her nervousness eased a lot. It was clear that their relationship had improved a lot. Tang Shi only found out yesterday. It turned out that during the days she was away from the village, Xia Chunling came to their house almost every day. Sometimes she talked with Ryue, sometimes helped chop firewood or do chores. Originally, Ryue felt a bit empty inside because Tang Shi was not there. But seeing Xia Chunling wandering around every day, her sense of emptiness was somewhat filled. Tang Shi knew that this was Xia Chunling's clumsy way of showing gratitude. But she didn't expect Xia Chunling to come early in the morning to see them off, especially with a gift. Tang, she took the gift from Xia Chunling. It was a small floral fabric bag. Inside, there were 2 pairs of soft-soled women's shoes. It was clear they were carefully handmade, with neat stitches and soft soles. Just looking at them, one could imagine how comfortable they would be to wear. However, Xia Chunling felt a bit shy. They might look a bit simple, but these shoes are really very comfortable to wear. Tang Shi hesitated and asked, Did you make these for me? Xia Chunling observed Tang Shi's expression and saw she wasn't rejecting them, so she quietly relaxed. Yes, I don't have much to thank you with, so I made these 2 pairs of shoes just for you, based on your size. Xia Chunling couldn't fully express her deep gratitude for Tang Shi. These days had been the happiest and most relaxed in her 21 years of life. She didn't have to be scolded or beaten by her parents every day, nor serve her younger brother. She only needed to focus on studying and support her grandmother. This made Xia Chunling feel, for the first time, that a bright future was ahead. And all of this was thanks to Tang Shi. I really thank you so much. Xia Chunling's eyes welled with emotion. Tang Shi also felt moved and finally said, If you truly thank me, Then live your life well and never give up, no matter what. Tears burst from Xie Chunling's eyes as she promised, word by word, I will. She told Tang Shi that her grades at school were gradually improving. Following her teacher's advice, she might consider going to a normal school for teachers in college. That was also her dream. They chatted on and on for a while. Suddenly, Xie Chunling realized, sorry. Am I delaying your plans? Tang Shi shook her head. No, I'm happy to hear you say these things. Hearing this, she truly felt she had changed someone's destiny.